Longwood, Jiangdu City. August remained scorching hot, yet even the sweltering heat could not diminish the allure of the barbecue stalls. This was the first gathering of the residents of Dormitory 302 of Jiangdu Media University in the 10 months since their graduation. How that hits the spot. Air Pang downed a glass of ice-cold beer and let out a satisfied sound. Luong did not enjoy gulping down alcohol. He merely lifted his glass and took a small sip. Third, you really haven't changed at all. The way you drink is so petty, dorm leader Lin Hao mocked. I was born not liking alcohol, and it's not like you don't know that. Luong spoke with a faint smile. The moment those words left his mouth, his 3 dorm brothers immediately launched a verbal attack. Bah, you just don't want to drink with us. At the graduation party 10 months ago, you certainly didn't drink so little. Naturally. That time, after all, the aloof campus belle Gu Xining was the one who took the initiative to drink with third. Gu Xining is such a cold goddess-like girl, yet she treats only you differently. I don't believe nothing happened between you two. If I remember correctly, you were the one who sent the campus belle home that night. Campus belle paired with campus hunk fits so well. How did you two end up losing contact afterward? Yet come to think of it, it's been 10 months since graduation, and we haven't heard anything about the campus belle at all. I remember she seemed to have signed with a record company before graduation. Could it be things aren't going well for her? Hearing this, Luong took a sip of beer, his expression turning somewhat unnatural. To tell the truth, he had no idea what had happened that night. He clearly remembered escorting the campus belle home, yet somehow woke up the next morning on a hotel bed. Gu Xining was nowhere to be seen, and to this day, he had been unable to get in touch with her. He still had not given up searching for her, largely because of that streak of bright red on the bedsheet he had seen that morning when he woke. Although he had drunk too much to remember anything, he truly wanted to figure out what had transpired that night. So he could only brush it off, saying, "This is your old man's business. Kids like you shouldn't pry so much. TCH, you brat. Your dads are only asking because we care. Get lost, get lost." Just as they were about to continue pressing him, Luong's phone rang. It truly saved his life. Luong hurriedly pulled out his phone and hit the answer button. "Hello. What? A maternity care center. You must be mistaken. Could it be someone with the same name as me? Gu." He blurted out a curse and exclaimed, "I'm coming over right now." This really felt like a death sentence. After hanging up, an uncontrollable look of shock remained on Luong's face. He shot to his feet, ready to leave. "Hey third, where are you going? What maternity care center? What happened?" His brothers immediately asked with concern. Since he had yet to figure out what was going on, Luong had no way to explain. He simply grabbed Air Pang's electric scooter keys and said, "Fatty son, I'm taking your bike. I'll explain later." Throwing down those words, he mounted the electric scooter and sped off toward the place mentioned on the call. Over 10 minutes later, he stopped the scooter and looked up. Jiangdu Ibao Maternity Care Center. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then walked inside. "Hello, I am Luong," he said as he approached the front desk. Hearing the name, Luong, the receptionist rolled her eyes at him and said with open disdain, "So you're Luong. Didn't expect someone this handsome to be such a scumbag." Luong. Smack. The receptionist suddenly slammed a payment slip onto the counter and fixed him with a cold stare, spitting out 2 words, "Pay up." Luong picked up the slip and read, "Amount due 97324 yuan and 63 fun." He was done for. Completely dumbfounded, he felt his mind go blank. Holding the slip, his mind went utterly blank as he stood there in a daze. What, you don't want to take responsibility? The mom went through so much to give birth to 3 such adorable daughters for you. Are you even a man? Boom. Her words struck him like a clap of thunder on a clear day, snapping his already stalled brain. 3. Triplet. Daughters. His voice even trembled. His head buzzed. He did not catch anything the receptionist said afterward. Several minutes passed before he finally came back to his senses. "Could you take me to see them first?" Knowing he was in the wrong, Luong asked carefully. The receptionist snorted in disdain and said coldly, "Follow me." She led him to the door of a VIP ward, shot him another scornful look, then left. Gulp. Nervous, Luong swallowed hard, then pushed open the door. It was a lavishly decorated single room. On the bed in the center lay someone turned away from him, so he could not see her face. All he could see was the cascade of black hair spilling out from beneath the quilt. Perhaps hearing the noise, the person on the bed tried with some effort to turn over, but at the same time pulled the quilt up over her face. Only a pair of dark, limpid eyes peeked out at Luong. From beneath the quilt came a muffled, somewhat weak voice. "I'm sorry. I originally didn't intend to inform you, but I truly ran out of money." Luong froze. Although he could see only her eyes, he recognized at a glance that she was the campus belle Gu Xining who had vanished more than 10 months ago. Recalling that hazy night in the hotel 10 months prior, how could he not understand the truth now? Yet that truth struck him with overwhelming force. The campus belle had actually conceived his child, triplets at that. In an instant, confusion, guilt, and excitement all surged through his heart. No. It's me who wronged you. I had no idea at all. Why didn't you contact me?" he said apologetically. In response, Gu Xining simply shifted her gaze aside, clearly unwilling to answer. Luong did not press her. Matters like this could be slowly untangled later. For now, what mattered most was her and the babies. Right, the babies. He glanced around the ward, but saw no sign of any infants. The babies were taken to be bathed. "You should first pay off the..." All right, I'll go right now." Before Gu Xining could finish, Luong immediately volunteered. This was money he absolutely ought to pay. Leaving the ward, he gently closed the door behind him and returned to the front desk, where under the receptionist's disdainful gaze, he pulled out his bank card. Swipe. Beep. Insufficient balance. The scene instantly turned awkward. In a panic, he opened his mobile banking app and saw only a little over 50,000 yuan remaining, still short by a full 40,000. Excuse me, could I pay 50,000 first? I'll make up the rest as soon as possible. Perhaps moved by his apparent sincerity, the receptionist's tone finally softened a little. No problem, the remaining amount can be paid later, but you'd better take good care of the mom. I really don't get you. Your wife is more beautiful than a celebrity and you don't even know how to cherish her. After settling the debt, Lu Ong returned to the ward. The moment he stepped inside, he froze at a loss. The room now held 3 tender, identical little baby girls. He nervously rubbed his hands together, then looked at Gu Xining. You don't like them? She asked in a fluster, seeing him hesitate at the threshold. No, I'm just a bit nervous, he hurried to answer, then walked to the baby crib. With great caution, he extended his hand, yet found himself unsure of which baby to pick up. Forget it. He would start from the one on the far left. Just as his hand brushed the baby's tiny body, an electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Divine-level adorable baby system activated. A virtual interface abruptly unfolded before Lu Ang's eyes. First activation of the system detected. Awarding 1000 baby points. As soon as he opened the interface, a notification popped up on it. The system interface displayed 5 skill categories: Daddy Arts, Combat, Medicine, and Technology. Having just been promoted to fatherhood, Lu Ong naturally tapped open the Daddy category first. Upon opening it, a page resembling an online marketplace appeared. At the very top ranked a skill called Childcare Mastery, which required 200 baby points to redeem. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ong clicked redeem. In an instant, 200 points were deducted from his 1000. At the same time, he felt a strange surge of energy pour into his mind. After a few seconds, Lu Ong realized he had completely mastered every childcare skill. He then scrolled further down and discovered many other items related to babies. Infant nutritional formula, 100 baby points per serving. Super absorbent diapers, 200 baby points per pack. Manual lactation massage technique, 500 baby points. Seeing this, the corner of Lu Ang's mouth twitched. Was that particular skill really something he could make use of? He continued to scroll down. Postpartum body shaping guidance for moms, 700 baby points. Stretch mark removal serum, 100 baby points. Scar removal serum, 100 baby points. Baby care subsidy cash, 100 yuan for 500 baby points, limited to 1 redemption per month. A gleam flashed in Lu Ang's eyes. His baby points could actually be converted directly into money, even if only once a month. For now, this was enough to relieve his urgent financial crisis. He still owed 40,000 yuan. He had originally planned to borrow from his buddies, but now it seemed there was no need at all. He immediately selected the cash redemption option. Almost the very next second, his phone chimed with a notification. He took it out and saw that 100 yuan had indeed been deposited into his bank card. Thus, Lu Ong was in no rush to check the other system options. For now, taking good care of the babies was naturally what mattered most. The 3 babies had just been bathed and were lying there still completely bare. Originally, all this was handled by the caregivers at the postpartum care center, but now that Lu Ong was here, it was only natural that he take over. Do we have clothes for the babies? He turned around and asked Gu Xining. In the closet, Gu Xining replied softly. Lu Ong turned open the closet and took out 3 sets of baby clothes, each one only slightly larger than the size of a palm. He found it astonishing that newborns could be so incredibly tiny. Because they were triplets, each baby weighed less than 5 kg at birth, but fortunately all of them were very healthy. Thanks to redeeming childcare mastery from the system, Lu Ong, who was looking after babies for the first time in his life, did not feel the least bit uncertain, or in fact he moved with remarkable proficiency. Before dressing them, he had to put diapers on the babies. Lu Ong was very tempted to redeem diapers from the system, as anything produced by the system was bound to be better than what was sold outside. Those diapers would not only be comfortable, quick-absorbing, and highly breathable, but would outclass ordinary ones in every way. However, suddenly taking out such diapers now would seem rather suspicious. After all, the existence of the system was something only he should know. Soon enough, he expertly put diapers on all 3 babies. His fluid, practiced motions left Gu Xining watching from the hospital bed utterly stunned. She asked in disbelief, "Have you given birth to a child before?" Huh. Lu Ong was momentarily taken aback. "I'm a grown man. How could I possibly give birth to a child? I mean, have you been married and had kids before? Otherwise, how are you so skilled?" Even a fool could hear the faint trace of suspicion in Gu Xining's tone, and naturally, so could Lu Ong. "I swear on my character, I haven't even had a girlfriend up to now," Lu Ong declared, patting his chest. "Oh," Gu Xining answered softly, sliding a little lower under the covers until only her eyes were visible above the blanket. Yet the corners of her eyes clearly curved in a smile. After the diapers were on, Lu Ong once again deftly dressed each of the 3 babies. The babies were exceptionally well behaved, and no matter how he moved them around, they made no fuss at all, merely sucking on their fingers. Ding. Successfully changed the baby's diaper. Baby points 100. Ding. Successfully dressed the baby. Baby points 100. Previously, after redeeming the skill and cash, he had only 300 points left. Now they had increased back to 500. Seeing the babies sucking on their fingers, Lu Ong knew the little ones were hungry. He wanted to prepare formula for them, but the childcare mastery he had just obtained told him that no matter how good the system's formula might be, it could never surpass the nutritional value of breast milk, not to mention how breastfeeding helped foster emotional bonding. It seems the babies are hungry, Luong said. Hearing this, Gu Xining tugged the blanket down twice, and revealing a single finger pointed toward the table in the room. There's formula over there, she said. Luong was a bit surprised that her first reaction was to use formula. Had she never breastfed them even once before? How long has it been since the babies were born? He asked, feeling somewhat guilty. He, as their father, did not even know such basic information. Today should be the 9th day, Gu Xining replied after thinking for a moment. So they've been on formula from birth until now? He asked again. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Xining's fair cheeks flushed bright red, and she immediately pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. I want to breastfeed too, but there just isn't enough, she murmured from under the blanket, her voice tinged with both grievance and shyness. Hearing this, Luong scratched the back of his head, not quite sure how to respond. So the problem was insufficient breast milk. It made sense. After all, there were 3 babies. Sometimes even feeding just one child breast milk might not be enough, but all depended on the mother's physique. At that moment, a caregiver Annie walked in, and upon seeing Luong shot him a slightly displeased glance. Luong was speechless. Clearly his reputation as a scumbag had already spread throughout the entire postpartum center. Miss Gu, it's time to feed the babies, the caregiver reminded her after coming in. I've already asked him to prepare formula, Gu Xining answered softly. The auntie's brows knitted. That won't do. For newborns, it's best to have them on breast milk as much as possible. I know your breast milk supply is a bit low, but no matter how much you have tried to breastfeed as much as you can, she continued. Then she turned to Luong and said, you come help too. As their father, this is something you should be personally involved in. Oh, okay, Luong replied, a bit flustered. Though he possessed childcare mastery, feeding them like this was still beyond. Under the auntie's guidance, Luong picked up one baby, then walked over to the hospital bed and bent down, preparing to hand the baby to Gu Xining. To his surprise, she had completely hidden herself under the blanket again. Luong cast a helpless look at the auntie. Honestly, this girl, she's already given birth and still so shy. He's the baby's father, not a stranger, the auntie said teasingly. Luong also felt awkward. After all, though they had indeed had children together that night, he had been so drunk he remembered nothing, and presumably it had been the same for Gu Xining. So now asking her to breastfeed the baby right in front of him. No wonder she was mortified. Wah, wah. Just then the baby in Luang's arms, apparently starving, began to wail loudly. Hearing this, the other 2 little ones joined in crying as well. Hearing the baby's cry, Gu Xining could no longer worry about her shyness. Her head popped out from under the blanket, her pretty face flushed bright red as she said, you. Give the baby to me, she said. Luong was experiencing a baby crying for the first time. Seeing Gu Xining agree to nurse, he carefully handed As soon as her hand grasped the baby, a sudden hiss escaped her lips, revealing a painful expression. What happened? Did you pull on the wound? Luong quickly took the baby back. Gu Xining nodded through gritted teeth. She was still in recovery and had strained her wound while exerting herself, causing pain even when raising her hand. The aunt beside them remarked, you 2 are married now, yet still acting like strangers. Young man, help her undo her clothes and place the baby properly. Upon hearing this, Gu Xining felt her face, already flushed, grow even hotter. However, the baby's cries grew louder. She steeled herself and decided to lie flat, closing her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. What are you hesitating for? The aunt urged, then took the baby from Luong's hands. Oh. Luong panicked and began to lift the blanket. Don't lift it. You need to reach in. Gu Xining murmured, her eyes still closed. Luong softly acknowledged, his heart racing. His hand slipped inside the edge of her pants, quickly encountering a highly elastic area. From her lying position, it seemed to be her waist. Luong steadied his nerves and raised his hand to explore further. At this moment, Gu Xining's face was so flushed it looked almost ready to burst, and she dared not even breathe. Finally, Luong found the button and tremblingly unfastened the bottom one. 2 buttons, 3 buttons. When he reached the 4th button, Gu Xining's body suddenly shivered as Luong's hand grazed those 2 sensitive areas. Luong held his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He managed to finish undoing the remaining buttons while keeping his hand suspended. Phew, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Gu Xining on the bed mirrored his action, but this was just the beginning. The aunt watched the 2's shy expressions, biting her lip to suppress her laughter. After handing the baby to Luong, she said, place the baby in the crook of her arm. You shall find it herself. Luong carefully placed the baby into the blanket and then gently nestled her into Gu Xining's arm. Indeed, as soon as the baby was in her mother's embrace, her little head began to nuzzle around her tiny mouth, searching eagerly, until she quickly latched onto her target and started to feed happily. However, the aunt frowned and said in a reproachful tone, are you 2 planning to suffocate the baby under the blanket? Oh, Luong finally realized, but he wasn't sure what to do, feeling that lifting the blanket might be impolite. On the contrary, Gu Xining showed a struggling and hesitant expression before extending her other hand to lift a corner of the blanket, exposing the baby's head. Of course, a large portion of the baby's body was also revealed. Luong quickly turned his head to look elsewhere, relieved that the aunt had helped to move the second baby to the other side. Both babies began to eat at the same time, while the third baby had to be comforted by Luong first. He took the opportunity to search within the system and indeed found a pacifier costing only 30 points of baby value. As soon as he placed the pacifier in the baby's mouth, she immediately began to suck vigorously, her little appearance incredibly adorable, making Luong's heart melt. After helping the aunt offered a few reminders before leaving, the room was left with only the sounds of the babies sucking and the awkward breaths of the two. Luong decided to find a topic to chat about. By the way, I still don't know the baby's name. Hearing Luong's voice, Gu Xining finally opened her eyes, glancing sideways to see Luong sitting with his back to the hospital bed. Seeing this scene, a faint smile graced her lips. We haven't officially named her yet, as we can't even register her. A hint of worry appeared on Gu Xining's face. After all, she and Luong had not even obtained a marriage certificate, let alone a household registration or birth certificate. In the hospital, someone had helped facilitate the delivery, and then they were transferred to the confinement center. Luong knew he was partly responsible for this, but registering the baby would require a marriage certificate first. That night had been completely unexpected, and he had no idea what she was thinking. Luong decided to change the topic. Then how about we give her a nickname first? I still don't know which one is older or younger. The one on my left is the eldest, the one on my right is the second, and the one in your arms is the third. Luong nodded, contemplating for a moment before saying, then let's call them Tang Tang Guogua and Tian Tian. A gentle voice from behind belonged to Gu Xining. Luong couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. He had originally been enjoying a drink, and suddenly he had become the father of 3 adorable babies. And there was also a goddess level older. Well, not quite yet. Thinking about this issue, Luong began to feel a headache, but it was a problem that had to be resolved, otherwise the baby wouldn't have a household registration, making future matters like schooling and obtaining an ID difficult. So he steeled himself to ask, do you have any thoughts on the baby's household registration? You are asking me. Of course, she must be registered. We can't let her be an undocumented child. Then, do we need to get a marriage certificate first? Luong's heart raced with excitement. Oh, then let's go get it. Luong was taken aback. He didn't expect Gu Xining to respond so decisively, feeling both thrilled and somewhat anxious. Getting a certificate would not just be about the two of them, but would directly involve 2 families. If his parents suddenly learned they had 3 more granddaughters, it should be more surprise than shock. But what about her side? Should we notify our families first? Luong asked cautiously. As a result, Gu Xining fell silent at this question. Luong, anxious from the long wait for a response, prepared to turn away. Finally, Gu Xining spoke. Just notify your family, mine doesn't need to know just yet. Luong didn't know the reason, but he could understand. Perhaps her family was unaware she had given birth. This was a significant dilemma that could only be dealt with later. Oh dear, Gu Xining suddenly exclaimed. Quickly bring Tian Tian over, my milk supply is low and the sisters are almost done with it. Upon hearing this, Luong hurriedly turned around, their eyes meeting. Although Luong hadn't meant to, he had seen what he shouldn't have. Gu Xining's recently restored face turned bright red again, and she attempted to cover her face with her hands. However, with both hands clutching the baby, she couldn't pull them away, so she could only close her eyes and shyly say, hurry up. Oh. Luong quickly moved Guogua aside and replaced her with Tian Tian. Ding. Successfully assisted in breastfeeding, baby value 300 inch. After finishing the breastfeeding, Luong personally helped Gu Xining button up her clothes. Of course, this was done amidst an awkward atmosphere. Luong then started mixing the formula. Although the babies did not eat much, the already limited breast milk was clearly not enough to fill them. This time, Luong directly used the formula he exchanged from the system, feeding the 3 babies one by one. However, it was obvious that the babies' enthusiasm for the formula was nowhere near that for breast milk. If they weren't extremely hungry, they probably wouldn't want to drink the formula at all. After feeding, he earned 300 Mengbao points. Previously, he had 500 Mengbao points, spent 30 on a pacifier and 100 on the formula. With the 600 points from breast milk and formula, he now had a total of 970 Mengbao points. After the 3 babies were full, they quietly lay in their cradles while Luong sat beside them, gently rocking and humming an unknown lullaby. A smile appeared at the corner of Gu Xining's mouth as she saw Luong, a novice dad, taking care of the babies so well. She felt more convinced that her choice was not wrong, and she had no regrets. Seemingly recalling something, she softly asked, by the way, do you have enough money? Don't worry, leave the money matters to me, no problem at all, Luong confidently replied. I can exchange for 100 every month from the system, even though my current income isn't high. Moreover, there were 4 other options. Although Luong hadn't checked them, he believed it shouldn't be hard to earn a living through the system. By the way, I remember you were about to debut after winning the rookie competition before graduation, right? Luong asked. Yes, but shortly after graduating I found out I was pregnant, and I couldn't debut with a big belly, could I? Gu Xining seemed a bit down while discussing this topic. Luong could clearly sense this, knowing she had demonstrated exceptional singing talent while still in school. Moreover, with her unparalleled looks, she was signed by a well-known company before graduation and was set to debut at the annual Dragon Kingdom rookie competition. She met expectations and won the rookie championship that year. However, because of her pregnancy, she was unable to. Suddenly, Luong became aware of a serious issue. He was studying composition in school and was now working at a small. Thus, he was very aware of how stringent the contracts were at entertainment companies. What is the company's attitude now? Luong asked with concern. What attitude could they have? Of course they are angry. They ordered me to officially debut after I give birth, she replied. So what do you think? I want to take care of the baby first, Gu Xining responded. Upon hearing her answer, Luong couldn't help but feel guilty knowing that her bright future had been abruptly interrupted. Now that the decision had been made, he had to make it up to her and take on the responsibility of this family. With this thought, Luong felt the weight on his shoulders begin to grow heavier. He had to start supporting the family. He opened the system to see if there were any useful functions available. 5 options appeared: father, art, force, technology, and medicine. He had already looked into the father option, so he clicked on the second category, art. Upon opening it, Luong's eyes brightened. This option contained many categories: music, film, instruments, animation, novels, and more. Anything related to art. Since he belonged to the music circle, the first category he clicked on was music. His heart began to race as he did so. Inside there was a dense list of playlists, and most importantly, there was a note at the bottom. All music comes from the parallel dimension Earth. A parallel dimension Earth. Luong did not expect that beyond Blue Star there was another parallel world named Earth. Does this mean that all the music in the system is something that does not exist here on Blue Star? As a composer, he felt as if he had discovered an endless treasure. A vast library of music from Earth in the system represented countless wealth and fame on Blue Star. However, it was unrealistic to expect to make a lot of money quickly through songwriting. Currently, he was unknown in the music circle, and even if he presented classic songs from Earth, no one would offer a high price. Moreover, there was a strict hierarchy among composers on Blue Star: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, master, and king levels. Each level was determined by the sales of works. As of now, Luong could barely be considered even a bronze-level composer, as the requirement was a cumulative sales figure of 5,000. He had only 2 works in the past with a total sales figure of around 4,000. At this level, even if he presented songs that were popular in the music scene on Earth, no one would take notice. Therefore, to make money, he first needed to improve his composition level and reputation. The fastest way to enhance his reputation was to personally create a popular superstar. With this in mind, he looked at Gu Xining. If it weren't for needing to take care of the baby, he could have dedicated himself to writing songs for her, perfectly compensating for the singing dream she had lost because of him. Luong decided to wait until things settled down before asking for her thoughts. There was no need to rush at this moment. Just then Luong's phone rang. He saw it was a message from the company's composition group. It turned out that the recruitment for this year's rookie competition had officially started. Every year at this time, numerous entertainment companies send their newcomers to the rookie competition, making it a period of high demand for works. Thus, there was an annual recruitment event for works. All composers could participate, and if their works were selected and succeeded on stage, it would significantly increase their exposure and fame. Luong realized this was an excellent opportunity. Luong, I'm hungry, Gu Xining suddenly spoke. Luong hurriedly exited the system and asked, what do you want to eat? He'll go buy it. I suddenly really want to eat the shangjian from the Zhongnan Road area. Can you bring some back for me? Alright, I'll go right away. Luong immediately got up. Upon hearing this, Zhongnan Road was not far, and it would take only about 10 minutes to ride back and forth. Just as he left the hospital room, a woman who resembled Gu Xining entered. You little rascal, knowing I was coming, you specifically sent him away. Aren't you going to introduce me to this nephew of yours? The woman smiled beautifully, exuding the charm of an intelligent and mature woman. She was Gu Xining's Aunt Gu Wanhua. No, Annie, I really just wanted to eat shangjian from that place. Did you see him? I saw him in the hallway. He was tall, clean, and handsome, but that alone won't convince your father. Gu Wanhua said, walking towards the baby crib with a gentle gaze. But you told me to test him first, and he passed all the requirements. Oh, did he pay? Not only did he pay, but he also showed great patience with the baby, taking excellent care of her. Hearing her niece praise Luong so much, Gu Wanhua sighed softly and sat by the bed. All of this is just the basics, but you must remember your own identity. After all, in the vast Gu family business empire, you are the only little princess. Hearing her aunt's words, Gu Xining fell silent. Gu Wanhua gently patted her head and said softly, if he is truly as outstanding as you say, have you decided to tell your father about this? I haven't thought it through yet, Gu Xining replied, shrinking her head. So you're hesitating now? Where did the courage to get that guy drunk and bring him to the hotel go? Hearing her aunt's teasing, Gu Xining's face turned red again as she pouted. Hey, stop bringing that up. I was also drunk that night. Whether you were drunk or not, you know it yourself. But I truly admire you for doing such a thing just to escape marriage. If only I had been as brave as you back then. Maybe I wouldn't have missed out on him. Gu Wanhua said with a hint of melancholy. So what is my father's attitude now? Is he still angry with me? Gu Xining asked quietly. Don't you know your father? He forbade you from entering the entertainment industry, and you didn't listen. He was preparing to arrange a marriage for you, yet you ran away from home for so long. If he finds out you already have a baby, he might just go crazy. So what are you planning to do next? Facing her aunt's inquiry, Gu Xining thought for a moment and said seriously, first let's get the marriage certificate. We'll deal with the future later. I believe he can make my father accept him. Actually, I can help the baby get a household registration even if you don't get a marriage certificate. Are you serious? I didn't intend to involve him. I just feel that looking at the babies, they should have a complete family. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanhua sighed. Since you've made up your mind about him, stick to your choice. I will keep it a secret from your Saying this, she took out a black bank card and continued, there are 20 million in the card. Your account has been frozen by your father, so don't let the baby suffer. Besides, that guy doesn't seem to have much money. It seems you're the one who got him into trouble. Gu Sinning became unhappy upon hearing this and pouted. What do you mean I got him into trouble? We both had feelings for each other at that time, I just acted a little impulsively. A little impulsively? Just a bit. Alright, Annie, we'll head back now. Take care of yourself. Gu Wanhua stood up and walked towards the door. After opening it, she seemed to remember something and reached into her bag to take out a transparent sealed bag. Inside was just a piece of paper. She turned back and handed the sealed bag to Gu Sinning, saying, "Here, your household registration book. I risked my life to steal it out. Thank you, Annie, love you." Gu Sinning's eyes curved with a smile. Gu Wanhua affectionately ruffled her hair before leaving the room. As she reached the end of the corridor, she happened to encounter Luong, who was rushing in with a piece of clothing wrapped around some Xingjian looking anxious. "This child, be careful not to fall," she couldn't help but remind him. Luong looked at her in confusion, realizing he didn't know her, and nodded in response before hurriedly running toward the ward. Gu Wanhua watched Luong's retreating figure with a slight smile, then turned and left the postpartum center. Back in the room, Luong finally took out the Shengjian from his arms. "Fortunately, it's not cold yet. Eat it while it's hot." Luong handed her the Shengjian. Seeing him worried it would get cold, Gu Sinning was immediately touched. Just as she was about to reach out to take it, Luong hurriedly stopped her. "Don't move, be careful not to pull your wound. Let me feed you." Without giving her a chance to argue, Luong raised the bed a little and brought a Shengjian to her lips. Gu Sinning opened her mouth and gently took a bite, instantly feeling that the Shengjian was sweet. After finishing a box of Xingjian, her expression still showed some lingering desire. "He'll go buy some more," Luong said as he stood up. "No need, him full. I'm not a big eater." Gu Sinning said, her eyes drifting. "Oh." Luong nodded blankly. "Humph." Gu Sinning let out a soft huff. "I'm tired, I want to sleep." Luong quickly leveled the bed, saying, "Then sleep will be right here. Call me if you need anything. You should rest too, you've worked hard for so long." "I'm fine, I just sleep, well, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Gu Sinning had no choice but to close her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Although it was already close to midnight, Luong felt no drowsiness. He was worried that if he fell asleep, he wouldn't know when the baby woke up. Secondly, he needed to ponder the works for the upcoming talent show. He opened his phone and accessed the event's official website, discovering that in less than a day since recruitment started, over 3,000 submissions had already been received. Submissions were divided into 3 categories: scores, lyrics, and combined works. He saw that pure scores and lyrics submissions accounted for the majority, while combined works had the least submissions. This was quite normal, as talents who could create both lyrics and music were still rare. The current recruitment was for the first round of the competition-themed life, with each participant required to prepare 2 works. Luong glanced over the submitted works, which were mostly related to life. This theme was not too easy to write. Without certain life experiences, the resulting pieces might lack depth. Fortunately, Luong had no need to worry, as the super music library from Earth encompassed a wide array of genres. He could find almost any theme. Before long, Luong found several works that fit the theme of life in the music library, and not just one. The key was that each piece was exceptionally good, making it hard for him to decide which one to choose. This was the pain of having a super music library. Just then a message came from the composing group revealing that the company planned to debut 2 new artists for the competition this year. Now Luong had a choice. Since the company was pushing new artists, he would take the opportunity to tailor his selection. Tomorrow he would meet the 2 newcomers and choose works based on their unique styles. There was a caregiver bed in the room, and Luong walked over to rest a bit. Just as he lay down, sounds came from the crib as the 3 little ones seemed to have come to an agreement. They all cried in unison. Luong practically leapt out of bed and rushed over. "Oh babies, why are you crying? Daddy's here, don't cry." He comforted them while picking up the eldest. After checking, he found out she had pooped. The crying woke Gu Sinning, who rubbed her eyes and asked, "Is the baby hungry again?" "That should be the case, but we need to change their diapers first." Truly, it's impressive how these triplets coordinate their pooping together. Luong chuckled as he cleaned the babies and changed their diapers. He quickly prepared 3 bottles of milk. However, when he picked up Tang Tang to feed her, she took a sip and promptly pushed the nipple away with her tiny pink tongue. Then she cried even louder. He tried feeding Guogua, but the response was the same. Gu Sinning's face turned gloomy at this sight, and she said apologetically, "What should we do? They just ate not long ago, but I don't have much milk either." Watching the 3 babies cry more fiercely, Luong felt a pang of heartache. Suddenly a phrase flashed in his mind: artificial milk-inducing massage technique. At this point he couldn't care about anything else and resolutely told Gu Sinning, "I have a way to help you produce enough breast." "Huh?" Gu Sinning momentarily failed to respond, tilting her head in confusion. Luong was not speaking nonsense. His father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were all legitimate traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. His parents currently run a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in their hometown. However, upon hearing Luong's words, Gu Sinning's brows furrowed tightly, and she asked with some fear, "Do I have to drink traditional Chinese medicine?" Her expression seemed as if she had just drunk a bitter herbal concoction. Luong couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't even tasted it yet. No, all we need is my family's special ancestral technique to stimulate the acupoints and produce breast milk." Gu Sinning nodded blankly, not really understanding. But then, as if realizing something, she asked hesitantly, "You mean a special technique?" Luong awkwardly admitted, "Yes, it's a type of massage technique." After speaking, he focused on soothing the baby, softly waiting for Gu Xining's response. Amidst the cries of three babies, Gu Xining felt extremely conflicted. It was indeed her who had taken the drunken Luong to the hotel back then, but she had also been quite tipsy herself. Moreover, her family had been pressuring her into marriage, but she was very resistant to the idea of a family-arranged marriage. At that time, she had developed a crush on Luong, who was the school heartthrob, and it could be said to be her first love. Thus, at the graduation party, she made that impulsive decision while under the influence of alcohol. However, she was completely in a daze at that moment and had no memory of how the events of that night unfolded. Now in a sober state, she felt shy even feeding the baby in front of him during the day, and now she had to massage him direct. After a very brief internal struggle, maternal love triumphed over her shyness. "You can proceed, don't let the baby go hungry," she calmly said, closing her eyes. Upon hearing this, Luong's heart jolted, and he felt completely at ease with no inappropriate thoughts. He directly accessed the system and exchanged 700 baby points for the massage technique. After placing the baby back, he walked to the bedside, took a deep breath, and activated the massage skill. In that moment, he felt a stream of energy converge into the palms of his hands, which then began to warm up. This is truly miraculous. He couldn't help but marvel internally. But now was not the time for surprise. He slid his hands under the blanket and unfastened her buttons. Then he gently pressed his palms onto two soft areas, yet his heart remained calm, devoid of any impure thoughts. He began to guide the energy into Gu Xining's acupoints. Gu Xining suddenly let out a soft moan, her delicate face turning bright red. But the next moment, she felt a warm flow wash over her, as comforting as soaking in a hot spring. Yet there was a certain indescribable tingling sensation coming from that area. 2 minutes passed, and she suddenly opened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "It seems to be working." Upon hearing this, Luong withdrew his hands, a smile spreading across his face as he silently praised the system's effectiveness. This was more effective than any supplement. The amount produced in just one massage was enough to satisfy all three babies, eliminating the need to prepare formula. After feeding all three babies, Luong's baby points, which had been down to 270, rose to 570. Although he lost 300 points for not preparing formula compared to ensuring the babies were well fed with breast milk, Luong was not concerned about the 300 points. The babies, having their fill of breast milk for the first time, soon fell into a sweet sleep. However, Gu Xining showed a hint of weariness, weakly saying, "Feel hungry again." Luong was taken aback, then quickly understood. He had used the massage technique to stimulate a large amount of breast milk in a short time, which did not come for free. It was all drawn from Gu Xining's own energy. After all, the law of conservation of energy. But that's another topic. "What do you want to eat?" "He'll go buy it right away, Luong. I want to drink the rib soup that Mom makes." Gu Xining's words trailed off as her eyes suddenly turned red. Her voice. Seeing this, Luong panicked, unsure how to comfort her. Fortunately, she ultimately did not break down, wiping her eyes and saying, "I'm sorry, just help me buy something casually." Luong felt a twinge of pain in his heart, but he couldn't offer much help in this regard. He could only ride his bike to find a restaurant that was still open and packaged a portion of rib soup to take back. After Gu Xining finished eating, she quietly fell asleep. However, Luong found it difficult to sleep. He pondered whether he should inform his family. Gu Xining was also unaware of the situation. Perhaps she had some unspeakable difficulties that she couldn't let her family know about. Even he, being somewhat clueless, understood that a woman needed the most security at such times. Or rather, she needed the warmth of home. He wondered if having his mother come to help would make her feel better. In the end, Luong decided to notify his family. After all, it would have to be done eventually. The next morning, he was awakened by the cries of the babies, and after a flurry of activity, he earned another 300 baby points. After settling the several babies, Luong brought up the matter to Gu Xining. "You should inform your family. Taking care of 3 babies and me alone will be too much for your body." Gu Xining obediently replied after hearing this. "All right, then I'll leave for a bit now. I have some matters to attend to at the—" Gu Xining felt even more guilty upon hearing this, having to care for both mother and daughter while also juggling work. But at present, she had no better solution. After thinking for a moment, she reached under her pillow and pulled out the black card her aunt had given her yesterday. "Take this card, there's some money inside." Luong was taken aback, then immediately said, "No need, I still have money on me, and besides, how can I let you spend money? Since the babies were born until yesterday, I realized I owe you all too much." Gu Xining's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, but a smile still broke through as she said, "Take it, consider it my dowry." "What? Are you joking? I haven't even given you a bride price, and you've already given me a dowry," Luong said with a hint of amusement. "Why are you so concerned about these things? From now on we are family." After saying this, Gu Xining directly shoved the card into Luong's hand. Seeing her insist on it, Luong could only say, "All right, I'll help you keep it for now." After all, no matter how much money was on that card, he didn't intend to use it, especially since he was still in debt for over 40,000 from yesterday. Then Luong picked up his phone and took a group photo of the 3 babies to post on his social media. The caption read, "Newbie dad on the road. Ooh, I must have saved the universe in my past life to meet these 3 little princesses." This was his ad hoc method of notifying his family, as he had no idea how to convey the message over the phone. As soon as he posted it, his phone began to buzz incessantly. "Mom, son, are you crazy? Hurry back so your dad can check your pulse." "Dad, Lin, how old?" "Third, you are being unfair. How did I suddenly become a grandpa?" Pang, you didn't drink much yesterday, why are you acting drunk? When will you return my electric bike? Fourth, Epsilon, company colleague, instead of properly writing your competition piece, what are you dreaming about here? Seeing the replies in the moments, Lu Ong suddenly felt awkward. Not a single person believed this was true. Well, it seems he would have to call his parents personally to explain. However, he still planned to stop by the company first to finalize the competition piece, as it was crucial for his career. After all, he was no longer in a position where only he needed to eat. Upon entering the composition department, Lu Ong immediately sensed that something was off. How arrogant. A newcomer who hasn't even debuted dares to look down on us. He actually said my song is the garbage of garbage, and I wasn't even willing to give it to him. What can we do? After all, he is the boss relative. So what if he is a relative? If he has the ability, he should create himself instead of coming to us. I don't care anymore. I'm going to submit my work directly to the recruitment event and avoid this frustration. After inquiring around, Lu Ong learned that one of the newcomers the company was preparing to launch was called Sun Juanxi. He was the boss nephew and seemed to have a rather high opinion of himself. Today, the works submitted by the composition department were completely torn apart by him. Seeing his colleagues visibly upset, Lu Ong realized that Sun Juanxi might be difficult to deal with. Yet he had absolute confidence in the system's music library, so he headed straight to the artist department. It's Lu Ong. What brings you here? I'm here to submit a song, what else could it be? Lu Ong replied with a smile. Assistant Xiao Tang suddenly leaned closer to Lu Ong and whispered, don't you know that the songs from the composition department have all been sent back? That newcomer is hard to please and has connections. It's fine, Lu Ong said nonchalantly. Alright, you'll believe me after you hit a wall. Just head over to the recording studio. Xiao Tang shrugged helplessly as Lu Ong turned toward the recording studio. As he approached the door, he heard a furious shh. What kind of garbage is this? This song wouldn't even pass the first round. Are all the people the company supports useless? My uncle could have directly hired a diamond-level composer to customize it. He insists on taking care of the company's composers, and this is the result. Lu Ong frowned and walked in to find a young man around 20 years old throwing a tantrum. Without asking, it was clear that this was Sun Juanxi. Upon seeing Lu Ong enter, he tilted his head and asked, are you also here to submit a song? What level? Not even at the bronze level yet, Lu Ong replied calmly. Oomph. Sun Juanxi shook his head saying, I knew it. The composition department is full of useless people. Even someone who isn't at the bronze level dares to embarrass themselves here. Lu Ong's frown deepened. Xiao Tang was right, experiencing it firsthand made him realize just how insufferable this guy was. However, the song still needed to be auditioned mainly because the company's internal revenue share for submissions was higher. Generally speaking, composers and the company are more like partners. Composers have two ways to earn money: selling copyrights or going through a revenue share. Selling copyrights is equivalent to a one-time buyout after which the work has nothing to do with the author. In contrast, revenue sharing is based on the sales of the work. Most composers typically choose to sell their copyrights for immediate payment unless they are high-level composers with great confidence in their works, in which case they opt for revenue sharing. For those who choose revenue sharing, the percentage is also determined by the composer level. For instance, if a work is selected from a recruitment event, all below bronze level are accounted for at 3. Bronze level gets 5, a silver level 10, gold level 15, and emerald level 20. However, for those above diamond level, it's a complete reversal. Diamond level composers hold a certain status in the industry, and even well-known artists dare not offend them. Their revenue share has no specific percentage, and some composers can even claim a large portion. Another scenario is that even if a composer hasn't reached diamond level, if their work is exceptionally outstanding, the revenue share can be negotiated. Lu Ong was confident in his work, so he planned to go for the revenue share. Ignoring Sun Juanxi, he spoke directly to the recording teacher. Teacher Zhang, could you please audition my piece? Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang looked at Sun Juanxi, who merely scoffed twice. Let me call Yixing over then, Teacher Zhang said, picking up his phone. Soon hurried footsteps were heard outside, and a young man wearing glasses, looking honest and simple, rushed in. He was Yixing, one of the 2 newcomers the company was launching this year. Teacher Zhang, do you have new songs? Yes, Teacher Lu just brought it over, why don't you give it a try? Yixing approached Lu Ong politely and extended his hand saying, hello, I'm Yixing. Hello, Lu Ong nodded as they shook hands. Teacher Zhang, could you let me see the score first? Actually, Teacher Zhang, I'd like to hear Yixing's vocal range and style first, if that's alright. Haha, so it seems Teacher Lu has prepared more than one piece. Lu Ong nodded in acknowledgement. If Yixing met his expectations, he would give him both pieces to sing. Then, Yixing, why don't you sing a song for Teacher Lu to listen to? Sure, Teacher Zhang. Yixing cleared his throat and began to sing a cappella right there. As soon as the voice started, Lu Ong raised his eyebrows in surprise. His voice was slightly deep with a hint of magnetism. In that moment, he had already made a decision in his heart. Alright, I know what kind of song you should sing now, Lu Ong said happily, then took out the prepared score and handed a sheet to Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang took a look and found it was a complete version with lyrics, music, and arrangement. He began to hum the melody softly while looking at the piece. After humming a few bars, he suddenly looked up at Lu Ong in disbelief and said, the city of horse herding, you were absolutely right. This song is simply perfect for Yixing to sing. Moreover, the piece itself is exceptionally excellent and completely aligns with the theme of the upcoming talent competition. Teacher Zhang excitedly gave Lu Ong a thumbs up. A waste who isn't even at the bronze level, how good can his work be? I'd rather have my uncle buy me songs from the recruitment event. Sun Junx's mocking voice came from the side, but none of the three paid him any mind. Teacher Zhang directly let Yixing into the recording studio. Yixing only took 10 minutes to familiarize himself with the score, then gave an okay sign to the outside. His deep, slightly magnetic voice instantly came through the speakers. Traveling through the streets and buildings, my heart is filled with steeds and hunting grounds. The most remarkable weakness and confusion, just like this. Beyond the sky there is another sky, oh beyond the mountains there are other places. After falling and crashing the heart still returns to its old place. Finally, Yixing reached the chorus part. Swallowing down the worries, acknowledging the pain, not telling others. Who hasn't squandered a few precious moments? Teacher Zhang stood up in excitement, his facial muscles trembling with elation. At that moment Sun Juanqi suddenly rushed to the control panel looking inside eagerly, and said, I want this song. What's your name, Lu something? I'll buy it outright for 10,000. Luong and Teacher Zhang were immersed in music when Sun Junx's sudden appearance made both of them frown. What? Sun Juanqi looked at him in surprise, his expression somewhat displeased. You're not even at bronze level, and offering you 10,000 for a song is already quite generous. Sorry, my songs are quite particular, I've decided to give this one to Yixing to sing. You better think it through, my uncle is your boss, do you still want to keep this job? How I have a cooperative relationship with the boss, oh, I have the final say in how the copyright of the works is handled. Luong was steadfast, refusing to back down. Find you're impressive, just wait and see. Sun Juanqi threw down a harsh remark and stormed off. This guy's character is clearly lacking, aren't you being a bit too direct? What can he do to me? He might get the boss to fire me, but composers speak through their works, not through connections. Luong was completely unconcerned, or as long as he had excellent works there was nowhere he couldn't go. That's true, oh I can tell from your piece that your future achievements won't be low. Teacher Zhang sighed. After waiting for Yixing to finish singing, both Luong and Teacher Zhang agreed that this song was perfect for him. They immediately finalized the arrangement. Of course, Luong chose not to buy out the song, but instead negotiated a revenue-sharing deal with the company. One reason Luong chose to give the work to an artist from his own company was that the revenue share for internal artists is generally higher than for those outside. For those below bronze level, the external share is 3, while the internal rate is generally 5. However, Luong's piece had been rated by the company's producer clearly exceeding the bronze level. The company offered a silver level sharing rate of 10, but it still needed the boss' personal confirmation before a contract could be signed. Luong had no objections to this result. While the work was excellent, it had yet to be tested in the market. The company's willingness to provide him this share was already the greatest respect for the piece. News quickly spread back to the composition department, and when Luong returned, everyone looked somewhat surprised. Luong could only be considered a newcomer with less than a year in the industry. He never expected to directly receive a silver-level share this time. It's worth noting that the highest-level composer in the company is only at the golden level, and his works were also disregarded by Sun Juanqi today. When they learned that Luong hadn't given the piece to Sun Juanqi, the composition department became lively. Well done, little Lu, you've given us a breath of fresh air. Does he really think he can just bully us because he's related to the boss? The enthusiasm of his colleagues was a bit overwhelming for Luong, and he found an excuse to leave the company directly. The biggest advantage of this industry is the relatively free working hours. As long as you can produce works, it doesn't matter whether you're physically at the company. Furthermore, they don't receive salaries, purely relying on buyouts or revenue shares to make money. After leaving the company, Luong checked his phone and found that his family hadn't sent any messages. They clearly didn't believe the posts he made on social media. Otherwise, even if there was a hint of doubt, his mom would have bombarded him with calls. With no other choice, Luong had to call them himself. What's up, son? His mother's voice came from the other end. Mom, the post I just made is real, Luong said seriously. Mom may be getting older, but I'm not foolish. Those 3 little cuties in your photos are so adorable. They clearly look like pictures found online. His mother was clearly unconvinced. Sai, I knew you wouldn't believe me. The story goes like this. Luong briefly recounted the events to her over the phone. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and just before the call ended, Luong heard his father's roar. Hurry up and hang up the phone, I'll buy a ticket to Jiangdu. What are you waiting for? Beep, beep, beep. Luong felt a bit panicked. Given his father's temper, he was sure he would get an earful for such a big issue. He was completely unprepared for the fact that his parents had suddenly gained 3 granddaughters and a daughter-in-law. Luong could only pin his hopes on Gu Xinling and the 3 little treasures, wondering if his parents would be more surprised than shocked when they saw them. Upon returning to the maternity center, Luong first paid off the more than 40,000 he owed. This meant that the 100,000 he exchanged from the system was now reduced to just over 50,000, and he still had to consider housing issues. He couldn't possibly stay at the maternity center forever. Living in a single room like he currently was clearly wouldn't work. Moreover, when his mom came over, she might stay to help, so he had to rent a larger house. He directly sent a message to his older brother Lin Hao asking him to help find a 3-bedroom apartment, as Lin Hao's current profession was a real estate agent. Soon Lin Hao replied, Little 3, why do you suddenly want to change your house into such a large one? The post you made in the morning can't be true, can it? It's true. WOC. Little 3, did someone trick you into becoming a dad? What are you talking about? Get to work and find me a house. There are plenty of houses. Are you serious? Luong directly sent the location of the maternity center and stopped her. Luong was out for just over an hour, and when he returned to the room the babies were still sound asleep. Gu Xinling had just woken up not long ago and was struggling to raise her hand to press the call button by the bed. What's wrong? Luong hurriedly asked. Help me call the nurse away. I need to use the restroom. Gu Xinling's face had turned bright red as she spoke. Luong quickly walked over and pressed the call button. The previous intimate moments were all for the baby. However, clearly she felt too embarrassed to ask Luong for help with such a private matter. To his surprise, after pressing the call button, a voice came from inside. Please wait a moment. The nurses are currently changing shifts. Gu Xinling froze her face, showing a painful expression as she had truly reached her limit. Whoa, what to do? If she couldn't hold it and ended up making a mess on the bed, she really wouldn't be able to face anyone again, and Gu Xinling was struggling internally. Just help me to the restroom. She finally gritted her teeth and called for help from Luong. Luong carefully picked her up and walked to the restroom, placing her down only at the edge of the toilet. Can you undress by yourself? Luong asked softly, bending down. It hurts. Oh, so we'll close my eyes. Luong closed his eyes and helped her undress, then carefully assisted her to sit down before stepping out of the restroom and closing the door. Phew. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief outside the door, Gu Xinling's voice came from inside. You better cover your ears and not listen. Luong simply walked outside the ward, waiting several minutes before going back in. Is it done? Yes, came the reply as Luong pushed open the bathroom door. Gu Xinling suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, for Luong had tied a piece of cloth over his eyes without knowing where he got it. Yet in the next moment warmth surged within her heart as Luong's character made her feel even more confident in her choice. After helping her dress while blindfolded, Luong finally tore off the cloth and carried her back to the bed. At that moment the nurse came in after her shift holding gauze and medicine. Miss Gu, it's time to change the dressing. Family members can watch, and if you go home you can change the dressing yourself, the nurse advised, causing Luong to stand by the bed ready to learn. However, Gu Xinling refused to move her hand from her small belly. What's wrong, Miss Gu? Are you still shy? The nurse chuckled. It's just that my stomach looks terrible now with the incision and stretch marks, Gu Xinling said, turning her face to the side to avoid looking at Luong. At that moment Luong felt a pang in his heart. He knew very well that every girl loves beauty, especially since Gu Xinling was once the first goddess of Jiangdu media. Both her figure and looks were impeccable. She just didn't want to show Luong her imperfections. Annie, let me do it. You teach me how to do it, Luong said as he took the gauze and medicine from the nurse's hands, directly lifting up Gu Xinling's shirt to reveal her small belly. You've worked hard. If it hurts, tell me immediately. Gu Xinling's expression was hesitant, but ultimately transformed into a faint smile. Under the nurse's guidance, Luong carefully tore off the tape, revealing skin under the gauze dyed a yellow-brown from disinfectant, contrasting sharply with the surrounding delicate white skin. On her lower abdomen, a stitched incision resembled a fierce centipede. Furthermore, her once slender waist had become somewhat rounded with numerous deep grooves. It must have hurt a lot. She must have been very scared lying alone on the operating table. Luong felt a sharp pain in his heart, realizing he hadn't been there for her when she needed him the most. After changing the dressing, Luong placed new gauze on her. At the moment the clothes were covered, Gu Xinling, who had been tightly gripping the blanket, finally relaxed her grip. After the nurse left, she softly asked, It looks terrible. I wonder if it can recover. Once the wound heals, I will help you eliminate the scars, ensuring you return to how you were before, Luong said gently. Really? Gu Xinling's eyes sparkled. Did you forget yesterday's massage technique? My family has traditional Chinese medicine in our bloodline. I believe you then. The two exchanged smiles, and after spending a day together it seemed their distance had suddenly closed significantly. Hey, Lao-san. Over here. A sneaky voice came from behind. Luong turned to see Lin Hao's half-face peeking from the doorframe. He'll step out for a moment, Luong called as he left the room. Lin Hao directly punched Luong on the shoulder, grinning. What are you up to? What's going on? Who is that on the bed? Lin Hao hadn't seen the person's face clearly before when Luong was blocking it. I posted on Moments, just accidentally became a dad. Come, let me show you my precious daughter. Luong pulled Lin Hao into the room, feeling an uncontrollable urge to Once Lin Hao was pulled into the room, he glanced at the bed. Wow. Keep it down, you're waking the baby. Luong quickly turned around and covered his mouth with one hand while Lin Hao's eyes were wildly darting towards the bed, continuously pointing in that direction. When Luong finally released his hand, Lin Hao let out a sigh, still making exaggerated expressions towards Luong. What expression is that? Let me introduce you. Luong pulled his arm around, directing him towards the bed. Gu Xinling, my daughter's mother. This is my dorm's elder, Lin Hao. You should have seen him at the previous wine party. At this moment Lin Hao was a bit dazed, awkwardly raising his hand to wave at Gu Xinling. Long time no see. Hello. Gu Xinling on the bed responded with a flat expression, merely offering a polite reply. Her current demeanor was completely different from when facing Luong alone, giving off a vibe of keeping people at arm's length. Lin Hao didn't mind, as the entire Jiangdu Media Academy knew what kind of personality Gu Xinling had, who perhaps only Luong would get to see her other side. After the introductions, the two approached the crib. Lin Hao was stunned after just one glance. Seeing a real person was entirely different from seeing a picture, especially considering how adorable the triplets were. Wow, this is amazing. They look exactly the same. Can I hold one? As Lin Hao reached out towards the babies, Luong swiftly slapped his arm. Have you washed your hands before holding them? Lin Hao, not angry after being slapped, retracted his arm and squatted down beside the babies, grinning foolishly. Have you found a place to live? At that moment, Luong asked, as he estimated that his dad would arrive tomorrow at the latest, and the housing issue needed to be resolved quickly. I found a 3-bedroom apartment at Jiangpan Huafu, fully furnished, ready to move in, and can sign the contract anytime. I found it according to your requirements. Lin Hao said, his gaze not leaving the babies. Let's go now to sign the contract. We also need to buy some things. Luong directly pulled him up and instructed Gu Xining. I'll go rent the place and be back quickly. If you need anything, just ask the nurse. Okay, you go. I'll be fine, Gu Xining obediently replied. The two then left the postpartum center and got into Lin Hao's car, heading towards Jiangpan Huafu. As soon as they got in the car, Lin Hao couldn't wait to ask, "Wow, Lao Sen, I didn't expect you to quietly win over the campus flower and have triplets. Do you believe me if I say it was an accident? Why hasn't such an accident happened to me? Because you're not as handsome as I am. Get lost." The two brothers bantered all the way, and when they arrived, the landlord had already gotten there first. Luong only took a brief look at the house. The appliances were all complete, with a rent of 6,000 a month. From the balcony, they could see the Yangtze River that runs through Jiangdu, and the scenery was quite nice. Luong didn't hesitate to pay 1800 with a 2-month deposit and 1-month rent. After that, he drove out to buy several sets of new bedding and kitchenware. Only after everything was settled did he return to the postpartum center. Just as he got back, the babies had also woken up, leading to another flurry of activity, earning him a wave of precious baby points. Babies under a month old require more sleep than wake time, so after Luong played with them for a while on the bed, the 3 little ones started yawning again. After soothing them to sleep, Luong turned to Gu Xining and asked, "What do you want?" However, Gu Xining did not answer, her brows furrowing painfully. "What's wrong?" Luong asked anxiously. "It's bloating." "Then he'll carry you to the bathroom." "No." Gu Xining blushed again, pouting. "It's all your fault with that massage technique. Now the baby is full, and I'm bloated and in pain." Luong was stunned upon hearing this. He thought he understood everything about babies. However, this was truly beyond his capability. With no choice, Luong had to call for his aunt, thinking that someone with experience would surely have some insights. Upon arriving, his aunt burst into laughter after hearing Luong's concerns. "I thought something serious had happened. This is actually a good thing. Previously you weren't producing enough for the baby, and now you need not worry. But what if she feels bloated and uncomfortable because there's too much?" Hearing Luong's words, his aunt suddenly said teasingly, "Actually, there is a way. I encountered this situation myself back. How did you deal with it back then?" Luong asked anxiously. "Come here." His aunt beckoned him over and then whispered in his ear, "Back then I also had excess, and I let the baby's father take care of it." After quietly sharing this, his aunt immediately left the room, leaving Luong stunned. He couldn't believe this was the solution. Gu Xining, half reclining on the bed, tilted her head in confusion as she watched the aunt and Luong play word games. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked, "What did the aunt say? Did she tell you how to solve it?" "Yes, she told me." "Then help me quickly. I'm feeling really uncomfortable right now." "Can I really do it? Who else can I turn to? Isn't it similar to a massage technique?" Luong remained silent, turned around to close the door, locked it, turned off the light, and then drew the curtains. This series of actions left Gu Xining dumbfounded. Then Luong approached the bed and reached out to unbutton her. Gu Xining did not resist. After all, she was genuinely uncomfortable, and Luong had kindly turned off the light to spare her any embarrassment. Moreover, she had experienced a massage technique before, so it wasn't entirely unacceptable. However, things were completely different from what she had imagined. After unbuttoning her top, Luong did not massage her, but leaned down closer instead. She quickly covered her face with her hands and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Luong looked up and said, "The aunt mentioned that everything excess she had back then was given to the baby's father." Gu Xining sigma, her pretty face instantly turned as red as a volcano, and even Luong could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. "What are you doing?" she shouted, pushing Luong's head away, pulling up the blanket to cover her head. Luong smirked slightly, got up, turned on the light, and walked out. A few minutes later, he returned with a transparent plastic device. At that moment, Gu Xining was still under the blanket, making no sound. "I was just teasing you earlier. This is the real solution." Upon hearing Luong's voice, 2 big round eyes peeked out from the edge of the blanket. "What do you have there?" Luong shook the device in his hand, which looked like a funnel with a hollow, transparent rubber ball attached. "This is to replace me in doing the work." Understanding dawned on Gu Xining, but her face remained flushed. However, using a tool to extract it was undoubtedly preferable to having Luong do it himself, though otherwise that would be too embarrassing. In the end, Luong used the tool to help her solve the problem. She relaxed, but gazed at the extracted baby food with a look of regret. "What should we do with this? Throwing it away feels wasteful." Luong took out his phone to check online and said many mothers freeze it and gradually give it to the baby. "No way, the baby must drink it fresh." "I agree, but what about this? How about you? Don't waste it." The 2 eyes peeking out from the blanket sparkled with cunning light. "Why didn't you let me drink it directly just now, eh?" "Oomph." Gu Xining pulled the blanket higher, unwilling to answer the question. Just then Luong's phone vibrated. It was a call from the company. "Hello, is this Teacher Lu?" "Yes, it is. We need to adjust the revenue sharing plan for your Songyuma City." "Oh, How do we adjust it? The boss personally reviewed it and felt that the sales of your previous work were not impressive, so the final sharing ratio remains at the bronze level of 5. Okay, I understand. Then please come to the company to sign the contract when you have time. Luong hung up the phone directly. His expression remained largely unchanged. There were hardly any precedents for revising the previously agreed revenue-sharing plan, yet it changed in his case. Without a doubt, it was that Sun Juanxi who stirred the pot. And the boss chose to side with his relatives. Was this a way to subtly chastise him? Luong narrowed his eyes slightly, and after some consideration decided to sign the contract. 5 is 5, this is just the first round of the competition. Luong was confident that he could double the deducted share on the second song. What's wrong? Is there a problem with work? Gu Xining asked with concern. It's nothing, just a minor issue, Luong. By the way, it seems the new talent competition has already started this year. Did you submit something? Of course, but I submitted my work directly to the company internally. Then you should prioritize your work. I can have my aunt help here without any problem. Luong smiled lightly and said, that won't do, you and the baby come first. Besides, it's just a new talent competition, or it won't be difficult for me. Gu Xining pouted, clearly feeling that Luong was boasting. By the way, my parents might arrive in Jiangdu tomorrow. Luong suddenly remembered and felt it necessary to mention it in advance. Upon hearing this, Gu Xining's face revealed a nervous expression, her small hands tightly gripping the corners of the blanket. This? So soon? Yes, my hometown isn't far from Jiangdu. Quick, hand me the mirror, it's in the bathroom. Luong was somewhat puzzled, but still entered the bathroom, retrieved the mirror, and handed it to her. Gu Xining took the mirror, looking left and right, frowning one moment, and sighing the next, not revealing what she was thinking. What should I do? I feel like my skin has worsened so much and my hair is greasy too. How can I face your parents? Luong's heart warmed upon hearing this, as she was worried about this. He immediately spoke gently, my parents are easy to get along with, and they will definitely love you, you're so beautiful. Luong was not exaggerating. Even though Gu Xining had become a bit haggard from childbirth, she was still stunning. After all, she was a campus beauty. No way, I can't be too casual on our first meeting. Help me think of something. Gu Xining suddenly gave Luong a pleading look. Okay, wait for me a moment. Luong casually replied and stepped out of the room. However, he didn't go far, just stood at the door and began searching through the system. Postpartum care kit. This is it. Luong exchanged 1,000 Mengbao points for this kit. Previously, he had used 500 points for 5 songs, and now his Mengbao points were nearly depleted. After returning to the room, Luong handed it to Gu Xining. What is this? There's no label on it. Gu Xining asked, holding several bottles of different shapes. The bottles were transparent and had no writing on them. When she opened the cap, a refreshing, subtle fragrance wafted out. It smells so good. Gu Xining exclaimed. Previously, she had only used world-class skincare brands. However, she must admit that just the scent of this product made her feel very comfortable, something those big brands couldn't achieve. It's an ancestral recipe, completely natural. You'll know once you try it. Luong casually made up an excuse. Then I need to wash my face first. Gu Xining turned her head towards the bathroom. Then with a pitiful expression she continued, I haven't bathed since giving birth, I'm so dirty. How about taking a bath now? No, my incision hasn't healed, so I can't touch water. I can only wipe with a wet towel. Gu Xining frowned. Oh. Luong nodded, walked into the bathroom, filled a basin with hot water, then wet the towel, and came out. What are you doing? Gu Xining's eyes widened in fear. Didn't you say to use a wet towel to wipe your body? You? Oh dear, call the aunt over. Gu Xining covered her face with the blanket, grumbling, annoying. Luong scratched the back of his head, called for the aunt, and then Gu Xining shooed him out of the room, pulling the curtain shut. After standing at the door for more than 10 minutes, the aunt finally opened the door. Upon entering, he saw that Gu Xining had already changed into a new outfit, and even the sheets and quilt covers had been changed. How do you use all of these? I can't tell their functions without any words on them. Seeing Luong enter, Gu Xining eager. It seems she truly cares about her image, specifically about her first impression when meeting Luong's parents. That big bottle is facial cream, and the cylindrical one is shampoo, both are Liavain products. Luong explained. Of course, he was just reading from the usage instructions in the system. He himself couldn't even tell the difference between conditioner and facial cleanser. Gu Xining, hearing this, brushed her slightly oily bangs, and her longing was unmistakable in her eyes. He'll help you. Luong walked over directly, picking her up and shifting her position to let her head hang over the edge of the bed. He then moved a small stool to sit by the bed, her hair, which reached her waist, cascading over Luong's legs. After squeezing out some shampoo, Luong began to apply it meticulously, and a faint fragrance quickly filled the entire room. It smells so good. Gu Xining closed her eyes, her face glowing with happiness. At this moment, a mother holding a baby peeked in at the door and softly asked, What brand are you using? It smells so nice. She had come over, drawn by the fragrance from next door. It's a family recipe from my home. Luong replied without turning around, busy with his hands while smiling. May I come in? The mother asked. It's fine, come in. After receiving permission, she walked into the room with her baby, her gaze instantly captivated by the 3 little ones in the crib. She was so surprised that she covered her mouth with one hand, nearly gasping in astonishment. After quickly walking to the bedside and taking a look, she said with envy, Oh my goodness, you actually have triplets, how lucky you are. And the babies are so adorable, I'm so jealous. Upon hearing this, a smile uncontrollably appeared on Luong's face, and even Gu Xining, who usually remained indifferent in front of others, showed a slight smile. Proudly she uttered 2 words, "Thank you." After hearing Gu Xining's voice, the mother turned her gaze toward her, and once again her mouth fell open in surprise. "You are so beautiful, no wonder the baby is so cute." Just then Luong finished applying the shampoo and raised his head, and the mother took another look at him. "You are so handsome too, this isn't fair. It feels like the most beautiful family in the world is all gathered," the mother exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. Luong and Gu Xining were not particularly responsive. They had heard too many compliments about their appearance. After all, one was the campus heartthrob, and the other was the campus beauty. However, they couldn't help but feel delighted at the compliments about the babies. Perhaps that is the greatest joy of being parents. After chatting for a while, the mother suggested that the 2 families take a group photo together. Luong could tell that she genuinely liked his baby, and of course he had no reason to refuse. Just then the 3 little ones also woke up, babbling in a language only they could understand. The mother went out to call an aunt, and soon the 2 families took a few photos holding the babies. They used a Polaroid camera, and the photos were quickly printed. Each family kept 1 copy. At this moment, the mother had no idea that years later someone would offer an exorbitant price for this photo. After the mother left contentedly, Luong took out his phone and started snapping pictures like crazy. "It seems we need to prepare a Polaroid camera too. Every moment of the baby's growth must be recorded." "I agree. Previously I had the aunt take pictures with my phone. From now on I'll be responsible for recording." After taking the photos, Luong selected 9 pictures from the album to prepare for posting on his social media. The purpose of taking photos is twofold: to document, and of course to show off the baby. However, just as he was about to press the publish button, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Can I post your pictures?" "Of course, go ahead and post whatever you want," Gu Xining said with a smile in her eyes. There's a saying that to judge whether someone truly loves you, see if they are willing to make you public, applicable to both genders. Then he'll post it, but he'll block everyone from the music circle. It will only be visible to my family, Luong explained. Upon hearing this, warmth surged in Gu Xining's heart, as she quickly understood Luong's intention. He was considering that he would return to the stage in the future if news of getting married and having children leaked in the circle. It could impact his career. "Actually, you don't have to, I don't mind." Gu Xining shook her head. Luong smiled lightly. He did care. Blocking all friends from the music circle, including former classmates, except for his 3 brothers from the dorm. Luong clicked the publish button. G. Within seconds of posting on social media, his phone buzzed incessantly. "Mom, is this really my granddaughter? Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Is that girl my daughter-in-law? She looks like a big star." Luong replied, "She looks more beautiful in person." Dog emoji. "Dad, you little rascal, come to Jiangdu tomorrow noon. Oh, let's see how I deal with you." Luong completely ignored this and moved on. "Aunt Xiaoang, are you joking? Why so sudden?" Reply, "It is a bit sudden. I'll formally notify everyone in a while." Younger Aunt Kid, "Honestly, where did you find such a beautiful girl?" Reply, "Guess." Smirk emoji. Lin, how thumbs up, air pang Gu Xining. Uncle 4. Just as Luong was replying and grinning foolishly, Gu Xining quietly took out her phone and opened her social media. She saw the 9-grid photo that Luong posted, but couldn't see the replies below, as she didn't have those people as friends. Watching Luong hesitate to speak, she also eagerly wanted to know her family and friends' opinions. Luong seemed to notice her gaze and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just, what did your family say in their replies?" Gu Xining asked shyly. Luong directly turned his phone screen toward her, and after Gu Xining looked, her mouth gently curved up, seemingly relieved. "Then send me a copy of the photos we just took." "Okay." After a series of operations, Gu Xining also had those. She selected 9 photos, just like Luong's, to edit for her social media, but her finger hovered over the publish button, hesitating to press down. Most of her friends were family members, and she only had a few close girlfriends from school. Then there were just a few colleagues from her company. She bit her lip, struggling internally. She had previously managed to refrain from posting baby pictures. Now that she saw Luong had posted, she found it hard to resist as well. She needed to consider the consequences of posting. She could also block people like Luong. However, the difference was that she needed to block her family most. If she did that, what would be the point of posting on social media? At this moment, what she needed most was the blessings from her family. Yet she knew that once she pressed the publish button, it would cause a stir that could even affect Luong and the baby. After much hesitation, she finally moved her finger away and let out a gentle sigh. Luong was no fool. He certainly noticed her unusual behavior. With a glance at her phone screen, he quickly grasped the situation. "Does your family not know about this yet?" he asked softly. Gu Xining nodded with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly feeling her hands enveloped in warmth. She opened her eyes to find Luong holding her hands. "If you feel that I am not yet at a level your family can accept, then please give me some more time. It won't be long. I will personally come to your home to formally propose, so your family will accept me." Upon hearing Luong's sincere words, Gu Xining's lips quivered and her eyes turned red as she began to choke back her tears. Luong felt a wave of heartache and sat on the edge of the bed, allowing her to lean on his shoulder. Perhaps she cried herself to exhaustion as Gu Xining soon fell asleep. However, Luong felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly increase. After a moment of contemplation, he reopened the system. Relying solely on the fame gained from this rookie competition was limited, and it required time to accumulate. What he lacked most now was time. He didn't want to make Gu Xining wait too long. But when he clicked on the following options, he was left for options like martial strength, medical skills, and technology, each started at 1,000 Q treasure points. Looks like I have to rely on the music industry for now, he murmured as he exited the system. He then picked up his phone and began searching. A few minutes later, his phone screen landed on the website of a film company. This film company was called Qingning Films, one of the many subsidiaries under the Tianqin Group. Tianqin Group is a super commercial empire encompassing technology, medical care, real estate, and more, which established Qingning Films a year ago to enter the film industry. What Luong was browsing was the latest movie announcement from Qingning Films. This announcement was to solicit a theme. The prize was an astounding 10 million. Luong was utterly shocked. No wonder it was Tianqin Group. Even for their first film, they put up such a grand affair with an investment of over 300 million. They even offered 10 million for a theme song. As someone in the music industry, Luong naturally understood how outrageous this price was. It was the level of a top-tier composer. Moreover, this 10 million was merely for purchasing the copyright to use the work as the film's background music. They would not partake in any revenue sharing once the work was sold afterwards. What a grand gesture. Such generous conditions naturally attracted a frenzy among countless composers. Luong flipped through the submissions page, and every entry seemed to be a well-known composer in the music industry. The lowest rank was Diamond. Of course, there were also some below Diamond hoping for a stroke of luck. If selected, it would be a meteoric rise. This was the first film since Qingning Films was established, and it was obvious it would be heavily promoted. The theme song would also receive substantial exposure, arguably even more enticing than the rookie competition. After all, the rookie competition was meant for newcomers, and generally composers above the Diamond level wouldn't participate. This was the true battlefield for high-tier composers. Luong felt compelled and clicked on the movie's synopsis, wanting to write a theme song for the film. The first thing was to understand the story being told in the film, and then write a song based on that story. The synopsis was not long, but was very clear. Movie title: The Youth We Lost Those Years. The content described a love missed during youthful arrogance. It was essentially a youth campus film summed up in Luong reopened the system and entered the music library to start searching. There were simply too many songs about campus life, youth, and first love. After half an hour of sifting through, Luong finally selected a piece he thought matched the film best. The song was titled Those Years. Without hesitation, he spent 100 cute treasure points to exchange for the sheet music, then edited it into a digital version for submission on the website. The next day at noon, the hospital room was occupied only by a tense Gu Xining and 3 babies. At that moment, Luong was at the high-speed train station enduring the wrath of his father. Bang! His father Lu Jimin curved 2 fingers and struck his son's head with a powerful blow. You little brat. What the hell is going on? Explain yourself quickly. How could you hide something this big until now? Luong covered his head and said aggrievedly, that I only found out yesterday too. Do you believe me? Bang! I don't believe a word of it. Luong had no choice but to remain silent. It seemed only Gu Xining could explain it herself. Along the way, his mother kept quietly asking about various things like what Gu Xining liked to eat. The key was that Luong had only spent a day with her, so how would he know? As a result, his mother ended up giving him a few hits on the head. The family of 3 took a taxi to the entrance of the confinement center. After getting out, his mother immediately walked to the glass door, fixing her hair and adjusting her clothes. Son, does my hair look okay? I didn't sleep well after hearing the news yesterday. Do you think I might appear a bit disheveled when I meet? Looking at his mother, who seemed visibly anxious, Luong was reminded of Gu Xining from yesterday. No, Mom, Luong hurriedly reassured her, pulling her arm as they walked inside. His father, appearing stern, followed closely behind, but the constant tightening and loosening of his fists betrayed his anxiety. Upon reaching the door, Luong gently opened it, and Gu Xining, like a startled rabbit, looked up at Luong. She mouthed silently, "You're here?" Seeing Luong nod, she quickly waved him over. Luong hurried over, realizing Gu Xining wanted to get up from the... After lifting her up and standing her on the ground, Luong adjusted her clothes and hair before calling his parents in from outside. His mother, looking tense, instantly broke into a warm smile as she entered. When she saw Gu Xining, who was also nervously standing there, her eyes revealed a look of delight. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie." Gu Xining hurriedly greeted politely. "Oh, hello. You must be Xining. You look just like a fairy from a painting." Luong's mother said enthusiastically. Hello. Luong's father merely responded briefly. After exchanging pleasantries, Luong's mother directly took out a thick red envelope from her bag and walked over. She directly shoved the red envelope into Gu Xining's hands, saying, "Xining, this matter happened rather suddenly, and your uncle and I didn't have time to prepare. Please accept this red envelope for now." Gu Xining looked flustered, wanting to push it back, but found it impossible, so she looked to Luong for help. "Take it, it's just my mother's token of goodwill," Luong said. "Then thank you, uncle and auntie," Gu Xining said softly, her tension easing somewhat with "By the way, can we see the babies?" Luong's mother inquired. "The babies are over here," Gu Xining said as she took small steps to lead the elders over. "Oh dear, silly girl, don't move, go lie back down quickly. Listen to Annie," Luong's mother said as she immediately supported Gu Xining's arm, helping her sit back down on the edge of the bed. The elders moved over to the babies while Gu Xining, sitting on the bed, looked at Luong, her eyes crinkling into a smile. "Oh, my little darlings, how utterly adorable you are. Come, let grandma hold you tight." At the very sight of the 3 infants, Luong's mother felt her heart melt completely. Just as she had done during Lu Ang's first visit, she hesitated between the three babies, uncertain which to cradle first. In the end, she reached for Tong Tong, the one on the far left. They're identical. Can you really tell them apart? She asked, holding Tang Tang close and studying her features intently, then glancing back and forth between Guogua and Tian Tian. We can tell them apart perfectly. Tang Tang, the eldest, is the quietest, Guogua, the second, is the liveliest, when Tian Tian, the youngest, is easiest to recognize. She has a tiny mole behind her ear. Gu Xining explained. This method of distinction had long been taught to Luong. Upon hearing this, their father lifted Tian Tian and confirmed the mole behind her ear, a feature absent in her two older sisters. Seeing both elder sisters lifted into arms, Guogua grew indignant, waving her tiny hands and babbling. True to Gu Xining's description, she was indeed spirited. At that moment, father sternly summoned Luong outside. Luong obediently followed, knowing full well he could not evade this reckoning. What do you intend to do? Does her family even know yet? Lu Jimin's voice was grave and unyielding. During his last call, Luong had only mentioned the accidental pregnancy after drinking, omitting all details about Gu Xining's family. Yet Luong himself knew nothing of her family's circumstances. He'd once tried asking, but she'd seemed reluctant to speak of it. There may be reasons why she isn't ready to inform her family just yet. Luong replied honestly. He knew his father held deeply traditional views. Marriage demanded strict adherence to protocol, formal proposal, engagement ceremony, dowry, all non-negotiable customs. As expected, Lu Jimin frowned sharply. Look what you've gotten yourself into. Angry though he was with 3 grandchildren already here, there was no turning back now. Lu Jimin reached into his pocket and handed Luong a bank card. This holds every cent your mother and I have saved over our lifetime. Go choose an apartment and pay the down payment immediately. Otherwise, when her family finds out, you'll have nothing to offer, not even a proper home to show her. How will you ever face them? Luong stood frozen. His parents had run a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in their small town for decades, living frugally, denying themselves even basic comforts. Yet now, without hesitation, they offered their life savings. He couldn't accept it. Not yet. He would earn the money soon enough. It was merely a matter of time. Dad, I'll hold off on taking the card. I can support us myself, Luong said. Take it and don't argue. You refused medicine to chase music. What pittance do your songs truly earn? Lu Jimin shot him a sharp, disapproving glare and thrust the card firmly into his palm. Luong was momentarily speechless. Within 2 days, he'd already received 2 bank cards. One from Gu Xining, one from his father, making him feel absurdly like a helpless dependent. Still, he reluctantly accepted the card, tucking it away for now. By the way, shall I take you both out for dinner? Luong asked. His parents had rushed straight here by train and hadn't. Why dine out? Yesterday, I brought several free-range chickens. I'll have your mother stew them for Xining to replenish her. His father retorted, exasperated. Luong, sensing his father's lingering ire, dared not object, and instead called Lin Hao to drive the elderly couple to their newly rented apartment. After seeing his parents off, Luong returned to the room, only to find Gu Xining staring blankly at the red envelope his mother had given her. Seeing him enter, she opened the envelope and withdrew a thick wad of cash, then asked nervously, why exactly 10,001 yuan? You don't know? Luong teased. Gu Xining shook her head, bewildered. 10,001 yuan means, you're the extra precious one. I'm the extra one. She whimpered and burst into tears. Luang's expression shifted instantly. He'd only meant it as a light-hearted jest, but she'd taken it to heart. Don't cry, don't cry. I was teasing. It actually means 1 in 10,000. Look, I'll prove it. Panicked, he pulled out his phone, searched the phrase, and showed her the result. Relieved to see the definition matched his explanation, she wiped her tears and pouted, I won't talk to you anymore. Then with a soft huff, she burrowed under the covers, refusing to acknowledge him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Qingming Film Studio, Director Wang still haven't found the right piece. Submissions have dwindled these past 2 days. Feng Min, the music producer, asked wearily from outside the recording studio. Though Qingming's debut film wasn't a blockbuster production, the entire company had poured extraordinary effort into it. A single theme song had already cost 10 million yuan to commission. Yet the submission campaign, now nearing its final month, was drawing to a close with the film's release date fast approaching. Still, director Wang had yet to discover a song among the hundreds submitted that resonated perfectly with the film's soul. Sigh, some entries are truly outstanding, but something essential remains elusive. Director Wang wore a troubled expression. Just then, commotion stirred at the door. Irritated, he nearly snapped, until an elegant figure stepped calmly inside. He rose immediately. President Gu, what an honor. What brings you here today? The visitor was Gu Wanhua, general manager of Qingming Film Studio, though that was merely one of her many titles. Qingming Film Studio was a subsidiary established just last year under Tianqin Group, and before that Gu Wanhua had served as vice president of Tianqin Group itself. I heard the film is entering its final stretch. Thought I'd stop by. Please, Director Wang, carry on as usual. Gu Wang, yet her quiet presence alone radiated such commanding authority that Director Wang couldn't help but tense, especially given rumors he'd heard that the film was loosely inspired by Gu Wanhua's own youth. The film itself is flawless. Only the theme song remains unresolved, Director Wang admitted, frankly offering no. Are you conducting auditions today? Then I'll listen along, Gu Wanhua smiled. Director Wang promptly instructed his staff, quick, Check if any new submissions arrived today. Let President Gu hear them firsthand. The assistant responsible for submissions looked flustered. Well, there is one, but it's from an obscure, virtually unknown composer. Director Wang paused. After all, today marked the campaign's final day. Perhaps a fledgling composer had simply seized a last chance. Just as he hesitated, Gu Wanhua spoke gently. No matter. I'm already here. Let's hear it. At her word, he immediately arranged for a live vocal trial. The professionals present swiftly prepared the studio, and soon a voice emerged from the recording booth. Back to where it all began. Your youthful face in memory's haze. At last we've reached this day. An old photograph beneath the tablecloth, binding countless fragments of the past. The verses unfolded quietly, like a middle-aged soul reflecting with gentle sorrow upon vanished youth. Director Wang glanced sideways at President Gu, only to stare stunned as tears shimmered softly in her eyes. The song continued to play. The mist-heavy rain of those years, the love of those years that slipped away, how I long to embrace you, to embrace the courage that was lost. Hearing this, Gu Wanhua couldn't hold back her tears any longer and hurriedly turned to leave the recording studio. When she returned, she had already regained her posture as the president of the group, though her eyes were still red. No need to choose, let's use this song. Gu Wanhua said decisively. All right, President Gu will contact the author right away. Director Wang also had the same intention. The song's ambience matched the film's theme perfectly. Moreover, the tune was catchy, completely unlike a piece that a novice composer could write. When submitting to the website, the author's contact information was left, and Director Wang quickly obtained the author's details from his assistant. Young Master Lu. Quite an interesting stage name, he muttered, then dialed the number. Hello, is this Young Master Lu? Yes, it is. We are planning to use the song you submitted those years. Can I ask where you are? I'm in Jiangdu. That's great. Do you have time to come and sign the contract? I don't have time. Please tell me the location and I'll come over. Saying this, Director Wang reached for a pen and paper, listening and writing at the same time. I bow, Maternity Center VIP room, 808. Gu Wanhua had been immersed in the music, lost in memories, but suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing the address from Director Wang. She walked over to look at the paper, a strange expression appearing on her face. Young Master Lu. That's really interesting. After hanging up, Director Wang asked, President Gu, do you know this Young Master Lu? I might know him, but I need to confirm in person, Gu Wanhua said. What do you mean? Give me the contract, I'll go personally. At the maternity center, Luong casually hung up the phone, not too surprised that the song had been selected. Having learned about the film's theme, he had carefully chosen this perfect matching piece. If it didn't get selected, it would only mean that the production team lacked vision. However, his parents had just arrived and the baby was awake, so there was no time to go sign the contract. Fortunately, they said someone would come here personally. Is it work-related? Gu Sikong asked. Yes, I submitted a film theme song that was accepted, and the organizers are coming over to sign the contract with me. You're amazing. Which movie did you submit to? Gu Sikong raised her eyebrows, genuinely happy for Luong. It's that youth film by Qingming Pictures called Those Years We Missed. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just haven't heard of this company. It's normal not to have heard of it. It seems Tianxin Group was only established last year, and this is their first film. Oh. Gu Sikong nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Soon after, Luong's parents returned, bringing with them a newly bought thermos. Sitsong, try this, bit soup made from rural free-range chicken. I don't know if it suits your taste, Luong's mother said, pouring the chicken soup into a small bowl and feeding it to Gu Sikong. Auntie, I can do it myself, Gu Sikong said, feeling somewhat awkward. Other than her family, she had never been so intimate with outsiders except for Luong. Let me do it, Luong said as he took the bowl from his mother's hands. His mother didn't insist, as it was only natural to feel a bit reserved upon just meeting. Only then did Gu Sikong take a sip of the chicken soup, suddenly pursing her lips and lowering her eyes in silence. What's wrong? Is it not good? His mother asked anxiously. It's not that, Annie, but just reminded me of my mother. The soup you made tastes very similar to her. Gu Sikong's face showed a hint of sorrow. That's good, that's good. If I meet your mother, I believe we would get along very well, Luong's mother said tentatively. Luong told her that Gu Sikong had always been reluctant to mention her family, so she thought it was best to bring it up herself, since their families would eventually meet. However, upon hearing this, Gu Sikong fell silent again, and after a long time quietly said, My mother has been gone for many years. Luong's hand, which was feeding soup, froze, his heart twisted in pain. No wonder she had cried so sadly yesterday when she mentioned wanting to drink her mother's rib soup. Luong's mother was also heartbroken. She held Gu Sikong's hand and said, Child, if you are willing, I will treat you like my own daughter from now on. Upon hearing this, Gu Sikong's eyes turned red and she nodded seriously. A warmth rose within her. This maternal warmth was something she hadn't felt in a long time. After Gu Sikong finished eating, her parents left first. While Luong was leaning over the bed to lull the baby to sleep, a slender figure appeared at the door. Auntie. Shoo. Gu Wanhua immediately raised her finger to stop Gu Sikong from speaking further. Luong turned to look at the sound and recognized the woman at the door. She seemed familiar, as if he had seen her in the hallway yesterday. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Luong inquired. Are you Young Master Lu, Mr. Lu? Gu Wanhua asked. Upon hearing this, Luong realized she was the one from Qingming Pictures here to discuss the contract. Young Master Lu was the stage name he used in the music industry. That's me, Luong said as he pulled out a chair and placed it in front of the room's table. Gu Wanhua scrutinized Lu Ong, her eyes often filled with a smile. Hello, I'm Gu Wanhua, the general manager of Qingning Pictures. Gu Wanhua extended her hand. Hello, I'm Lu Ong. Lu Ong responded, shaking her hand lightly. At the same time, he felt somewhat surprised. He never expected the general manager of Qingning Pictures would come in person. Even an excellent song shouldn't warrant such attention from a film company. The song created by Mr. Lu is excellent and aligns perfectly with our film's theme, Gu Wanhua praised sincerely. She had a different understanding of this song than others. There were rumors in the company that this film's script was based on her experiences in her youth. She wanted to clarify that the script was indeed based on her own story, so when she heard that song, her memories were immediately brought back to her youthful. You flatter me, Manager Gu. Are we signing the contract now? Lu Ong said, directly, eager to finalize the contract as he had a baby to care for. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanhua immediately took out the contract and handed it over. After Lu Ong reviewed it and found no issues, they began filling out the details on the contract. When they reached the section for the payment bank card, Lu Ong realized he couldn't remember his card number. He was too lazy to check on his phone and recalled that Gu Sikong had given him a card yesterday. He took it out of his pocket and began filling out the information. Gu Wanhua's expression changed slightly upon seeing the card, her brows lifting slightly. Silently turning to look at Gu Sitsung, she thought this card has a total of 20 million. This girl actually gave it directly to Lu Ong. What a loss! This was a huge loss. The carefully nurtured flower at home was taken away, and as an aunt she was still foolishly offering another 10 million. Gu Xining tilted her head in confusion, as if she did not understand the glance thrown at her by her aunt. In the end, she could only raise the corners of her mouth and give her aunt a charming smile. Gu Wanhua helplessly pressed her hand against her forehead and shot her a doting glare. A daughter grows up and can't be kept at home. Meanwhile, Lu Ong quickly finished signing the contents of the contract and handed it over to Gu Wanhua. As if recalling something, Lu Ong asked Gu Xining, by the way, does your card have a transfer limit? He was worried because this transfer could reach as high as 9 million even after tax deductions, and it would be troublesome if the card had a transfer limit. However, Gu Xining was not familiar with this either, as it wasn't her card at all. Just as she was unsure of what to do, Gu Wanhua spoke up. Mr. Lu, rest assured I can tell this card is not ordinary. It should have no limit. Oh, that's good, that's good. Lu Ong felt relieved. At the same time, he thought to himself, what's so special about this card? It's just black in color. At that moment, Gu Wanhua's phone received a message, and upon checking she saw, it was from Gu Xining. Little aunt, shouldn't I introduce myself? No need, we're acquainted now, and I can observe what this person is really like. Alright then. Gu Wanhua put away her phone and walked directly to the baby crib, reaching out to pick up the baby. What are you doing? Suddenly a hand tightly grasped her wrist, accompanied by Lu Ong's cold voice and gaze. Mr. Lu, don't misunderstand. Gu Wanhua smiled and said, I just found your baby too adorable, and I couldn't help but want to hold them. I'm sorry, but I'm not used to others holding my baby. Please forgive me. Lu Ong said apologetically, but his tone was extremely firm. At this moment, Gu Wanhua wanted to roll her eyes, thinking, I was present when the baby was born, or I'm practically the little one's aunt. However, since she had decided not to reveal her identity for the time being, she could only respect Lu Ang's opinion. I'm sorry for my rudeness. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. There might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Gu Wanhua directly shifted the topic. Hearing this, Lu Ong looked at Gu Xining with a questioning gaze. Why are you looking at me? Gu Xining asked in confusion. On the contrary, Gu Wanhua understood Lu Ong's meaning and smiled, saying, Mr. Lu, rest assured my adding you on WeChat is merely for convenient communication regarding cooperation, nothing more. Only then did Gu Xining realize, feeling a warmth in her heart. You really think I'm that stingy? Besides, you're doing it for Gu Xining teased. Lu Ong finally took out his phone and added Gu Wanhua on WeChat. After sending Gu Wanhua off, upon returning to his room, Lu Ong was asked, are you really that concerned about my thoughts? Of course, mainly because. Lu Ong pondered for a moment and continued, she is too beautiful. I'm afraid you might misunderstand. Gu Xining. Are you not afraid I'd get angry if you praise another woman's beauty in front of me? Lu Ong froze, his heart thumping. Oh no. I didn't mean it that way. I meant that you are the most beautiful. Watching Lu Ong awkwardly trying to explain, Gu Xining playfully stuck out her tongue and curled up in the blanket, a smile adorning her face. Lu Ong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing this was what it felt like to be in a romantic relationship. Suddenly the phone vibrated continuously. Taking it out to check, he found someone had liked and commented on his Moments post. Gu Wanhua, Mr. Lu, your baby is truly adorable. When we meet next time, we'll be acquaintances. You must let me reply. Let's talk about it next time we meet. In the parking lot outside the maternity center, inside a red sports car. You little rascal. The day you need to beg me for something will come. Gu Wanhua bit her lip and stepped on the gas to drive away. In the afternoon, her mother sent a message saying the rented house had been taken care of. She asked Lu Ong whether he would consider going back to live there directly, as it would be easier for her to take care of them. After asking Gu Xining, she said it was fine. Thus, Lu Ong decided to take Gu Wanhua and the baby home the next day, but that place was only a temporary residence. Lu Ong had just received a whopping 9 million in his phone, and with that money, he certainly wanted to buy a house first. In the room, Gu Xining was eating the fruit that Lu Ong fed her while asking, what song did you write for Aunt Manager Gu that is worth 10 million apiece? The The song is indeed good, but mainly because Qingning film industry has a lot of money and is willing to spend so much on a single song. Luong replied, casually handing her another piece of fruit. Who would have thought? Gu Xining pouted, I don't want to eat anymore. Oh. Luong immediately popped it into his mouth and began to chew noisily. Suddenly Luong felt the atmosphere was off. He looked up and found Gu Xining's big eyes fixed on him intensely. What's wrong? Can't you tell I'm angry? You're angry. Why? Why did you say that the people at Qingning film industry are foolish and have too much money? I said they are foolish and have too much money but has nothing to do with you. Is it just because you share the same surname as manager Gu? Gu Xining, how uncomfortable I being insulted to her face and not being able to retort. Anyway, I'm angry now and you have to coax me. Gu Xining pouted her lips and acted spoiled. Alright then, I'll coax you. Luong put down the fruit plate and revealed 2 rows of bright white teeth. Smiling, Xining, don't be angry. Can you really coax someone? I want you to sing me a song. Sure, what song do you want to hear? The one you wrote for Qingning. Alright, just wait for me a moment. Luong went directly outside the maternity center, and after waiting a few minutes he exchanged for a guitar from the system. He also exchanged for the vocal mastery skill before returning to the room. Did you go buy a guitar? Gu Xining asked in surprise. Yes, this song sounds better with a guitar. Luong sat down and began to strum the strings and sing. Luong originally had a nice voice, but he didn't like the feeling of standing in the spotlight, which is why he initially chose to study composition. Now with the boost of vocal mastery, his singing skill left Gu Xining wide-eyed. As the chorus approached, the doorway of the ward was filled with people drawn in by the sound of his singing. There were neighboring new mothers and the staff here. Oh my god, they're simply a celestial family. The husband is talented, the wife is beautiful, and the baby is pretty, plus they can sing so well. I feel like he sings better than the stars on TV. I've never heard this song before. Is it a new one? This song reminds me of my first love. It's truly an unforgettable memory. Me too. Suddenly I really want to see my first love. Ew, I wonder how they are doing now. Who do you want to see? At that moment, a male voice came from behind. The new mother who had just spoken turned around and immediately paled, stammering, Husband, when did you arrive? You came right after I started singing, the man said in a deep voice. Honey, please don't be angry. I was just saying it. The new mother quickly began to explain. The man raised his hand to signal her not to speak and then said with a weary voice, how about this? Let's take a step back. Oh, I agree to let you meet your first love. Hearing this song reminded me of my first love too. The new mother. After Luong finished singing, he silently put away the guitar. This was none of his business. 2 days later, in the newly rented apartment at Jiangpan Huafu, Gu Xining reclined on the bed watching the live broadcast of this year's New Star competition on her tablet. She scrolled down the contestant list until she finally spotted the name Yixing near the very bottom. Frowning, she murmured, Yixing's performance slot is far too late. This puts him at a serious disadvantage. As last year's New Star champion, she knew the rules inside out. The competition was conducted live with all performers drawing lots to determine their order of appearance. Each song was instantly uploaded to the New Star Music app upon completion of its performance. There were no judges. Strictly speaking, the audience was the jury. Songs were priced at 2 yuan per download, with each download counting as 1 popularity point. Moreover, each user was restricted to a single download, designed specifically to prevent artificial inflation by contestants' agencies. It doesn't matter. Each song has 2 full days to accumulate popularity. If the piece is truly exceptional, it can easily catch up, Luong replied indifferently. Gu Xining exited the live feed and opened the New Star Music app, only to furrow her brow even deeper. The top-ranked contestant already had 920 popularity points. Even the 10th place stood at 3000. From experience, she knew it was extraordinarily difficult for latecomers to close such a gap. Meanwhile, backstage at the venue, Sun Juanshi smiled faintly as he gazed at the rankings interface on his phone. His name appeared at 12th place. Lucky for me, my uncle connected me with a diamond-tier composer. Who does that nobody Luong think he is? He actually dared to demand 10,000 yuan. Ridiculous. Does he really believe his song could stand out? Of course not, young master Sun. After all, you've got your uncle, the boss, backing you. That kid refused to let you sing it and handed it to Yixing instead. I'd wager they won't even crack the top 100. And nobody dares to show me disrespect. 3 words from me, and my uncle slashed his royalty share by 5%. Let's see if he ever dares defy me again. Out front, Yixing finally stepped onto the stage. Clutching a guitar before a standing microphone, he appeared visibly nervous. This was his first time performing on so grand a platform. Though this was only the preliminary round of the New Star competition, the venue teemed with spectators, and he knew countless others were watching live online. The moment Yixing appeared, a wave of loud boos erupted from the crowd. All performers today were newcomers, so why would the audience boo him? Only one reason: appearance. Indeed, Yixing looked utterly ordinary, even wearing glasses, and while not unattractive, he bore no resemblance to any idol. Get off the stage. With looks like that, who do you think you are, a star? He's definitely the most average-looking contestant up here today. I bet his song's just as bland. Forget it. I'll just play a game instead. This guy's got zero chance. Come on, bro, let's duo. On stage, Yixing began strumming his guitar accompanied by a wistful, slightly weathered. Below, the audience chatted among themselves, or simply launched into mobile games. Online viewers did likewise. Some even exited the live stream entirely or switched to other tasks. When the intro ended, Yi Xing's low, smoky voice filled the arena through the speakers. Wandering streets and high-rises. My heart gallops across open plains and hunting grounds. Even our greatest fragility and confusion are simply this. A spectator playing a game suddenly lifted his head, muttering to himself. Unremarkable face. But his vocal timbre is soothing and the lyrics are exquisite. Hey, what are you doing? We're team fighting right now. What songs? Urged his duo partner. Reluctantly, he lowered his gaze, preparing to rejoin the battle. Beyond the sky lies another sky. Beyond mountains, yet more mountains and distant lands. Stumbling, colliding, yet the heart still returns home. Drifting through the city's aches and irritations. Missing the girl I loved. At those lines, the young man froze mid-click. The character he'd rushed into combat was instantly obliterated by his opponent. Had this happened before, he'd have exploded in fury, but this time he quietly pocketed his phone. His eyes fixed intently on Yi Xing, who sang softly, almost reverently beneath the stage lights. What the hell are you doing? Play already, or I'll report you for AFK. Shut up, he whispered sharply, and turned away. Reckless freedom is youthful arrogance. Unavoidable sorrow, life's cruel ambush. Only later did we mistake maturity for a cure. When every desire, every word, every wish, every love crowds the heart. My suitcase cannot hold the distant lands I long to reach. Brilliant lyrics. Truly magnificent. The gamer who'd abandoned his match rubbed his face slowly, as if the melody had unlocked memories of his own arduous, bittersweet journey. Back in the venue, the previously indifferent crowd had fallen utterly silent. Across the nation, livestream viewers, scattered from coast to coast, were likewise captivated, drawn in by the song's quiet power. Tao Yuan was an ordinary man, graduated from an ordinary university, holding an ordinary job. After 20 years of grinding in the city, today marked the final payment on his apartment's mortgage. The New Star competition streamed on his television as he sank deep into his sofa, completely enveloped by the music. When Yi Xing first appeared on stage, Tao Yuan reacted just as most others had. Just then, the chicken soup he'd prepared to celebrate bubbled to perfection in the kitchen. He rose and walked in, ladling a bowl, just as the song drifted in from the living room. At the line, "Missing the girl I loved," his hand trembled, and hot broth spilled over the rim. Instantly, memory hurled him back a decade, to that same city, that same day, when the woman he cherished screamed at him, "How dare you love me? With what do you dare love me? This city is vast, dazzling, but we don't even own a single corner of it." She walked away. His outstretched hand hung frozen in midair, too afraid to pull her back. Setting the bowl aside, he returned to the living room and picked up his phone, fingers trembling as he dialed a number etched into his soul. Is that Tao Yuan? Hearing that voice, long missed for 10 years, tightened his throat. "Xiaoya, how have you been?" In reply came a sharp, hollow thud, as if the phone had tumbled onto a table. Then muffled cries of a child echoed from the receiver. Tao Yuan paused, then offered a faint, bitter smile, his voice hoarse. "Xiaoya, please be happy." The call ended. Tears spilled freely down his cheeks. "Swallow your troubles, your pain, your surrender, your resignation. Say nothing to anyone who hasn't betrayed several precious stretches of time. If a boy laughs, cries, tires, and says he'll go wander, leaving behind only the shape of an adult, watch time draw its swords tense and stark. Yet somewhere someone will always become your horizon." At these words, Tao Yuan broke down completely, burying his face in his knees, sobbing without restraint. Life is never flawless, growth demands sacrifice. Perhaps relentless wandering is the true path of existence. Yet life must go on. As the final lyric affirms, somewhere someone will always become your horizon. Wiping tears from his face, Tao Yuan exited the livestream and opened New Star Music, locating the newly uploaded song, herding horses in the city, and tapping download. At that very moment, thousands of others were doing precisely the same. At the headquarters of New Talent Music, Xiao Lin from the technical department was idly playing on his phone when suddenly an alarm rang, beeping loudly. He hurried over to check. "Data anomaly," he mumbled as he searched for the source of the issue, eventually discovering that a newly launched piece from the New Talent competition was experiencing a surge in popularity. In less than 5 minutes since its release, its popularity had skyrocketed to 490, rising at a staggering rate of 100 per minute. He couldn't afford to be negligent and quickly contacted his supervisor. After examining the situation, the supervisor said seriously, "Immediately check the backend to see if someone is inflating the numbers." Xiao Lin opened the backend to filter the data and after a moment said with some confusion, "Supervisor, there doesn't seem to be any suspicion of data manipulation. The user IPs for downloading this song are coming from all over the country, and each person has only downloaded it once without any third-party software, bypassing the download limit." "Oh," the supervisor exclaimed in surprise. Having been the head of New Talent Music for many years, he had witnessed countless competitions. If the data for this song was normal today, it would be somewhat terrifying. The last time a piece saw such explosive popularity upon its initial release was 12 years ago. That song's author is now a renowned master composer, and even the newcomer who sang that song back then is only a step away from becoming a pop king. Since there are no issues, we won't worry about it then. After giving the instruction, the supervisor turned around, took out his phone, and started listening to the song in question. A few minutes later, the supervisor returned with a hint of melancholy on his face. "What's wrong, supervisor?" Xiao Lin asked. "Put that song Mu Ma Cheng Shi on the homepage." the supervisor declared. Xiaolin's heart raced. Being featured on the homepage was not a privilege granted to just any work. Only diamond-level composers participating in the new talent competition could enjoy such treatment. But the homepage recommendation slots are already full, all occupied by works from diamond-level masters, Xiaolin said, feeling troubled. To put this song up would have to remove one of the 3 currently featured. Deciding which one is a challenge. The supervisor then looked at the 3 diamond-level recommended works on the homepage. Let's take down that song by Sun Juanqi. The song itself is fine, but his singing is just terrible. It's still not in the top 10 despite being on the homepage. Hurry and replace it with Mu Ma Cheng Shi. Upon hearing the supervisor's order, Xiaolin immediately complied and soon replaced Sun Juanqi's work with Mu Ma Cheng Shi. Then Xiaolin refreshed the page and his eyes widened in disbelief. 82000. In just a few minutes it had surged from 49000 to 8200, just 10,000 short of the first place at 92000. Moreover, this was without the homepage recommendations' full influence. It was bound to explode, he thought with some anticipation. Time shifted back 10 minutes to the scene of the new talent competition. Yixing finished the last line of lyrics and stepped aside, bowing deeply to the audience. However, the crowd remained silent, leaving him slightly disappointed as he picked up the microphone and said, "This song Mu Ma Cheng Shi is dedicated to everyone, thank you." After speaking, he turned and walked backstage. Just as he took a few steps, a thunderous cheer erupted behind him. The cheers and applause soared to the heavens. One more song, someone started shouting. Then the entire venue echoed those 4 words. Yixing smiled at the audience and bowed again before cheerfully heading backstage. As soon as he entered, a cold gaze shot towards him belonging to Sun Juanqi, who had heard the cheers from outside. "Oomph, does a trash song deserve such cheers? My song was written by a diamond-level composer, and it's about to break into the top. You and Luong don't even have the right to eat my dust." Sun Juanqi's bitterness was palpable. His song was currently ranked 12th, but he knew it was due to the homepage recommendation from the diamond-level masters. Yet he also felt fortunate as he was about to enter the top 10. No matter how much the audience liked Luong's song, could it possibly catch up to him? Meanwhile, Yixing had always been low-key and didn't intend to argue with him. After all, he was already immensely satisfied with the audience's feedback. Even if this song's download numbers couldn't match up, there was nothing to regret. Wow. Just then a staff member backstage exclaimed, holding up a phone. "What's going on? Why are you shouting?" someone complained. "Quick look at new talent music, it's exploding," he shouted. The others present quickly took out their phones to open new talent music and their mouths dropped open in unison. "Holy crap, this is insane." I refreshed and it jumped to 2. No, it's already at 27000. It's still rising. It's still rising. Every refresh showed an increase. Sun Juanqi furrowed his brow, feeling a hint of foreboding as he pulled out his phone and was instantly stunned. 400,000. Mu Ma Cheng Shi popularity 400,000. How could this be? How is this possible? He had only finished singing a few minutes ago. How could the popularity have surged to 400,000? His own song had been on the homepage for hours and only reached 490,000. Impossible. Yixing could not surpass him. He trembled as he pressed the refresh button. 56,000. Thud. It felt as if all his strength had been drained. His phone dropped to the ground. In just 5 minutes it had surpassed him and directly entered the top 10. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Sun Juanqi slapped himself twice to regain clarity and then picked up his phone, unwilling to accept defeat as he refreshed again. 610,000. Damn it. Sun Juanqi hurled his phone away, smashing it against the wall until it shattered. Go. We're just 200,000 behind the first place. This is so exhilarating. It's been many years since such a situation has occurred. I remember the last time a work in the new talent competition was this explosive was over a decade ago. Are you referring to the great Xia? He's now a master composer of the highest level. Let me check who this song's. Lyrics by Lu Gongzi, composition by Lu Gongzi, arrangement by Lu Gongzi. Oh my god, he handled everything himself. This Lu Gongzi is simply a genius. It's skyrocketing. Mu Ma Cheng Shi reached 93000. A huge shout erupted backstage, and after 12 years a dark horse piece had finally appeared, soaring from 0 to 93000 in just a few minutes. It directly took the lead in popularity. Just then someone refreshed the homepage and said in disbelief, Mu Ma Cheng Shi seems to have made it to the homepage recommendations. Impossible, isn't it? Only diamond level works that can go on the homepage. Amidst the doubts, they all returned to the homepage and fell silent. At this moment, everyone could only think of 3 words. It's about to explode. In the office of the chairman of Xinhuang Entertainment, a plump, middle-aged man continuously chuckled at his phone screen. It even made it to the homepage recommendation, conservatively estimated the popularity can reach 2 million. Fortunately, I listened to Juanqi back then and deducted 5 from his share. That 5 is worth 200,000. Zhang Desheng calculated a sum in his mind, feeling quite pleased. According to the rules of the new music platform, 1 download equals 1 point of popularity, so 2 million popularity is equivalent to 2 million downloads. At 2 yuan per download, if it ultimately reaches 2 million, the total sales would amount to 4 million. No matter how the revenue split with the music platform is calculated, the 5 he deducted from Luong is pure profit. However, remembering that he spent a large amount to hire a diamond-level guru to write a song for Sun Juanxi, and it only garnered around 5.0 in popularity, he felt a bit displeased. But seeing the popularity of Mu Ma Cheng Shi continuously rising, that displeasure was quickly suppressed. Suddenly recalling something, he picked up the phone and dialed the office number of the head of the composition department. Old Huang is that guy named Lu here. He rarely comes to the company these days. Then notify him to bring out another song. The first round of the competition requires 2 pieces right. Okay, I'll let him know right away. After hanging up, Old Huang spat. What a heartless move, deducting his share without even an explanation. If I were Luong, I would never write songs for the company again. Cursing aside, he still called Luong. At that moment, Luong was enjoying the endless praises from Gu Sining. You're amazing. I never expected that your first effort would land on the homepage recommendation. This is a treatment only diamond-level composers receive. I'm so envious of Yixing. I took my time and accumulated my way up to the championship last year. With just this one song, Yixing has already broken through 1 million in popularity. Luong smiled, turning back to ask, are you considering a comeback? I can be your exclusive composer. Gu Sining was momentarily stunned, her eyes flashing with longing, but then dimmed as she thought of her baby. Let's talk later, my baby needs me right now, she said a bit dejectedly. Luong didn't persuade her. After all, he had a super library of songs, and whenever Gu Sining wanted to make a comeback, it would be easy. Just then the phone rang, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, Brother Huang. Luong, the boss, called me just now asking you to bring another song to the company. What do you think? I have no problem with that. I've long prepared the second song. Well, if it were me, I would just public vote it out, because the company won't give me more share anyway. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Huang. I'm aware. After hanging up, Luong's eyes narrowed slightly. He had said long ago, the deducted share now would be paid back double on the second song. How much would depend on how far Mu Ma Cheng Shi could. With a day left until the popularity settlement, he planned to wait until the last moment to release the second song. At this time, Mu Ma Cheng Shi was still climbing in popularity, not only because it had made it to the diamond recommendation spot. Several seasoned music critics had also given it extremely high praise, which further boosted its popularity. A day later, when the first round of popularity was settled, everyone was dumbfounded. Most people had previously predicted a popularity of 2 million, which was too conservative, as after more than a day of fermentation, the popularity of Mu Ma Cheng Shi finally settled at 3.02 million. It's worth noting that 3 million in sales is the threshold for promoting to a golden-level composer. Bronze is 5,000, silver is 1.5 million, and gold is 3 million. In the composition circle, the vast majority reached the 3 million achievement only through accumulating many songs to promote to golden level. However, Luong achieved this goal with just one song. This was considered a small explosive news in the entertainment industry, with major entertainment media publishing articles. This year's rookie competition has revealed a dark horse composer achieving fame with a single song. Yixing and young master Lu make a spectacular debut in the first round of the rookie competition. Popularity at 3 million. Who exactly is young master Lu, the rookie composer? With this wave of media attention, the popularity of Mu Ma Cheng Shi surged again. However, the current popularity no longer counted towards the competition, as popularity accumulation only considered the first 2 days. If one were to say who benefited the most from the surge in popularity, it must be Yixing, the performer, as he was on the front line closest to the audience. The rise in popularity led to countless performance invitations, with the organizers specifically requesting him to sing Mu Ma Cheng Shi. Boss Zhang Desheng was almost grinning from ear to ear. The biggest gain for Yixing was actually popularity. As a newcomer, his share was very low, even lower than that of the composers. If he were to sing Mu Ma Cheng Shi at performances, he would still have to give Luong a share, which made Zhang Desheng a bit Now he regretted not buying the copyright for this song outright back then. If he had, he would be earning more now. Thinking of this, he called Old Huang again, only to be told that Luong had not come to the company to deliver the second song. He directly asked for Luong's number and called him personally. To his surprise, Luong agreed to come to the company right away to try out the new song. Huh, this kid is starting to act cool. He won't come unless I call him personally. Zhang Desheng sneered. However, with the popularity of Mu Ma Cheng Shi preceding, he was still looking forward to Luong's new song. So he directly went to the recording studio, intending to participate in the live audition. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Luong arrived. Prior to this, Zhang Desheng had never seen Luong, as he was just an unknown newcomer in the composition department. This was their first meeting, and Zhang Desheng was somewhat surprised by Luong's external appearance. How could someone who looked like this choose to be a composer instead of debuting? You are Luong. Hurry up and arrange for the audition of the new song, Zhang Desheng directly said. Luong merely nodded lightly, then handed the sheet music to Yixing, who had been waiting there. After looking at the sheet music, Yixing's face turned red with excitement as he exclaimed, "Teacher Lu, you are truly amazing." Saying this, he rushed into the recording studio eagerly. Others seeing this were also curious about what kind of song could make Yixing so excited. They didn't have to wait long. After familiarizing himself with the sheet music, Yixing began to try singing. When you step into this joyful place, carrying all your dreams and aspirations with faces of every color and makeup, no one remembers your appearance. A few minutes later, after finishing the song, the recording studio was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Teacher Zhang looked at Luong excitedly, giving him a vigorous thumbs up. As the boss of the entertainment company Jiang Desheng naturally also had a certain level of musical appreciation. Although the audition didn't have accompaniment just from the melody and lyrics, this was a work that could definitely rival Mu Ma Chang. In fact, it might even surpass it. I want full copyrights for this song 2000. Jiang Desheng stated directly. Upon hearing this, Luong curled his lips into a cold smile and turned around to leave the recording studio. It must be said that Jiang Desheng and Sun Juanxi are indeed family. They always prioritize taking advantage of others, as demonstrated when they initially wanted to buy the copyright of Mu Ma Cheng Shi for just 1000. Now Jiang Desheng wants to secure Xiaoqiu for 2000. Does he really think everyone else is a fool? Seeing Luong leaving directly, Jiang Desheng shouted, "Ill," at another 1000. I think I'm being quite generous, he thought, but Luong didn't even pause his steps. Now he was getting a bit anxious and called out again, "What conditions do you want?" Finally Luong stopped and turned around, a smile instantly appearing on his face. "That's more like it, but now it's not me. I only accept profit sharing," Luong stated decisively. Jiang Desheng's mind raced, and after a moment of hesitation, he tentatively offered 15. Last time the company's upper management set the profit share for Mu Ma Cheng Shi at 10, but he had deducted 5. He understood this, so he went straight to 15, thinking Luong would surely be satisfied now, especially since he was still a newcomer. However, he didn't notice that as soon as he mentioned 15, the recording teachers present, including Yixing, sighed, inwardly realizing they were still treating Luong as a newcomer. President Zhang Luong smiled. "Do you know how much popularity Mu Ma Cheng Shi has reached now? It's already over 3 million. At this rate it will break 4 million by tomorrow. Forget about tomorrow. Even with the current 3 million, if I go to the Songwriters Association for a tour and come back, I'm already a golden level composer." At this point no further explanation was needed. Luong could be considered a golden level composer, just a step away from updating his personal profile. And the market share for golden level composers is naturally 15. Jiang Desheng clearly understood this, so after careful deliberation, he reluctantly offered a new quote 20. 35. If President Jiang doesn't agree, I'll have to find another company to negotiate with. Luong didn't want to waste time and directly stated his bottom line. If it weren't for the fact that this song suited Yixing so well, and Luong had no time to look for a new singer, perhaps sensing Luong's determination, Jiang Desheng quickly began calculating in his mind. Nowadays songs are released through online music platforms. The platform itself takes 50, which means he would only have 15 left, and he still had to give a small portion to Yixing. But considering the explosive popularity of Mu Ma Cheng Shi, what if this song replicated that success? Although the share was smaller, it would significantly boost Yixing's popularity, leading to more commercial performances and endorsements in the future. He felt quite displeased knowing that Luong was retaliating for his previous deduction. But the current situation was not in his control. After some calculations, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Happy cooperation. Luong smiled happily. Although Jiang Desheng smiled, as well he felt a pang of regret thinking that if he hadn't deducted Luong's share earlier, they might have had more to negotiate now. By the way, it's all Sun Juanxi's fault, truly a hopeless case. After signing the contract, Luong left Xinghuang and went home. He directly handed the contract to Gu Xiling, looking quite pleased. Gu Xiling took a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "That's a share belonging to the free bargaining level, right?" Luong nodded with a smile. The so-called free bargaining level means that only diamond-level composers have this privilege. There's no fixed share at this level at all, depends on negotiation between the two parties. What kind of song is it that can make your boss make such a significant concession? Gu Xiling asked curiously. It's a secret, I'll let you listen together when the next round starts, Luong said mysteriously. Okay. Gu Xiling nodded excitedly. The next day, Yixing brought the second song to the performance venue again. With the popularity of the previous song as a foundation, Yixing's popularity soared, and he was even on the verge of entering the ranks of third-tier singers. You must know that even last year's champion Gu Xiling only stepped into the third-tier ranks after winning in the final round. But Yixing was only in the first round. It didn't surprise Luong that Xiaoqiu once again ignited the music scene. The moment Yixing finished singing, it reached a popularity of 5.0, and by the end of this popularity accumulation period, the final tally showed a popularity value of 4.15 million. Meanwhile, Mu Ma Cheng Shi had also not stopped gaining traction, rising from 3 million at the time of tallying to 4.5 million, although the popularity values from these 2 days were no longer counted in the competition. However, this did not affect music enthusiasts from downloading. Now the total accumulated popularity of both songs was 8.65 million, and it was still on the rise, albeit not as quickly as before. Luong had just been promoted to golden level and hadn't had time to update his personal profile at the Songwriters Association. Little did he expect another wave of explosive sales for his works. The golden level sales standard is 3 million, while the platinum level is 6 million. So Luong has now entered the ranks of platinum level composers. And above platinum level is the emerald level, where the promotion standard jumps from 6 million to 15 million. The higher you go, the more challenging the standards become. Luong opened his phone's calculator to start calculating his current income. Mu Ma Cheng Shi currently had 4.5 million in popularity with total sales of 9 million, meaning he could earn 4.500 at a 5 share. Xiao Chou is temporarily at 4 million, with total sales of 8 million, meaning he could earn 0 at a 35 share. Moreover, this is just temporary. The popularity of both songs is still growing, and there will be additional shares if Yi Xing performs these two songs in commercial events. However, this money cannot be accessed yet, as the profit sharing for newcomer music is settled once a month. Just then a call came in from Gu Wanhua. After hanging up, Luong thoughtfully stroked his chin and began to ponder. What's wrong? Gu Xiling asked. Just now, President Gu from Qingming Film and Television contacted me to invite me to write a song, saying their company is also participating in the newcomer competition and wants me to write a song for their newcomer in the second round. That's great. Just like you said, they are naive and have a lot of money. The share will definitely be high. I'm not thinking about the share, I'm thinking, what if I manage to secure first place again in the second round? Gu Xiling was taken aback, wondering what he thought. The first round of the newcomer competition was cabbages. The competition in the second round would only be more intense, with more diamond-level composers participating. However, Luong's previous performance made Gu Xiling feel that this idea might not be impossible. Then you go for it, Gu, I believe you can do it. The talent competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round requires 2 songs, while the second and third rounds only require 1 each. The promotion rule states that the top 100 from the first round will advance to the second round, from which the top 10 will move on to the third round. The contestant with the highest total popularity across the 3 rounds will be crowned the champion. Due to Yi Xing's explosive popularity from the 2 songs in the first round, some media have already predicted that he will be this year's champion. If things develop normally, this possibility is indeed there. Even if Luong no longer writes new songs for Yi Xing, it is estimated that the popularity of the other contestants in the remaining 2 rounds would struggle to surpass the popularity of these 2 songs. However, Luong possesses a superlative catalog of songs. It's all about having fun. He needs to create a number 1 hit again in the second round, and if he wants to create the maximum impact, then it would be best to achieve the same popularity as Mu Ma Cheng Shi and Xiao Chou with just 1 song. Currently, the effective popularity value of these 2 songs within the competition time frame totals 7.15 million, meaning that in the second round, Luong needs to reach this achievement with just 1 song. The popularity calculation period starts from the end of the song performance and lasts for only 2 days. To achieve this, the song must possess one crucial attribute: singability. When it comes to singability, it's not only about having a catchy melody, more importantly, it needs to resonate with the audience. This does not imply that Mu Ma Cheng Shi and Xiao Chou lack singability and resonance. On the contrary, both songs succeeded in this regard, but they share a common limitation. They are rather male-oriented. After all, both songs depict life from a male perspective. They resonate most strongly with male listeners, while their appeal to female listeners might fall short. Thus, Luong's choice of song for the second round must cater to both genders. Luong has yet to check the theme for the second round. He knows exactly what the theme is without needing to look. The talent competition has been held during this period every year, which coincides with the recent graduation season. Therefore, the theme for the second round of the talent competition has remained unchanged for years' graduation season. This theme has left countless composers scratching their heads. This talent competition has been held for 21 consecutive years, and each year 100 contestants in the second round means there have been 100 graduation songs produced annually. After 21 years, that adds up to a whopping 2,100 songs. What should be written has long been written to the point of exhaustion. In fact, in recent years, thousands of composers have jointly requested the competition organizers to change the theme for the second round, but their requests were rejected. To write music on a single theme for 21 years, leading to 2,100 works, highlights just how challenging it is to create something refreshing within this theme. However, there's no alternative. The talent competition is also an essential platform for composers below the diamond level, and even if they are exhausted from writing, they must endure it. If they happen to create a hit from this worn-out theme, the boost in popularity would be terrifying. Opening the system's song database, Luong began to explore the ocean of music. In the end, he selected 3 relatively excellent graduation songs, each featuring styles that had not appeared in the Blue Star's past. Gu Wanhua had previously sent a voice message through WeChat which contained a recording of a clear song by their company's newcomer Xia Shu. Moreover, the theme song he wrote for the movie those years would also be sung by Xia Shu. Luong understood that Gu Wanhua's goal was not really about the talent competition, but rather to promote the movie through it. If Xia Shu could achieve good results in the talent competition, it would also benefit the movie's promotion, as she is the singer of the theme song. After listening to the voice message, Luong already had a choice in mind. However, he did not rush over to Qingming right away, as he had plans with his boss Lin Hao. He currently had over 10 million in cash, so he wanted to buy a house immediately. Once the new house is bought, it will take a few months to renovate, so there will be no need to continue renting. With his mother taking care of things at home, Luong has more free time. After greeting Gu Xining, Luong went downstairs where Lin Hao was already waiting in the car. Did the money from those 2 songs really cover the cost of buying a house? Lin Hao asked in confusion. Although Lin Hao is now working as a real estate agent, he also graduated from a media college, so he understands the ins and outs of this industry. He knows that the 2 songs Luong wrote are immensely popular, but the idea that the money earned from them could be enough to buy a house seems outrageous. In Jiangdu, the average house price has already surpassed 4,000 per square meter, and in prime locations, it can even reach 1,000. With 3 babies at home, Luong would need to buy at least a 3-bedroom apartment. Calculating at 120 square meters, irregular property in an average area would cost nearly 5 million. Not exactly, it was just a stroke of luck to encounter a film company with deep pockets that needed a theme song, so I earned a bit of money from them. Luong replied with a smile, feeling quite happy every time he thought about it. Such good fortune may not come again in the future. TSK. Now you make me want to return to the music scene, Lin Hao said enviously. But he was just saying it casually. He hadn't chosen to stay in the music scene since graduation, and what could he do if he went back now? Luong, however, had some thoughts. He remembered that his boss was actually quite good at singing, and if he genuinely wanted to return to the music scene, it was entirely feasible. After all, he has so many songs in his catalog that he would never run out of them in a lifetime. We're here. This community seems to meet your requirements with kindergartens, hospitals, and supermarkets nearby. Moreover, it's not near the main road, making it relatively quiet. Lin Hao parked the car at the entrance of a tranquil community, and after Luong got out and took a look around, he was very satisfied at first glance. Outside the community was a vast area of greenery with the fence wrapped in lush vines, and occasionally one could hear the chirping of birds from the forest. Looking up, the community was called Qingning Residence. Luong was stunned, standing still for quite a while. He felt like he had run into something strange lately, or why was he coincidentally encountering Qingning? However, upon further thought, it might just be a coincidence. One is a film company, and the other is a real estate company. They are unrelated. Come on, let me take you inside to have a look. This is the new development from Tianqin Group. I don't need to say much about the quality of Tianqin, right? Luong nodded in agreement. The property quality under Tianqin Group is renowned for being high, although the prices are... As Lin Hao led Luong into the sales office at the entrance of the community, a red sports car also stopped at the entrance. Gu Wanhua looked at Luong through the windshield, slightly astonished. What a coincidence to run into him here. Could this guy be here to buy a house? I'm suddenly quite happy. The 10 million I earned from him is about to return to me. Oh, isn't that old Lin? Bringing a client to view the property. As soon as he entered the sales office, Zhang Hai from Tianqin greeted him, indicating they were old acquaintances. Lin Hao's real estate agency had a partnership with Tianqin, so whenever there were clients looking to buy new homes, they would be brought here. Yes, my classmate wants to buy a new home, Lin Hao responded with a smile. However, Zhang Hai's gaze shifted towards Luong, scrutinizing him as he leaned against the counter. He then whispered to Lin Hao, our average price here has already surpassed 5,000. Your classmate looks quite handsome, but his attire seems too ordinary. It's really hot, don't waste your time if you can't afford it. The implication was clear. He didn't think Luong could buy a property here. Lin Hao frowned upon hearing this, but calmly said, could you please get the keys and show us apartment 32? Apartment 32. That's a lake view unit. Even the first floor is over 6,000 per square meter, Zhang Hai exclaimed, showing no intention of fetching the keys. As a member of the agency, Lin Hao needed a sales representative from Tianqin to show the property, and according to unspoken rules, they would have to share the commission. Clearly, Zhang Hai was reluctant to take this deal, thinking Luong couldn't afford it. After surveying the surroundings, he said, who will take old Lin to view the property? I really don't want to waste a trip. No one responded. Xiaosong, a new sales recruit, immediately said, brother Zhang, you'll go. Go ahead, Zhang Hai waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Xiaosong quickly fetched the keys and politely said to Lin Hao and Luong, gentlemen, please follow me. He then led the two out of the sales office and towards apartment 32. The other veteran salespeople shook their heads at Xiaosong's back. Gu Wanhua witnessed everything from inside the car. Although she couldn't hear the conversation, she could guess what was happening, yet she remained seated in the car, seemingly unwilling to get out. The three of them walked along a lush green path and arrived in front of apartment 32. A cool breeze swept by, refreshing Luong considerably. Right in front of the building was a small lake. The scenery was quite pleasant, and combined with the tranquility of the community, Luong's opinion of this place improved significantly. Mr. Lu, would you like to see a model unit or a bare shell? Which floor are you interested in? At the elevator, Xiaosong politely asked. Let's see a bare shell unit, preferably on floors 18 to 25, Luong replied. Xiaosong nodded and took them up the elevator, patiently showing Luong each unit, starting from the 18th floor. An hour later, he returned to the sales office with the two, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Manager Wang, could you please get me a contract? He joyfully entered the manager's office. Wow, good job, Xiaosong. Just 2 days into your job, and you already made a sale. Which building did you sell? It's in building 32, on the 22nd floor, Xiaosong said, his face beaming with joy. Manager Wang paused for a moment while getting the contract, and then remarked, that unit must cost around 9 million, and Xiaosong nodded vigorously. Building 32 was the best located unit in the entire community, right next to the... Of course, the average price also exceeded 7,000 per square meter, and the price of the unit Luong chose was 7,600 per square meter, with an area of 128 square meters. The total price was close to 10 million. Although Luong was not his client according to the rules, Lin Hao was supposed to share the commission with him. Xiaosong, having just started his job 2 days ago, was already immensely satisfied. After Manager Wang organized the contract, he took Xiaosong to the hall and approached the reception area. Upon seeing Manager Wang holding the contract, the sales staff couldn't believe their eyes and looked at Xiaosong in disbelief. Especially Zhang Hai, who rushed over in a single bound. Zhang Hai, what's up? Manager Wang asked. Manager Wang, is that contract going to be signed? Yes, it's for building 32, the one priced nearly 10 million, the manager replied with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Hai's face twitched, and he turned to Xiao Song, reprimanding him with visible dissatisfaction. What's the matter, Xiao Song? You didn't even inform me that my client is about to sign the contract. What's going on? Manager Wang frowned and asked. Well, Manager Wang, that client was brought by a member of the agency. Oh, I've always been the one to show him around. Zhang Hai explained, his face showing no signs of embarrassment. Xiao Song's expression stiffened, and he gritted his teeth, quietly saying, but I was the one who brought Mr. Lu to see the property today. You can't be serious, Xiao Song. Didn't I ask you to take them? I just had something to attend to and couldn't stay, Zhang Hai retorted. You don't think you're the one who made this deal, do you, eh? In the reception area, Luong frowned at the quarrel outside. He was running out of time. After signing the contract, he still needed to head to Qingning Film and Television. He walked out of the reception area to see what was happening. Upon seeing Luong come out, Manager Wang immediately greeted him with a smile and asked, Mr. Lu, I apologize for the delay. It will be ready shortly. I don't have time to waste. Xiao Song, hurry up and start signing the contract, Luong said with a slight frown, addressing Xiao Song. Upon hearing Luong directly speaking with Xiao Song, Zhang Hai became anxious. This, Mr. Lu, right? You might not understand our business rules, but typically this contract must be signed by. Luong's gaze sharpened as he coldly replied, didn't you say you didn't want to waste a trip? I only know that Xiao Song was the one who showed me the property the entire time. For today's contract, I will only sign with Xiao Song. Zhang Hai's expression changed drastically, and he threw a tantrum saying, I don't care, but according to the rules, this deal belongs to me, Zhang Hai. If you don't sign with me, you can forget about signing it with anyone else today. Hearing this, Manager Wang became somewhat angry and was about to explode when a crisp tap-tap sound echoed. Everyone turned to see an elegantly dressed woman walking into the sales office in high heels. Who gave you such power that clients must go through your approval to buy a house? A voice filled with coldness rang out. Hello, Ms. Gu. Ms. Gu, what brings you here? You didn't give us a heads up. The salespeople immediately greeted her, and Manager Wang hurried to welcome her. At this moment, Gu Wanhua exuded the aura of an authority figure, coldly stating, Is this how you treat client? Manager Wang was about to explain when Zhang Hai interjected, Ms. Gu, the situation is like this. Xiao Song is trying to steal my. You go to finance and collect your salary now, she interrupted him coldly. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Hai found himself silenced. He wanted to argue but heard Gu Wanhua flatly state, I arrived as soon as Mr. Lu walked in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai's face turned pale instantly. It turned out that Ms. Gu had witnessed everything from the very beginning, and knowing he was in the wrong, he dared not argue any further, leaving the sales office with a flushed face. I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Lu. Our management has been lacking, Gu Wanhua said apologetically. Luong looked at her curiously and hesitated, asking, Aren't you the general manager of Qingning Film and Television? Everyone was stunned upon witnessing the conversation between Luong and Gu Wanhua. Even Lin Hao cast a surprised glance at his brother, bewildered as to when he had made the acquaintance of the senior executives from Tianjin Group. Especially the salespeople in the hall just moments ago who shared the same thoughts as Zhang Hai. Seeing Luong's unimpressive attire, none of them were willing to take him to see the properties. To their astonishment, he bought a property worth over 10 million without even blinking, and he was acquainted with their direct. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Manager Wang, give Mr. Lu a discount, Gu Wanhua said to me. Sure, Ms. Gu, let's give Mr. Lu a 10 discount, Manager Wang replied after a moment's consideration, which was already quite a significant discount. That's too little, let's make it 50 off. All right, Ms. Gu. Wait. 50. Manager Wang's jaw nearly dropped. This was a 10 million property. Selling it for half would mean just 5 million. Not just Manager Wang, but even Luong looked incredulously at Gu Wanhua. Ms. Gu, that doesn't seem appropriate, Luong said, as he could certainly accept a discount. However, a 50 discount seemed a bit outrageous. What was this woman thinking? Did she have some ulterior motive? Seeing the expression on Luong's face, Gu Wanhua realized there was a misunderstanding and hurriedly explained, Mr. Lu, please don't misunderstand. Consider it an advance investment to acquire more good works from you. This reasoning should suffice, she thought to herself, as in reality, giving this property directly to Luong would not. After all, Gu Sikong already held a 20 stake in Tianjin real estate. Luong was essentially buying his wife's asset. The money was just shifting from one pocket to another. In fact, due to taxes, she might even incur a loss. If it weren't for the fear of exposing her identity, she would have given it outright. Gu Sikong had said that giving Luong some time might help her father accept him. Gu Wanhua had initially thought the chances of this were slim, but now she had witnessed Luong's displayed talents. She felt that Luong might indeed achieve great things in the future. For now, she preferred not to reveal her true identity, mainly to avoid putting too much pressure on him. After all, Tianjin Group was truly an unattainable peak in the eyes of ordinary people. It seems that Qingning Film and Television really means a lot to you, Luong remarked, though his inner doubts were not fully dispelled. After all, being in the film industry, if Luong were a renowned director or screenwriter, it would make sense that Gu Wanhua was trying to win him over. However, as a composer, wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Yet it couldn't be ruled out that Qingning Film and Television had plans to venture into the music industry next. Unfortunately, Luong was unaware that the reality was far less complicated. Gu Wanhua was simply looking out for her family. Indeed, Qingning Film and Television is very important to me, or rather to Tianqing Group, Gu Wanhua replied following Luong's lead. Alright then, I will prioritize considering Qingning for any good works in the future, Luong said, as collaborating with a top-tier company like Tianqing Group was not a bad thing. Gu Wanhua finally smiled, secretly appreciating that this was the first time she encountered someone who made negotiating a discount so arduous. After signing the contract, Luong received the keys to his first home, feeling somewhat sentimental. His life should be considered complete now. He had a goddess-like wife and 3 heavenly gifts. The only regret now was that he hadn't informed Gu Sikong's family about these matters yet. She hadn't mentioned it during this time either, and Luong wasn't sure how significant he needed to be for Gu Sikong to feel secure enough to tell her family. Then let me take you to Qingning now, Gu Wanhua suggested. Okay, thank you, miss. Gu Luong replied. Before leaving, Gu Wanhua instructed manager Wang that the commission for this contract should be calculated at the original price. This made Xiao Song ecstatic while Lin Hao was left utterly shocked. He had been present throughout and had gathered from Luong's conversation that Gu Wanhua was the one who had previously spent a fortune on the theme song. Now she had given Luong a whopping 5 million discount. He leaned close to Luong's ear and whispered, "Well done, old 3, even the president of such a large group is not exempt from your charm. Get lost. Didn't you hear them say it was for future collaborations? Do you think I believe that? Do you believe it yourself? Believe it or not, you can go back now. I'm riding in Ms. Gus' car. Now that I've hooked up with a rich woman, you look down on my old car." Luong immediately turned around and kicked Lin Hao's, but Lin Hao just laughed and dodged. Once in the car, feeling the immense power of the supercar, Luong began to entertain the idea of buying a car. He didn't need a supercar, a regular vehicle would suffice, but it had to be spacious enough to accommodate a family of 5. Soon Luong, under Gu Wanhua's guidance, arrived at the recording studio of Qingning Film and Television. Let me introduce everyone, this is young Master Lu, Teacher Lu. Gu Wanhua introduced him to the company employees. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze towards him. Heavens, he's too handsome. If thrown into an idol group, he'd be the top visual. No way, miss. Gu, are you sure there's no mistake? Shouldn't someone who can write songs like Xiao Cho be a weathered uncle? In an instant, the recording studio was filled with chatter. Especially the female employees, their eyes seemed to sparkle as they looked at Luong. Luong greeted everyone kindly. Throughout the new song trial, he continuously received admiring glances especially from the women. Their gazes hardly left Luong. Afterward, Gu Wanhua deliberately raised her voice and said to Luong, "Well, young Master Lu, I won't see you off, but please send my regards to the babies." Luong smiled, knowingly nodding as he left the recording studio. The female employees were left heartbroken, some even letting out cries of despair. It's not fair. Why? This handsome young man is already married with babies. I wish I had never met young Master Lu today. Oh, why did it have to be him? Why? It's such a waste that someone so handsome and talented is already married at such a young age. Gu Wanhua smiled at their complaints, crossing her arms as she left the recording studio. At the same time, she became even more convinced of her previous judgment. Luong was indeed exceptionally talented. The new song he had presented had shocked her. She was fully confident that this graduation-themed song would shine brightly in the second round. Moreover, it would tell all composers that even a theme that had been written for 20 years could still yield excellent works. The second round of the newcomer competition arrived as scheduled. Gu Sining nestled on the sofa watching the live broadcast. When she saw those newcomers standing under the spotlight receiving the audience's cheers and applause, a deep longing appeared in her beautiful eyes. Last year, she also walked this path, ultimately becoming the champion. However, as she turned her gaze to the 3 little ones sleeping nearby, the desire in her eyes gradually faded away. "Have some fruit." At that moment, Luong sat beside her with a plate of fruit. He picked up a washed strawberry and brought it to Gu Sining's lips. She gently took a bite, a smile of happiness appearing at the corners of her eyes. Qingning's newcomers are ranked very low again. Why is it always like this? Gu Sining opened the list of performers and said, "There's nothing we can do, it's all decided by drawing lots." Luong sighed. Last time Yixing was also ranked very low. But in the end, it proved that as long as the work is outstanding, even being ranked last can still shine. Now opinions about you online have polarized. Do you want to take a look? Gu Sining smiled as she handed her tablet. Luong took it and saw that the screen was filled with comments with young Master Lu appearing from time to time. Yixing's work this round is so ordinary, it's not even on the same level as the previous 2 songs. I didn't expect young Master Lu to not continue writing songs for Yixing. You think young Master Lu is a deity? Writing 2 great songs in a row might have exhausted his entire talent. That's true, too many geniuses are merely fleeting. At least young Master Lu has left behind 2 classics. What are you all talking about? This is the second round of the newcomer competition. The theme is graduation season. Yes, this is an old theme that has been written about for 20 years. Even if those top-tier experts came, they might not be able to write something new. After all, young Master Lu is just a newcomer. Aren't your expectations too high? Not only were the comments divided, but major entertainment media also reported on young Master Lu with more controversial headlines than these comments. Jiangdu Entertainment, young Master Lu is scared, not daring to challenge graduation season. New Star Entertainment, composer who ran out of talent right after debut. Today's headlines, did young Master Lu even participate in the second round? Tomato Novels, XX Master launches new work rebirth starting from overturning the newcomer competition. Luong was left speechless. How did the novel websites come to join in the commotion? In short, the hottest topic about the newcomer competition now is young Master Lu. However, most people believe that young Master Lu is too afraid to challenge the theme of graduation season. The list of participants only contains the names of the performers with no works listed. Only when the performer steps on stage to sing will relevant information about the work be displayed on the large screen. Therefore, when the audience discovered that Yixing's song this time was not a work by young Master Lu, everyone was misled. No one expected that young Master Lu had actually participated, but simply changed collaborators. Meanwhile, Zhang Deshang was also watching the live broadcast. When he saw the barrage of comments disparaging young Master Lu, he revealed a satisfied smile. A significant portion of those comments were from the paid trolls he hired. Luong took 35 of the profits from him, and he had never forgotten it. It turns out you only have this little talent. Although you took 35 of the profits, the ultimate winner will still be me. Even without your work with Yixing's current popularity, I won't lose money. And you're just a fleeting moment. Zhang Deshang gazed at the live broadcast screen with a smug sneer. As time passed, the second round of performances was gradually nearing its end. The discussions about young Master Lu in the comments had also decreased significantly. It was predictable that by the third round young Master Lu's popularity would likely fade. This is the cruel reality. To maintain popularity, one must continuously produce new works. Otherwise, in this age of information explosion, audiences are very forgetful. Now please welcome the next contestant Xia Shu to the stage to perform. The host's voice echoed through the microphone, reaching the entire venue and broadcasted across the country. It's almost over. I knew this would be the result. It's been the same every year with no surprises. The most boring part of the newcomer competition every year is the second round, but the expectations are highest for this round as well. This year was another wasted wait. Is it really that difficult to write graduation season songs? I can tell you as a composer that no one in the composing circle is willing to touch this theme. I can understand. After all, it's a theme that has been written for 20 years. It's too difficult to produce excellent works. Let's just end it here. I hope to hear good songs in the third round. Disappointment filled the comments. Every year the audience hopes to hear new graduation season songs in the second round. But every year it's the same, leading to disappointment. Amidst the sigh, Xia Shu took the stage with his guitar. His appearance did not attract much attention, even though he was quite handsome, meeting the standards of an idol singer. However, there were others who looked even better than him. After all, on this stage, music is paramount. Just like Yixing, who looked ordinary in the first round, could still shine as long as the song was good. At that moment, an audience member glanced at the subtitles on the large screen and froze. A few seconds later, it's young Master Lu. Young Master Lu actually participated in the second round. Oh wow, it turns out young Master Lu was waiting for the finale. Those who said he dared not challenge the second round, come here and show your faces. Like the previous two songs, the lyrics, music, and arrangement are all done by young Master Lu himself. What are you all excited about? The song hasn't been sung yet. Who knows if it's a good song? Exactly over 90 songs have been sung so far, and none have been listenable. This song is called The You at the Same Table. Just looking at the title, it seems very ordinary. This kind of song based on the same table theme has been written too many times. I bet this Xia Shu won't even make it into the top 10 of the second round with young Master Lu's new song. Count me in, I'll bet a bag of spicy strips. Amidst the doubts, the prelude sounded on stage. Tomorrow will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow will you still think of the you who used to cry the most? The news of young Master Lu's participation in the competition quickly spread through various channels. Those who usually enjoyed music and followed the newcomer competition immediately picked up their phones to watch the live broadcast. Teachers could no longer remember and could not guess the questions about you. It was only by chance that I flipped through some photos that I recalled sitting next to you. Xia Shu's voice was clean and bright, and the lyrics felt like a story being gently narrated. From the start of the performance until now, the entire venue, including countless viewers in front of their screens, had grown silent. Their thoughts seemed to have unified and were brought back to their school days. Flashes of images stored deep in memory flickered through my mind. For instance, during exams, I would make faces to get my deskmate to pass me the answers. Or perhaps the childish act of drawing a line down the middle of the desk to mark our territory. And when the teacher called on us and we couldn't answer, my deskmate would quietly remind me. At that moment, the chorus began. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? Meanwhile, the live broadcast screen was already filled with comments. I often quarreled with my deskmate, but hearing this song makes me feel I should cherish the present moment. I really regret it. I had a crush on my deskmate for 3 whole years, but never had the courage to confess. You're not alone, just like the song says. Who knows which jerk married the sentimental her? Hey, you interrupted my feelings. No way are you all this cowardly. My deskmate is now my wife. Time flies so fast in the blink of an eye. It's been over 10 years since graduation, and messing around with my deskmate in class feels like it was just yesterday. This song has such a beautiful and catchy melody. I wish I could be there to sing along with them. At this moment, countless audience members had already memorized the song's catchy tune. Without any prompting, a spontaneous sing-along erupted throughout the venue, the voices completely overshadowing Xia Shu's singing on stage. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in the years of the newcomer competition. In a certain room, a middle-aged man leaned back on the sofa, quietly listening to the song from the live broadcast. The moment the song ended, he suddenly stood up and hurried to the room. He then lifted the bedboard and retrieved an iron box from the compartment underneath. Sitting down at his desk with the box in hand, he took a deep breath before opening the lid. On top was a yellowed, old photograph of a girl with a bright smile and a ponytail. He gently traced the photo with trembling fingers, and scenes stored deep in his memory flashed through his mind. In addition to the photograph, there was a red thread woven bracelet in the box. This was given to him by the girl in the photo on her graduation day, but they gradually lost contact afterward. I really regret not confessing back then. The man sighed with some regret, completely unaware that someone had entered behind him. A hand suddenly appeared, snatching the bracelet and the photo away. Heh, who knows, it might not be too late for you to confess now. A voice unexpectedly came from behind. The man's facial muscles twitched, and he turned his head, his face pale, as he said, "Wife, when did you come back? You were so engrossed that you didn't even hear me open the door. I just suddenly remembered and was about to throw it away." The woman said nothing but placed the photo and the bracelet back, then closed the lid and put it back on the shelf. Who told you to throw it away? If you want to keep it, there's no need to hide it. Who hasn't experienced the naive youth of school days? You can reminisce freely. Ooh, I won't blame you. The man hugged his wife from behind and gently said, "Thank you, dear." Meanwhile, in a hotel, graduates from a certain school were having their last gathering. After today, they would go their separate ways and begin their... The TV in the private room was broadcasting the live show of the newcomer competition, with the audience at the venue engaged in a passionate sing-along. In the room, someone began to hum along. Then other classmates joined in. Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? You used to be so careful borrowing half an eraser from me. You once casually mentioned that you liked being with me. A girl was singing and suddenly got teary-eyed, her gaze fixed on a certain boy. At this moment, she thought how wonderful it would be if he were the one to drape the wedding dress over me. I wonder if decades later he would know that there was a girl who liked him for 3 whole years. She suddenly raised her head and downed a full glass of wine fueled by the alcohol to make a bold decision. "Lin Tian, I like you." Her voice directly interrupted the sing-along, and her classmates stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this usually quiet clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted while the boys pushed Lin Tian, constantly signaling him with their eyes. Lin Tian finally stood up, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Actually, I've liked you for a long time too." Cheers erupted in the private room. Similar scenes were happening across the country, with countless people opening the newcomer music platform, continuously refreshing the new song page. Until one refresh, the words "your deskmate" suddenly appeared on the page. Without hesitation, they clicked to download. However, many people encountered the same problem. The download page froze. In the newcomer music technical department, what's going on? The customer service complaints keep coming in non-stop. The technical supervisor bustled in, shouting, "Supervisor, it's not our fault. The newly released song Your Deskmate has suddenly exploded with hundreds of thousands of users trying to download it simultaneously, and the server can't handle it." The technician said, feeling wronged. The supervisor opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He checked the back end and saw that the download count had already exceeded 500, and this was only a minute after it was uploaded. Yet the server crashed at this moment. Quick, urgently increase the server capacity. He immediately made the decision. The newcomer musician never imagined that one day a new song would cause the server to crash. The customer service department was inundated with complaints, and the staff even had to handle 2 calls simultaneously. Just as they finally hung up, the phone rang again. Fortunately, an hour later, the technical department managed to urgently increase the server capacity, and the immense pressure was finally alleviated. Meanwhile, TableMate surged to the top spot with download numbers skyrocketing. Within just an hour, it broke through the 5 million mark, showing no signs of slowing down. At the same time, a large number of works featuring TableMate as the background music appeared on the Douyin short video platform, swiftly climbing to the #1 trending topic. The same situation occurred on the Langbo social platform, where 6 out of the top 10 trending topics were related to the newcomer. TableMate breathes new life into graduation season works trending. Only Lu Gongzi can defeat Lu Gongzi trending. TableMate challenge boiling. A man contacted his former desk mate after listening to the song and was abused hot. In the second round, Lu Gongzi takes the lead again, an unprecedented feat hot. Xia Shu in the office of the president of Qingning Pictures, Gu Wanhua, smiled as she saw Xia Shu's name trending. She had made the right bet. Lu Gongzi's work successfully brought Xia Shu a wave of traffic, and the upcoming film's release would undoubtedly create a chain reaction. This was the best publicity for the company's first film. While some rejoiced, others were worried. Zhang Desheng sat in his office, watching Lu Ong dominate the online trends, wishing he could smash his computer. TableMate's popularity was almost catching up to Horse City and dissatisfaction. If it continued at this pace, surpassing Yixing's popularity by the time of the final tally was a foregone conclusion. If Yixing only placed second, that wouldn't be too bad. However, there was still a third round to go. If Luong used this momentum to write another song for Xia Shu, even if the work was average, it would definitely secure the championship. No, this couldn't happen. With that thought, he hurriedly dialed Luong's number, hoping he could write a new song for Yixing. But all he heard was the sound of the phone being turned off. At that moment, Luong was busy putting the babies to sleep, his phone on silent and tossed aside with no time to check. The number of calls was overwhelming, nearly causing his phone to crash. "Shouldn't you go to the Composer Association?" Gu Sison gently asked. "He'll go after this round of popularity is settled," Lu Ong replied with a smile. Based on his calculations, by the time Tablemate's popularity was finalized, the cumulative sales of his 3 works would surely surpass the emerald level. At that time, he could update his information all at once, avoiding the need for multiple trips. "By the way, do you want to register a Langbo account and also a Douyin one?" "I already have accounts on both platforms," Luong said. "What I mean is to create a work-specific account. Your popularity is quite high now, and your fans need a platform to interact with you." As someone who had been through this, Gu Sison certainly understood the importance of engaging with fans. All right then. Luong turned around, picked up his phone, and quickly registered accounts on both platforms. Both accounts were named Lu Gongzi, and under Gu Sison's guidance, he completed the verification process. Unbeknownst to them, both platforms had already tried to reach Luong through various channels. They wanted to invite him to start his account, but Luong had not answered their calls. Once the backend received Luong's verification request, they were overjoyed and immediately approved it. The musician verification was approved so quickly. Gu Sison refreshed the page in surprise. "Quick approval shows their efficiency." "That's right," Luong replied. Gu Sison huffed. "It's just that people can really die from comparison. I took 3 days to get my singer verification after winning the championship last year." Luong didn't know how to comfort her. "Hurry up and post your first video while the hype is still high." "What should I post?" The two sat on the sofa discussing for a long time without reaching a conclusion, ultimately taking a casual photo of the fruit platter on the coffee table to post on Langbo. Simultaneously, this photo was uploaded on Douyin as well. The caption read, "Hello, everyone, I am Lu Gongzi. This is too perfunctory." Gu Sison said with a chuckle. "Who cares? I'm really not good at this stuff, and I don't expect to make money from it anyway," Luong replied nonchalantly. Moreover, he only wanted to let his work speak for themselves and didn't want to engage in the fan economy or entertainment circle. Registering the account was merely to facilitate communication with fans. After successfully posting, Luong tossed his phone aside and got busy with other things. However, the accounts on both platforms caught a lot of attention. Du Xiaowei was a music enthusiast, and recently the continuous appearance of good songs in the newcomer competition made her happier than the new year. Especially when she saw Lu Gongzi trending all over Langbo, she felt she hadn't misjudged him. The only thing she found regrettable was that Lu Gongzi had not yet opened a public work account. She casually clicked on a topic about Lu Gongzi and immediately noticed a whole row of related accounts at the top. All of them were named Lu Gongzi. A bunch of people trying to ride the coattail, she muttered. Just as she was about to scroll down, she suddenly noticed that the first account had a yellow V. Anyone who uses Langbo knows that a yellow V signifies official verification. Could it be real? She clicked on the account with a skeptical attitude. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Gongzi." There was only one post accompanied by a picture of a fruit platter and nothing else. Checking the owner's verification information, it was indeed from an officially recognized musician. "Oh, that's great, Lu Gongzi actually opened an account." Du Xiaowei was overjoyed and hurriedly clicked on the comment section. There isn't even a single comment. "Oh my god, I'm going to be the first fan to interact with Lu Gongzi." However, just as she clicked, the system automatically refreshed the page. Du Xiaowei was dumbfounded. Clearly, just a second ago, it was 0 likes and 0 comments, but in the blink of an eye it had gained 2,000 likes and over 500 comments. "How high am here? Lu Gongzi is here. Likes 1825. Great." Lu Gongzi finally opened an account, but it's a pity he didn't post a photo. Likes 1,799. Lu Gongzi is so talented, he must be a graceful young gentleman. Likes 1,722. He can write songs like Dissatisfaction, so Lu Gongzi must be a middle-aged man who's been through a lot. Likes 533. Dislikes 1998. Within minutes of the account being activated, a swarm of followers came sniffing around. Lu Gongzi's follower count shot past 10,000, and the likes and comments on his first Langbo post were exploding. The hashtag Lu Gongzi opens Langbo surged onto the trending list and climbed with furious speed. By midnight, Lu Gongzi's account had officially surpassed the 500,000 follower mark. That single photo post alone had accumulated 37,000 likes. As if that were not enough, fans quickly noticed that many prominent figures in the music world had begun following Lu Gongzi. Have you noticed? The first account to follow Lu Gongzi was actually Gu Xining. Who is Gu Xining? To catch you up, Gu Xining was the champion of last year's rookie competition. I remember her. But how did she disappear right after winning? I was a fan of hers last year. Who knows? Showbiz is a merciless sieve. Countless newcomers are sifted out at the debut gate. It's such a pity. Among today's female singers, Gu Xining is unquestionably a beauty benchmark, and her vocal skill leaves those idol groups in the dust. These days, the entertainment world doesn't crown people on looks and singing alone. I doubt she could become popular again, even if she resurfaced. Makes sense. Which of the newcomers doesn't come out guns blazing with hype and manufactured topics? In short, you need someone backing you. At that moment, far away in Qingzhou, in the CEO office of a company called Yuyo Media, the boss frowned at his computer screen. The page before him was open to the comments beneath Lu Gongzi's Langbo post. He lit a cigarette, inhaled and exhaled a cloud of smoke before saying in a low voice, "Any news from Gu Xining's side?" A woman dressed sharply and with an air of efficiency rose from the sofa and replied with deference, "President Tang, she has not announced a comeback date." With a loud slap, President Tang struck the table. The impact made the computer monitor tremble. "Make her return immediately or have her pay the breach fee." Smoke curling around him, President Tang barked. But she just gave birth. I don't care. Even if she must go on stage holding the baby, she will return. It might even generate more buzz. And if she refuses, President Tang sneered at the suggestion. Perfectly fine. We didn't spend much promoting her to champion in the first place. It was largely exploiting her looks to stir heat. If she refuses, 20 million in breach fees will be a handsome windfall. Understood, President Tang. I know what. The woman acknowledged him and moved toward the door. Just as she reached for the handle, President Tang's voice called out, "Contact that Lu Gongzi first, then approach Gu Xining." Understood. She stepped out of the office, aware that President Tang intended to lure Gu Xining back by first bringing Lu Gongzi into Yuyo. After all, Lu Gongzi's heat was at a fever pitch. Whether Lu Gongzi would refuse the offer was a question neither President Tang nor she seriously considered. They both implicitly believed no fledgling composer could turn down Yu Yao's olive branch. Night fell. Luong and his mother bathed the babies together, soothed them to sleep, and then went to Gu Xining's room. The cradles remained in his mother's room, ostensibly to avoid disturbing Gu Xining's rest. If a baby grew hungry, they would carry it over to Gu Xining to nurse. Aren't you going to sleep? Gu Xining asked when Luong entered. They still slept in separate rooms, a rule set the day they returned from the postpartum center. His mother had quietly instructed Luong that they were not to share a room for 3 months. Luong was helpless. Even without his mother's edict, he felt it would be impossible to sleep together just yet. Although during their stay at the postpartum center the two had shared some intimate moments, because of the babies they were far from comfortably sharing the same bed. I need to talk to you about something. Luong replied, then closed the door behind him. Gu Xining's face betrayed a trace of nervousness. Her heart thudded. What are you going to do? She asked anxiously, though a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. You'll see in a moment. Luong smiled mysteriously, walked to the bedside and crouched. He reached out and lifted the hem of Gu Xining's nightdress to reveal her lower abdomen. Her pretty face flushed crimson, as she made no move to resist, stammering, "Oh no. I'm still in confinement," she blurted. Luong looked up in puzzlement. "Do you have to finish the postpartum period before treating a surgical scar?" "Oh, so that's it. What else would you think it was?" Nothing. Gu Xining's face burned. She snatched a pillow and buried her face in it. A moment later, she felt a coolness against her lower abdomen. After the stitches were removed, the wound had been in the healing phase, prone to occasional itching that she could not scratch openly. The unpleasant itch had been hard to bear. Now the sensation had vanished entirely, and she felt an immediate lightness. She lifted the pillow curiously and peered. She saw Luong carefully applying something from a small bottle. "Is this another one of your family's secret formulas?" she asked. "Yes, it's guaranteed to banish scars, more effective than even the top products on the market," Luong said with. Gu Xining nodded without hesitation. After the previous trials, she had come to trust the remedies Luong produced. They worked in astonishing ways. Take the skin repair lotion, for instance. Since giving birth, her skin had slackened considerably, yet after using that lotion, once her complexion recovered completely and gleamed even more than before. You should start a skincare line. Your products are miraculous. If they were publicized, women around the world would go mad. Gu Xining had already entertained the notion and could not help voicing it. "I'd like to, but these things are difficult to manufacture. They can't be mass-produced. One person's supply is all they can sustain." Luong explained the real reason: the items came from a system and required exchange with Mengbao points. Different types cost between 700 and 1,000 Mengbao points. If he wanted to bring them to market, the amount of Mengbao points needed would be staggering. At present, he could earn at most 1,000 Mengbao points a day. That translated to only about 30 bottles a month. Nowhere near enough for commercial sale. There, all finished. Luong rose after finishing the application. "Thank you," Gu Xining murmured. He smiled. Why so formal among family, and turned to leave. Gu Xining reached out, her lips moved, then she let her hand fall and teased, "You are such a blockhead." Luong left Gu Xining's room and proceeded to freshen up. He then returned to the guest bedroom to prepare for sleep. Just before drifting off, he glanced at his phone. 99 missed calls. A faint frown flickered across his brow as he pondered whether it was time to hire an assistant to handle such tedious matters. Otherwise, he'd spend every day fielding calls, and nothing else. As Luong lay down and reached to set his phone aside, another call came through. He hadn't intended to answer, until he saw the caller ID and paused, startled. The number originated from Qingzhou, registered under Yuyao Media. He recalled that Gu Xining had signed with this company shortly before graduation. Within the entertainment industry, Yuyao Media ranked among the foremost conglomerates. Few major entertainment firms could rival its stature. But why would they call me? They shouldn't even know about my relationship. Puzzled, Luong pressed the accept button. "Is this Master Lu?" A cool, composed female voice emanated from the receiver. "Yes, this is he. This is Yuyao Media. Please report to our Human Resources Department tomorrow to complete onboarding formalities." "Onboarding? What onboarding?" "You didn't understand. Yuyao has assessed your potential and extended an invitation for you to join our roster." Luong froze, utterly dumbfounded, half convinced he'd misheard. This was their first contact. When had he ever agreed to join Yuyao? "I'm sorry, madam. Might there be a misunderstanding? Have I submitted a resume to your company?" Luong replied politely. The woman on the other end seemed unprepared for such a response and fell silent. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, Luong shook his head and said, "If there's nothing further, I'll hang up now." "Wait." Her voice finally sharpened with urgency. Surely you're unaware of Yu Yao's standing in the entertainment industry. I can brief you right now. Lu Wang blinked again, briefly mistaking her tone for self-reflection. Instead, her condescension remained intact. Fine, go entertain yourself elsewhere. Lu Wang ended the call and went to sleep. At Yu Yao Media's headquarters, a sharp-eyed woman listened to the dial tone, her expression clouded with bewilderment. This shouldn't happen. No one has ever outright rejected Yu Yao's invitation, not even newly debuted composers. Even legendary veteran artists granted Yu Yao due deference. Today's youth are truly impatient, barely achieving anything before soaring into arrogance. She scoffed coldly, then reported the incident to Director Tang, who responded tersely, "Ignore it. Contact Gu Xining. Master Lu. You've just discarded a golden future yourself." With a sigh, she dialed Gu Xining's number. The next morning, Lu Ong noticed Gu Xining's eyes were red-rimmed upon waking. "Did you sleep poorly? Was the baby restless all night?" he asked with concern. Gu Xining hesitated briefly, then decided to speak. "Last night Sister Bing called me." "Who is Sister Bing?" "Director of the Artists Division. She instructed me to resume activities immediately." Lu Wang retrieved his phone, pulled up last night's call log, and showed it to her. "Is this her number?" "Huh, she called you too?" Gu Xining exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but she doesn't know we're connected. She must have obtained my number through some other channel. Then her call was certainly an offer to join Yu Yao." Gu Xining instantly grasped the implications. An offer? I've never seen one so arrogantly delivered." Lu Wang gave a frosty laugh. The woman's haughty demeanor rankled him deeply. It seems Yu Yao's attitude toward newcomers hasn't changed a bit. Gu Xining wasn't surprised in the slightest. She'd long witnessed Yu Yao's imperious conduct, and given its dominance in the industry, perhaps it did possess the authority to behave so. "So I declined," Lu Wang stated calmly. "True, you're not an artist. As long as your work stands on its own, you'll hold your ground in this industry." Gu Xining voiced her full support. "What about you? Will you resume activities?" Lu Wang asked. Sister Bing demanded I report back to the company immediately or pay liquidated damages. Gu Xining furrowed her delicate brows. "Didn't you mention the baby hasn't yet reached 1 month?" "I did, but she said I could bring the baby on stage. It'd even generate buzz." Lu Wang was rendered speechless. He knew the entertainment industry thrived on sensationalism, but he'd never imagined Yu Yao would stoop so low as to exploit an infant still within its first lunar month. A surge of fury burned in his chest. He supported Gu Xining's return, but only after the baby turned 1 month. "Let me see the contract you signed." Lu Wang spoke through clenched teeth. Gu Xining fetched it from her suitcase. Lu Wang scanned it, and his temper flared anew. "This contract is outrageous. It's nothing short of a coercive, exploitative agreement. Per its terms, Yu Yao Media provided her debut work for the new talent competition, and stipulated she must generate at least 100 million yuan in revenue for the company within 5 years. It made no mention whatsoever of her share, only vaguely stating compensation would be adjusted according to circumstances. In essence, Yu Yao retained absolute discretion over whether and how much to pay her. Worse still, the penalty for breach amounted to a staggering 20 million yuan. "I hadn't graduated yet," Gu Xining murmured softly. "And with family pressures mounting, I was desperate to launch my career, so I signed hastily." She added quietly, "But the works I submitted for the competition, I purchased them myself. Yu Yao provided nothing." Lu Wang sighed softly. That fact changed little. The contract still bound her. Even without Yu Yao's support, her current refusal to return constituted a breach. "So what do we do? Shall I negotiate with them? Perhaps resume activities once the baby turns 1 month?" Gu Xining pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. "No negotiation needed." Lu Wang's voice rang firm and resolute. "I fully support your return, but absolutely not with a shameless company like this." "Then what do you propose?" "Breach the contract, immediately. Don't worry about the penalty. Whatever amount it states, I'll pay." His tone turned icy. Legally, this contract was indefensible, even in court. To secure Gu Xining's freedom, paying the penalty was the sole viable path. Just then, Lu Eng's phone vibrated. A familiar mode given the volume of calls he now received. The screen displayed an unknown number, its origin flagged as Wangchao Media. Wasn't that Yu Yao's archrival? "Hello, is this Master Lu?" "Yes, speaking. This is Wangchao Media. We wonder if Master Lu might be open to joining us. Compensation and terms can be discussed thoroughly at your convenience." Lu Wang suddenly recalled a recent entertainment headline and asked, "Might I ask, are your artists currently vying with Yu Yao for dominance on the top-tier artist rankings?" There was a pause. Then the voice acknowledged, though not an overt rivalry, industry insiders understand perfectly each additional top-tier artist secured by either side inflicts substantial losses upon the other, both in audience reach and financial gain. A subtle smile curved Lu Eng's lips. He exhaled 3 quiet, decisive words: "Let's meet." 2 days later, at the entrance of the Jiangdu Writers Association, Lu Ong stepped out of a taxi. Today he came to update his composer-level information. The second round of popularity calculations has ended, and the song "You My Desk" Mate has secured the top spot with a staggering 9.3 million popularity, breaking historical records. It even surpassed the combined popularity of 2 songs by Yi Xing during the calculation period. However, after the period ended, the popularity of those 2 songs continued to rise, with Horse City at 6 million and Sorrow Relief at 7.1 million. Thus, Lu Ong's accumulated popularity has now reached around 22 million. This has far exceeded the 15 million standard for emerald-level composers, while the next diamond-level standard requires a whopping 50 million popularity. Reaching that level will take some time, so Luong decided to first update his rank to emerald. Another reason is that today he has a meeting with the dynasty side to discuss cooperation, and raising his level could serve as leverage in negotiations. Upon entering the Composer Association hall, it was very quiet. Only a young lady at the front desk was engrossed in her phone. He walked over and asked, "Hello, where do I go to update my composer information?" The young lady, hearing someone speak, did not look up, but instead pulled out a form and slapped it on the desk. "Fill out the form first," she said before continuing to play on her phone. Luong began filling out the form at the front desk, entering his name, composer stage name, phone number, and so on. "I'm so angry. Why do so many people say young Master Lu is an old man? Some even say he's a grandpa." At that moment, the young lady suddenly began speaking through gritted teeth, her fingers rapidly tapping on the screen. Hearing his name, Luong looked up and noticed the young lady was fervently arguing in a comment section of a blog post It was indeed the only blog post he had published after creating the account. "Young Master Lu is definitely a handsome guy. Come on, let's argue. If you don't believe it, fight me. On what basis do you say he must be handsome? Have you seen him? I have indeed seen him, believe it or not. Hey, you women are just unreasonable. Even though I like young Master Lu too, if he were really a handsome guy, I'd live stream eating poop. This post is proof. Just wait when young Master Lu releases a photo of you for a live performance." Luong couldn't help but smile, unexpectedly realizing he had fans, even those who were mindless and diehard. 2 minutes later, Luong finished filling out the form and handed it over. "Hello, I'm done." Just a moment, let me insult him once more," the young lady muttered. She still didn't look up, only glancing at the form briefly before returning her gaze. After pressing a few buttons on her screen, she seemed to realize something was off and looked at the form again. "Young Master Lu," she gasped, looking up at Luong. She froze in place, disbelief evident in her eyes. "You are young Master Lu. You are the one who wrote you my desk mate?" she asked excitedly. "Yes, I am young Master Lu," Luong replied with a smile. "Oh." The young lady suddenly covered her face with both hands and jumped up. When she lowered her hands, her face was flushed with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if she wanted to swallow Luong whole. "I knew it. Young Master Lu must be a graceful and charming gentleman. You look even better than your ID photo. Oh my... I can't take it. My heart is racing, it's about to jump out. No, let me take a moment to calm down." The young lady went into a frenzy, not even giving Luong a chance to speak. Since she became a fan of young Master Lu, she had taken advantage of her job to check his information immediately. Then she found that Luong's ID photo was stunning. Thus, when she saw someone online claiming young Master Lu was an old man, or even a grandpa, she couldn't help but argue with them. However, due to work reasons, she absolutely could not disclose the composer's information. This had been torturing her, so when she saw Luong in person and realized he was even more handsome than in the photo, she completely lost her composure. She quickly threw her phone down and rushed into the ground floor restroom, followed by the sound of running water. When she came out, droplets of water still clung to her face, indicating she had splashed cold water on her face out of excessive excitement. "I'm so sorry, young Master Lu. I hope I didn't embarrass you too much." The young lady finally stabilized her emotions. "It's no problem. Thank you for supporting me so much," Luong smiled. "Oh, young Master Lu is so gentle. He even thanked me. He's just too kind." Hearing Luong's words, the young lady's expression turned dazed, her heart racing wildly as the calmness she had just regained began to stir again. Taking a deep breath, she made an effort to remain calm and smiled. "Actually, I've been waiting for the day you come to update your information at the Composer Association." "Oh right, you came to update your information. Let me take you there." Luong maintained his smile, genuinely unsure how to handle such an enthusiastic fan. Yes, let's get to the main business." The young lady finally remembered picking up the form and leading the way. They walked, and she turned back to look at Luong almost every second, making him feel a bit shy. "This is it." She brought Luong to a door, knocked twice, and pushed it open. "Director Zhang, a composer, is here to update their information." "Okay, please let him in." A strong voice came from inside. "Young Master Lu, please come in." She stood to the side of the door, gesturing for him to enter. Luong nodded and walked in. Director Zhang was a burly, middle-aged man. No wonder his voice was so strong. "Hello, Director Zhang. I'm here to update my information." Luong greeted actively. Director Zhang, who was handling official business at his desk, looked up, paused in surprise upon seeing Luong, and smiled. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Our Composer Association is likely to gain another fierce talent. Luong immediately humbly replied, "Thank you for your praise, I dare not take it." The Composer Association is filled with talent. Although Luong's current achievements are remarkable, they are merely results from the rookie competition. The paperwork for the update was processed swiftly, and Luong has now officially been promoted to an emerald-level composer, receiving a badge issued by the Composer Association. The badge is uniformly shaped like a musical note. Moreover, Luong received 5 badges, at once ranging from bronze to emerald. The material of the badges corresponds to their names, such as the bronze badge being made of brass. The silver badge is made of silver, while the gold and platinum badges are merely plated, as those materials are exceedingly expensive. The emerald badge, however, is made from real materials, albeit of ordinary quality. These badges symbolize the identity of composers. Outside the Composer Association, Luong held 5 badges in his hand, feeling a slight sense of joy. After all, he is the first in history to directly receive so many badges at once during his first attempt. After some thought, Luong pinned the 5 badges to his left chest and took a selfie to post on Langbo. He captioned it, "The Composer Association is so generous they gave me 5 badges at once." After posting, Luong took a taxi to the meeting point he had arranged with the people from the dynasty, but his Langbo comment section was already ablaze. "So ostentatious, but I love it. Incredible. Can we say there's no one before you? I remember Jiang Yuqin only advanced 2 levels during the rookie competition back in the day. You're not mistaken, Jiang advanced directly from obscurity to gold. So we can say we're witnessing history. Young Master Lu is amazing." Is there anyone in the comment section who works at the Composer Association? What does young Master Lu really look like? Right, I'm so curious. Is he an old man or a middle-aged guy? Since he opened his account, he has only posted 2 photos, but neither showed his face, so he probably looks average. The comment section was buzzing with fans most interested in what young Master Lu looks like. There were indeed some who had seen young Master Lu in person. For example, the receptionist who had just met Luong began chatting with them. While feeling frustrated that she couldn't disclose Luong's photo, she was also immensely satisfied to have seen the real young Master Lu. Additionally, colleagues from the composing department of Xinhuang Entertainment, as former collaborators, naturally knew that Luong's composer alias was young Master Lu. However, they chose not to invade Luong's privacy. If he wanted to disclose himself, he would do so. Even among Luong's university classmates, many were fans of young Master Lu, but apart from a few close friends in the dorm, no one knew he was young Master Lu. In an elegantly decorated cafe, Luong entered and approached table 28, where a finely dressed woman was sitting. She stirred her coffee with one hand, while scrolling through her phone with the other, occasionally glancing out the window. "Hello, are you Miss He-yun?" Luong asked as he approached the table. "That's me. May I ask you?" He-yun's eyes fell upon the 5 badges on Luong's chest. "So you are young Master Lu. I'm sorry, I just saw you come in. I never expected young Master Lu to look this. You look more like a member of an idol group." Luong then realized he was still wearing a bunch of badges on his chest. I forgot to take them off after the photo shoot." Luong chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly removed them. "Is this the photo?" He-yun waved her phone at Luong, showing the badge photo he had just posted. Luong nodded with a smile and then sat down. "The comment section is bustling. Everyone is guessing what you look like. If I took a photo of you now and posted it, would it shoot straight to the trending topic number 1? He-yun joked. Luong knew she was just kidding and politely smiled. After some small talk, He-yun returned to her regular work mode, taking a contract from her bag and handing it to Luong. Luong remained silent and began to read it seriously. After only reading a small part, Luong could already sense the sincerity of the dynasty. The main difference from Yuyo is that the dynasty placed Luong on an equal footing and sincerely invited him to join. Moreover, it was clearly stated that from the moment he joined the dynasty, all of his works would have full rights to negotiate their prices. This is a privilege reserved for diamond-level composers. Additionally, the collaboration methods between composers and artists with entertainment companies differ. For instance, artists usually sign time-based contracts, typically ranging from 3 to 5 years, with some extending up to 10 years. However, composers sign contracts based on the number of works. For instance, the contract from the dynasty clearly states that Luong is required to compose 20 songs for the dynasty's artists. Moreover, no matter who sings Luong's works, the company will invest substantial resources in promotion. This clause is quite reasonable, and Luong understands that to further his career in the industry, it is not solely dependent on works. He must also have a strong platform that can provide him with maximum exposure. Luong believes that collaborating with the dynasty would create a win-win situation. Furthermore, the attitude of Yuyo towards Gu Xining has left him very displeased. As the foremost rival of Yuyo, Luong does not mind lending them a hand. "I am very satisfied with the contract, and I can sign it right now." After reviewing the contract, Luong did not deliberate further. 20 songs are nothing but a drop in the bucket for his extensive repertoire. He-yun was somewhat surprised, but also found it reasonable, as she felt the conditions offered by the company were already quite favorable. Then He raced to a pleasant collaboration. He-yun extended her hand. Luong shook it lightly, then signed the contract and looked up to ask, "What are the odds for the company in this ultra-firstling competition?" Upon hearing this, He-yun admired Luong even more. He began thinking about the company's interests right after signing the contract. "Currently, it's not very optimistic. Our company's existing first-line singers are all seasoned veterans. On the other hand, Yuyo has been keeping up with trends in recent years, cultivating a large batch of idol singers regardless of their singing ability. They rely on their looks and hype to push sales of music that hardly qualifies as music at all," He-yun said, helplessly noting that this has become the norm in the entertainment industry. With popularity reigning, few pay attention to the works, and there are countless popular singers who can't carry a tune. "I have a different perspective. Since this is a music competition, the audience's focus will ultimately return to the music itself," Luong said solemnly. Upon hearing this, He-yun's eyes lit up. Indeed, this year's rookie competition is the best proof. Does Yixing look good? Not at all. He was even booed during his first appearance on stage, but what happened in the end? His songs Mu Ma Chung Shi and Xiao Chou resonated with the audience's hearts, and when that happened, all popular singers were sidelined. All music lovers would sincerely pay to support such excellent music. However, He-yun thought for a moment. Although the rookie competition currently does indeed prioritize the quality of works over popularity, it still depends on who the participants are. What is a rookie competition? It refers to newcomers who have just debuted or haven't officially debuted yet. They may have gained some popularity through the company's operations, but it is completely different from competitions at the super elite level. The singers participating in such competitions are all pushed to the forefront by their backing companies from the very beginning using popularity and topics. Their popularity is terrifyingly unimaginable. One member of a boy band even posted a selfie on a social media platform setting a fee of 60 yuan to unlock the photo. No one expected that within 24 hours of the photo being released, it would receive an unlocking fee of several million yuan. This incident made countless entertainment companies realize the benefits brought by popularity. Thus, they began to imitate, with numerous talent shows emerging, and idol artists were produced in large quantities like products on an assembly line. Some of them participate in talent shows barely recognizing even the five-line staff, yet they perform stiffly to nonsensical dances. Even so, they can still attract a large amount of attention and popularity. They release what's called music that even dogs wouldn't listen to, yet it can sell millions or even billions of copies. Teacher Lu, in this era, can we really defeat popularity with the quality of works? Heian asked somewhat despondently. Absolutely. Luong replied decisively. I can give you an example, please. Heian was somewhat puzzled, but still followed Luong out of the cafe and onto the street. How popular is the song? Luong suddenly asked. Of course it's a super hit. This song was released this year by Song Xingjia, the current main artist of Yu Yao, and its accumulated popularity has already exceeded 200 million. Heian said with some emotion, but to be honest, she truly couldn't understand what the song was trying to express. As for the melody, it had no highlights, yet fans were still willing to pay for it. What about the song If Heaven Had Feelings? Luong asked again. This is a super classic work by Teacher Zhang from our company 20 years ago. It was a must-choose song for karaoke back then. Heian suddenly became excited upon hearing the familiar song title, especially since it was sung by an artist from her own company. But then she furrowed her brows and said gloomily, unfortunately, Teacher Zhang's popularity now is less than 1/3 of Song Xingji's. That's just the surface of Come With Me. Luong smiled slightly and walked towards a man in his 40s. Hello sir, I am a reporter from the Royal Dynasty Weekly. May I ask you a few questions? Luong held out a pen as if it were a voice recorder. Upon seeing Luong, who looked like a star, and a woman in formal attire beside him, the man immediately believed him. Sure, what do you want to ask? Have you heard the song Star X? I don't usually pay much attention to music, so I haven't heard of that song. What about If Heaven Had Feelings? The man continued to shake his head while Luong took out his phone, opened a music app, searched for Star X, and hit play. Sir, please listen to this first. The beginning was a chaotic mix of intense instrumental sounds, making one involuntarily nod along to the beat. However, when the vocals came in, the pronunciation was unclear, mixed with a significant amount of electronic music. It was impossible to discern the vocal characteristics, let alone understand the lyrics. Moreover, the melody was unremarkable, hardly reminiscent of anything pleasant. What is this supposed to be? It doesn't sound like a human singing. The music is quite energetic, though. After hearing it, the man gave his opinion. Luong smiled, and then played If Heaven Had Feelings. As soon as the prelude began, the man suddenly, excitedly pointed a finger in the air. I've heard this one. I heard it a long time ago, and I can sing a few lines. The man really began to sing along with the phone. After finishing, the man continued. Now that's what a song should be. I may not remember the title, but I still remember it, and can sing it after all these years. What was that earlier? Can that even be called a song? Thank you, sir, for agreeing to our interview. Luong expressed his gratitude, then turned to Heian only to find she had not reacted much. It seemed she had anticipated this situation. Are you trying to tell me that only truly good works can stand the test of time? But you interviewed a man in his 40s. What if it were the fanbase of those idol singers? Heian quickly understood Luong's intention and even pointed out its loopholes. However, Luong did not respond. He simply searched for another target and quickly locked onto a passerby who looked like a female college student. He approached her with the same opening line, just changed the question. Can you tell me who your favorite singer is right now, eh? Luong smiled. The female student shyly covered her face, partly because it was her first interview and partly because Luong was too handsome, making her lose composure. Of course I love Wu Yujie the most. I'm his diehard fan, the girl said happily. Which of his songs do you like? I love them all. I like anything he sings. Luong directly searched for Wu Yujie's album and clicked on the most popular song to play. Oh, it's the song Hello, I love listening to that one. As soon as the prelude started, the girl excitedly began to clap her hands. Do you usually sing this song at KTV? Luong continued to ask. The girl was taken aback and then awkwardly replied, this song. It's nice, but it seems difficult to sing. Luong smiled faintly. It was not just difficult to sing. Without the accompaniment, the song was as bland as boy. Aside from a bunch of fast-paced rapping, there was hardly even a hint of beauty or any memorable melody. Luong then played If Heaven Had Feelings. What about this one? This is If Heaven Had Feelings, right? Who doesn't know this? It's a must-choose song at KTV. With that question, there was no need to continue. Luong took Heian to interview a dozen more passersby, including people from teenagers to those in their 50s. As Heian said, these young people were basically fans of contemporary idol singers. But strangely, while they would buy their idol songs, only a very small portion could actually sing them. On the other hand, Luong casually picked a few classic old songs, and whether they were young or older. Even if they didn't know the song titles, or who sang them most could hum a few lines, and many could even sing them completely. At this moment, Hyun suddenly realized, I understand now. You want to tell me that no matter the age group, good songs are appreciated? Exactly. Luong nodded. Those so-called popular singers are not attracting popularity based on their works themselves. Are their fans fond of them because of their works? Quite the opposite. Fans are initially attracted by their looks, and then they accept their works, which usually only circulate within the fanbase of a particular idol. Just like the female student I asked earlier, she knows her idol songs, but hasn't heard a single song from another idol. This indicates that the works of popular singers simply do not reach beyond their fan circles. However, everyone has one commonality: they have all heard classic old songs from the past. So they just like the idol, but they are completely open to good music works. Hearing Luong's explanation, Hyun increasingly found it reasonable. She even began to fantasize about whether one day a veteran artist from her company would sing a new song recognized by the entire public. Would those fans of rival idol singers also be willing to pay for it? Hyun pondered over Luong's words, increasingly convinced that it was indeed possible. However, she also understood that to stand out in this era, one must produce exceptionally outstanding works. Just like the kind of music that could resonate through the streets and be recognized by the majority 2 decades ago. Currently, Luong had only released 3 songs, and in terms of popularity, he had yet to reach that level. Nevertheless, Hyun believed there was absolutely no issue with the quality. It might just be constrained by the platform of the newcomer competition. After all, the competition had been held for over 20 years, and its audience had diminished year by year. Yet Hyun was certain, especially with that song, The One Sitting Next to You, it would undoubtedly continue to be sung for another 20 years. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Teacher Lu, do you have more works on hand? I do, Luong replied with a confident smile, but I need to assess the singer's performance style and vocal characteristics first. Of course, I wonder if you have time to accompany me to the company now, Hyun asked eagerly. After seeing Luong nod, she was thrilled and invited him into her car. They hastily made their way to the Royal Dynasty Company, officially known as Royal Dynasty Entertainment. It was an established entertainment company, and many well-known singers had emerged from there. However, in recent years, due to the rise of internet celebrities, it had lost its former standing in the industry, even being slightly overshadowed by the 3-year-old Yu Yao. Sister Young, you're back. The receptionist greeted enthusiastically as they entered the company. Then she spotted Luong following Hyun, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Once they entered the elevator, several female employees in the lobby quickly gathered together. Who was that young man just now? I've never seen him before. He's so handsome. And he was barefaced. The company is currently changing its business strategy and is trying to adopt a route similar to Yu Yao's. So, the incredibly handsome young man we just saw is also a newly signed artist. Oh, I'm so excited. If that's true, I can just support him from now on. I'm a bunch of women who only care about looks. Can't you all see that the young man has an amazing physique? I'm in love with the 3rd floor. As Hyun and Luong stepped out of the elevator, they heard a loud stream of curses. Get lost. I won't wear makeup no matter what. Teacher Wu, please cooperate. This is a company requirement. I won't comply with any demands, not even from the king. A grown man wearing lipstick and colored contact lenses. You might as well let me die. Bang. A door was forcefully opened and slammed shut. Hyun awkwardly glanced at Luong and walked over, holding her forehead. Just outside, Teacher Wu leaned against the wall, filled with fury, breathing heavily. Teacher Wu, can you still not accept this? Hyun inquired. Teacher Wu shot him a glance and turned his head away, unwilling to engage. Hyun could only smile helplessly. She then signaled Luong to follow her, and once they were a distance away, whispered, Teacher Wu is actually quite handsome. Indeed, he seems to be in his 30s, but his looks are remarkably handsome and refined, Luong replied honestly. The company wants Teacher Wu to transition into a youthful idol route. With his looks, if he removes his makeup and adds a filter, he wouldn't be any worse than those internet celebrities. Hyun explained. Hearing this, Luong felt a pang of sadness. He recognized Teacher Wu from earlier. 10 years ago, when Teacher Wu had just risen to fame, his songs had echoed through the streets. However, even such an established and powerful singer was now being forced to transition to the internet celebrity route. Luong understood the company's approach, as the era was dominated by internet celebrities, and Teacher Wu had the potential to transition, which led to this situation. However, he didn't want to express any opinions on the matter. Hyun brought Luong to the door of an office and gently knocked. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Opening the door, Hyun entered first, saying, Mr. Lin, I've brought young... Oh, is that so? Please let him in, Mr. Lin said eagerly. At Hyun's gesture, Luong stepped into the office and noticed that besides Mr. Lin, there was also a frail-looking person sitting on the sofa. He seemed familiar, but Luong couldn't immediately recall who he was. So the legendary young Master Lu is so handsome. Have you considered transitioning to become an artist? Mr. Lin quickly walked over to extend his hand to Luong. You're joking, Mr. Lin, I haven't thought about that direction for now, Luong said, somewhat speechless, realizing that Mr. Lin was already trying to push him into a new career. It was surprising to be asked to change careers right upon meeting him. That makes sense. Your previous 3 songs were all masterpieces. Ooh, perhaps songwriting is truly your forte. Mr. Lin gestured for Luong to sit down. Once seated, Mr. Lin brewed tea while saying, Teacher Zhou, let me introduce you to this young Master Lu who has recently taken the world by storm. Oh, so it's young Master Lu. Such a pleasure to meet you. Teacher Zhou quickly stood up and extended his hand upon hearing this. Luong also stood up to shake his hand, and upon closer inspection, he finally remembered who he was. Teacher Zhou, you are. Teacher Zhou Chuangang. Luong questioned, doubting his eyes. Haha, I didn't expect that a young person would remember me. I had health issues a few years ago and had been semi-retired, only recently returning to activity. Teacher Zhou expressed some surprise and joy. So that's how it is. No wonder I haven't seen you on stage in years, Luong said respectfully. This Teacher Zhou had been known as the Prince of Love songs when Luong was in middle school. Luong had loved listening to his songs back then, and he could still sing each one perfectly to this day. One could say that Teacher Zhou was indeed a part of Luong's youth. I can't believe it, the times have changed. Now hardly anyone recognizes me when I go out. Teacher Zhou said with a hint of self-mockery. Not at all your songs. If you ask anyone about them, they can definitely sing a couple of lines, Luong replied. Teacher Zhou simply waved his hand at this, looking somewhat desolate as he said, That's all in the past. Do I want bother you any? After saying that, he turned and left, and Mr. Lin let out a gentle sigh upon seeing this. They then shifted the conversation away from Teacher Zhou and focused on Luong instead. They agreed that the next day the company would gather all current artists to have Luong tailor works for them. This posed no pressure for Luong, who readily agreed. Upon returning home, Luong found Gu Xining sitting on the sofa watching television with a visibly angry expression. What's wrong? How can watching TV make you so upset? Luong teased. Upon seeing Luong return, Gu Xining quickly stood up, pulling Luong to the TV and pressing the replay button. On the screen was a music program, and the person singing was none other than Teacher Zhou Chuangang, whom Luong had met. After he finished singing, the camera shifted to the judging panel, where a young girl whom Luong did not recognize began to comment on Teacher Zhou's song. Luong recognized the young female mentor who had debuted through a talent show. She now had a very high popularity. So is it because of her fame that she can sit in the mentor's seat? However, she perhaps had some self-awareness and did not comment on Teacher Zhou's song. She merely raised a sign to eliminate. Even so, Luong couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. Teacher Zhou, who had debuted before this mentor was even born, had been eliminated just like that. Whether it was the program's arrangement to attract traffic or for the sake of the show's effect, Luong felt that his youth had been insulted, and Gu Xining must have shared this sentiment. Since she is a traffic star, she should focus on her fame. Why does she recklessly accept such a mentor's role? This is completely lost in the confidence brought by fame, thinking that traffic is everything. Seeing this, Luong turned off the television and said to Gu Xining, Times change, but classics never go out of style. Teacher Zhou's comeback is merely a matter of needing someone to give him a push. Gu Xining nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, Teacher Zhou's songs represent the youth of our entire generation. The predecessors of the previous generation simply weren't born in the internet age, but that doesn't mean they lack popularity. I will let the fans of those current traffic stars see what true fame really is. Luong said emphatically, and then returned to his room to shut himself in. Back in the day, not only Teacher Zhou, but also other seasoned singers had classic works that were sung by millions. However, the people who used to listen to their songs are now busy dealing with life and no longer focus on music. So wouldn't it be enough to awaken their memories? Luong opened the music library, starting to search for works suitable for Teacher Zhou's style. Suddenly, he saw a particularly eye-catching category: Father of Love Songs Special. Teacher Zhou was once known as the Prince of Love Songs, so this Father of Love Songs should match his style quite well, Luong thought, then clicked in. Once he opened it, Luong became excited. This exclusive category contained hundreds of songs, all written and composed by one person. Amazing. He casually clicked on one to listen, and his eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. It's so similar. This Father of Love Songs has a voice exactly like Teacher Zhou's, and the style matches perfectly. Luong knew he didn't need to search for songs anymore. He had found the perfect work for Teacher Zhou. The next day, Luong arrived at the Huangchao company as scheduled and saw President Lin again. Teacher Lu is here. Come, let me take you to meet the company's singers, President Lin said enthusiastically. Wait a moment, President Lin, can I ask a few questions first? Luong did not follow President Lin's pace. Sure, go ahead. President Lin turned around puzzled. I want to ask how the company is arranging for Teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou. President Lin sighed. He has just recovered a bit recently and has the idea of making a comeback. So I arranged for him to participate in a music program, but this era only looks at traffic. He was eliminated in the first round, but I will think of ways to let him appear on other programs later. Luong pondered for a moment before asking, what if Teacher Zhou were to participate in the Peak Gala? Hearing the words Peak Gala, President Lin was taken aback, surprised. Teacher Lu, are you joking? The Peak Gala is a battlefield for top-tier stars. Teacher Zhou, although he once shone in the music industry, you know how it is in this era. President Lin did not finish his sentence, but Luong understood what he meant. It was the same old story. It was an age where traffic reigned supreme, and Teacher Zhou's elimination from that music program was the best proof. But Luong, being naturally stubborn, was determined to break the so-called traffic myth and let music return to its essence. At this time, President Lin continued, It's not that I think Teacher Zhou is incapable, but he has been retired for many years, and many young people don't even recognize him. Moreover, the Peak Gala requires a full album, at least 10 songs. Why shouldn't I choose someone who is currently popular? Luong did not refute, as it was understandable for President Lin to think this way from a boss perspective. For the future of the company, he could not place his bets on a completely outdated singer. Can teacher Zhou also join this selection? Luong had to settle for second best. That's no problem, let's go over now, President Lin nodded. The two arrived at a practice room in the company where 5 company artists were already waiting along with a few signed composers. President Lin glanced around and asked, "Is Teacher Li not here yet?" He responded immediately, "I just contacted him. Oh, Teacher Li is on the way." "Then let's wait a bit longer," President Lin said, looking like Teacher Li was a very important figure. Luong was a bit puzzled. He still didn't know what criteria the company used to choose participants, so he secretly asked He-yun. After He-yun explained, Luong finally understood. It turned out that a representative was selected through the joint efforts of the company's composers and music producers, who then collaborated to create an album. That is a complete album of 10 songs. After several minutes, Teacher Li, whom everyone was waiting for, leisurely walked. "Teacher Li, you're finally here," President Lin greeted first. The artists also greeted him warmly, including the composer. "This is Teacher Li Yu, a master-level composer," He-yun quietly introduced to Luong. "Oh, so it's him." Luong suddenly realized, as someone in the composing circle, he certainly knew who Li Yu was. He was a veteran composer in the circle, having achieved master-level status 5 years ago, but Luong had never met him in person. The other 4 composers were also diamond level, while Luong was at the emerald level. "Now let's start the selection. You can perform live, and you choose the songs yourself," President Lin announced. As the composers and music producers serving as judges took their seats. Who is this? I've never seen him before." Li Yu noticed Luong sitting at the judges' table and expressed his As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the practice room instantly froze. All eyes turned to Luong, especially those of the company's several diamond-level composers. One of them spoke up, saying, "President Lin, it's no wonder Teacher Li is upset. We had agreed that this album would be a collaboration among us. You suddenly brought in a newcomer without even informing us." President Lin did not expect that adding Luong would cause such a strong reaction. He was merely focused on Luong's potential. After all, he had shown brightly in the rookie competition, rising to become a jade-level composer in a short time. This peak competition was crucial for the company, and he only thought of enhancing the company's strength. Therefore, he did not inform them that Luong would also participate. As the boss, he had no choice. Composers of diamond level and above were highly sought after, let alone with a master level Li Yu leading the dissatisfaction. "Teachers, it was my oversight. However, young Master Lu's talent is evident. I just wanted to make this album even more perfect," President Lin explained somewhat helplessly. As for the few singers, they dared not breathe a word in this practice room. They were at the very bottom of the food chain. "So President Lin doubts our abilities, implying that we old guys aren't as good as him," a newly promoted jade-level Li Yu continued to press. President Lin was caught in a dilemma. After all, Li Yu was a master-level heavyweight, and he had only just secured his contract. Yet he also valued Luong highly in his heart. However, seeing the current situation, Li Yu was completely forcing him to choose one over the other. What to do now? At this moment, the slender figure of Teacher Zhou stepped into the practice room somewhat awkwardly, still unaware of the tense atmosphere. "President Lin, did you call me over for something?" he asked. "Teacher Zhou, I asked President Lin to call you over for the peak competition selection. I was the one who requested that," Luong explained. Who would have thought that as soon as he spoke, Li Yu slammed his hand heavily on the table. "What qualifications do you have to decide who participates in the peak competition? You just joined the company, and do you think you can ride over us old timers? How about we withdraw? You can take charge of this album. How does that sound?" Li Yu rained down scorn on Luong, and the other composers joined in blaming Luong. Words like disrespectful and ungrateful flew from their mouths. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Teacher Zhou quickly spoke up. "Everyone, please don't be angry. Teacher Lu simply doesn't understand the company's situation. I can't possibly participate in the peak competition under these circumstances. I withdraw. I'm withdrawing." After saying this, he looked apologetically at Luong and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly lack the ability to represent the company in the peak competition." Luong remained unfazed despite the barrage from everyone. Seeing Teacher Zhou choose to defend him first only reinforced his belief that he had not chosen the wrong person. He then asked President Lin, "According to the rules of the peak competition, can each company send 2 participants?" "In theory, yes, but there is only one super first-line spot in each year's peak competition, and the competition is therefore most companies only send 1 participant, pouring all resources into 1 person. Only this way can they," President Lin explained. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Li Yu snort coldly. "Huh. You're really naive. You don't think the peak competition is a child's play like the rookie competition, do you? That's a battlefield for diamond level and above, and it even includes master level and king level participants. Producing an album requires a great deal of effort from many people. Do you really think the company can send 2 people to participate?" Facing Li Yu's mockery, Luong merely smiled faintly and calmly said, "Just consider me young and reckless. If you're willing to participate in the peak competition, I will tailor an album just for you." As soon as those words were spoken, the practice room erupted into a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. "Huh? What did I just hear? You plan to tailor an album for him?" What Teacher Li just said about being naive was still too mild. This kid is completely unaware of his own limitations. I've really got to laugh. This is the peak competition. Even Teacher Li wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim. You can't just throw together 10 random songs. Do you really think the peak competition is child's play? You were just lucky to write 3 decent songs in the rookie competition, and now you aspire to create an entire album. I've seen arrogant newcomers, but I've never seen anyone as bold as you in my 40 to 50 years of life. Not only the composers, but even President Lin He-yun and several singers looked at Lu Ong incredulously. Teacher Zhou, the person in question, also wore a face of disbelief. He approached Lu Ong and whispered, "Thank you for valuing me, but can we not joke around?" Lu Ong replied helplessly, "Teacher Zhou, you don't believe me either. I absolutely believe in your talent. Those 3 songs of yours are excellent, even good enough for the peak competition. But the peak competition requires a full 10 songs. That's an entire album. Given your age, you probably haven't been in the composing circle for long, and you may not know how difficult it is to create an album during the peak competition period." Teacher Zhou sincerely explained, providing Lu Ong with some details about the peak competition. The most important thing was that the 10 songs of the competitors must be created simultaneously within the 2 months of the competition. The difficulty of this is evident. In previous years, there have been instances where singers were set to perform, but the songs were not yet completed. Thus, any company participating in the peak competition would gather all signed composers for a full collaboration, and there were even many cases where large sums were spent to hire external help. Despite Teacher Zhou's patient explanation, Lu Ong remained nonchalant. "Right now, I just need one answer. Can the company send 2 participants?" Hearing Lu Ang's stubborn insistence, the several composers shook their heads, seeming unwilling to waste more breath. President Lin, however, nodded at Lu Ong, indicating that it was possible. After receiving President Lin's approval, Lu Ong no longer cared about the opinions of others and directly pulled Teacher He-yun hurriedly followed after receiving a glance from President Lin, saying, "Teacher Lu, I sincerely apologize. It was our oversight that put you in such an awkward position. It's fine. I'm not that petty, nor am I good at verbal battles. I am Lu Ong." His tone suddenly became serious as he looked at He-yun and said, "I will let my works speak for themselves. Can I borrow the recording studio?" "Huh, you're actually serious about this, Teacher Lu. Why not?" Lu Ong smiled calmly, pulling the bewildered Teacher Zhou towards the direction of the recording studio. In the recording studio of the Huangchao company, Lu Ong surveyed the decor and equipment, marveling that it was indeed incomparable to a small company like Xinhuang. "Teacher Lu, are you really planning to create an album for Teacher Zhou?" He still found it a bit hard to believe at this point. Lu Ong remained silent, instead taking out a sheet of music and handing it to He-yun. Her position was the director of the artist department, and she wasn't very knowledgeable about music, so she directly handed the sheet back to Teacher Zhou. It's best to let professionals handle professional matters. After receiving the sheet, Teacher Zhou quickly began to hum along. After only humming the first 2 lines, his somewhat dim eyes suddenly brightened, and he glanced at Lu Ong in surprise. "Continue, Teacher Zhou." Lu Ong wore a faint smile, encouraging him to keep going. Teacher Zhou nodded vigorously and continued humming according to the sheet, his expression growing more excited with each note. He even clenched his other hand into a tight fist. He-yun watched in confusion, but she could tell that Teacher Zhou had been downcast ever since making his comeback. Especially after being eliminated by a popular girl group in a variety show, he seemed to have lost all his spirit and confidence, no longer resembling the charismatic prince of love songs he once was. But at this moment, He-yun felt as if she was witnessing the confident prince of love songs from over a decade ago, waving his arms on stage, leading the fans in a sing-along. "Is this song really that good?" He-yun asked, feeling that the melody was indeed lovely, but not understanding much beyond that. "Not just good, Teacher Lu isn't joking. This song is truly tailored for me. Both the lyrics and the melody perfectly match my previous style," Teacher Zhou said excitedly, then bowed deeply to Lu Ong. No, Teacher Zhou, I grew up watching you. I grew up listening to your songs. I'm flattered." Lu Ong almost slipped up, causing He-yun to cover her mouth and chuckle. "Teacher Lu, ever since my comeback, I felt completely lost, and even considered withdrawing from the music industry altogether. But now you've given me hope. It feels like I've been reborn," Teacher Zhou said sincerely, his eyes growing red. Lu Ong felt moved as well. This was a true lover of music, unlike those who paraded under the banner of music. Seeing Teacher Zhou so excited, even though she didn't understand, He-yun knew this song must be exceptional. But she furrowed her brows and said, "But the peak competition requires an entire album, 10 songs in total." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Lu Ong confidently assured her. "Let's focus on practicing this song for now, since the competition is about to start soon." Perhaps inspired by Lu Ong's confidence, He-yun nodded vigorously in agreement. Teacher Zhou immediately entered the recording studio to begin practicing the song. Meanwhile, He-yun also notified the company's producers to come over. Not only had the lyrics and melody been written, but the arrangement was also complete. However, the arrangement required significant work, and He-yun could not let Lu Ong handle such tasks. Thus, the company's production team would be brought in to finalize the product. A few hours later, a group of people walked out of the practice room. After several hours of evaluation, the composers, led by Li Yu, finally selected a contestant for the company. He was the current top singer with the highest popularity in the company, Hong Kai. Hong Kai debuted at the same time as Zhou Chuangang, but his achievements back then were not on par with Zhou Chuangang. However, after Zhou Chuangang retired due to illness, Hong Kai gradually became the pillar of Huangchao. With the company's wholehearted resource support, even in recent years with the rise of popular trends, his popularity remained at the top. As for the other eliminated singers, they weren't too disappointed as they understood that even if they participated in the peak competition, it didn't necessarily mean they would become top-tier stars, which was incredibly difficult. At most, they would only gain some popularity during the competition, and taking on more gigs or reality shows wouldn't differ much in terms of exposure. Moreover, participating in the peak competition also carried certain risks. They were seasoned singers, and if they sang poorly and were eliminated by a new generation of talented artists, it would tarnish their legacy. At that moment, several producers from the company exited the recording studio chatting and laughing and happened to run into each other in the corridor. "Teacher Du, did you just finish recording?" Li Yu initiated the greeting. "Yes, Teacher Li," producer Teacher Du replied. "I remember the company hasn't released any new songs recently, right?" Li Yu asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Teacher Du was equally perplexed. He turned and pointed towards the recording studio saying, "What we just recorded was the competition song for the peak competition. Wasn't Teacher Zhou one of the contestants you evaluated?" The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit chilly. The producers were unaware of what had happened in the practice room, thinking that the song Zhou Chuangang recorded was composed by the "I think that kid is just messing around. He just said he would create an album for Zhou Chuangang and immediately started recording. Is songwriting really that easy? I mean, Teacher, you guys are really something. A newcomer composer who knows nothing, and you just follow along with him haphazardly. I saw you all laughing when you came out earlier. It must have been because that kid's song was completely unbearable." Several composers voiced their opinions, leaving the producers who had participated in the arranging and production looking bewildered. However, from their tone, the producers could roughly guess that these composers had some disagreements with young Master Lu. Moreover, Teacher Zhou was not selected by them, but was chosen solely by young Master Lu. Especially when they heard them say that young Master Lu's new song was unbearable, the producers could not help but show bemused expressions. "Teacher Du, don't take it to heart that young Master Lu is just an inexperienced newcomer." At that moment, Li Yu seemed to be trying to find an excuse for Luong. "Next time he asks you to record, you really don't need to." "Wait a moment, Teacher Li." Teacher Du suddenly raised his hand to stop Li Yu from continuing. He lightly coughed and said, "I think you may have misunderstood." The composers showed puzzled expressions. They misunderstood. At this moment, Teacher Du looked again toward the recording studio, and when he turned back, his eyes revealed deep admiration. "That young Master Lu is truly remarkable. I can't guarantee how excellent his song is, but it's absolutely no problem for Teacher Zhou to advance to the first round of the peak competition." Upon hearing Teacher Du's words, the corridor suddenly fell silent, especially Li Yu, who had a face full of disbelief. "Teacher Du, can you explain what exactly is going on?" Li Yu finally couldn't help but ask. Teacher Lu is truly talented. The new song he composed perfectly matches Teacher Zhou's style, in terms of both lyrics and melody. Even the arrangement has been done well. To be honest, it's embarrassing to say, but we were only called over to complete the final part of the work. This song can be said to be entirely the work of Teacher Lu. Teacher Du's admiration for Lu Ong was completely unmasked. After saying this, he left with his team, leaving Li Yu and the others awkwardly standing in place. They had no reason to doubt the words of the production team because their ability to appreciate the quality of music was not inferior to that of the composers. They only felt a bit flushed, or just a few hours ago they had collectively mocked Luong. They never expected that in such a short time he would produce a new song that even the producers praised. This was a blatant slap in their faces. At this moment, a diamond-level contestant suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, don't be fooled by that kid, who can write a perfect song in just 3 hours based on the singer's style. He must have been in contact with Zhou Chuangang long ago, and the song was already written before." As soon as these words were spoken, others seemed to find a way out and began to echo. "Makes sense. How could he possibly have completed the lyrics, melody, and arrangement in just 3 hours? No wonder he insisted on Zhou Chuangang participating in the competition. Oh, it turns out they had colluded in secret for a long time. I wonder how long ago he wrote this song. Bringing it out now is just to deliberately humiliate us. Don't worry, the peak competition requires a total of 10 songs. Oh, let's see how he handles the other 9. Lin, who had been silently watching from the side, could only sigh inwardly. He found it difficult to participate in the rankings or suppression of newcomers within the composing circle. However, he was very clear that Luong had indeed met Teacher Zhou for the first time just yesterday. Then today he wrote a new song that perfectly matched Teacher Zhou's style, which was completely different from what Li Yu and the others said about being well prepared. This made him regard Luong with even greater importance in his heart. In the recording studio, Teacher Zhou, who had just finished singing the new song, was still unable to calm his emotions. After hearing the full version with arrangement and accompaniment of the new song, he finally realized that this song was indeed an exceptionally excellent love song. Yet Luong remained calm and collected throughout, for only he knew how this song measured up against the works of the god of love songs from Earth. It could only be considered rather ordinary. His top-tier works, of course, were reserved for later. After bidding farewell to the two, Luong left the royal dynasty and returned home. Upon entering, he heard Gu Sining practicing her singing on the balcony, and it was evident that she genuinely wanted to make a comeback. However, he first needed to resolve her contract issue. Luong could not come up with the 20 million breach of contract fee at the moment. Once the revenue from the 3 songs in the rookie competition was settled, it should be about enough, so there was no need to rush now. The 3rd round of the rookie competition starts tomorrow. What are your plans? No plans. Let Xia Shu and Yi Xing compete for first place on their own in the 3rd round. I have other things to be, Luong said as he sat down on the sofa. Gu Sining curiously sat beside him and asked, what are you busy with writing songs for the singers at the royal dynasty? She had known about Luong's contract with the royal dynasty for a long time, but never expected him to start composing right after signing. Yes, I'm preparing to write songs for the singers from the royal dynasty participating in the peak competition. So just thinking about the royal dynasty makes me angry. How could a singer as talented as Teacher Zhou be treated this way, eh? Gu Sining recalled the scene of Teacher Zhou being eliminated from the program a couple of days ago. Guess which singer I'm writing for at the royal dynasty? Isn't it obvious? The royal dynasty will definitely choose the currently most popular singers to compete, either Teacher Wu or Teacher Hong. These two people are indeed the two most popular first-line singers at the royal dynasty right now. You only guessed half right, Luong said with a mysterious smile. Gu Sining tilted her head in confusion, not understanding the saying that there was another half of the contestant. But soon Luong clarified it for her. This time both Teacher Zhou and Teacher Hong from the royal dynasty will compete simultaneously. Hearing Luong's answer, Gu Sining was taken aback, then asked in confusion, both of them at the same time. Doesn't that mean they have to produce 2 albums in 2 months? Yes. Luong nodded lightly. I will create a separate album for Teacher Zhou. Gu Sining's mouth slightly opened in surprise, looking at Luong with a doubtful gaze. She said nothing, but it seemed like, what's wrong? Don't you believe in my abilities? Luong teased, suddenly reaching out to flick her nose. Gu Sining let out a soft hum, swatting Luong's hand away as she reproached. Are you taking on too much? Writing an album by yourself in 2 months? Luong gently beckoned her with his finger, and Gu Sining curiously leaned closer only to hear him whisper. They'll tell you, just between us, I've already written all 10 songs needed for the album. Gu Sining, upon hearing this, playfully pushed Luong's shoulder and said, you're even deceiving me. Don't believe me. Shall we make a bet? Okay, what are we betting on? Let me think. If I win, I'll sleep in the master bedroom. You? Gu Sining pouted, a hint of blush appearing on her face, but she thought it was impossible for one person to compose an album in such a short time. So she sweetly said, all right, I'm betting with you. Luong chuckled and suddenly ran to his room to grab a stack of A4 paper, directly throwing it on the coffee table in front of Gu Sining. Then he ran back to his room, stepping in slippers. What are you going to do? Moving. I haven't lost yet. You'll lose once you read those scores. Gu Sining lightly huffed and began to look at the scores on the table. She picked up the first sheet and gently hummed it, and after humming a few lines, her eyes brightened. After looking at the first sheet, she continued to the second, becoming increasingly surprised. Then the third, fourth, and fifth sheet. After she finished looking at all the scores, she sat on the sofa lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luong had already moved all his belongings into the master bedroom and returned to the living room. He waved his hand in front of Gu Sining's eyes. What are you thinking? I'm wondering. How did your brain work to write so many beautiful songs? Gu Sining looked up at Luong, her eyes filled with admiration. Ahem. Don't you see whose husband I am? Luong said proudly. Gu Sining's face turned red in an instant, and she lowered her head, saying softly, what husband? We're not married yet. Luong was about to speak when he saw her stand up from the sofa and return to her room. In confusion, he saw her come back with a book, flipping through it as she walked. As she flipped, a piece of paper suddenly floated out. Hey, what is this thing? Gu Sining curiously asked, pointing at the paper on the ground. Let me see. Luong walked over to pick up the paper and looked at it. Resident registration card. Name Gu Sining. Luong instantly understood upon seeing those words. Wasn't this the household registration book? Thinking of her deliberately dropping it, Luong felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't believe there would come a day when he would be urged to get married. With this thought, Luong decided to tease her. He picked up the paper and pretended not to recognize it, asking, what is this thing? Can't you see? It's the permanent resident registration card. I see, but what's this registration card for? This is the household registration book. Oh, so it's the household registration book. This thing should not be thrown around. Put it away quickly. Gu Sining stood there holding the book, her beautiful brows suddenly furrowed together. You don't know what the household registration book is for? She asked again. I know it's needed for applying for an ID card. What? It can also be used for buying a house. Anything else? I can't remember. Bang. Gu Sining directly hit Luong on the head with the book, her fists clenched tightly as she angrily returned to her room. Luong did not chase after her. He certainly knew Gu Sining's thoughts, but he believed it shouldn't be so hasty. There should be a formal proposal ceremony. Moreover, with just about a week left until the full moon, it wasn't convenient for her to. It would be best to finish the competition matters first, and then take some time to prepare carefully. With a plan in mind, Luong returned to his room only to find the door locked from the inside. Knock, knock. He knocked on the door and said, why is the door locked? I want to sleep. You can't come and go sleep in your own. But I just won the bet and we agreed that I could sleep in the master bedroom if I won. I don't care, Bim, just going to be stubborn. Then open the door so I can get my blanket back. But there was still no response from inside, and Luong leaned against the wall with a wry smile. He just wanted to prepare a serious proposal to surprise her, but it seemed she was genuinely angry now. What to do? After leaning against the wall for a while, the door suddenly made a slight sound, and a crack opened from the inside. Then a head peeked out sneakily through the gap. She looked to the left, and there was no one. Then she looked to the right, and their eyes met. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Gu Sining slowly retreated back into the room, but did not close the door again. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ong pushed the door open and discovered that the blanket he had just brought over was missing. Where's my blanket? I don't know. Strange, he had just brought it over and left it on the bed. How could it be gone? How can I sleep at night without a blanket? How would I know? It's a bit cold at night lately, and I could catch a cold without a blanket. If I catch a cold, it would be bad for the baby, so I can't get sick. To avoid getting sick, I can only sleep in a place with a blanket, but my blanket is missing, so I might as well sleep. Originally, Gu Xining was lying in the middle of the bed, but upon hearing this, she silently rolled to the side, leaving the other side of the bed empty. I might need to change into my pajamas first, Lu Ong said as he opened the wardrobe door, and a blanket tumbled out from inside. It was the very blanket Lu Ong had mysteriously lost. He pretended not to see it, and pushed the blanket back, taking out his pajamas and moving to the other side of the bed. Turn off the light. Oh, Lu Ong reached out to the bedside switch. Snap. The room darkened, leaving only the sound of their increasingly rapid. Just so you know, you're not allowed to cross the dividing line of the bed. Okay. They fell silent again. Lu Ong had been busy all day and was really feeling a bit tired. Gu Xining stopped talking to him, and before long she fell asleep. It wasn't until half an hour later that Gu Xining quietly turned over and found with a conflicted expression that she had to say to Lu Ong, pig. But not long after, her mother came in carrying a crying, hungry baby. After a bit of fussing, they finally managed to fall asleep again. In the chaos, Lu Ong accidentally rolled over the dividing line, but fortunately Gu Xining didn't notice. Early the next morning, when Lu Ong woke up, he only felt something soft in his arms. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Gu Xining curled up in his embrace, sleeping soundly like a little cat. His arm was also pinned under her head, seemingly losing all sensation. But he didn't notice that the corners of Gu Xining's mouth had already secretly curled up. A week later, today was a special day. The third round of the rookie competition was in full swing. It was also the first day of the peak competition. Additionally, it was the day the baby officially turned 1 month old, and after staying home for a month, Gu Xining finally stepped out of the house. During this week, their relationship had rapidly heated up, and sharing a bed had become a habit. However, it was limited to sleeping together, as Gu Xining had just finished her confinement period. If they wanted to do anything else, they would at least have to wait until she recovered for 2 months. Moreover, Qingming Film's long-prepared first movie was finally released. There hadn't been much discussion about the film online until a certain music enthusiast posted a tweet. The theme song of the movie those years was actually written by Master Lu. Am I the only one who noticed? This tweet quickly climbed to the 13th spot on the trending list, attracting widespread attention. Who is Master Lu? Is he famous? To the person above, let me fill you in. The champions of the first and second rounds of the rookie competition both sang his songs. I rarely pay attention to the music scene while just watching movies, but this song is really beautiful. Ooh, I cried while watching the film. You are not the only one crying. This song struck a chord in my heart, reminding me of my first love. Thanks to the blogger, I was regretting that Master Lu didn't participate in the third round of the rookie competition, but I didn't expect him to write the movie's theme song. Those years was also sung by Xia Shu. I'm going to buy a movie ticket right now. One is, since Master Lu wrote the theme song, it's worth buying a movie ticket just for the song. With this tweet trending, the film's popularity also increased significantly, especially since many of Master Lu's fans stated they would buy tickets to watch the movie. Simultaneously, Xia Shu also experienced a surge in popularity. He had only sung one of Lu Ong's songs in the second round of the rookie competition. Meanwhile, Yixing had sung 2 songs, and the two were in a tight contest in the third round. Just then the movie was released, and the theme song from Lu Ong brought him another wave of popularity, ultimately allowing him to narrowly defeat Yixing and win the championship of the rookie competition. At this moment, Lu Ong was not paying attention to any of this. He was backstage at the peak competition. Due to the program's flow, the organizers also invited the creators of the current works to the scene every year. At this time, the program team was interviewing the participating team from Yuyao. Teacher Chen, does Yuyao have confidence in this year's rookie competition? Of course we have confidence, otherwise why would we be here? What do you think about Yuyao's #1 rival, the Dynasty? I have no opinion, but I definitely admire them. Oh, Teacher Chen, could you elaborate? There's nothing to hide. I heard that Dynasty sent 2 contestants this year. The interview was also live-streamed, and the dialogue between the reporter and the Yuyao team immediately ignited the bull. The audience was utterly curious as to why the Huangchao Entertainment Company had sent 2 participants to the summit competition this year. Generally speaking, entertainment companies struggle to create a single album during the competition period, let alone guarantee its quality. What kind of operation is it to produce 2 albums? Huangchao is considered an established company. How could they come up with such a foolish plan? No way, they can't possibly think that having more participants will ensure victory, can they? If that's true, I can only say that Huang Chaos' decision is utterly misguided. Indeed, this year the participant from Yuyao is a super popular new generation singer, and what's more frightening is that they not only have popularity, but also possess actual singing skills. I am particularly curious about which 2 contestants Huangchao has selected. Compared to the contestants, I am more interested in the behind-the-scenes production team, as they are the key to determining the outcome. The interview team could see real-time comments, and being experienced, they knew exactly what the audience wanted to see. Unsurprisingly, the news of Huangchao sending 2 contestants would soon trend online. However, they needed to stoke the fire even more. Thus, the interview team went directly to the Huangchao team's lounge. Countless viewers followed the camera into the lounge and saw the contestant team from Huangchao. 4 diamond level and 1 master level composers plus the veteran first-tier singer Hong Kai made a total of 6 people all gathered around a table discussing something. Upon seeing the interview team enter, they immediately stood up to face the camera. Being veterans of the entertainment industry, they all knew that appearing even for a minute in such a major competition could enhance their popularity, which would be beneficial for the upcoming events. So this year it's Teacher Li leading the team, greeted the reporter. Yes, it's me. Oh, we're quite familiar with each other now, Liu replied with a chuckle as he had represented Huangchao in the summit competition for 3 consecutive years. Unfortunately, each time they were just shy of success due to both the works and the contestants themselves. Teacher Li, we heard that Huangchao has sent 2 contestants this year, but we only see Teacher Hong. Where's the other one? The reporter went straight to the point after the greeting, which was what the audience wanted to see. Liu seemed to be prepared for this question and calmly said, "This is indeed the case." After getting confirmation from Liu, the comments section became even more lively. The reporter took the opportunity to ask, "Can Teacher Li elaborate on this?" The viewers watching the live stream are very concerned. First, I want to thank the audience watching the live stream and the fans of Teacher Hong. Actually, this matter has little to do with me, Liu said, showing no signs of panic as he began to shift the focus away from himself. Recently, our company has welcomed a young composer, the kind with a lot of ambition. Alas, being young, it's normal to want to make a name for oneself, but he has been a bit too eager for quick success. If he insists on selecting an additional contestant, perhaps it's because my qualifications aren't enough. Well, I can't persuade him otherwise. Hearing Li's remarks, the comments section erupted. WOC. Which rookie composer is this, to the point of not even listening to Teacher Li's advice? If I remember correctly, Teacher Li is a master-level composer. How could someone of that caliber not be able to rein in a newcomer? I really want to know which newcomer has such audacity. The reporter glanced at the comments, and as she expected, the heat was rising, and she also received a cue from the director in her earpiece. The topic of Huangchao's 2 contestants had already trended online, but it needed more fuel. She maintained a professional smile and continued to ask, "So Teacher Li, doesn't that mean your team is under more pressure this year with the need to create 2 entire albums?" No. Liu waved his hand and smiled. That young composer is indeed ambitious, but he still understands the importance of respecting his elders. He didn't mean to put pressure on an old man like me. At this moment, the comments section was filled with question marks. The reporter felt the same way. Oh, was there perhaps another hidden? Just as she was about to ask, Liu continued to explain, "To avoid burdening us old folks, he made a significant decision." As he finished speaking, countless viewers, including the reporter, perked up their ears. What kind of decision could it be? He said he would create an entire album solely for the contestant he selected. The comments section instantly went silent, as if the viewers had forgotten to type after hearing this statement. Even the reporter holding the microphone looked puzzled, and only after a moment did she react, asking in surprise, "Teacher Li, I think I didn't quite catch what you just said." I said, "That rookie composer has decided to create an entire album by himself." Liu raised his voice, clearly repeating what he had just said. Wow. The comments section exploded, even causing the live stream to lag. Did I hear correctly? One person is creating an entire album. What's crucial is that this is a rookie composer. Is he crazy, or am I crazy? Only 2 months' time. If it were 2 years, I could still believe it. Who on earth is so arrogant as to say such a thing? Quick, I need to know which composer it is within 10 seconds. The reporter, glancing at the comments, hurriedly asked, "So Teacher Li is the composer you mentioned here?" Next door, Liu pointed to the left and said just 2 words. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporter immediately took the cameraman out of the lounge and knocked on the door of the adjacent lounge. Inside the lounge, Luong, who was watching the live stream, heard the knock and helplessly said to Teacher Zhou, "I told you I didn't want to come, yet you insisted on dragging me here." "Sorry, Teacher Liu, I'm really quite nervous. I feel more confident with you here," Teacher Zhou replied apologetically, not expecting Liu to push Luong into the limelight on live television. The interview team had already come to knock on the door, and one could only imagine the storm Luong would soon endure. Luong had not wanted to appear in the spotlight, so he had prepared a mask when he came. Upon hearing the knock, he immediately took it out and put it on. "Should we open the door?" Teacher Zhou asked. "Go ahead, I don't mind. If we don't open it, you'll definitely be bombarded in the comments when you go on stage. Who knows, the next trending topic might be has-been singer throwing a tantrum." Hearing that Luong was still thinking of himself first, Teacher Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and silently vowed to perform his song well. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the door and gently turned the handle. In the live stream, the audience eagerly watched as the door slowly opened. Finally, a thin face appeared in the frame. Who is this? Is this the rookie composer? They don't look too young. No way you don't even recognize Zhou Chuangang. Oh, I remember now, he participated in a music program a while back and got eliminated. Teacher Zhou was once known as the Prince of Love Songs over a decade ago, but his popularity has waned since then. Wait, could it be that Teacher Zhou is the second contestant? No way, why would Teacher Zhou choose to participate? He might ruin his reputation for good. Seeing Zhou Chuangang open the door, the reporter recognized this long-retired singer only through the comments. A wave of joy surged through her heart. Didn't this bring the heat they needed? "Hello, Teacher Zhou. Hello, please come in." The two greeted each other in front of the camera, and Teacher Zhou opened the door to invite them inside. As the photographer walked in, he immediately scanned the room, with the lens finally focusing on a masked figure sitting on the sofa. This should be the young composer that Teacher Lee mentioned, right? Why is he wearing a mask? Is he afraid to show his face? Of course. He knows this is just a way to ride the wave of the competition and boost his song sales. That makes sense. As long as his song sales go up, he doesn't need to face the public and be criticized. It feels like Teacher Zhou is being used as a shield for him. Quick, go interview that person. I want to see who he really is. When the reporter entered, she immediately spotted Luong sitting on the sofa, but out of professional integrity, she couldn't just rush over to interview. Teacher Zhou, may I ask who this is? The reporter inquired. This is the composer who created the album for me. Teacher Zhou did not mention Lu Gongzi's name, as he didn't want Luong to be at the center of public scrutiny. Could you please introduce him to us, Teacher Zhou? The audience in the live stream is eager to meet the new face of the competition. The reporter directly referenced the audience, and indeed the barrage of comments was urging her to interview the masked figure. However, Teacher Zhou hesitated. Once Luong was interviewed, he would be thrust into the public eye. He had just watched the live stream, and could easily imagine how harshly Luong would be criticized. Just as he was about to refuse, Luong stepped forward in front of the camera. He confidently greeted the viewers, saying, "Hello to everyone in the live stream. I am Lu Gongzi, the creator of Teacher Zhou's album." Upon finishing, a pair of eyes visible beyond the mask and shining like stars curved into a smile. The viewers watching the live stream were all music enthusiasts, and although the rookie competition did not attract as much attention as the peak competition, it still drew interest. However, some of the viewers recognized Lu Gongzi's name, and upon realizing that the newcomer composer they had been criticizing was actually Lu Gongzi, they were momentarily taken aback. The reporter, however, was the first to react, feeling a surge of joy. She initially thought that the two participants sent by the dynasty would be the biggest highlight of this peak competition, but the surprise was here. Lu Gongzi, this was the name most frequently mentioned in the music scene lately. She never expected that the radical newcomer composer mentioned by Li Yu would be Lu Gongzi. "Hello, are you the Lu Gongzi who wrote the one sitting next to you?" the reporter asked. Her question was quite clever, as not every viewer in the live stream knew who Lu Gongzi was. So she directly referenced the one sitting next to you, a song that had gained significant popularity and was already becoming a must-play track in KTVs. Sure enough, the viewers who were unfamiliar with Lu Gongzi finally understood. So it was that Lu Gongzi. He also wrote those years, right? As one of the first fans to follow Lu Gongzi, I want to tell you about Horse City and Sorrow Relief. These songs have been very popular recently. I just never paid attention to who the composer was, and it turned out to be Lu Gongzi. Is this really Lu Gongzi? Why is he wearing a mask? I want to see his face. Are there any beauties who have seen Lu Gongzi's eyes? They look so good. And he is also very tall, looking like he is at least 180 centimeters. Among the audience, there were many of Lu Gongzi's fans, especially female fans. But where there are fans, there are also critics, and Luong was no exception. Why does it feel like the atmosphere is off? Aren't we here to criticize this newcomer composer? Everyone, don't let the delusional fans lead you astray. Even if Lu Gongzi is great, how dare he claim to create an entire album on his own? I think he just got a little success in the rookie competition and has started to get carried away. That's right, even a master-level figure wouldn't dare to boast like that. Meanwhile, the organizer of the peak competition timely initiated a topic on the live stream. New composer Lu Gongzi boldly challenges the peak competition with a solo album. In just a few minutes, this topic was trending. Even Luong's live stream comment section was flooded with a massive influx of users. Most of these were not Lu Gongzi's fans, but rather those attracted by the trending topic. However, Luong currently had no time to focus on his social media, as this was his first official interview. After hearing the reporter's question, he humorously replied, "If there is no second Lu Gongzi in the composer world, then I suppose you are referring to me." The reporter was momentarily taken aback. From Lu Gongzi's demeanor, he didn't appear to be the arrogant newcomer that Liu described. "Then may I ask, is it true that you plan to create an entire album for Teacher Zhou?" "Well, there is nothing to hide. I do have such intentions." Hearing Lu Gongzi's admission made even the reporter's curiosity ignite. "Wow, Lu Gongzi, you are truly remarkable. In all the years we've hosted the peak competition, this is the first time a composer has taken on an entire album." Hearing the reporter's somewhat exaggerated tone, Luong merely smiled in response. The reporter glanced at the barrage of comments and asked, "Lu Gongzi, many viewers have expressed a desire to see your true self. Can you fulfill this wish?" "I'm afraid I cannot accommodate that request. I fear I might scare everyone away with my looks," Luong replied with a smile. The reporter felt a bit disappointed, but today's interview had already exceeded expectations. Thus, she didn't press Luong for more questions and concluded the interview after asking a few trivial questions. However, the barrage in the live stream did not quiet down. "Haha, the delusional female fans just heard Lu Gongzi admit he looks ugly. You're wrong, he's just being modest. Look at how beautiful his eyes are. I remembered a meme, a masked godlike face revealing a sausage mouth when the mask comes off. So real. If he were truly good-looking, why wouldn't he show himself? Oh right, I forgot, he's just here to ride the wave of popularity. If he shows his face, he might get criticized on the street later." Lu Gongzi needs to ride the wave. After all, he wrote 3 hit songs in the rookie competition and even a popular movie. The comments in the barrage were in a heated debate, but overall Luong's fans found themselves in the weaker position. Their comments were almost instantly drowned out. It was only when the peak competition officially began that the discussion about Lu Gongzi began to shift towards the compete. On the brilliantly lit stage, various fireworks soared into the sky, announcing the official start of this year's peak competition. Due to the hype from pre-event interviews, the popularity of this live broadcast soared. Many viewers who usually pay little attention to music competitions flocked into the live stream after seeing the trending topics, just to see what kind of good songs the boastful composer could actually produce. Now please let the contestants come on stage to draw lots for the ceremony, the host announced loudly from the stage. Amidst the overwhelming cheers from the audience, the singers from various companies took turns to appear on stage. My brother Hao looks so handsome today, he must give it his all. Teacher Hong Kai's aura is still as strong as ever. Isn't it easy for him to handle these popular singers? How can the upstairs people talk like that? Although the senior is impressive, my brother is not only popular, but also talented. Okay. He is the so-called strength you speak of, just relying on fans to artificially inflate popularity. What a sour tone. Our chart topping is the biggest proof of my brother's strength. If you have the ability, you can try to climb the charts too. This time a total of 16 singers are competing, 9 of whom are popular singers who have been forcefully promoted to the top tier in recent years. However, to be fair, those companies are not so arrogant as to send purely popular acts to compete. The ones they sent are all carefully selected with a combination of good looks, singing ability, and some popularity. Judging purely by singing ability, these popular singers could easily be overshadowed by veteran artists. However, they have other advantages, the most important of which is a large number of fans. These fans generally only care about looks. Being handsome is justice. They don't care how well you sing as long as it's their idol singing. They are willing to spend money to support. Amidst the bickering in the comments, all 16 contestants arrived on stage. There are no elimination rules in the peak competition. The first round is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, based on the draw. Then each group will draw lots for head-to-head matches. Moreover, one key difference between the peak competition and the newcomer contest is that there are no download restrictions on new songs. This means fans can download as much as they want to support their favorite singers. This also poses a significant challenge for many veteran singers, as the fans of popular singers are mostly young people who might impulsively spend an entire month's living expenses on repeat purchases. On the other hand, their fans are generally more mature and rational. Simply put, they value the quality of the work. They will only pay if the song is good. Now please let the contestants begin to draw lots, the host announced. The grouping and drawing process went quickly, and Zhou Chuangang was placed in Group A, but at this moment the comments suddenly increased. Interesting, being the first to perform in Group A is actually a disadvantage, as they have to present 2 songs in the first round. You might as well just call out Zhou Chuangang's name. You want to say that young Master Lu won't have time to write songs, right? Isn't that obvious? The later groups won't start performing until tomorrow, giving them plenty of time. Indeed, Group A has to perform today. If not careful, young Master Lu might end up making a fool of himself today. You all think too much. Since young Master Lu dared to participate, he must have prepared new songs. If it's a hastily written new song, I could do that too. Soon the drawing for all 4 groups was completed, and the 4 contestants in Group A were finalized. Besides him, the other 3 were all popular singers, and Zhou Chuangang's face turned pale. This was just too unlucky. In the comments, the fans of those 3 popular singers flooded the screen. My Hanhang is so unlucky. Group A has 2 super popular idols. But look at it from another angle. What if Hanhang draws Zhou Chuangang in the first round? Oh right, teacher Zhou has just made his comeback, and basically has no popularity. Surely my Junjun will draw Zhou Chuangang in the first round. Don't be so sure, my brother Hao has the title of a lucky star. There are 4 contestants in Group A, and the fans of the 3 popular idols have already started fighting in the comments, but without exception, they all hope their idol draws Zhou Chuangang. Because in their eyes, Zhou Chuangang is undoubtedly the weakest among Group A. Even Zhou Chuangang himself believes this. The 3 popular singers in his group have considerable popularity. They are all good-looking and can dance, each with a large number of fans supporting them. Having been away from the scene for so many years, although his fans back then were not fewer than theirs, those fans have grown up now. They have started to struggle for a living. Who still has the time to support him. However, thinking of the quality of the 2 songs that Luong prepared for him, a bit of confidence rose in his heart. Alright, the grouping is complete. Now please let the contestants from Groups B, C, and D exit the stage, as it's time for the A group contestants to compete. With the host's announcement, the contestants from the other 3 groups began to exit. 4 teachers, please select a representative from your production team to come up and help you draw today's opponents, the host asked. This segment had not existed before. Contestants used to draw on their own. However, just now the host received a prompt from the director in his earpiece saying they needed to add this segment at the last minute. The 4 singers understood what this meant, while Zhou Chuangang smiled bitterly in resignation. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. There was never this segment before. What new rule is it to have the production team draw lots? Haha, the production team knows us too well. They want to put young Master Lu on the hot seat. A public execution. Looking forward to young Master Lu going on stage to draw lots. If you dare to talk tough, you should be ready to bear the consequences. In Group A, no matter whom Zhou Chuangang draws, it will be a tough match. This is getting interesting. The 3 popular singers immediately notified their production teams to come on stage, leaving only Luong out. Teacher Zhou, please have your producer come on stage quickly. The host urged. Can I just draw by myself? Teacher Zhou asked quietly. He understood the production team's intention was merely to have young Master Lu make an appearance to create some buzz. If he lost the competition today, it would be even more interesting to watch. However, the host said it was the production team's rule, and no one could be an exception. Zhou Chuangang helplessly turned to go backstage to call Luong, but just as he turned around, he saw Luong walking to the front stage casually wearing a mask. The audience on site naturally understood the production team's intentions and immediately erupted in a thunderous roar. Luong walked calmly to the box, and without needing the host to prompt him, he directly drew a ball. It's number 1. Teacher Zhou's producer young Master Lu has drawn number 1. Therefore the other 3 will face off against Teacher Zhou, the host announced loudly. Then the other 3 producers also stepped forward to draw their numbers. Countless eyes were glued to the scene, especially the fans from the 3 sides who had filled the comments with excitement. These comments unanimously contained just 2 words: number 1. They all hoped their idol would draw Zhou Chuangang as an opponent. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, the 3 producers representing the draw took out a numbered ball. One of the representatives glanced at it, and a look of delight spread across his face as he held the ball high. The host announced loudly, "Congratulations to the representative from Chiching Entertainment for drawing the number 1 sign. Your opponent is Teacher Zhou." However, after he spoke, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. As a host, he had inadvertently uttered the words "congratulations." These words revealed his inner thoughts, indicating his skepticism towards Zhou Chuangang and young Master Lu. However, it was too late to remedy his mistake. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments lit up with excitement. Haha, the host accidentally revealed his true thoughts. What does this imply? It shows that even the officials are not optimistic about young Master Lu. Great. It's my Hanhan who drew number 1. Experience Baby is here on behalf of my Hanhan to thank young Master Lu and Teacher Zhou. The host, being seasoned, maintained composure after realizing his mistake and directly announced the official start of the competition. The first matchup will be between Li Yihan from Chiching and Zhou Chuangang from the Imperial Dynasty. One is a new generation super popular idol singer. The other is a former heartthrob ballad prince who once captivated audiences across the land. The live broadcast excitement surged at that moment. When Li Yihan took the stage and struck a handsome pose, fans in the audience raised their glow sticks and light boards, screaming loudly. Hanhan is so handsome. AWSL. From this angle, Hanhan's profile is simply divine. Amidst the cheers, the prelude began with a fast-paced instrumental sound. This style instantly indicated it was yet another catchy dance track. As expected, Li Yihan began to dance along with the prelude, and after a full minute of dancing, he finally sang the first line of lyrics. It was still a melodyless rap. Backstage, a group of seasoned singers waiting in the lounge occasionally commented, "Youth is truly a blessing. Ooh, I can no longer dance like that. Not only is he young, but he's also quite handsome. Look at those little girls in the audience. Their voices are hoarse from cheering. But to be fair, this dance is indeed thrilling. Ooh, I found myself keeping the beat." Of course, there were some things they couldn't say on camera. No one knew what they truly thought. However, their comments revealed much. Notably, no one mentioned the song itself. All comments focused on Li Yihan's appearance and dance. As for the music, they were at a loss for words and dared not critique it. Otherwise, their remarks would undoubtedly provoke an explosion of backlash from the opposing fans. After 10 minutes, Li Yihan finally completed his performance, with dancing taking up the vast majority of the time. Amidst it all, there were intermittent segments of rap. Regardless of whether the song was good or bad, most of the young audience present thoroughly enjoyed it. As the performance concluded, a spotlight shone on Li Yihan. He struck another pose and blew a kiss to the audience. This triggered countless screams from the female fans. "He kissed me, he kissed me." Seeing Hanhan's perfect finale is truly blissful. Hanhan's clothes are soaked. He must be exhausted now. "Thank you, Hanhan. Make sure to rest well." Li Yihan descended the stage amidst the screams of the female fans, and the stage lights dimmed. When the lights came back on, Zhou Chuangang was already standing at the microphone on stage, performing no unnecessary actions, merely holding the microphone with both hands, nodding gently to the prelude. Originally, Zhou Chuangang felt a tinge of nervousness, but at the moment he stood under the spotlight, he suddenly became calm. This steady demeanor was a product of years of stage experience. Only scattered cheers came from the audience, but he paid them no mind, fully immersing himself in the music. At this moment, the big screen on stage displayed the song information. Qinghua, lyrics by Lu Gongzi, composed by Lu Gongzi, arranged by Lu Gongzi, performed by Zhou Chuangang. A glance revealed that Lu Gongzi was behind all of it. At this moment, Lu Gongzi's fans finally found their chance to speak. As always, he's handling everything himself. No wonder he's my Lu Gongzi. Why does the prelude feel so familiar? That's right, this song style is completely reminiscent of Teacher Zhou's classic ballads from over a decade ago. At this moment, the prelude ended and a very distinctive voice resonated on stage. His voice was deep, yet carried a hint of nostalgia. "March passes, willow fluff drifts, lovers come and go. My love remains unmoved, revisiting yesterday, still retains warmth. Dust-covered heartaches, hazily separated by time." This song is tranquil with a beautiful melody that is simple and memorable, just like the previous song, with the old you. In simpler terms, it's catchy. You can remember this melody in your mind after just one listen. Throughout the music industry, all enduring pop songs share this characteristic. Thus, an event that left Li Yihan's fans puzzled occurred. When Zhou Chuangang sang the second chorus, a gentle chorus unexpectedly began to resonate in the venue. Gradually, the voices grew louder as more and more people joined in the singing. Tightly gripping the Qinghua token, keeping the promise parting always passes through disappointment memories like ointment applied repeatedly wounds that cannot heal. Even in the area where Li Yihan's fans gathered, the sound of singing was heard. Meanwhile, in an ordinary household, a high school girl returned home after class. Without stopping to eat, she immediately switched on the television to the live channel of the peak competition. However, just as she switched over, she saw Li Yihan finishing his performance and leaving the stage. She sighed in disappointment, saying, "If only it had been a bit faster, then I could have heard my brother sing." After speaking, she opened the Peak Music platform, which is the same as the Rookie Competition music platform, specifically designed to track the popularity of participating songs. However, she frowned after looking at it, because Li Yihan's new song had not yet been released. She would have to wait for the other competing singer to finish before both songs would go live for the popularity battle. She then opened a mobile payment app, looking at her balance of 28 yuan, frowning. "That's only enough to give my brother 14 points of popularity." After thinking for a moment, she called out to her dad, who was cooking in the kitchen. "Dad, the teacher asked for 100 yuan for study materials." "All right, eat first, I'll transfer it to you tonight." "Thanks, Dad." She cheerfully stood up to bring the dishes to the table, leaving the television on. The family started eating, and soon Zhou Chuangang's voice filled the television. As her dad was serving food, he suddenly paused, tilting his head towards the television, and saying, This voice sounds so familiar. That voice sounds so familiar." Upon hearing her father's question, she quickly explained, "This is the live broadcast of this year's pinnacle competition. The one singing is called Zhou something, I can't remember his name." "Zhou Chuangang," her father replied with enthusiasm. He then put down his chopsticks and rushed to the television, glancing at it with delight. "It really is him. I haven't seen him sing in so many years." "You know him, Dad? Let me tell you, Jia, he was my idol back in the day. In high school, everyone in my class listened to his song." "So what?" Jia sneered. "That was over a decade ago. He's completely washed up now, nothing compared to my brother Han." "What did you say?" her father asked, puzzled. Dad, your idol is currently competing against my idol, and I bet he's going to lose." Jia replied proudly. "Competing? How does that work?" Hearing her father actually interested in her favorite show, Jia was quite surprised. Previously, her father scoffed at everything she liked, but now she felt like they had a common topic. So she excitedly explained the competition rules of the pinnacle competition to her father. "It means that once he finishes singing this song, it will go live, and then it will compete with whatever Han's song for download numbers, right?" "Yes, but he definitely can't compare to my brother Han. Is he really that amazing?" No one listens to Zhou Chuangang's song, mainly because he's older now. Fewer people are paying attention to him, so naturally fewer people are listening to his songs. Hearing his daughter's words, her father nodded thoughtfully and returned to the dining table to eat, but his eyes occasionally glanced at the television. After a while, the song finally finished, and Jia only picked at her food before sitting down on the sofa. She then took out her phone and opened the Pinnacle Music platform, constantly refreshing the popularity leaderboard. As the light dimmed, she looked up and found her father had come over to watch her operation. "Just watch, Dad, my Han's popularity will definitely crush his," she said expectantly, pulling her finger down. Finally, 2 new songs appeared on the interface, the same 2 that had just. Now both songs had a popularity number of 0. Jia refreshed again, and in the blink of an eye, Li Yihan's song surged to over 2,000. "My fans are amazing. I'm joining in," she exclaimed joyfully, then clicked on the payment page. She kept pressing the plus sign to represent the purchase quantity, but when it reached 14, it showed insufficient balance. Thinking of how her father had just promised to transfer her 100 yuan, she stopped and turned to look at him, but suddenly froze. Earlier, she had used the excuse of buying materials to ask her father for money. Would asking now expose her directly? But she found her father was looking at her teasingly. "What materials does your teacher want you to buy?" That. "Buy Huanggong's intensive practice papers." "Oh, then I'll call your teacher to ask how many sets to buy." "Dad," Jia exclaimed anxiously, quickly pressing down on her father's hands, pleading, "Don't ask, I don't want it anymore, is that okay?" Her father simply handed her the phone. "Help me download this platform." "Dad, what are you doing? Why ask so much? Just download it when I tell you to." "Oh." After helping her father download the software, Jia returned the phone to him. Then she saw her father find the popularity leaderboard and enter the payment interface. Clicking to purchase, insufficient balance. "Do you want to recharge?" "Yes." Redirecting to WeChat recharge. "Please enter the recharge amount. 1,000. Please enter the password." "Recharge successful." Click to return to the merchant page. "Dad." Jia was completely stunned, reaching out to press her hand on top of her father's. She asked in shock, "What are you trying to do?" "No kidding, I'm boosting my idol's popularity." "Boosting by 1,000. What else?" "Aren't you afraid Mom will come back and scold you?" "I asked her earlier if she supports me." "That's illogical, and my sisterly wouldn't." "Tisk. Back in the day, I won your mother's heart with a song from Teacher Zhou. But back then we were all listening to pirated versions. Now, I'm just making up for what I owe him." "Whoa, bullying." Her father answered confidently and directly pressed the purchase button. At that moment, countless middle-aged individuals across the country, like Jia's father, were doing the same operation. A familiar tune of the blue and white porcelain seemed to collectively bring them back to their youthful years. Even a new topic was emerging and trending on social media. "I owe Teacher Zhou for an album." This led to numerous young viewers being unable to support Li Jia. At the initial release of the two songs, Li Yihan's popularity surged to over 1 million. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuangang was stuck at a mere 1,000 with very slow growth. However, gradually some began to notice something was off. Li Yihan's popularity continued to rise, but Zhou Chuangang's popularity surged as if he had suddenly activated a cheat. As of now, Li Yihan's popularity was nearing 2 million, while Zhou Chuangang was surprisingly catching up to him. The comments section was already in heated discussions about this bizarre phenomenon. That doesn't make sense. How could a washed-up singer's popularity catch up to Han Go? Exactly, I've never even heard of this name. Who would be willing to help him boost his popularity? He, the person upstairs, sounds like a kid. When Teacher Zhou was popular, you were still sucking on a pacifier. I'm here. If it weren't for the student group, I wouldn't even know that Teacher Zhou made a comeback. This time I must support him. Me too. I only found out about this from my social circle and immediately spent a few hundred. Brothers, my daughter said I shouldn't support her idol's rival, who I decided to deduct her allowance for a month. Am I right? Haha, I almost got into a fight with my daughter over this. Damn it, I have my own idol too. Looking at the sudden influx of middle-aged people in the comments, Li Yihan's fans were left in shock. Now the reason for Zhou Chuangang's soaring popularity was clear. It was the fathers stepping in. Most of them were just middle school and high school students, and even if they were willing to spend all their allowances to boost popularity, how much could that be? Under the influence of the trending topic, more and more middle-aged individuals began to pay attention to this matter. Their purchasing power was not something middle school and high school students could compare to. They could easily spend hundreds or thousands. Thus, Zhou Chuangang's popularity rose so rapidly. At Huangchao Company, He-Yun was also watching the live broadcast. Seeing Zhou Chuangang's popularity soar, she suddenly remembered something Luong had once told her. Backstage of the peak competition. Returning to the lounge, Li Yihan was surrounded by 2 or 3 assistants, with some kneading his legs and others massaging his shoulders. One of them handed him a drink with a straw at his lips. He comfortably sipped and swallowed, then lazily half-closed his eyes and asked, "The performance outside is over. The new song should be released now, right?" "Yes, Brother Han, it has already been released. You don't need to worry at all. Your popularity has already left that washed-up singer far behind," one assistant hurriedly replied. "Hep." Li Yihan snorted coldly. "Did I ask him? He doesn't even qualify to be my opponent, or just thinking about it with his, but would tell him he definitely wouldn't have any popularity." 10 minutes later, the lounge door was suddenly pushed open, and Li Yihan's producer Huang Tao rushed in with a panicked expression. "Something happened," Huang Tao shouted as he entered. Li Yihan calmly asked, "I'm already winning. What could possibly go wrong?" Without saying a word, Huang Tao pulled out his phone and showed Li Yihan the popularity rankings. "What's going on?" After just a glance, Li Yihan exclaimed, sitting up straight and pushing a few assistants aside. Although his popularity was still leading, what shocked him was Zhou Chuangang's rising popularity. 10 minutes ago, he had his assistants check, and his popularity had left Zhou Chuangang 10 blocks behind. But now his had reached 2 million, while Zhou Chuangang had also hit 1.93 million and was still climbing. What on earth is happening? How could his popularity rise so quickly? He shouted in disbelief. Based on the trending searches and livestream comments, it seems that Zhou Chuangang's former fans found out he was competing and all came to support him, Huang Tao explained. How could this happen? A washed-up singer still has supporters? Li Yihan expressed his confusion. Huang Tao sighed. When he was popular before, he had even more fans than you do now. Oh, it's just that they have been dormant. But he just made a comeback. Why are so many people supporting him? It's not just because of the fans. The most important thing is that his new song is also quite good, instantly rekindling the feelings of his old fans. Li Yihan felt a bit anxious. This was a result he had never anticipated. Looking back at his phone, his expression changed drastically as Zhou Chuangang's popularity officially surpassed his. "Quick, contact my fan support team and have them continue to boost my rankings," he yelled at his assistants. The assistants hurriedly logged into the fan group chat and contacted the fan leader. Messages began flooding into Li Yihan's fan group. "Dear fans, brother is in a critical situation. It's our time to shine. We can't let brother lose to a washed-up singer. Otherwise, where will he put his face, and where will we put ours? All fans, listen up. Everyone in the group must boost a minimum of 200 yuan, no matter what method you use." Great Xia, who was also in the group, felt uneasy after seeing the message from the fan leader. She had already spent the remaining 28 yuan on her, and now she truly had no money left. Moreover, the excuse of asking her dad for money under the pretext of buying materials had been seen through. So she said in the group, "Sister leader, I've already spent all my money. What should I do? Think of a way, but it's in urgent times like this that we demonstrate the significance of being Brother Han's fan." Great Xia frowned as she read the message, glancing at her dad, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, hesitating whether to speak up. After deliberating, she walked to the kitchen and sweetly said, "Dad, why don't you go watch TV? It'll help you wash the dishes." "Huh?" Her dad, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is today the day the sun rises from the west?" Great Xia merely smiled sweetly without responding and started washing the dishes. But her dad didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Great Xia with affection and said, "Go on, how much do you need?" Great Xia mischievously held up 2 fingers still soapy. All right, you support your idol, and Dad will support you, okay? Dad is the best, love you." Meanwhile, Li Yihan also entered the fan group with his assistant's account and just happened to see the message Jia Jia had sent. At such an important time, running out to disrupt the morale. If you can't afford to boost the rankings, why chase after stars? What use is it to keep such fans? Li Yihan shouted furiously. Then he directly kicked Jia Jia out of the fan group using his admin status. On the other side, after washing the dishes, Jia Jia excitedly picked up her phone and smiled as she saw the 200 yuan her dad had sent. She quickly entered the fan group and typed, "Sister leader, I got some money. I'm going to boost brother's rankings now." Click. Sorry, you have been removed from this group. Looking at the glaring red exclamation mark, Jia Jia's tears spilled over, and she sat dumbfounded on the sofa, her mind blank. Ding ding ding. The notification sound from Qiu brought Jia Jia back to reality as she saw a message from her best friend. Jia Jia got kicked out of the group, too. Sob sob sob. I did too, just for saying I didn't have money to boost the rankings. How could this happen? We all spent our pocket money. Jia Jia bit her lip, staring at the messages for a long time without replying. Instead, she directly returned the 200 yuan her dad had just sent. Backstage lounge. Kick them all out. Anyone who boosted less than 200 yuan, kick them out. Li Yihan shouted frantically. Several assistants also entered various fan groups, ordering all fans to send screenshots of their boosts. Anyone who didn't reach 200 would be kicked out. It turned out that Li Yihan's high-pressure policy was effective. The young girls in the fan groups, fearing being kicked out, scrambled to find ways to get money and then boosted his rankings. His popularity was visibly surpassing Zhou Chuangang once again. Meanwhile, in another lounge, Zhou Chuangang was grinning as he looked at the popularity rankings. I didn't expect that after being away for so long there are still so many people supporting me. I'm truly grateful to them. The main reason is that your singing skills haven't diminished. Fans are once again hearing the voice of the king of love songs. No, the main reason is that the songs you wrote, Teacher Lu, are just too wonderful. Luong smiled, unavoidably glancing at the rankings in surprise. They are quite fierce. Why, I've been surpassed again. It's fine. I'm already satisfied just to have so many people supporting me, Zhou Chuangang said nonchalantly. Luong nodded in agreement. After all, this was just the first round with 9 more songs to go. At this moment, the television in the lounge announced, "Next, let's welcome the contestant from Yuyo Media to the stage." Upon hearing this, Luong's eyes narrowed slightly. One of his purposes for joining the dynasty was to counter Yuyo. The singer representing Yu Yao in the competition is named Lin Yujie, who is the most popular among the 3 idols in Group A. Previously, Li Yihan's fans only occupied a section of the stands, while Lin Yujie's fans filled 3 whole sections. His fans held uniform blue glow sticks and many waved banners cheering and shouting for him. When he stepped onto the stage, the screams instantly shot up to the sky. Such terrifying popularity, Yu Yao must have invested a lot in him. Luong couldn't help but exclaim. "You're mistaken, Teacher Lu." Zhou Chuangang laughed. Actually, Lin Yujie didn't debut from Yu Yao. That's right, Lin Yujie debuted from a boy band in Korea and returned to develop his career just a year ago. When he came back, he already had a built-in fan base, and then he signed with Yu Yao, but I heard that his contract with them isn't a regular. Instead, he is collaborating with Yu Yao as a studio owner. After hearing Zhou Chuanggang's explanation, Luong suddenly understood the recent surge in popularity was indeed brought about by trends from Korea. At this point, Zhou Chuangang continued, "Moreover, recent news suggests that Yu Yao seems to be preparing a major move, which is to create an idol boy band centered around Lin Yujie. However, before collaborating with Lin Yujie, I heard they were preparing to create an idol girl group first. The core of that group was last year's talent competition champion. I believe her name is Gu Xining, who has top-notch singing skills and looks. But later, for some unknown reason, they didn't continue with that and chose Lin Yujie instead." Hearing Gu Xining's name unexpectedly surprised Luong. He truly didn't know about these insider details. Gu Xining hadn't mentioned any of this while at home. It turned out that last year Yu Yao planned for Gu Xining to debut as the core of a girl group. So having Lin Yujie participate in the peak competition is actually just preliminary preparation to build up some heat before forming the group. Luong asked. That's most likely the case, and apart from Yu Yao, other entertainment companies are also preparing group formation plans. It seems the future will be an era dominated by boy and girl groups. What about our dynasty? Luong inquired. Well, you should understand our company's situation. We never intended to go down the flow route. Now President Lin wants to shift directions, but it seems a bit late. Hearing this, Luong recalled the scene when he first joined the company, where Teacher Wu was forced to change direction. It seems President Lin is really starting to feel anxious now. If things continue to develop this way, once the boy and girl groups from other companies are formed, they will quickly seize the entire market. It is easy to foresee how awkward the situation will be for the established singers in Dynasty. After all, the main consumer group in the entertainment market now is young people, relying on established artists is no longer sufficient to attract attention. Thinking of this, Luong opened the system's music library, staring at the category famous songs of idol boy and girl groups, lost in thought. It wasn't until the explosive dance music and the screams from the audience broke his reverie. On stage, Lin Yujie was dancing just like Li Yihan did before, but Luong could immediately see the difference. It must be said that the entertainment market in Korea is indeed more mature. Idols cultivated under a strict system are on a completely different level than those domestically. In terms of dance and music, take Li Yihan for example. He debuted through a talent show. I heard he only trained for 2 months before the show and then stood out from the auditions. In contrast, new idols in Korea typically have to go through a trainee period of at least 3 years before they have a chance to. Moreover, the idol groups there have strict standards for music, although they primarily focus on rap. But how should I put it? Their music incorporates very fashionable pop elements. In fact, many songs have even crossed international borders, garnering countless fans worldwide. In contrast, the domestic scene is still in the imitation and learning stage, producing music that can only be described as a mishmash. However, one thing is that domestic fans have lower expectations. No matter what the idol sings, as long as they look handsome, that's all that matters. This is also the fundamental reason why domestic entertainment companies have been frantically shifting to a flow-centric model in recent years. Because creating an idol doesn't require too much investment, as long as they have a decent appearance, some makeup, and a beauty filter, they can be presented on screen. Each one displayed on the screen is a young heartthrob that incites fans to scream. What awaits them is the crazy flow effect, with commercial performances and endorsements all coming to them automatically. Half an hour later, the remaining performances of Group A were completed. 2 new songs were released, and Lee Yoo-jae's terrifying popularity was fully displayed at this moment. He left his opponents so far behind that they couldn't even see his tail lights. This was a despairing gap. This popularity is too terrifying. Luckily, I didn't draw him. Zhou Chuangang looked at the popularity rankings and sighed. But we might encounter him in the next round, right? Luong asked. It is indeed possible, Zhou Chuangang replied. Luong lightly tapped the table with his fingers, considering for a moment before saying, if we face Lin Yoo-jae, we must get serious. What do you mean? Well, I didn't expect Lin Yoo-jae's popularity to be this high, but we can only use that song. Zhou Chuangang's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Originally, Luong had planned to save that song for the later stages of the competition. Based on his years of experience, Zhou Chuangang knew that once this song was released, it would definitely become a classic hit. But what about the subsequent rounds if we sing that song now? Zhou Chuangang, while delighted, couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It's fine. How many songs do you think the other contestants have prepared? Luong asked. Based on past experience, participating teams usually prepare 3 songs for the group stage, Zhou Chuangang noted. Zhou Chuangang thought for a moment and seemed to understand Luong's idea, exclaiming, the quality of new songs will decrease as we progress. The entire competition period is only 2 months. The further into it, the more intense it becomes. Therefore, many songs produced towards the end are often rushed. However, Zhou Chuangang knew that Luong was different. He had already seen all the scores for the 10 songs Luong had prepared. What surprised him most was that each song was exceptional. This meant that even if they brought out the song initially reserved for later, it wouldn't matter, as the songs coming afterward would still be better than those of other contestants. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Initially thinking it was the production team coming for another interview, upon opening the door, they found a capable woman in uniform. Zhou Chuangang looked at her with confusion. He recognized this woman. Her name is Zhang Lan, and she is Lin Yu. Long time no see, teacher Zhou. Zhang Lan greeted with a professional smile upon entering. Zhou Chuangang's expression softened with nostalgia. He and Zhang Lan had known each other for over a decade. He's been under my guidance ever since returning to the country. No wonder he's amassed such extraordinary popularity in just 1 year. You flatter me, teacher Zhou. I've simply been in the industry longer, hence greater access to resources. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Lan approached Luong and extended her hand with a warm smile. It's an honor to finally meet you, Master Lu. Luong lightly grasped her hand, his mind clouded with quiet bewilderment. Why had Lin Yoo-jae's manager come seeking them? Yet he barely knew Zhang Lan, so he held his tongue. Zhou Chuangang, sensing Luong's confusion, admitted to himself that he too was utterly unaware of her purpose. May I ask what brings you here, Miss Zhang? After inviting her to sit, Zhou Chuangang ventured cautiously. Zhang Lan turned her gaze toward Luong and replied, Truth be told, I've long wished to meet Master Lu. In fact, I've been searching for the right opportunity. Luong blinked. She'd come specifically for him. I reached out to you repeatedly during the new talent competition, yet your calls went unanswered. Zhang Lan offered a wry smile. Ah, you called me. Luong exclaimed, startled. 164642442. That's my number. You may verify it on your phone, Master Lu. Luong pulled out his phone, entered the number, and found to his chagrin 26 missed calls from it. Embarrassment flushed across his face. My sincerest apologies, Sister Zhang. I rarely answer calls from unknown numbers. In truth, the sheer volume of incoming calls made it impossible for him to answer them all. No need for apologies. I completely understand. That's precisely why I seized this chance to meet you in person, Zhang Lan said with a gentle laugh. So, what brings you to me, Sister Zhang? Luong asked, though a quiet suspicion had already taken root in his mind. I'd like to commission Master Lu to compose a song for Lin Yoo-jae, just as he'd suspected. But given our respective affiliations, your company and mine, it would be rather inconvenient for me to compose for Lin Yoo-jae at present. Master Lu has misunderstood. This isn't merely about the upcoming summit contest. I'm thinking ahead about Lin Yoo-jae's long-term artistic development. In fact, the idea originated with Lin Yoo-jae himself. After hearing several of your compositions, he became deeply enamored with your work. Yet he rose from an idol group. His path has always been performance-driven, singing and dancing. How shall I put it? At heart, he's long yearned to prove he is more than just a fleeting internet sensation. He possesses the vocal foundation and artistry of a true musician. He simply lacks a timeless piece people will sing for generations. Luong nodded inwardly. Lin Yujie's predicament mirrored that of countless idols today, sky-high popularity, yet woefully thin artistic substance. Their choreographed pop songs dazzled on stage, but were ill-suited for everyday listeners. They lived only in concert halls and fan chants, not in the wider world. As Luong had discovered earlier while conducting street interviews with Heyun, even devoted fans often couldn't sing their own idol, let alone ordinary passersby. Some idols possessed not a single signature work recognized beyond their fandom, or worse, one so obscure it vanished entirely outside its echo chamber. Composing for Lin Yujie posed no technical obstacle, yet complications loomed. Luong had entered the summit contest to challenge Yu Yao, or rather to settle a score on Gu Xining's behalf. Yet Lin Yujie and Yu Yao were now partners. Writing for Lin would in effect strengthen Yu Yao's position. After a pause, Luong replied diplomatically, I fully empathize with Lin Yujie's aspirations, but as matters stand, I am currently aligned with Huangqiao Entertainment. Please don't refuse so hastily, Master Lu. I know your concern lies with Yu Yao's ties to Huangqiao, but let me be candid. Lin Yujie's agreement with Yu Yao is no standard artist contract. Their arrangement resembles that between a composer and an entertainment firm, collaborative, not hierarchical. Luong gave a subtle nod. Yet even so, Yu Yao would still reap the benefits. As he weighed his next words, his phone rang. It was Gu Xining. Excuse me, I'll take this call. With an apologetic bow, Luong stepped out of the lounge. Minutes later, he returned, eyes sharp and cold above his mask. Yu Yao had issued an ultimatum. Gu Xining must resume duties within 3 days, or they would publicly announce her indefinite suspension during contract term. Worse, they planned to expose her motherhood, aiming to obliterate any hope of her return to the spotlight. Luong's jaw tightened with fury. Had Gu Xining's new talent championship victory relied on Yu Yao's backing, such demands might have held some justification. But from day one of her signing, she received no support, no promotion, no resources. Even her championship performance was self-conceived and self-produced. Yu Yao had exploited her desperate ambition, coercing her into a draconian contract. Master Lu, have you reached a decision? Zhang Lan asked, eyes alight with anticipation. Hearing Yu Yao's name again ignited Luong's ire, let alone composing for someone entangled with them. Just as he prepared to decline outright, inspiration struck. Sister Zhang, may I ask how long is Lin Yujie's contract with Yu Yao? Zhang Lan's brow furrowed slightly. Such details were confidential, yet as a fellow insider, Luong posed no threat in knowing. He signed upon returning home a year ago, so coincidentally his contract expires the moment the summit contest concludes. Luong narrowed his eyes, then slowly raised a single finger. Master Lu, is this one album? What? I'll compose an entire album for Lin Yujie. Zhang Lan sprang to her feet, voice trembling with disbelief. Are you serious, Master Lu? My word is absolute, and every track will be masterwork caliber. Lin Yujie seeks a defining masterpiece. I'll give him 10. Zhang Lan trembled, not from nerves, but exhilaration. She knew Luong's discography by heart. She'd researched his background meticulously. Graduated last year, joined a modest entertainment firm, then exploded onto the scene during the new talent competition. She'd weathered the pre-streaming era, the age of substance before spectacle, and understood that even in today's traffic-driven landscape, enduring artistry remains the sole weapon for longevity. And in just 1 month, Luong had delivered not one, but many, each a polished gem. What Lin Yujie lacked most was precisely this kind of exceptional songcraft. Yet her excitement soon cooled. Master Lu, what are your terms? A frost-laced smile curled Luong's lips. Lin Yujie was Yu Yao's greatest traffic engine. If they chose treachery first, then he would strike where it hurt most. His voice dropped deliberate and calm. My condition is simple. When Lin Yujie's contract with Yu Yao expires, he signs exclusively with Huangqiao Entertainment. He slowly spoke. The condition is that after the contract of Lin Yujie and Yu Yao expires, they will sign a new contract with the dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan was stunned. She originally thought that Luong's conditions would be quite harsh, such as profit sharing or other demands. She had even prepared for the possibility of not asking for a share as long as Lin Yujie could produce a few representative works. From a long-term perspective, the impact was far more valuable than the current profit sharing. However, she never expected Luong's conditions to be so simple, just not continuing to cooperate with Yu Yao. Is that it? Even if Luong hadn't mentioned this condition, she wouldn't necessarily allow Lin Yujie to continue cooperating, because the owner of this company was short-sighted, always focused on immediate profits. Long-term cooperation would bring no benefit to Lin Yujie. All right, I agree. Zhang Lan responded without any hesitation. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in advance. Luong smiled and extended his hand. Their second handshake represented a completely different meaning. This handshake signified that Yu Yao's greatest traffic would soon shift to the embrace of their competitor. The losses involved would likely make Yu Yao's owner spit blood if he found out. After exchanging contact information, Zhang Lan left the lounge. Zhou Chuanggang was also invited to the front desk for the second draw. However, this time his luck was good. He did not draw the immensely popular Lin Yujie, but instead drew Lin Yujie's opponent from the previous round. Therefore, the song that Luong had prepared as a backup no longer needed to be revealed just yet. However, after the duel between Zhou Chuanggang and Li Yihan, the sentiment in the bullet comments shifted significantly. I honestly didn't expect that Zhou Chuangang could compete so closely with Li Yihan. You young folks shouldn't underestimate the fighting power of us older fans. This is just the beginning. Many people don't even know that teacher Zhou has made a comeback. We're scared. Our fan group mobilized everyone to vote, and our popularity barely surpassed Zhou Chuangang. What do we do in the next round? I've already spent all my pocket money. Me too. I just hope that the wealthier sisters in the group can vote a bit more. The fighting power is so strong. I'm starting to worry about my brother Hao. Don't worry, my brother Hao's popularity is still much higher than that of the competitor. What if Zhou Chuangang sings another sister? You actually praise the opponent's song is good. The one upstairs, I also think it's good, and I even downloaded it. Now there were hardly any comments in the bullet chat mocking Zhou Chuangang as a has-been singer. Even some fans of popular idols spent money to download Zhou Chuanggang's song, just as Luong had said. These young people simply like their idols, but they did not reject good songs. In this round, Zhou Chuangang sang the song, The Window That Cannot Be Closed. Like all of Luong's previous works, it had a catchy melody and was particularly easy to sing. Thus another scene of a group sing-along occurred at the venue. With that, the first round of the group A duel ended successfully, with the four singing a total of 8 new songs. The popularity calculation will close at the same time as the end of Group B's first round tomorrow. Due to Gu Xiling's phone call, Luong had already returned home by the time the second song began. Looking at Gu Xiling, who was sitting on the sofa in deep distress, Luong directly said, "Reply to Yo, terminate the contract. What if they expose that I have already had a child?" Gu Xiling asked worriedly, as she wanted to make a comeback. However, if this matter were exposed, it might ruin her dreams. Luong smiled gently, took out his phone, and searched for a photo to show her, asking, "Who is this?" "The diva of the music industry, Sister Fei. Who doesn't know her?" Gu Xiling answered while feeling puzzled. "Did she have a child?" Luong asked again. Gu Xiling understood Luong's intention, but continued, "But Sister Fei gave birth before the era of traffics." "You are mistaken." Luong insisted, then searched for an entertainment news article from years ago. The title read, "Little diva Lin Feifei shockingly married and gave birth." This news had caused quite a stir in the entertainment industry at the time. Lin Feifei was still just a little diva then. Countless fans protested collectively, even threatening to never listen to her songs or buy her albums again. However, Lin Feifei's popularity did not decline, and instead, she became a true diva. You see, whether or not one has a child has no relation to being a star. Does having a child mean one cannot sing? Ultimately, for a singer to remain popular for a long time, they must rely on their works to speak for them, not on maintaining a single status to sustain popularity. Luong explained, then continued to search for another news article on his phone. The title read, "Explosive News, Young Idol Officially Announces Relationship." This was news from earlier this year, also an explosive topic where a highly popular idol publicly announced their relationship on a social media platform. It also caused a stir in the entertainment industry at the time. Do you see any decrease in his popularity now? On the contrary, many bystanders think he is quite manly for daring to announce his relationship at the peak of his fame. We are now in the internet age, and the biggest difference from before is that the distance between stars and fans has significant. You could say that today's fans are more understanding about idols' relationships than fans in the past. In fact, they are even eager to consume the dog food their idols give out. After listening to Luong's words, Gu Xiling fell into deep thought. She felt that Luong's words made sense. It seems that today's fans are indeed more accepting of their idols' relationships than before. One of the most important reasons is that the internet has narrowed the distance between idols and fans, allowing fans to communicate with their idols like friends. Thus, fans would realize that idols are actually ordinary people who also have their own lives. So what should I do now? Although she understood, Gu Xiling still felt lost. "Leave it to me." Luong gently patted her head and said. Then he took her to the babies, adjusted their positions, and placed their 3 small hands together. Next, he told Gu Xiling, "Lift the baby's hands with yours." Gu Xiling followed suit, extending her hand beneath the 3 small hands, lifting them with her slender hand. After Luong took a photo from an angle with his phone, he said, "All right, now you can directly arrange to meet with Yu Yao's people." Although Gu Xiling was puzzled, she still contacted Yu Yao's people using her phone. The people at Yu Yao were very eager for Gu Xiling's comeback, stating that they must resolve this matter today. A tasteful private booth in a cafe. Luong, fully concealed by sunglasses and a mask, sat beside Gu Xining. Across the table were people from Yu Yao. Today present was Gu Xining's former manager Bing Jia. Bing Jia spoke icily as soon as she sat down. "Miss Gu, today's matter is inappropriate to be discussed with outsiders present." "It is improper to have outsiders," Gu Xining answered. "But he is not an outsider, he can make all decisions for me." Gu Xining replied in a clear voice. Bing Jia sized Luong up and, dropping the subject, asked, "It seems you have finally come to your senses. If you return, the company will still tilt vast resources in your favor. Moreover, the girl group plan prepared for you last year can be restarted." Gu Xining said nothing, instead looking at Luong. Before coming, they had agreed that Luong would handle everything. "Bing Jia, isn't it? I think you may be mistaken. We're not here to discuss a comeback today," Luong said calmly. "What?" Bing Jia frowned and rose from her chair. "I believe you were notified you must reply within 3 days. The company no longer has the luxury to wait. If you do not return this time, you may never have another chance." Luong sneered, folding his arms. "When your company says there will be no chance, do you mean by announcing that she gave birth and shelving her?" It seems you understand the consequences, and you should also trust that Yu Yao has the power to do this. Shelving is merely a euphemism. To be blunt, Yu Yao can blacklist her across every channel. Bing Jia planted her hands on the table, attempting to overwhelm Luong with her posture. Luong remained unshaken and answered firmly, I believe Yu Yao has that capability, but I still require an official notice. Or rather notify your company that the contract between Gu Xining and Yu Yao is terminated from this moment. Bing Jia's face instantly soured as she narrowed her eyes at Gu Xining and said coldly, Is this the answer? I follow him, Gu Xining said tersely. Xining, I am older and have more experience. I want you to make a comeback for your own. This must be your husband, she said, glancing at Luong. I have a husband as well, so I can understand how you feel. After all, marrying someone as beautiful as Gu Xining is no small feat, so you do not want her entering the entertainment world, right? But have you considered her dreams? With her qualifications, she would inevitably become a hit. Do you know your decision is harming her? Luong could not help but snort. Your idea of doing what's best for her is that utterly unreasonable contract. You are not in the industry, so you do not know that newcomer contracts are like this. Besides, contracts are not forever. Once she stabilizes, the company will offer more favorable terms. She continued to coax Gu Xining. The company has prepared everything else for you. We even persuaded Lin Yujie to bring you onto his appearances. No need for me to say more about Lin Yujie. You must have seen his popularity at today's Pinnacle contest. When he ascends to the Super list, have you considered how much of a popularity boost he could bring to you? Despite Bing Jia's earnest entreaties, Gu Xining remained unmoved and repeated, I will listen to him. A sudden thump of tension filled the air. Bing Jia slammed her palm onto the table and ground her teeth, shouting, Are you resolved to terminate the contract? Luong tossed the prepared termination agreement onto the table. Bing Jia did not look at it and asked bluntly, Have you thought this through? Can you pay the 20 million breach fine? Or are you planning to bid farewell to the music world forever? Slap. Luong slammed his bank card onto the table. I have the money. Here is 7 million now, the remainder will be paid over 3 months. The 7 million came from the royalties of a few songs from the rookie contest. Luong was confident he could earn the remaining 13 million within 3 months. Bing Jia snorted coldly. Sorry, Yu Yao only accepts a one-time payment. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll find reports about you on the headlines of every major platform. Luong's eyes narrowed and his gaze turned icy. The contract did not stipulate the breach fine must be paid in a lump sum, did it? He asked coldly. It did not, Bing Jia sneered. I just added that clause on the spot. How's that? At that moment, Gu Xining discreetly tugged at Luong's sleeve. What's the matter? Luong turned and asked softly. Where's the card I gave you? Which one? The one I gave you at the confinement center, the black one. It's on me. Why? We're still short 13 million. There's barely any money on that card, is there? Just take it out. Luong produced his wallet, found the black card, and handed it to Gu Xining. She pouted with a touch of pride as she stood and returned Luong's card first. Then, imitating Bing Jia, she slapped the card down hard on the table and declared, There, take the 20 million. Only then did Luong register what had happened. He was about to speak when he noticed a playful smile at the corner of Gu Xining's eye as she looked at him. You haven't checked the card's balance until now, have you? Are you serious? Luong felt his head spin. Could Gu Xining really possess 20 million? At that moment, Bing Jia stared at the black card on the table, her face a mask of astonishment. An International Bank Supreme black card. What on earth is your status? What status do I have? I'm just a college student you tricked into signing an exploitative contract, Gu Xining teased. Gu Xining's tone was mocking. A sudden flash of insight struck Luong, and he looked at her in disbelief. So similar. Too similar. He had always thought Gu Xining and Gu Wanhua looked somewhat alike, but he had never dwelled on it. Now, linking the pieces together, the truth rose to the surface. Why had Qingming Film been so friendly to him? Why had Gu Wanhua accepted only 5 million for a 10 million house? Why had Gu Wanhua been so generous about the songs she wrote for Qingming that she even waived her share of the royalties? Why? Because they were family. The Gu family. The Gu commercial empire. Luong finally understood why Gu Xining had always refused to speak of her family. She was, it turned out, a daughter of the Gu household. All of Huaxia knew the Gu family's stature in the business world. Gossip had long whispered of a little princess who enjoyed boundless affection within the Gu clan. Moreover, she was the sole heir of the Gu group. Luong's mind nearly short-circuited. My wife. Luong once thought that Gu Xining's reluctance to inform her family was similar to that of an ordinary family, merely fearing that her parents would not accept her having a child out of wedlock. He had been striving to become excellent, believing that if he could be outstanding enough, Gu Xineng would have the confidence to confront her. Now he briefly counted the various industries under the Gu groups: Tianjin Corporation, Tianjin Technology, Tianjin Real Estate, Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, Tianjin Automotive, and so on. Tianjin's businesses span almost every industry with countless subsidiaries beneath them. The Tianjin Corporation is not publicly listed, but some of its subsidiaries are. Just one of these subsidiaries could be worth hundreds of billions. As for the Tianjin Corporation itself, financial media have estimated that if it were to go public, it would be a colossal entity valued at trillions. Although market value does not equate to liquid cash, it does not change the fact that Gu Xineng is indeed wealthy. Next, the two left the cafe to transfer funds at the bank and sign a contract to terminate their agreement until they returned. Luong said nothing, his mind still buzzing with thoughts. After a solid half hour, Luong finally spoke. So, if your father finds out, will he send someone to kill me? Off. Gu Xineng gasped in shock. What are you thinking? My dad is not a gangster. How could he do such a thing? But in dramas, daughters of wealthy families are often arranged for family marriages. If they are with someone ordinary, that ordinary person would simply disappear from this grand corporation. Gu Xineng couldn't help but laugh, leaning affectionately on Luong's shoulder and softly saying, my dad indeed arranged a marriage for me last year, but I ran away from home. Luong jumped up, looking around nervously. What are you looking at? Checking for assassins lurking at home. Oh, come on, I'm being serious here. Okay, continue. Of course I don't want to marry someone I don't like, especially since I already have someone I care about. She looked up, her gaze soft as it rested on Luong's perfect profile, continuing. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to be with the one I like, and will have to accept my family's arrangement. So, I've made a very important decision. Luong, curious, asked, does this decision have anything to do with me? Yes. Gu Xineng tightly clutched Luong's arm, leaning back in with a smile. On the day of the graduation party, you got drunk and took me home. You were the one who got drunk. No, it was you who got drunk. I took you to the hotel while you were intoxicated and left before you woke up the next day. At that time, I just thought that even if I couldn't be with you, I wanted to leave you the most precious thing in my life. But I didn't expect that just that one time would result in the triplets. Even in a state of unconsciousness, I was still that remarkable. Oh dear. Gu Xineng playfully pouted, pinching Luong's side. Weren't you just scared? Why are you acting all? She asked. There was indeed a moment of concern, but then I rationalized it. What if your father is Gu Tianqin? Am I really that inferior? Since the start of the rookie competition, it's only been a short time, and I've already earned over 10. Moreover, in the future, I will definitely earn even more, enough to compensate for the losses your refusal of the marriage arrangement brings to the Gu group. Luong's confidence grew stronger as he spoke. He had indeed been startled by Gu Xineng's identity. After all, her father was currently a titan in Huaxia. Anyone would feel intimidated. But after he processed it, he realized, so what if he was the richest? He was a man with a system, and in just a short month's time, he had earned so much using only a fraction of what the system offered. Moreover, the system was not limited to music. The heavyweight options were still to come. Technology, medicine. Although Luong couldn't afford these two yet, he had looked into them. Particularly the items in the technology category, any one of them could astonish all of Huaxia. No, even saying they could astonish the world would not be an exaggeration. By that time, forget about the Tianqin Corporation. Even the world's top tech companies would have to look to Luong for their prospect. By the way, I almost forgot the important matter. Luong suddenly said, pulling Gu Xineng's phone from her pocket. What's wrong? Gu Xineng furrowed her brows. We need to send a photo. Boss Yu Yao's character will definitely blacken you even after the contract termination, so we must take... As Luong spoke, he operated the phone, opened a social media app, and uploaded a photo taken earlier. One delicate hand, holding 3 soft little hands. Caption: dreams are important, but there are always things worth protecting more than dreams, like my little angels. Meanwhile, Great Xia returned to the Yu Yao company headquarters, her heart pounding as she entered General Manager Tang's office. General Manager Tang, with a sullen face, said after reading the contract, proceed as originally planned. I'll let her know that Yu Yao is not to be trifled with. But General Tang, that card. What card? Are you scared by a mere card? General Tang stood up and shouted at Great Xia. I, Tang Xiong, have never feared anyone in Jiangdu. Immediately released the news and synchronized with several media outlets that have a large following on social media to expose Gu Xineng's breach of contract and her having children. Damn it. This is the kind of outcome you get for not listening to me. Great Xia, seeing General Tang furious, dared not say more and turned to leave the office to handle things. However, at that moment, Great Xia suddenly received an update notification, only to discover it was Gu Xineng, who hadn't posted in over a year. She then saw the post made by Luong using Gu Xineng's phone. Look, General Tang. She handed the phone to him. Haha, she even took the initiative to announce it, but that doesn't matter. We still need to publish our news. General Tang sneered. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the capital of Huaxia, in the most prosperous CBD area, a landmark building named Tianqin Building stood, its 630 floors submerged in the clouds. In a luxuriously simple office on the top floor, Gu Tianqin, chairman of the Tianqin Group, was looking at his phone. On the screen was the post that Gu Xineng had just published. Gu Tianqin let out a deep sigh after reading it, slowly closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair, his hands tightly clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Not good, General Gu, something has happened. Suddenly the door burst open and his secretary rushed in, flustered. What's with all the fuss? Gu Tianqin spoke with his eyes still closed. It's the young lady. Something has happened to her. The secretary hurriedly replied. I saw it, you don't need to remind me. The first day's showdown of Group A in the peak competition had just concluded. Originally, the trending topics on the social media platform were all about this match, but no one expected what was coming next. At this moment, another topic surged to the top of the trending list with lightning speed. Surprise! The campus bell champion has mysteriously disappeared, and it turns out she went to secretly have a baby. Breaking. Gu Xineng, last year's rookie champion, breached contract to give birth, trending. Who is Gu Ning? Hot. A series of topics related to Gu Ning were rapidly pushed to the trending list by an unseen force. Countless onlookers quickly set up their stools, flitting between various discussions, their fingers almost burning on the keyboards. Meanwhile, Gu Ning's social media account, which hadn't been updated for a year, was pinned at the top of the related topic page. Anyone who clicked on this topic could see her actual account at first glance. The post she shared featuring a photo has already garnered over 1 million likes, with comments reaching an astonishing 4,000. I said last year that Gu Ning was clearly on the rise, so how did she suddenly disappear? My heart is broken. My goddess has become a mother of 3. Did you notice that the posting time of this article is actually so what if it's the earliest? The fact that Gu Ning breached her contract is still true. Though I think it's brave of her to announce her pregnancy, she has no excuse for breaching the contract. No blackening or flattery here. I stand with you, Yao. They must have spent a lot to cultivate a champion, yet Gu Ning just casually has a baby. What a pity. Gu Ning's figure looks and singing skills are all top-notch, yet she is straight off course. I'm really curious about which animal managed to win over our goddess Gu. Looking at the messages in her comment section, Gu Ning, feeling wronged, looked at Luong and asked, "Didn't you say it would be fine? Look at how they're all cursing me." Luong, feeling a bit sorry, gently ran his fingers through her hair and said softly, "Don't worry, I still have a backup plan that I haven't used yet." These onlookers are just following the trend. They don't even know the specifics of the situation. Just as Gu Ning was extremely worried, Zhou Wei, the founder of the social media platform, received a phone call from Kyoto. After hanging up, Zhou Wei's expression turned grim as he rushed out of his office straight to the operations department. Bang! The door to the operations department was kicked open forcefully. "Remove the trending topic for me now," Zhou Wei shouted as he entered. The operations team was left dumbfounded, and the supervisor asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhou, what happened?" "Gu Ning's trending topic, hurry and remove it quickly." "Mr. Zhou, Gu Ning's topic is currently very popular. Are you sure you want to remove it? Choose between removing the trending topic or me removing you." The supervisor jolted, finally realizing the severity of the situation. He dared not say another word and directly ordered his subordinates to start removing the trending topic. Also ban all marketing accounts that have posted about Gu Ning today, not a single one left. The official account of Yuyao Media has also posted. Do you not understand human language? I said not a single one left. Yes, yes, yes. Inside the Yuyao President Tang, with his legs crossed, let out a puff of smoke, looking at the comments in the social media platform section with a "This feels comfortable. This also serves as a warning to others in the company. Let them all see the consequences of opposing." Sister Bing smiled and said, "Congratulations, President Tang. Although we've lost a talented individual like Gu Ning, we still made a profit of 20 million. Haha, your vision is still too short-sighted. What I've earned is far more than 20 million. You can only see the surface. Please enlighten us, President Tang. Look, this trending topic has brought us a lot of attention, that's one. Second, Lin Yujie is also unstoppable in the third. The movie we've invested in is about to be released. Do you understand now?" Sister Bing showed a suddenly enlightened expression and gave a thumbs up to President Tang from a distance. "You still see far ahead, using Gu Ning to gain so many hidden benefits. This is the capital market. The power of speech is always in the hands of high-end players. Those little artists are merely toys in my hands." As President Tang spoke, he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling scenery outside, feeling at that moment like a high and mighty emperor capable of deciding the fate of individuals with a mere wave of his hand. But at that moment, Sister Bing, standing behind him, glanced at her phone, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. After a long pause, without hearing Sister Bing's agreement, President Tang asked in confusion, "Don't you have anything to express?" President Tang, it's strange, the trending topic has suddenly disappeared. Sister Bing frowned and said, "What's going on?" President Tang immediately turned around and snatched her phone to take a look. What happened? 6 of the top 10 trending topics were about Gu Ning. How did they suddenly disappear? He quickly scrolled through the phone, reaching the bottom of the hot list without seeing Gu Ning's name. It was as if the event he had meticulously planned had never happened. He even wondered if he was still dreaming. Not believing it, he directly typed Gu Ning's name in the search bar, and the result made him freeze in place. According to relevant regulations, content related to this term will not be displayed. Looking at the red exclamation mark, President Tang blinked, and his expression froze. Then he searched for the dozen or so marketing accounts, only to find the prompt, "User not found." All those self-media accounts have been banned. What on earth is happening? He said, confused. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on the Sister Bing walked over and pressed the speaker button. A voice from the operations department said, "Not good, President Tang. Our official account on the social media platform has been permanently banned." Smack. President Tang slammed his palm on the table. They even banned the company's official account. Has the social media platform gone mad? He remembered he had Zhou Wei's number, the president of the platform, and quickly pulled out his phone to dial. After 2 rings, the call was quickly connected. He immediately questioned, "Old Zhou, what the hell are you doing? Even our company's account..." President Tang, "Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have." "Who did I provoke?" "In Jiangdu, who doesn't give me Tang a bit of face." "Who can I provoke?" Your vision is limited to Jiangdu. The person you provoked is a big shot who can decide your fate with just a beep, beep, beep." Zhou Wei finished speaking and hung up the phone. President Tang began to panic, hurriedly dialing again, only to find he had been blocked. The office door was suddenly flung open, and the usually calm secretary rushed in panicking, shouting, "Not good, President Tang, our movie has a problem." Upon hearing the word movie, Mr. Tang's heart immediately raced with excitement. He had invested over 500 million into this film, making it a crucial step in shaping the future direction of his company. Prior to this, he had invested in another film which with a cost of tens of millions yielded profits exceeding 100 million. This was significantly easier than nurturing a singer. Thus this time he decided to go all out. It had been nearly 3 years from the project's initiation to filming, and now it was ready for release. To ensure the smooth release of the film, he had also spent considerable connections and resources to smoothen the process. Anything could go wrong, but not this film. What's wrong with the movie? Is it stuck in review again? He asked anxiously. This was the only possibility he could think of, as it had been stalled once before, but he had managed to push it through after considerable effort. However, the secretary's response plunged him into despair. "No, Mr. Tang, it's the Tianjin cinema that has refused to schedule our film." "What? Didn't we have everything sorted out beforehand? How could they suddenly refuse to schedule such a high-profile film?" Mr. Tang felt a chill run from his feet up to the back of his head, never expecting the problem lay here. If it had been a review issue, he could have made some arrangements or modified any non-standard content. But now there was no problem with the review, yet the most crucial step had gone awry. The cinema chain. This was the final assessment of film faced the platform where it met the audience. The box office potential depended not only on the film's quality, but also on the number of screens allocated by the cinema. The latter's importance often outweighed the former. There had been poor quality films that achieved decent box office results simply due to an inexplicable increase in their screen allocation. Tianjin Cinema was currently the largest cinema chain in the country, with at least one or even several branches in every major city where there was foot traffic. If he couldn't cooperate with Tianjin Cinema, this film, no matter how well crafted, would not make a profit. This makes no sense. It's unreasonable. Doesn't Tianjin want to make money? They take the largest share of the box office. Have you contacted the cinema side? What did they say? At this point, Mr. Tang's face had turned completely pale, and his lips trembled as he spoke. "We did reach out, but they didn't provide any specific reasons." No, I have to contact them myself. They'll head to their Jiangdu branch directly." Mr. Tang, somewhat incoherent, left the company and drove to the Tianjin Cinema branch in Jiangdu. Standing at the door of the general manager's office, he took a deep breath to compose himself before gently knocking. "Come in." Upon hearing the voice, he pressed the handle and opened the door. As he entered, he slightly bowed, and upon seeing manager he immediately smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. He. Do you remember me?" He walked in with a fawning smile. "Oh, it's Mr. Tang from Yuyo. Of course I remember you. I had dinner with you not long ago. We had a pleasant conversation about our film then." "Yes, I remember." At this moment, Mr. Tang felt like a schoolboy called into the office by a teacher standing awkwardly in front of the desk. After Guang said this, he fell silent, which made Mr. Tang anxious and completely unaware of where the problem lay. He then took a bank card from his pocket and respectfully placed it on the desk. "Mr. He, just a small token of appreciation, please accept it." However, Guang merely sneered at the card on the desk and said, "Take it back, I can't help you." "No, Mr. He, what in the world is happening? Didn't we have a good discussion before?" Mr. Tang was on the verge of... Guang shook his head and sighed. "Mr. Tang, you have no one to blame but yourself for being so ruthless in your dealings, leaving no room for others, while simultaneously cutting off your own escape route. Please enlighten me, Mr. He. Mr. Tang repeatedly bowed. "Why did you have to go after Gu Xining?" Hearing this name, Mr. Tang finally understood the root of the issue. It was her. She was just an ordinary college student, yet she exhibited exceptional talent before even graduating, prompting him to send someone to sign her. If she had someone backing her, wouldn't they have stood up by now? Even the contract wouldn't have been signed in the first place. Who is she really? Mr. Tang asked in a trembling voice. Guang, with a sympathetic look on his face, pointed to the table and said, "Think about the last name of Tianjin." "What is Tianjin's last name?" "Tianjin. Tianjin Group. Gu Tianjin. She is..." At that moment, Mr. Tang's face lost all color, and even his lips began to turn white, his heart filled with a bone-chilling dread. "You should leave. No one can save you, and no one can save you." Guang coldly stated, directly issuing. Mr. Tang seemed to have lost all strength in that instant, collapsing to the ground. In the end, Guang had to call security to escort him out. Not long ago, he had used the same tactics to suppress Gu Xining, attempting to manipulate others' fates. Yet in the blink of an eye, the one being manipulated turned out to be himself. Faced with a giant like Tianjin, it was just as he had once said, this was the means of high-end players. At that moment, the netizens who had been eagerly gossiping were also dumbfounded. There was no news about Gu Xining anywhere online. All marketing accounts had been permanently banned, including Yuyu's official account. The only thing that could still be found was Gu Xining's Weibo account. Thus all discussions centered around this. What's going on? Have I lost my memory? Why can't I find any news about Gu Xining's breach of contract? This isn't amnesia. This is the work of a big shot. Such terrifying power. I feel sorry for Yuyo. They've kicked... One thing I can't figure out is, where did Gu Xining get such significant power? Is there a possibility that Gu Xining is being supported by some super big shot? This is definitely a possibility. The discussion in the comments section suddenly turned to even stranger places, which both Gu Xining and Lu Ong had not expected. Ha ha, they're saying I've been supported. What do you think, big shot? Gu Xining teased Lu Ong. Of course this big shot is observing with their eyes, Lu Ong said, casting a glance at Gu Xining. Don't joke around, this matter is a bit strange. I suspect my dad is behind it. Let's not discuss that for now, we still need to send out the things that weren't posted earlier. Then using Gu Xining's phone, Lu Ong sent out several photos including the 20 million breach of contract compensation agreement and the abusive clauses from Gu Xining's previous contract. Thus once these photographs were released, public sentiment shifted once again. Wow. So this is the real backstory. The contract is nothing short of a coercive one-sided agreement. Didn't Yu Yao previously claim they'd invested heavily to groom Gu Xining into a champion? Invest. Not a single cent. Every song she performed in the newcomer competition was purchased entirely out of her own pocket. Yu Yao contributed absolutely nothing. So under this contract, even if Gu Xining makes a comeback, she'll essentially be working for Yu Yao for free free labor. Hardly. She's actually owing them 20 million yuan. Damn it. Yu Yao is utterly ruthless. Gu Xining, I'm truly sorry. I was completely wrong before. Count me in too. My sincerest apologies. Yu Yao has truly brought about its own downfall. That said, who is the powerful patron allegedly backing Gu Xining? Exactly. If she truly had such backing, why would she ever have signed a contract like this? On the sofa, Gu Xining watched the online comments with wry amusement. Though the breach of contract controversy had now been clarified for the public, it seemed the rumor about her being backed by a powerful patron was still very much on the menu, and people were eager for seconds. Yet Lu Ong refused to appear publicly, leaving her with no recourse, but she didn't mind. After all, she was backed by a patron, Gu Tianqian. He had been supporting her for over 2 decades. In Beijing at the Tianqian Tower, Mr. Gu, it's been handled. Yu Yao is effectively finished. The secretary reported, standing before his desk. It wasn't only Yu Yao's film projects that collapsed. With just a few phone calls, every industry partner severed ties with Yu Yao, across the board. Even Yu Yao's office building belonged to Tianqian Real Estate, and Yu Yao had just been ordered to vacate the premises within 24 hours. This cascade of actions severed Yu Yao's lifeline entirely. From this day forward, dissolution was its only Yu Yao CEO not only lost over 500 million yuan from the film alone, but now bore crushing debts as well. Gu Tianqian merely murmured a quiet hum in response. Toppling a company of Yu Yao's caliber was no more consequential than crushing an ant. He felt not the slightest ripple of emotion. The sole force capable of unsettling his composure was his daughter Gu Xining. Xiaohan, what should I do? He asked, absently scrolling through her Langbo comment section. Secretary Xiaohan knew well his boss's unflappable demeanor in high-stakes business matters. The last time he'd seen that look of uncertainty was a year ago, when Miss Gu had run away from home. Only when matters involved Miss Gu did Mr. Gu hesitate, paralyzed by indecision. Yet blood runs true. Father and daughter shared the same unyielding stubbornness. Once their minds were set, not even 10 oxen could drag them back. Just last year, when Miss Gu refused an arranged marriage and stormed out of the house, she vanished without a single call. Even now. And Mr. Gu, equally resolute, refused to reach out first, even freezing all her personal accounts. Mr. Gu, perhaps this is Miss Gu's way of sending you a deliberate signal, Xiaohan replied, after careful consideration. Humph. So now that she's a mother, she chooses this method to inform her father. Gu Tianqian gave a wry smile. He'd never imagined waking up one morning to learn, via social media, that he'd become a grandfather. Xiaohan sighed inwardly. She knew Mr. Gu cherished Miss Gu deeply, yet he simply couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. Otherwise, why would he have acted so decisively upon learning of Yu Yao's treachery? By the way, has his identity been confirmed? Yes, sir. His name is Lu Ong. No red flags. Just he and Miss Gu were university classmates. It likely happened during the period she ran away last year. Recently, he rose to prominence in the composition circle via the newcomer competition, pinning several chart-topping, critically acclaimed tracks. Xiaohan relayed intelligence gathered from multiple channels, while privately growing curious about Lu Ong himself. Competent, yes, but still far from sufficient. Gu Tianqian frowned, delivering his terse verdict. Then he stood abruptly and commanded, "Book me a flight." "Already done, sir. Tonight at 9 p.m. Direct to Jiangdu." "Good. I'll leave you to it then, sir." As Xiaohan reached the door, Gu Tianqian's voice followed. "And remember, buy baby essentials. Clothes, toys, everything a newborn needs. Tong Tong, be a good girl. Let your sisters eat first. It'll be ready in just a moment." Lu Ong cooed softly, cradling the pouting Tang Tang. Guogua and Tian Tian sat side by side, blissfully devouring their meals. Meanwhile, Gu Xining lay in bed, gazing down at her twin infants, her face radiant with love yet shadowed by quiet apprehension. She knew the contractual fallout had unquestionably been orchestrated by her father, which meant he already knew she'd become a mother. Ever since they decided to go public with the baby's photos, she'd known this moment would come. Yet not a single word had arrived from home, leaving her unsettled, uncertain of her father's expression, his thoughts, his... Lu Ong, however, remained calm, apparently prepared to face China's wealthiest man, Hedon. After feeding the 3 children and tidying up, the doorbell rang. Lu Ong opened the door and froze, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. "Hey, Andy, please come in." He quickly stepped aside to usher Gu Wanhua inside. She'd made several overtures toward him earlier, over which he'd mistakenly misread her intentions. Oh, so formal now? Last time I asked for your WeChat ID you made it sound impossible, Gu Wanhua teased. No, not at all. Please don't take offense. I simply didn't know who you were back then. Luong stammered, growing even more flustered. He recalled how aloof he'd been during their first meeting. Gu Wanhua suppressed a quiet huff. Told you. I knew the day would come when you'd need me. Auntie, please have some tea. He hurried her and then dashed off to brew a cup, returning with both hands extended. Auntie, some fruit, please. Off he went again, to slice a fresh platter. Would Annie like to watch TV? He asked yet again. Gu Wanhua laughed at his nervous attentiveness. All right, enough. No need to be so stiff. I was just teasing. Phew. Luong finally exhaled deeply. Just then his mother returned from grocery shopping, unaware of the distinguished guest now seated in her living room. After the introductions, his mother slapped the back of his head and scolded. You're getting married into the family, and you didn't tell me your future father-in-law was coming. I haven't even prepared dinner. It's not his fault. It's not his fault at all. I dropped by unannounced. Gu Wanhua interjected warmly, coming to Luang's rescue. Look at this, how thoughtless this boy is. I'll book a hotel right away. His mother declared, already reaching for her coat, only to be gently stopped by Gu Wanhua. No need for trouble. Why don't we just have dinner here? Besides, Miss Xining's father will be joining us later. Upon hearing that Gu Tianxin was also coming over, Luong's expression changed slightly. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, it was still quite sudden as there had been no prior notice. Mom, let's just eat at home as Annie suggests. It's still possible to buy some groceries now, Luong said. All right, then well, do as you say, his mother nodded, and after just returning she went out again to buy groceries. At this moment, Gu Xiling also came out of her room after hearing the noise. Auntie, she giggled as she jumped into Gu Wanhua's arms. Let's see if you can still laugh when your dad arrives. Gu Wanhua affectionately rubbed her niece's face, a smile gracing her lips. He isn't Auntie here. Don't, if your dad really gets angry, I wouldn't dare provoke him. Oomph. If he dares to scare me, I'll make the baby cry in front of him. Perhaps I can really use the baby against him. By the way, what time will my dad arrive in Jiangdu? He was originally on a 9 o'clock flight, but he couldn't wait and has already taken a private jet over. Well, then he should be arriving. Listening to the conversation between the aunt and niece, Luong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. A private jet. Who would believe it if he said it? His father-in-law was actually the richest man in China. To be honest, he had been classmates with Gu Xiling for several years and had never realized she was a wealthy young lady. She was no different from the ordinary students in class, except that she was a bit more beautiful. But who would have thought she was the only daughter of the richest man in China? As they chatted, they went to the room to see the baby, while Luong sat alone on the sofa contemplating how to deal with the upcoming situation. Although he had achieved a bit of success in his career, now it remained uncertain whether this achievement would be recognized by the richest. He wasn't saying he wanted to climb the social ladder with the richest man. After all, he had just helped him with his precious cabbage, and he needed to provide an explanation. In the future, their two families were destined to be tied together, and if the relationship wasn't handled well, it would be detrimental to both sides. Moreover, Luong also understood the importance of matching social standings, especially when there was a significant disparity between the two families. What each side saw and experienced was completely on two different levels, living entirely in two different worlds. This could lead to a complete lack of common topics between them. How could such a combination possibly maintain a long-term friendly relationship? With this thought, Luong opened the long-forgotten system. After such a long accumulation of time, his cute baby points had already reached 25000. Feeding the baby and changing diapers all earned him a fixed amount of cute baby points every day. However, the areas where he had spent them were few. He had only exchanged for a dozen songs from the system's music library, spending just over 1,000 points. Luong opened the technology category in the system. He knew that the core of all the industries under Tianxin Group was actually Tianxin Technology. This company primarily focused on communications with a sideline in smartphones. In fact, the phone he was currently using was the Tianxin Technology's Star 9 model. The Star phone was currently the top-selling brand in the domestic smartphone market and ranked among the top 3 in the global market. Therefore, Luong mainly browsed through items related to the mobile phone sector in the system. He needed to find a technological product that could allow him to converse on equal terms with Gu Tianxin. If this item was something that Tianxin Technology needed, that would be ideal. 2 hours later, Luong had roughly skimmed through the contents of the technology category. Which item to exchange for would depend on the specific circumstances after meeting with his father-in-law. At this time, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Gu Wanhua's figure was bustling about inside. Luong didn't expect that Gu Wanhua, who came from a wealthy family, could cook so skillfully. Gu Xiling, on the other hand, couldn't cook at all. She couldn't even distinguish between sugar and salt. This was the difference between the two generations of young ladies from the Gu family. What are you looking at me like that for? Gu Xiling asked, her mouth full of a whole strawberry as she looked at Luong in a muddled manner. Then she glanced towards the kitchen, roughly understanding what was going on. Without waiting for Luong to answer, she swallowed the strawberry and continued, I can't cook, but I can eat. Luong, just teasing you. If you want to eat my cooking, I can learn. I learn things very quickly. Gu Xiling mischievously laughed, leaning her body against Luong's shoulder. No, my cooking skills are quite good. You just need to focus on eating. Luong said affectionately. Are you disliking my cooking skills? If you don't want to eat, just say so. No, I just think your hands need to play the piano. If you cook, they might not look good anymore. Mwah. You're so good to me. Hey, race a reward. Dingling. Just as the two were playfully bantering, the doorbell rang. Gu Siling's body trembled slightly, and she quickly stood up to straighten her clothes, preparing to open the door. Ilgoa, look how nervous you are. Luong pressed her back down onto the sofa and took a deep breath as he walked towards the door. Opening it, he found a tall figure standing outside, a stern face devoid of any smile. Simply standing there, he seemed to exude a powerful aura, and an overwhelming pressure hit him. Gu Tianqian, the richest man in China. The man he had only seen on television was now standing right in front of Luong. Uncle, you're here. Please come in. Luong smiled. Gu Tianqian's eyes flickered as he saw Luong. He had looked at Luong's photo before coming and was surprised to find him even more handsome in person. However, his son-in-law was not just simply good-looking. Luong, on the other hand, was relaxed and at ease in front of him, unlike other young people, even those second-generation rich kids who could barely speak in his presence. Gu Tianqian found this quite commendable in his heart. He replied indifferently, while pulling in a large Big brother, you're here. Gu Wanhua came out from the kitchen to greet him. Luong's mother also walked out, and upon seeing Gu Tianqian, she froze on the spot, the words she had been about to say sticking in her throat. She took a good look at Gu Tianqian, feeling as if she had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall. Fortunately, her moment of embarrassment was brief, and she quickly regained her composure. In-law, you finally arrived. Just in time, the dishes are ready. Please sit down. Luong, go make some tea. His mother warmly welcomed Gu Tianqian to sit on the sofa. Meanwhile, Gu Siling was curled up on the other side of the sofa looking at her phone, not even glancing up at him. Gu Tianqian took the teacup that Luong handed over and took a sip, glancing towards his daughter out of the corner of his eye, only to find her also glancing at him. Ahem. He cleared his throat. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Gu Wanhua, however, smiled as she watched the stubborn father and daughter duo, noticing that even her usually decisive big brother would show such awkwardness in front of his daughter. She suddenly recalled what they had jokingly mentioned earlier. Perhaps the babies were the key to resolving the tension between the two of them. So she asked, Big brother, would you like to see the baby? Yes. Take me there. Gu Tianqian immediately put down his teacup and stood up. Take me there. Gu Tianqian immediately set down his teacup and stood up abruptly. His movement was so sudden that Gu Sining flinched and retreated to the corner of the sofa. Even Gu Wanhua instinctively took half a step back. Ahem. What I mean is, since we're here, let's go take a look. Gu Tianqian realized he had lost his composure and hurriedly tried to regain his dignity. However, by the time he reacted, Gu Wanhua was already suppressing a smile, as it was rare to see her elder brother in such a state. Gu Sining was curled up in the corner of the sofa, secretly exchanging glances with her aunt, and then raised an eyebrow slightly. Her aunt understood the unspoken message and quietly blinked at her. What are you winking at? Didn't you say you would take me to have a look? Such small gestures naturally did not escape Gu Tianqian's notice. All right, big brother, come with me inside. Gu Wanhua chuckled lightly, and then led him to the door of the room. Gu Tianqian maintained a stiff expression the whole time, with both hands clasped behind his back, appearing quite composed. However, Gu Sining and Luong, who were secretly following behind, noticed that his hands were now unconsciously rubbing against each other. According to psychology, this is a gesture made unconsciously when one is nervous. The two exchanged smiles and silently followed. Gu Tianqian stepped into the room, walking step by step towards the crib, his hands behind him nearly twisted into knots. Finally, his gaze crossed over the railing of the crib and landed on three little heads. He couldn't help but take a big step forward and lean down to look at the bed. On the bed, three identical little cuties were sleeping soundly in various positions, with Tang Tang and Guogua lying on their sides facing each other. Their little hands rested on each other, while the poor Tian Tian was curled up like a small ball, snuggling against her sister. Gu Tianqian's expression remained tense, but the hands that were once behind him were now gently resting on the edge of the bed. He silently gazed at the three little treasures. Just then, Tian Tian suddenly let out a small ayah as she stretched and slowly opened her big eyes. Seeing a tall figure looking down at her, she opened her mouth and began to babble, happily giggling joyfully. At that smile, Gu Tianqian's tense expression finally cracked, and the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably higher and higher. He nervously rubbed his hands together and reached toward Tiantian, but just as he was about to touch her, he quickly pulled back again. Then Gu Tianqian turned around and walked out of the room amidst the puzzled expressions of everyone, heading straight for the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, applied some hand soap, and seriously washed his hands 2 or 3 times before stopping. When he returned, his face was expressionless. It was only when he reached the side of the bed that a smile reappeared on his face. This time he finally reached out and carefully lifted Tianqian's soft little body. Gu Tianqian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Wanhua and Gu Sining exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. After all, even they had never seen the usually stern and imposing Gu Tianqian display such a foolish smile. What is her name? Gu Tianqian asked. Gu Wanhua and Gu Sining both fell silent, looking at Luong, indicating for him to answer. Luong walked to the side of the bed and smiled. Her nickname is Tiantian, she is the third child. Then he pointed at the still sleepy Tang Tang and Guogua, saying, this is the eldest Tang Tang, and this is the second Guogua. Gu Tianqian simply replied, his gaze never leaving Tian Tian. Luong, who had previously been a bit anxious, felt relieved as it seemed that this prospective father-in-law could at least accept the babies. At that moment, Tang Tang also turned over and woke up, which in turn woke Guagua. Ah, iya iya. The two little ones just awake emitted lively sounds, and the smile that had lingered at the corner of Gu Tianqian's mouth instantly spread across his entire face. He carefully handed Tian Tian to Luong, and then scooped up Tang Tang. His gaze swept back and forth between Tang Tang and Tian Tian, occasionally glancing down at Guagua on the bed. It's amazing, why do they all look exactly the same? The wealthy man expressed his confusion. Gu Wanhua walked over and picked up Guagua, saying, "Big brother, do you think these little treasures look like you?" "Like me, oi." Gu Tianqian lifted Tang Tang to his eyes for a serious inspection. Indeed looks like me, really. Look at the baby's eyes, they are just like yours." Gu Wanhua smiled and added fuel to the fire. Right, Ning Ning's eyes are just like. Unconsciously mentioning his daughter, Gu Tianqian abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "Oomph." Gu Sining pouted and huffed, turning to leave the room. Gu Wanhua shook her head with a smile, noting that this father and daughter were indeed of the same temperament, both unwilling to back down first. It would have to be a slow process. At that moment, Luong's mother's voice came from outside announcing that dinner was ready. Reluctantly, Gu Tianqian placed the baby back in the crib. Just as he turned around, as if remembering something, he spoke up. "What about them if everyone goes to eat? You all go eat, I'll stay here." Just then Luong's mother came in and immediately said, "In-laws, that's not right. Today you are the most important guest, how can we let you watch the children? You go eat, just leave the babies with me." Without waiting for an answer, she firmly pushed Gu Tianqian out of the room. Gu Wanhua laughed, feeling as relieved as Luong as the weight in their hearts lifted. It seemed that the only ones who could truly tame Gu Tianqian were these three little ones. However, as soon as he stepped out of the room, Gu Tianqian's expression returned to its former state. It seemed that as long as he was away from the babies, he reverted back to the imposing figure of the wealthy man of Huaxiao, exuding an aura that commanded respect without anger. Thus the atmosphere at the dinner table became somewhat awkward again. Gu Sining lowered her head to eat, suddenly extending her chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Luong's bowl, softly saying, "You've been very tired lately, eat more meat." Gu Tianqian's eye muscles twitched uncontrollably a few times, and he opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. Luong, however, shot her a glare, thinking about how it was such a time, and she was still trying to provoke him. Gu Sining mischievously blinked her eyes, wearing an expression of "what can you do about it? Uncle, would you like some soup?" Luong stood up, ready to ladle soup for Gu Tianqian. However, Gu Tianqian shot back directly with a single remark. "No need, you've been so tired, and still ladling soup for me. Some people should be feeling sorry for you." His tone was filled with a hint of sourness. Just then Gu Wanhua's phone rang. After answering, her expression suddenly turned serious. "What happened?" Gu Tianqian asked in a deep voice. "It's President Han from Gaoxing Technology inquiring about Sining's situation," Gu Wanhua replied with a somewhat stern tone. Gu Sining looked up at her aunt upon hearing Gaoxing Technology. Gu Tianqian, upon hearing this name, had already roughly understood the situation. Gaoxing Technology was the chip supplier for Tianqian Technology. A year ago, he had arranged for Gu Sining's marriage partner to be Han Yuan, President Han's son. Therefore, it seemed that they had come to demand an explanation after seeing that Gu Sining had given birth online. At this moment, Gu Sining gently put down her chopsticks, knowing that everything stemmed from her refusal to enter into a marriage alliance. However, there was no way to salvage the situation now. Even if time were to rewind back to last year, she would still make the same choice. For the family business, her actions might seem somewhat selfish, but what she could not accept even more was living a lifetime with someone she did not love. Luong, seeing this, merely held her hand gently to offer comfort, as he did not know what to say in this situation. After all, Gu Sining ran away from her wedding because of him affecting the development of Tianqian Technology. Gu Tianqian only glanced at her for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Eat. The company's matters are not for you to worry about. Tianqian Group will not falter just because we left Gaoxing Technology." However, Gu Sining's eyes turned red all of a sudden as she received more information from this statement than others. On the surface, it was the Han family in power, but the real controlling shareholder came from the other side of the ocean, the light. In the country, all mobile phone manufacturers, including Tianqian, could only order chips from Gaoxing. Gu Tianqian placed great importance on Tianqian Technology, which had indeed achieved the position of the third largest mobile phone business globally. Therefore, to strengthen the relationship with Gaoxing, he decided to arrange for his daughter to marry the young master of the Han family. However, he did not expect Gu Sining to be so stubborn, not only running away from home, but also having a child. Now that the other side learned of this news, it seemed that Tianqian Technology would face significant challenges ahead. The mobile phone business could plummet and may even cease production. The losses involved were incalculable. But at this moment, Gu Tianqian showed no intention of blaming his daughter and immediately took on all the responsibility. "I'm sorry, Dad." With red-rimmed eyes, Gu Sining finally spoke to her father for the first time in a year. Gu Tianqian's hand, which had just picked up the chopsticks, trembled slightly, and his stern face softened. He picked up a piece of rib and placed it on his daughter's plate, then pretended to scold her. "Why are you crying? Your emotions during breastfeeding will affect the milk, which is not good for the baby." Gu Sining, Gu Wanhua, Luong. This took them all by surprise, and the three were momentarily stunned. Tears still glistening on her face, Gu Sining felt a sudden urge to rewind time. Finally, The three of them burst into laughter at once. Luong reacted quickly, covering his mouth as he laughed. "Ha ha, Dad, you even understand this?" Gu Xining asked with tear-filled eyes. At this moment, Gu Tianxin was also somewhat bewildered, feeling extreme regret. It shouldn't have happened. He really shouldn't have asked Xiao Han about breastfeeding knowledge on the plane. In a moment of carelessness, he blurted it out. What do young people call it? Social death. Definitely social death. In order to salvage his dignity, Gu Tianxin could only pretend he was not there and focused on eating. But Gu Xining then added, however, even if I could do it all over again, I would still make the same choice. Gu Tianxin paused, glancing sideways at his daughter, then silently retrieved the rib he had just placed on her plate. He threw it into his mouth, chewing, as he said, "Ungrateful wolf. Humph. You raised me." Gu Xining retorted, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Gu Wanhua and Luong, however, both sighed with relief, not expecting the father-daughter relationship to ease in such a miraculous manner. Then Gu Xining quickly shoveled a few bites of rice before going to swap places with Luong's mother for dinner. "In-law, since this is your first time here, I wonder if my cooking suits your taste," Luong's mother said apologetically as she sat down. "Your cooking is quite good, and am not picky about food," Gu Tianxin replied politely. That's great, that's great." Luong's mother finally smiled. This was technically the first formal meeting between the two families. According to etiquette, it was entirely improper. Luong's father was someone who valued these formalities. If he knew their first meeting was so casual, Luong would certainly receive a scolding. During the meal, Luong's mother occasionally glanced at Gu Tianxin's face, and after a moment, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked in-laws, "Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Gu Tianxin did not know how to answer this question. Fortunately, Luong was there, and he smiled. "Mom, just be confident and remove the word feel." "What do you mean, son?" Luong's mother clearly did not understand the way young people spoke. Luong remained silent, got up to grab the remote, turned on the TV, and specifically searched for financial channels. As he flipped through channels, it stopped at the Huaxia financial station, where a business conference from a few days ago was being broadcast. At that moment, right at the center of the screen sat Gu Tianxin at the head of the conference table. On his desk was a nameplate that read Tianxin Group, Gu Tianxin. "Mom, take a look at the TV." "You child, why are you watching TV while eating? Didn't you say Gu uncle looked familiar? Just take a glance and you'll know." Perhaps I just saw someone who looked similar before, let me watch." Luong's mother helplessly turned around while speaking, and then saw Gu Tianxin on the television. Her words halted abruptly, and she didn't even notice her chopsticks falling onto her lap. "The entrepreneurs present today include Chairman of Tianxin Group, Gu Tianxin." At that moment, the announcer was reporting, and Luong's mother slowly opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She glanced at the TV and then back at Gu Tianxin, who was engrossed in his meal. Finally, in disbelief, she looked at her son and said, "Luong, am I seeing things?" Luong chuckled lightly. "You're not seeing things. The person sitting across from you is the chairman of Tianxin Group, the richest man in Huaxia." Luong's mother raised her voice to ask. Luong did not answer, but nodded directly. "Oh, my in-laws, how could this?" Luong's mother began to stutter. However, this was a normal reaction. Any ordinary family, upon learning that their in-law was the richest man in Huaxia, would find it hard to remain unfazed. In-laws am actually just an ordinary person, Xining's father and the grandfather of Tang Tang and the others. "I eat the same food as you and drink the same water." Gu Tianxin spoke up voluntarily. "Oh, yes, you're right, in-laws, I was just a bit startled." Luong's mother was actually a very cheerful person. After being reminded, she snapped back to reality. Just as she returned to the kitchen to get her chopsticks, she suddenly asked, "In-laws, I heard from people in the town that your family's money couldn't fit into 10 trucks with 8 wheels. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Luong almost spat out his food. His mother was not wrong. Their town was indeed a small one where they had little contact with high-profile individuals. However, it was common to see Gu Tianxin on television, as he was the richest man in China, naturally attracting attention wherever he went. Therefore, Gu Tianxin was often the topic of conversation among the townsfolk after meals. They would discuss which companies the rich man had invested in, how the stocks of his listed companies had risen, and even various rumors that Gu Tianxin himself was unaware of. It was almost as if they all knew Gu Tianxin personally. That said, it felt slightly awkward when his mother asked such a question. What Luong did not expect was that Gu Tianxin would seriously counter with, "Do you mean cash or market value?" His mother, somewhat confused, replied, "Is there a difference?" Gu Tianxin put down his chopsticks and earnestly explained, "Of course, there is a difference. Cash refers to the money that can be taken out at any time, while market value represents the estimated worth of an industry." "I don't understand that either. Can you explain how much cash and market value you have?" His mother looked at him with a curious expression. Luong continued eating, not intending to participate, but he perked up his ears to listen, as he was also quite curious. "As for cash flow, my entire group does not have much. At most, I can take out 60 billion, and that is meant to maintain the normal operation of the group. Regarding market value, since my group is not fully listed, if it were, the valuation would reach around 700 billion. He added 2 words at the end in USD. Luong's hand trembled while he was picking up food, and he thought in shock, "WT. Someone once estimated the total value of Tianxin Group to be close to 1 trillion, but that was in Chinese currency." Now, hearing the truth spoken by the person involved, although it wasn't 1 trillion, this 700 billion was in USD. Luong knew that the current highest valued company globally, the fruit technology company of the Lighthouse Nation, was valued at 13 trillion. He never expected Tianxin's valuation to reach 700 billion. It seemed that those financial media had underestimated Tianjin Group, which was so significant that even the lighthouse nation wanted to sanction and suppress its development. To be honest, Tianjin Group was no longer just a simple private enterprise. Its involvement in global business competition had reached a level comparable to that of nations, something that ordinary people could hardly comprehend. Getting a bit off track, while Luong was internally shaken, his mother expressed surprise, saying only 700 billion. I heard someone say it was worth $1 trillion. Luong couldn't help but laugh. His mother had missed the point about the two words in USD. How much is that 700 billion? His mother continued to ask. Gu Tianxin, showing remarkable patience, even took out his phone and opened the calculator to start calculating. After calculating for several minutes, he said, if we calculate based on 700 billion, the cash would stack up to 8354 cubic meters. As for the 8-wheeled trucks you mentioned, their volume is generally 23 cubic meters. To hold this 700 billion in cash, it would take 363 trucks. His mother was completely stunned, unable to comprehend how much money that specific number represented. However, when it was converted into 8-wheeled trucks, she instantly understood. People in the town said that Gu Tianxin's money could fit into 10 8-wheeled trucks. They were lying. They didn't know anything. Clearly, it would take 363 trucks, and when they returned to the town, he had to correct their erroneous statement. Seeing his mother's expression, Luong could roughly guess what she was thinking, and he chose not to explain that Gu Tianxin didn't have that much cash. By the way, how many 8-wheeled trucks would it take to carry 60 billion in cash? It would require around 26 trucks. Terrifying. After finishing the meal, Luong's mother was still absent-minded while tidying up the dishes. Her mind must have flown back to the town. She was probably debating with those neighbors who think they know everything. After Gu Tianxin put down his dishes, Luong thought he was going to check on the baby in the room. Unexpectedly, he patted Luong's shoulder and then walked to the balcony. A smile crept onto Luong's lips, though what was meant to come would eventually come. Despite Gu Tianxin's approachable demeanor as the richest man, he still had yet to determine how he truly felt about his son-in-law. Now was the time for him to be tested. Luong brewed a cup of tea and brought it to the balcony, saying, "Uncle Gu, have some tea." Gu Tianxin responded, accepting the teacup while gazing into the distant scenery. After a full minute of silence, he leisurely began. Si Ning's mother passed away early, and I have been quite busy with work, rarely accompanying her. She has a rather stubborn temperament, just like me. We always argued over trivial matters, and after quarreling, neither of us would back down. Later she grew up and came to Jiangdu for school, and we no longer had the chance to argue. I arranged her marriage because I believed the other party was someone she could trust for life. Secondly, it would benefit the future development of the group. However, I overlooked her feelings and didn't realize she already had someone she liked, which is you. If I had known, I wouldn't have made that decision. Luong understood that this was the moment to speak up. Uncle Gu, Si Ning really misses you and cares a lot about your attitude. Regarding the baby, it was indeed an accident, but Si Ning and I had mutual feelings for each other during our university days. Moreover, I vowed to treat her well. Gu Tianxin turned to look at Luong, a rare smile appearing as he nodded, and said, "To be honest, I've privately looked into you. Very good your family treats, Si Ning, well, which makes me feel at ease. I've heard that you've recently gained fame in the music industry, and Si Ning dreams of becoming a singer. You two are indeed a perfect match. Just a small achievement, it's nothing compared to you, Uncle Gu." Speaking of which, I remembered the phone call my aunt just received, so I changed the subject and asked, "By the way, will Gaoxing Technology cut off the supply of chips to Tianjin because of this matter?" Gu Tianxin was somewhat surprised, laughing as he said, "Even if they cut off the supply, it won't be a short-term issue. I still have time to think of other solutions." "So does that mean there's no other company in China besides Gaoxing that has the capability to produce chips?" Luong asked, "Who told you that?" "Our Great China certainly has that capability, it's just that we started too late and have been blocked by Western technology for a full 30 years. We may have started late and can produce them, but the quality cannot compare to Gaoxing." Luong quietly opened the system and entered the technology options. He now knew what to exchange for. When it comes to chip-related technology, the first thing that comes to mind is the lithography machine. So it seems that the domestic industry lacks high-end lithography machine technology, right? Luong inquired. Gu Tianxin looked at Luong in surprise. "I didn't expect someone involved in music to also pay attention to the tech industry. There's no avoiding it if our lives are closely tied to technology. So I tend to pay attention to relevant information I come across online," Luong replied honestly. "You're right, what we lack the most domestically is high-end lithography machines. Our own lithography machines can only manufacture chips of up to 7 nanometers. Moreover, the controlling entity behind Gaoxing actually comes from the lighthouse country, which possesses the most advanced lithography machine technology in the world. The higher-ups in Huaxiao once offered an astronomical price to buy one back, but ultimately the deal was halted under the interference of the lighthouse government." Gu Tianxin sighed with a hint of melancholy. Luong had heard about this matter as well, but he was not surprised. The West's technological blockade against Huaxia is well known, making it impossible for any high-end technology to flow into Huaxia. So if Gaoxing were to strike, wouldn't Tianjin technology find itself in a situation with no chips available? If they were to do so, it would indeed be as you say, but after all, it's business. I believe they wouldn't pass up an opportunity. What if the lighthouse government puts pressure on Gaoxing? Gu Tianxin was momentarily taken aback, looking at Luong with admiration. "I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable about the international situation." His Tianqian technology has achieved remarkable results globally in recent years, but only the group insiders are. Tianqian has begun to attract the attention of the West, and as Luong mentioned, the Western governments led by the Lighthouse have started to intervene in Tianqian's progress. However, it has not yet become particularly apparent. Ordinary people are completely unaware of these matters, yet Luong spoke it out loud. If it really gets to that point, then Tianqian will have no choice but to give up on the high-end chip sector. Gu Tianqian's side. Being cornered in technology is such a helpless situation. After all, the power to speak lies in the hands of others. What if we could produce high-end lithography machines? Luong continued to inquire. That's easier said than done. Even if we develop high-end lithography machines in the future, the most crucial material, photoresist, is still controlled by the West. Luong frowned slightly upon hearing this. He initially thought that acquiring lithography technology would solve the chip problem. However, he forgot about the photoresist, which is the most vital material in chip manufacturing. As Gu Tianqian mentioned, the Lighthouse, the island nation, and Germany occupy 90% of the global photoresist. Thus, even if Huaxiao were to develop high-end lithography machines, it would still face the dilemma of a skilled cook unable to make a meal without rice. In that case, even if he exchanged for a lithography machine from the system, it would be useless. After chatting for a while, Gu Tianqian returned to the room to check on the babies. Luong, however, continued to stand on the balcony, his consciousness re-entering the system's tech interface to continue searching. He wanted to see if there was any technology in the system that could bypass the necessary material, photoresist. As long as the material issue was resolved, he could confidently exchange for lithography technology. The technologies in the system came not only from Earth, but also from many other more advanced realms. There were even products that completely exceeded the current technological level of Blue Star, but Luong's current baby points were not enough to exchange for them. After searching in the system for a good 10 minutes, Luong still couldn't find any relevant technology that could immediately solve the problem. Just as he was feeling disappointed, his gaze suddenly stopped on a technology from a certain realm. This technology is ice engraving machine. He hurriedly opened the system introduction. It turned out that this technology was a new type of chip manufacturing technology. It completely subverted the traditional methods, and the most important point is that it does not require photoresist at all. Unlike lithography machines, the process of ice engraving is conducted in a sealed vacuum environment at 140, utilizing the property of water vapor, freezing at low temperatures. This quickly forms an ice film on the chip, and then an electron beam is used to engrave on the ice film, creating a three-dimensional circuit structure, which is then filled and naturally evaporates after drying at room temperature. Luong couldn't quite understand these specialized concepts, but he only needed to know that this technology does not require photoresist, which was enough for him. The ice engraving machine only required 2300 baby points, which is 2000 cheaper than the lithography machine. Without hesitation, Luong exchanged for it, and at the same time a wealth of related technical knowledge began to flood into his mind. The specialized terms and technical processes that he couldn't understand just moments ago now felt as if they were innate. Moreover, in the system's backpack, there appeared a highly futuristic machine, which was exactly the ice engraving machine he had just exchanged for. He took a deep breath. This could be considered a groundbreaking weapon. Once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly impact the global chip market, and he himself would be at the center of the storm. There was even the possibility of attracting life-threatening dangers. It is not an exaggeration to say that bringing this out would effectively cut off the financial routes of certain people in the West. It would not be surprising if those barbaric capitalists who only see profit resorted to any means against Luong. Of course, he would not hand over this machine to Gu Tianqian just yet. Doing so would be too abrupt. To a person involved in music, suddenly presenting such a groundbreaking technological product would likely raise suspicions from various parties. Moreover, Gaoxing's attitude toward Tianqian is currently unclear. He might as well take this time to see if he could produce the Luong returned to the room and found Gu Tianqian taking turns photographing the babies, his smile almost unbroken. He exchanged a knowing smile with Gu Xiling. The worry they had was finally behind them. But just then Gu Tianqian's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his smile slowly faded, and he walked out of the room to answer the call. A few minutes later, he returned dragging the large suitcase he had brought earlier. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head back to Kyoto. Remember to send me photos or videos of the babies every day. Got it, Dad? You can go back to your business, Gu Xiling replied. Hearing this, Gu Tianqian placed the suitcase down and opened it. These are clothes and toys I brought for the babies. Thank you, Dad. Gu Xiling suddenly felt her throat tight, her voice a bit choked. He manages such a large group, busy every day, yet he is so attentive and considerate toward the babies. Luong accompanied Gu Tianqian downstairs, unable to resist, asking, was that call just now from Gaoxing Technology? Yes, but this matter has nothing to do with you two. Just live your lives. If Xiling wants to make a comeback, she can. I won't stop her for now, Gu Tianqian replied before getting into the car and leaving. Luong stood in place watching the car disappear, sighing. How could this matter have nothing to do with him? After all, Gu Xiling was targeted by Gaoxing because of him. If Tianqian Technology really encountered difficulties, he would have to step in to help. After Gu Tianqian left, Luong's mind was filled with thoughts about the ice engraving machine all the way home. However, transitioning from the music industry to the technology sector is a rather absurd leap. Even though Luong has now fully mastered the technology of the ice engraving machine and owns one, creating a chip is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. This involves something called an industrial chain akin to a mobile phone, which consists of thousands of components. These components may come from thousands of companies within the phone industry. Therefore, in order to produce a chip, Luong needs to first understand the related market information in the country. There's no rush, it can be done gradually. Upon returning home, Luong found Gu Xiling looking both amused and bewildered as she rummaged through her suitcase. What is this, a toy gun? If I remember correctly, I gave birth to a daughter, right? This clothing is way too big, or it could fit 3 sisters in it, and still have extra space. Huh, how come there's a business license? Gu Xiling curiously took out the business license and discovered it belonged to a company named Morning Music. The registration date was a month after she left home last year. It seems your dad actually agreed to your entry into the entertainment industry a long time ago, he just never said it out loud. Luong sighed. Gu Xiling, holding the license, pursed her lips and knelt silently on the floor. Morning is her mother. Luong, have I been too willful? My dad actually understands me, but I have never tried to understand his position, she said softly after a moment of silence. Luong walked over, gently hugged her, and said, some arguments between fathers and daughters are actually quite normal. When my dad wanted me to study traditional Chinese medicine, I insisted on studying music. We actually went for half a year without talking because of this. Gu Xiling leaned against Luong's embrace and asked softly, so should I make a comeback now? That depends on you. If you're worried about needing to take care of the baby, we can limit our activities to Jiangdu. That won't do. If I make a comeback, I'll definitely have to travel all over the country. Looks like you're quite confident. Traveling all around the country is usually for more popular artists. With you, a professional composer behind me, it's hard not to be famous. Suddenly praised Luong felt great and directly pulled Gu Xiling up from the ground, saying, let's go see the music company your dad prepared for you. The registered address just happens to be in Jiangdu. Do we have to go now? Don't you want to go? I do. Jiangdu Tianjin Square. Your dad really spares no expense. This is the heart of a business district where every inch is worth its weight in gold, and he actually prepared such a large independent office building for you. Luong marveled as he stood in front of a 2-story commercial building. He had been here before and remembered that this building used to be rented out to a large chain supermarket. He never expected it to have been transformed into a music company by Gu Tianjin. However, the inside was completely empty and it had been vacant for almost a year. Let's go in and take a look, Luong said, leading Gu Xiling to the glass door. There's a password lock. Should I ask my dad what the password is? Gu Xiling said as she took out her phone. Luong, however, reached out directly and began entering the password. After several beeping sounds, the door slid open automatically with a click. How did you know the password? Gu Xiling exclaimed in surprise. I just tried your birthday, and it worked, Luong said, surprised himself. He had only wanted to give it a casual attempt while on the phone, and it opened right up. Gu Xiling suddenly felt that her dad's concern for her was actually everywhere. As the two entered the door, they found everything covered with cloth to prevent dust. When they arrived at the most important recording studio of the music company, both of them opened their mouths wide. This set of equipment must be the most advanced recording equipment in the world right now. Luong recognized it at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim. This entire set of equipment would require at least 50 million. Gu Tianjin had truly invested heavily for his daughter's dream. Moreover, the recording studio was decorated in a pink theme with the walls adorned with exquisite cartoon characters. How old am I now? My dad still thinks I like pink like I did when I was little, Gu Xiling said while looking at the walls. However, despite her words, the excitement in her eyes was obvious to Luong. Then I'll find someone to redecorate it, change it to a modern style. Don't, it's quite troublesome, and it won't affect my recording here anyway. Luong understood what it meant to say one thing, but mean another, and did not point out her little thoughts. Next, the two went to see the office area and found that even the computers and other equipment were neatly arranged. There was also a cafe, a gym area, and so on. The only thing lacking now was employees, but the most essential staff were already in place. Luong was responsible for composition, Gu Xiling for singing, and for music distribution, they could directly use online channels. However, daily affairs still needed to be handled by hiring people, otherwise Luong would definitely be overwhelmed alone. So when do I start recording songs? Gu Xiling asked eagerly. Look at how impatient you are. Let's first set up the company framework, and also I need to think carefully about your comeback strategy. After all, Gu Xiling had just withdrawn after making her debut last year. Finding a suitable opportunity and platform for her comeback was essential. Mama, listen to you, you still have to focus on the peak competition now, Gu Xiling said obediently. If she hadn't mentioned it, Luong would have almost forgotten about the peak competition because he had prepared 10 songs in advance, and Zhou Zhuan just needed to sing one after another. It seemed that the Group B match of the peak competition had also ended, and the popularity rankings for Group A had been finalized. Lin Yujie unsurprisingly took first place in Group A, while Zhou Zhuan came in second by a narrow margin. So in reality, Luong didn't need to worry about the peak competition anymore, even though Zhou Zhuan only ranked second in Group A. But just as he had analyzed before, not every composer could produce 10 good songs in a row. Other subsequent works would definitely be worse than the last, and it wouldn't be saved by mere popularity. As they continued to wander around the company, Luong suddenly noticed an entrance to a basement. He pushed the door open and wanted to go down, but Gu Xiling pulled him back. What's so interesting about the basement? It's dark, I'm scared. Then you wait for me up here, I'll take a quick look and come right back. Luong entered the basement and found it to be quite spacious with a separate large door leading directly to the ground. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. When the ice engraving machine is revealed, it will surely attract the attention of the Chinese authorities. It is impossible to bypass the state when trying to develop a chip. At that time, someone would definitely inquire about the origins of the ice engraving machine. Now that he saw this basement, Luong felt that it could easily be disguised as a research and development base. He could claim that he successfully developed it here, which at least would sound plausible. Now he just had to wait for the right moment for the ice engraving machine to debut. In the capital city, at the headquarters of Tianjin, Han Wei, the president of Gaoxing Technology, sits on the sofa with a serious expression. His son Han Yuanan lounges on the sofa, leg crossed, looking at his phone, which displays a photo of Gu Xining. Opposite him, Gu Tianjin sips tea quietly, and neither party seems inclined to speak first. Ultimately, it is Han Wei who breaks the silence. He takes out a data report from his briefcase and places it on the table, smiling, as he says, "Congratulations, General Manager Gu. The sales of the Xingqian 9 you released last year are second globally. At this rate, it might surpass Fruit and secure the top spot in global mobile phone sales." Gu Tianjin smirks, slightly, clearly catching the underlying implications in his words. "President Han, you flatter me. This achievement is also due to the strong support from Gaoxing." Han Wei, hearing this, claps his hands and laughs, saying, "General Manager Gu, you're being too modest. In business, what we ultimately pursue is a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, the higher the sales of the Xingqian phone, the more profit it brings to Gaoxing, right?" Gu Tianjin replies with a... However, upon hearing this, the smile on Han Wei's face suddenly fades, and he says calmly, "Since General Manager Gu understands this principle, why must you disrupt this wonderful balance?" He gazes at his son Han Yuanan, who has been engrossed in his phone. Without waiting for Gu Tianjin to respond, he continues, "Yuanan and Xining have known each other since childhood. You are well aware of his feelings for her. Moreover, we reached a mutual agreement last year to have the two children marry. This would be beneficial for both Gaoxing and Tianjin. So why is it turning out like this now?" Gu Tianjin lets out a soft sigh and replies solemnly, "President Han, last year I indeed had this intention and discussed it with Xining. However, she is very resistant to the marriage we arranged for her. As a father, I cannot disregard her wishes." Han Wei scoffs, a mocking smile on his face, and says, "I always thought General Manager Gu was a person of great ambition. I never expected you would disregard the interests of the group just to accommodate your daughter's wishes. Is President Han trying to pressure me?" Gu Tianjin asks with a smile. "I dare not. But this situation has left my son Yuanan restless, and to make him happy, I might have to take some action." The hint of threat in his tone is now unmasked. "Oh, what does President Han plan to do?" Gu Tianjin's tone grows cold. "It's nothing significant, just wanted to inform General Manager Gu that our chip production capacity at Gaoxing has recently decreased, and there may be a supply shortage. When that time comes, please don't take it to heart." Han Wei wears a smile, but each word is laced with venom. If President Han believes that doing business involves using the lifelong happiness of our children as a bargaining chip, then I Gu cannot agree. Feel free. Han Wei's expression suddenly changes, and he stands up angrily, shouting, "Yuanan, let's go." But Han Yuanan does not move, and instead looks up at Gu Tianjin and says, "Uncle Gu, this matter is not without room for negotiation." Gu Tianjin remains silent. He feels that if the Han family insists on using marriage to coerce business, there would be no room for negotiation. Seeing him quiet, Han Yuanan continues, "Hasn't Xining already had a child? But honestly, I don't care. As long as you let her come back and sever all ties with that man and the child, our relationship between Gaoxing and Tianjin will be stronger than ever. Dad, don't you agree?" After saying this, he looks up at Han Wei. "You are my son. If you think you can accept it, then there's no problem." Han Wei smiles at his son. "General Manager Gu, what is your opinion?" Han Wei asks Gu Tianjin again. Gu Tianjin's expression remains unchanged. He knows this is the result. Severing all ties with the child. Go to hell. That is my beloved granddaughter. His anger surges within, but he restrains himself and maintains the image of a group president gesturing to the two. "I want to see you off." Hee. Gu Tianjin, you will pay the price for your stubbornness. Han Wei sneers, then leaves Tianjin building with a disgruntled. In the parking lot, Han Yuanan suddenly kicks the car door in a fit of rage. "Damn. We agreed you would marry me. Why did you change your mind? I've been thinking about that woman for over a decade, and just when it seemed she was about to become mine, why did she suddenly have a child? That I don't care. I don't care what method you use. I must have Gu Xining." His eyes bloodshot, he shouts at Han Wei in a somewhat deranged manner. Han Wei sees his son's state and scolds, "Look at how you are now. It's really pathetic. Don't you have enough women? Are they less attractive than Gu Xining?" Han Yuanan grins maliciously and says, "Dad, you don't understand. I am truly sincere about Gu Xining. How can those flashy bimbos compare to her? You don't care that she has had a child with someone else. What does it matter? I find her even more attractive now." Han Wei sighs deeply and shakes his head, saying, "I can take revenge on Tianjin for this, but how far I can go depends on the higher-ups' intentions. Why do you care so much? Aren't you in charge of the domestic market? Just cut off Tianjin's supply directly. Idiot. I'm just the president of the Huaxiao region, not the owner. Do you think the headquarters over at the lighthouse will give up such a huge profit for your petty matters? Didn't the higher-ups at Lighthouse prepare to sanction Tianjin? Why do you hesitate? Doing as I say aligns perfectly with their intentions." That has to wait for the official announcement from the higher-ups at Lighthouse. Han Yuanon scoffs and turns to leave. Where to Jiangdu? Don't act recklessly. Oh, I will first give Tianqian a show of force when I return to the company. Han Yuanon waves his hand casually, not looking back as he exits the parking lot and hails a cab heading for the airport. At the Chinxi Music Company, Gu Xining walks out of the recording studio with a satisfied expression. After not being able to sing for a year, she just indulged in her passion. Babies, did mommy sing well? She leans down to ask the three little ones in the stroller. This is their first outing after a month, and she brought them to the recording studio as their first stop. However, they are still too young to respond, merely looking at their mother and giggling. After being out for a while, Gu Xining notices Luong has been silent, and when she turns to look, she sees him staring at his phone with a serious expression. What are you looking at so seriously? She asks curiously as she walks over. Luong remains silent, and instead turns his phone screen towards her. It is a recently released financial news report. Breaking news: the president of Gaoxing Technology suddenly announces a shortage in chip production capacity. Gu Xining frowns tightly at the headline worriedly, saying Gaoxing Technology is starting to target Tianqian. The first two chapters have been modified, changing the protagonist from exchanging for the ice carving machine technology to directly exchanging for the ice carving machine, resulting in slight plot changes. Everyone can go back and reread. In any case, the protagonist now has the ice carving machine in hand. What should we do? If Gaoxing Technology does not provide Tianqian with chips, the Star Series high-end phones will have to cease production. Although Gu Xining never participates in the company's management, she is well aware of the supply and demand relationships within her own company's industry. The Star Series high-end phones have nearly rivaled the reigning champion of the smartphone world, the Fruit series, in global sales over the past 2 years. At this rate, they might even become first in the global smartphone market share. However, all of this is predicated on Gaoxing Technology supplying chips. If Gaoxing Technology stops its supply, the legend of the Star Series will come to an end. Don't worry too much, this announcement was only independently released by Gaoxing Technology's Huaxiao region, not from the headquarters of the Lighthouse. After analyzing, Luong said, "Is there any difference?" Gu Xining didn't quite understand. Think about it, the high sales of the Star Series phones must also bring greater profits to Gaoxing. If they really cut off supplies to Xingqin Technology completely, they wouldn't make any money either. So this is purely a personal action by someone surnamed Han, as he is retaliating against Tianqian. After listening to Luong's explanation, Gu Xining understood and eagerly asked, "So what you mean is General Manager Han actually doesn't have the power to completely stop supplying Tianqian, right?" "Exactly. He is merely the president of the Huaxiao region. Wouldn't doing so just ruin Gaoxing Technology's livelihood?" Luong smiled. Only then did Gu Xining let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Luong appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was not at ease. The last time he brought up the movements from the higher-ups at the Lighthouse with Gu Tianqian, his reaction confirmed his suspicions. In recent years, Tianqian Technology has not only achieved high sales, its status has now threatened local tech companies in Lighthouse. Considering the past foul nature of the Lighthouse, that group of capitalists will not allow any country to surpass them in the field of technology. Therefore, Luong felt the need to hasten the pace of developing the chips. After safely sending Gu Xining and the baby home, Luong returned to the company's basement once again. He opened his system backpack and selected the ice engraving machine that had long been exchanged. In the next moment, a large technologically advanced machine appeared out of thin air in the basement. Now he had the machine, but he lacked the materials to make the chips. Previously, Luong intended to buy materials from the domestic market, but now he felt that time was running out. The production of chips cannot be completed with just one machine. The lithography machine or ice engraving machine merely completes one of the processes. In fact, all other processes can be completed domestically. It is only the high-end lithography machines where technology has not yet broken through and the power has always been held by the West. If Luong wants to produce the chips himself, he must first complete several previous processes, which will require him to run around various parts of the supply chain. It isn't until the chips reach the etching step that the ice engraving machine will be needed. Clearly, this is too troublesome, so Luong wanted to see if there were any related semi-finished materials in the system. Last time, Luong only searched through the major categories of the system's technology classification and had yet to open the smaller categories like materials. After finding the materials category, Luong clicked and sighed. Damn, what a loss. As soon as he opened the interface, Luong exclaimed a classic curse. The first item on the list shockingly read, 3nm level chips, 1,000 pieces for 100 Mengbao points. Luong immediately clasped his hands to his chest, feeling intense pain. 2300 Mengbao points. The points he had saved for nearly a month were spent on an ice engraving machine. And it turns out that the system has ready-made chips for sale at a rock-bottom price, no less. How could he have not looked more closely at the time, focusing only on the technology classification and not noticing the materials subcategory? System, can I return this? Luong tried to ask. This was his first attempt to communicate with the system, but the system completely ignored him. There's no way around it, but on second thought, having an ice engraving machine isn't a bad thing. Moreover, he now possesses all the technology regarding the ice engraving machine, and in the future, he could easily replicate more ice engraving machines in bulk based on this one. Then he could break the technological monopoly of the West. Currently, the 3nm level chip is already the highest end, and as Luong continued to look down, he understood why it was at a bargain price. Below there are also 2 nanometer and 1 nanometer level chips. There are even micro-level chips available, but their prices are a bit high, far beyond what Luong can afford at the moment. Even if the 230 Meng Bao points used to exchange for the ice engraving machine were still available, he wouldn't be able to buy many. Therefore, for now, he should focus on the 3 level chips, as this is also the current ceiling of Blue Star. Luong currently still has over 5000 Meng Bao points, which can be exchanged for 5000 chips. But this is only temporary. Meng Bao points are currently steadily accumulating at around 100 points a day, allowing him to save 300 points in a month. Supplying Tianqin technology should not be a problem. However, Luong has only exchanged for 100 chips and kept them in the system backpack. He plans to contact Gu Tianqin first. Moreover, this basement must be disguised as a research and development base, as he previously intended. Otherwise, once his chips are made public, especially if something like the ice engraving machine is brought out, the country will definitely pay attention to him, and the system cannot be exposed, so there must be a story behind these things. Creating a research and development base is the best excuse. As for whether they believe it or not, Luong doesn't care. After putting the ice engraving machine back in the system backpack, Luong left the basement. Upon returning home, he found Gu Xining staring at her phone with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" Luong asked with concern. "A very annoying guy wants to meet me," Gu Xining replied, her eyes filled with disgust. "Is it Han Yuan?" Luong speculated, recalling that Gu Xining had mentioned this matter before. "Yes, he has come to Jiangdu." "What do you think?" "I don't want to deal with him, but will he make his father target Tianqin even more?" "Huh. He doesn't have that ability, and even if Gao Xing completely cuts off supplies, Tianqin technology will be fine." "Oh," Gu Xining responded, and clicked a few times on the screen, directly blocking Han Yuan. Han Yuan lay on the bed, rapidly tapping his fingers on the phone screen to edit a message. "Xining, did you see today's announcement from Gao Xing? As long as you come out and meet me, I guarantee my dad will withdraw the announcement tomorrow and ensure that Tianqin receives all the goods without any shortage." Click send. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Looking at the red exclamation mark, Han Yuan felt as if his eyes had been stabbed. After a moment of silence, he dialed his father Han Weiss' number. "What's wrong, son? I'm currently in a hotel." And then, "This is the 68th floor. I want you to immediately cut off Tianqin's chip supply chain, or I will jump out of the window." "Son, don't scare me, don't do anything reckless. Will you agree or not?" I agree, I will notify Tianqin right now." Han Yuan hung up the phone directly, a cold smile on his lips. "Don't know when to stop. Tomorrow I'll wait for you to come beg me in person." Inside a villa, Han Wei let out a long sigh after finishing a call with his son. He had only one son whom he had spoiled since childhood, fulfilling whatever requests he could. However, completely severing Tianqin's supply chain was not within his authority to decide. The fact that his son had resorted to threatening suicide was troubling. Although he knew his son lacked the courage to actually jump, it was evident that he was in great distress to voice such words. Thinking of his son's suffering made Han Wei feel worse. It was impossible to directly issue an order, so he decided to first gauge the sentiment at the headquarters. It was nighttime, and it was just the right time for work across the ocean. He took out his phone and dialed the number on the other side of the ocean. "Oh dear Han, I was just about to notify you of a decision from headquarters, and you called just in time." Han Wei felt a surge of joy upon hearing the voice on the other end. "Could it be Mr. Chris, is there any new decision from headquarters?" "Yes, last night the company held an emergency meeting and decided to temporarily halt chip supplies to Huaxia Tianqin Technology." Han Wei was so excited that he almost shouted. It was like a pillow arriving just when he felt sleepy. His son would be overjoyed. "Alright, I got it. I'll notify Tianqin immediately." After hanging up, Han Wei drove to the company overnight and called an emergency meeting with all the executives. An hour later, a notice dominated the trending topics on Langbo. Statement on Gaoxing Technology's suspension of chip supply to Tianqin Technology. The announcement mentioned that due to constraints in raw materials, Gaoxing had no choice but to halt chip supplies to Tianqin. As for when supplies would resume, it only stated that it would depend on the raw materials market. Tianqin Technology is one of the most well-known companies in Huaxia, because in all of Huaxia, various aspects of life are closely related to this company. In telecommunications, about 80 of the base stations on the market are produced by Tianqin. For mobile phones, most people in Huaxia choose to purchase Tianqin's Xingqian series. Therefore, when this trending topic appeared, it ignited a frenzy not just in the tech circle, but across the entire internet. What's going on? Hasn't Gaoxing always been supplying Xingqian? How can they just cut it off? Why is it only Xingqian? Other domestic phone manufacturers are unaffected. Can't you see? Tianqin's influence in the world is growing and the West is getting anxious. So it's a deliberate attack on Tianqin. This is bad. Without chips, how can Tianqin make phones? Ha, the Xingqian phone is finished. It's not even worthy to compete with the Apple phone. Can you be a decent person? You can like Apple phones, but there's no need to drag down domestic brands. No matter what you say, Apple phones are the best. At that moment, all the executives at Tianqin Technology gathered in the conference room, each with a face as cold as frost. It was too sudden. Although internal analyses had indicated that Tianqin Technology might be targeted by the lighthouse, they had been working on contingency plans. They had initially estimated that even if they were to target Tianqin Technology, it would at least be after the new year. After all, the chip orders for this year's new flagship Xingqian 10 had already been secured. They never imagined that the lighthouse executives would choose to impose sanctions at this point in time. Gu Tianxian felt the same. When he firmly rejected Han Wei's request, he believed Tianxian still had some time to respond. Little did he know that the Gaoxing headquarters would make such a direct statement. All preparations for the Xingqian 10 were already in place, and they were just waiting for the chips to arrive for assembly and launch. Now that the chip supply was cut off, all prior efforts were in vain. That was not even the main point. The market share earned by the Xingqian series internationally would revert to square one. In the future, the high-end phone market would once again be dominated solely by Apple. In Gu Tianxian's heart, the profit from the Xingqian phone was not his primary concern. Rather, it was the reputation of the Xingqian series in the overseas market. It was equivalent to a business card for Huaxia. The fame garnered by Xingqian allowed the international community to realize that Huaxia also had high-tech companies. Although the Xingqian phone was merely a sideline of Tianxian technology, losing it would undoubtedly impact Tianxian's prestige in the telecommunications sector. The meeting lasted all night, and the next morning Gu Tianxian walked out of the company looking exhausted. Instead of going home to sleep, he drove to Huaxia Chip. Huaxia Chip is currently the only domestic company capable of manufacturing chips backed by the Huaxia government. As soon as he entered the company lobby, Gu Tianxian noticed an old man with white hair sitting on the sofa. "I knew you would come. I've been waiting for you all night," the old man said as he stood up upon seeing Gu Tianxian. "Academician Wang, you didn't stay up all night, did you?" Gu Tianxian hurried over to support him. This elder came from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology and had dedicated his life to the chip industry, dreaming of developing a chip belonging to Huaxia. Yet the old problem persisted. Huaxia started too late, coupled with the technological blockade from the West. Researchers in Huaxia can only start from scratch, slowly exploring. From having nothing to developing mid-range lithography machines to producing 14 nanometers chips. However, this was still far from Gaoxing's 3 nanometers level. How can you sleep with such a big issue at hand? Academician Wang's tone also revealed fatigue. He led Gu Tianxian slowly to the research room, where the researchers looked disheveled, obviously having not slept all night. "Now, do we have any results?" Gu Tianxian asked with some anticipation. Developing a product that can replace the lithography machine is not an easy task. Academician Wang sighed. Over the past few years, the research team led by him had been searching for a new method, a technology that could replace the traditional lithography machine, but so far it remained at the theoretical stage. He brought Gu Tianxian into the research room and arrived at a workbench, pointing at a stack of drawings and saying, "Currently, we have only come up with a preliminary solution direction." Gu Tianxian looked at the drawings. The title read, "Can the practical application of ice etching machines be realized?" He was familiar with lithography machines, but he had never heard of the theory of ice etching machines before. "Is it possible to realize this machine?" Gu Tianxian asked softly. The path of science is always unknown ahead. Before the lithography machine appeared, there may have been others who asked the same question as you. Who knows? But someone has to try to find the answer. Gu Tianxian sighed lightly. He was well aware of Academician Wang's contributions to Huaxia in the field of chips. He actually already knew the result of coming here. He wasn't too disappointed. "Academician Wang, you should go back and rest. You don't need to worry about me. Your troubles are far greater than mine. Hurry back to the company to deal with things." Academician Wang waved his hand with a smile. Gu Tianxian sighed again and had no choice but to leave the company. As he reached the door, his phone rang. Seeing it was his daughter calling, he quickly answered. "Dad, I'm sorry, but it's all my fault." Hearing the choked voice on the other end, Gu Tianxian's heart ached, and he hurriedly comforted, "Silly child, do you really think this result was caused by you? This matter now concerns the game between two nations. Don't let it affect your emotions. Take good care of the baby. You don't need to worry about the company." After hanging up, Gu Tianxian was about to get into his car to return to the company when his phone rang again. This time it was a message from Luong with just a photo. The background showed a table with a piece of white paper, and in the center of the white paper was a particularly eye-catching small. Looking at the small square in the photo, Gu Tianxian immediately recognized that it resembled a chip. Yet he believed it was merely a resemblance, because he had never seen such a chip before, and none of the chips from any brand in the world looked like this. At that moment, Luong sent another message. "Uncle Gu, give me a month, and I can help you solve the chip issue." Gu Tianxian shook his head and chuckled at the message, typing a reply, "Focus on your music, take good care of Si Ning and the baby, and don't cause me trouble. In Jiangdu." After seeing the reply, Luong showed an expression of as expected, knowing that Gu Tianxian would never believe him. However, to be fair, he himself wouldn't believe it either. A musician claiming to resolve the chip issue in a month would surely draw the ire of Academician Wang. He had collaborated with top experts from Huacar Academy for decades and had only achieved minimal results until now. 1 month later, the once empty basement was now filled with various equipment. These devices were all related to chip manufacturing. Some were purchased by Luong, while others were directly exchanged from the system. A month ago, Luong had sent a photo to Gu Tianxian, who had been skeptical. At that time, Luong did not provide much explanation, but now even if Gu Tianxian brought an expert to the basement, Luong could indeed start from scratch to manufacture a chip. Everything was ready, and now he could officially tell Gu Tianxian, or if he didn't believe it, he could just shove the chip in his face. Upon returning home, Luong saw Gu Xining fiddling with a small box. He approached and saw it was a phone box with a small case beside it. She was wrapping the phone in cling film layer after layer. "What are you doing?" Luong asked, puzzled. This is my Starry 9 mobile phone, and I want to preserve it as a keepsake. This might be the last model of the Starry series. Gu Xining's face was filled with melancholy. After wrapping the phone, she placed it back in the box and prepared to put the entire phone box into a small wooden case. Luong sighed. The whole world now believed that the Starry brand was dead. From now on there would be no more Starry brand. And indeed, during this month Tianxin Technology was engulfed in gloom. At this time the Starry 10 should have already been in production lines, but Gaoxing Technology had issued a direct announcement. That instantly turned everything to ashes. Where there is worry there is also joy. The ones rejoicing were naturally the biggest rival of Starry, the fruit company. At the headquarters of Lighthouse Fruit Technology, President Patrick sat at the head of the conference room continuously announcing various decisions regarding the new Fruit 13 model. The bundled charger will be cancelled and sold separately from the phone. The price in the Huaxia region will be raised by 20 compared to the Western market. Headphones will also be sold separately with the same price increase. Applause erupted in the room. Before the rise of the Starry series, their Fruit phones had always held the #1 spot in the global mobile phone market. However, the Starry phone from Huaxia had unexpectedly surged, seizing a large portion of the market that originally belonged to them. But what was more important? The Fruit phone had once been a status symbol among users in Huaxia. They had conducted countless market surveys and found that Huaxia people were the most avid buyers of Fruit phones worldwide. Moreover, once they used a Fruit phone, they felt superior, and some fervent fans treated Fruit technology as a kind of no matter how poor the innovation of Fruit phones was, they would still praise them extravagantly even when old technologies were repackaged as new. Meanwhile, they spared no effort in denigrating their own national brands. Patrick remembered when the bath-style camera was first used by Starry. At that time, most Huaxia users mocked the design as ugly. But when his Fruit series imitated the bath-style camera, it was praised to the skies by Huaxia users. That was the charm of Fruit phones. However, in the past 2 years, the high-end models of the Starry series had been performing increasingly well, leading to a decrease in blind faith in Fruit. Many Huaxia people began to embrace domestic brands, no longer taking pride in owning a Fruit phone. This displeased the Fruit company, but they had no way to counter it because the high-end Starry models were indeed quite impressive. Even the Huaxia domestic phones, which had previously been criticized for performance, were now not much worse than Fruit phones. In terms of design, Starry phones were even more outstanding. Meanwhile, the Fruit series still relied on a design that could last 3 to 4 years, now supported only by loyal fans. But just a month ago, good news arrived. Gaoxing Technology had cut off the supply of chips to Starry. The moment he saw the former glory of Fruit phones was about to return, and this time no one could pull Fruit off its pedestal. Thus, on the eve of the release of the Fruit 13, he changed his initial strategy. He decided to sell the originally bundled chargers and headphones separately, raising the price in the Huaxia region by 20. He believed that the loyal fans in Huaxia would still buy them, and after purchasing they would praise Fruit technology for being environmentally friendly, with separate sales of chargers and headphones. This way, lowering sales would reduce environmental pollution, and for the sake of the environment, he was willing to forego profits. Amid applause, Patrick immersed himself in his fantasies, and when the applause subsided, he continued to announce. Additionally, let's sell the SIM card ejector separately, pricing it at 60 Huaxia coins. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell silent. After a while, someone asked, President, isn't it excessive to sell the SIM card ejector separately at a price of 60 coins? Yes, President, considering the weight and materials of the ejector, pricing it at 60 coins is more expensive than an equivalent amount of gold. Seeing the doubts, Patrick waved his hand and smiled. You need not worry. Trust the loyal Fruit fans in Huaxia, they will. But I know there will be doubts when the time comes, but rest assured Huaxia Fruit fans will automatically find a suitable reason for us. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Without the threat of Starry, the fighting power of Huaxia's Fruit fans should not be underestimated. They just didn't expect Patrick to announce a new product. Let's also create a special cleaning cloth for Fruit screens. Remember to write the introduction in a more upscale manner, pricing it at 145 coins. The conference room fell silent again, but they did not continue to question it because they knew, as the president said, the loyal Johart Kai users in Huaxia would buy it as usual and then find a reason worth buying for themselves. By the way, when was the Starry 10 originally scheduled to be released? President, they originally planned to launch it on the 16th, which is half a month later globally. At Kyoto Airport, Luong took a large suitcase and hailed a taxi. Where are you headed, young man? The driver asked. Tianxin Technology. As the car started, the driver couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Luong. It's such a pity about Tianxin Technology. I guess we won't see Xinxian phones anymore. It's a shame that a technology brand from Huaxia making its way to the world was brought down by the lighthouse. By the way, young man, are you an employee of Xinxian Technology? Luong just wanted to sit quietly in the car, but underestimated the driver's penchant for chatting in Kyoto. I'm going to save. You really can boast, young man. The lighthouse has taken action. Who could possibly save the Xinxian phone now? In the conference room of Tianxin Technology. No one can save the Xinxian phone anymore. Just issue an announcement, Gu Tianxin said, wearily leaning back in his chair. After a month of torment, he finally made the final decision. During this month, he had exhausted every possible method, but he still couldn't find the solution to save the Xinxian phone. If this continued, it would only lead to greater losses for Tianxin Technology. After all, Tianxin was not solely a mobile phone business. Now, due to the Xinxian phone crisis, morale was low, and everyone's combat effectiveness was far from what it used to be. Thus, he decided to issue an announcement declaring that from today onward Tianjin Technology would cease operations in the mobile phone sector. Gu, is there really no other option? I can't accept this of our years of hard work by so many people destroyed by a tiny chip, eh? The Xingqian phone has come so far, how could this happen? In the conference room, there were senior members of the Xingqian phone RD team. They had followed Gu Tianjin since the first generation of Xingqian, exploring and striving until achieving today's results. But faced with the lighthouse's deliberate targeting, a small chip had turned their years of effort into nothing. How could anyone be willing to accept that? But what could unwillingness achieve? Whoever controlled the chip technology held the power. Now that power was not in their hands, nor in Waxia's hands. Instead, it was in the hands of the lighthouse, which had always wished for Waxia's downfall. Gu Tianjin sighed deeply and slowly closed his eyes. He truly had no other way out. Even a month ago, when the incident first occurred, the country had intervened and negotiated with the lighthouse. Although the Huaxiao officials were willing to concede profits in other areas, the lighthouse remained resolute in its intent to bring down the Xingqian phone. Issue the announcement. Gu Tianjin confirmed again. Just as collective sighs of unwillingness filled the conference room, his secretary shouted, "Gu, Mr. Lu has arrived." He had made an appointment earlier. Gu Tianjin nodded. "Send him to my office, AOLB." He felt very puzzled. Earlier today, Luong had suddenly said he was coming to Kyoto, although he was currently preoccupied with the Xingqian phone issues. However, he did not refuse to meet Luong, he just didn't know what he was here for at this moment. After giving a few more instructions to the company executives, Gu Tianjin announced the meeting's adjournment and went to his office. Upon entering, he saw Luong sitting on the sofa sipping tea brewed by the secretary with a large suitcase beside him. "What's this? Planning to stay in Kyoto long-term, bringing your luggage?" Gu Tianjin asked in a low voice. He did not go to the sofa, but returned to sit behind his desk. He felt a bit displeased. Why was this kid not in Jiangdu spending time with his wife and children, but bringing a suitcase to Kyoto? "Uncle Gu, last time you went to Jiangdu, you brought a box of gifts for the kids. I'm just here to return the favor." Luong smiled as he stood up from the sofa. "You really have too much leisure. Do I need you to return the favor for bringing gifts for my granddaughter? Just take it back." Gu Tianjin frowned slightly. "Really don't want it." Luong teased. "What's your real purpose for coming today, just to return the favor?" Gu Tianjin asked, somewhat puzzled. Though he hadn't interacted with Luong for long, he could tell that Luong, despite his youth, was very steady. He wouldn't choose to do something so trivial at this point, especially after flying all the way from Jiangdu. "If it's really just to return the favor, then I'll just take it back, Uncle Gu," Luong said, pretending to pull the suitcase and head for the door. However, when he reached the door, Gu Tianjin did not stop him. "You really won't keep me? Not even a polite invitation for a meal?" Luong turned back to look at Gu Tianjin. Gu Tianjin sighed, helplessly wondering if he had misjudged this son-in-law. "All right, after I get off work, I'll take you out to eat. Oh, so I can leave first. Just find a place to wait, okay?" As they spoke, Luong quietly unzipped the suitcase a bit and pulled it towards the door. With a clattering sound, a bunch of flat objects slid out from the gap onto the floor, making a crisp noise. The sounds immediately attracted Gu Tianjin's attention, and he focused on the small black squares that had fallen to the ground. However, it was too far to see clearly, so he had to walk out from behind the desk and asked, "You dropped something, what are the—" As he approached, he finally saw what was on the ground. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that a month ago Luong had sent him a photo saying that he would solve the chip problem in a month. The small black pieces on the ground were exactly the type of chip shown in the photo Luong had sent him. At that time, he thought it was impossible. How could someone create a chip in just a month? Now, counting the time, it was almost a month, and Luong had brought an entire box of these things to find him. Did he misunderstand? But he still squatted down to pick one up from the ground, looking at it and asking, "Is this the chip you said was made in a month?" "Yes, it's a 3-nanometer grade," Luong replied with a smile. He laid the suitcase flat on the ground and unzipped it, revealing it was packed full of these chips. "Hey, you don't think that just because it looks somewhat similar in shape it can be used as a chip, do you?" Just as Gu Tianjin questioned this, Su Hai, an engineer from the Xingqian team, walked in to report to Gu Tianjin. As he entered and saw the suitcase full of chips, he became very curious. "Gu, didn't we say to stop the mobile phone business? Why are we still buying these low-end chips?" Su Hai asked, puzzled. Now that Gaoxing had completely cut off supplies to Tianjin, the only chips that could appear in Tianjin were low-end chips. "These are not low-end chips. They are high-end 3-nanometer chips made by this genius young man." Gu Tianjin pointed at Luong, his tone full of mockery. "Oh, this young man looks so young, yet he's also a talent in the chip field. Oh, I've never seen you before." Su Hai smiled at Luong before squatting down to examine a chip closely. As soon as he looked at it, his expression suddenly tightened. After looking for a few seconds, he suddenly shouted, "Gu, how can such a high-precision chip be packed in a box like cabbage?" Hearing the surprised shout of Su Hai, Gu Tianjin wore a confused expression. He never expected that even the chief engineer of Tianjin Technology could make such a misjudgment. He laughed, amused by the absurdity of the situation. "Su Gong, do you know what this kid does? Isn't he said to be a talent in the chip field? What nonsense. He is a musician, a songwriter. How could he possibly create high-end chips?" All this. Su Hai was stunned upon hearing this. He looked at Luong in confusion and asked, "Are you a composer?" "Yes, I am a composer," Luong smiled. Su Hai was momentarily baffled and said to Gu Tianjin, "But these are indeed high-end chips." Gu Tianjin's expression turned serious at once, and he said in a deep voice, "Su Gong, you are more of an expert in chips than I am. Do you think a composer could produce high-end chips in a month? That's unlikely, right? Even academician Wang's team couldn't produce them in over a decade. Suhai also looked quite puzzled. He continued, but these are indeed high-end chips, and they are not even any currently available on the market. Hearing Suhai repeatedly emphasize that these were high-end chips, Gu Tianxin began to doubt himself. Could it be that this kid really produced high-end chips in just a month? How about this, Guzong? Let's go to Huaxia and let academician Wang and his team test them to find out. At that moment, Suhai suggested. Gu Tianxin furrowed his brows, contemplated for 2 seconds, and said in a deep voice, "Bring a few chips and follow me." Huaxia. Hey, why are you here again? In the research room, academician Wang looked puzzled as he saw Gu Tianxin return. Gu Tianxin couldn't afford to explain much. He directly took out 3 chips from his pocket and handed them to academician Wang. "Old Wang, can you take a look at these chips?" Academician Wang accepted the chips with confusion and began to examine them closely. After a while he sighed, "Alas, my old eyes can't see clearly. Let's have them tested directly." He then called over a researcher to take the chips for testing. While waiting for the results, academician Wang asked, "It seems you haven't given up. Where did you get these chips?" Gu Tianxin glanced at Lu Wang, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. If he told this elder that these chips were produced by this young composer in just a month, would they be thrown out? But since he was asked, he had to answer. "Old Wang, these chips were made by him." Gu Tianxin gritted his teeth and pointed to, since it was indeed made by Lu Wang, it was none of his business. "Oh." Academician Wang showed a surprised expression, smiling as he scrutinized Lu Wang. This young man is quite handsome, willing to delve into such tedious work instead of becoming a star. "Old Wang, you flatter me. I'm just interested in this field," Lu Wang said modestly. That's good. Interest is a good thing. Success in any endeavor starts with interest. What do you do now? Are you interested in further researching chips with this old man? Academician Wang was delighted, even though he didn't know how good the chips made by this excessively handsome young man were. But it was commendable that a young person was willing to devote himself to this field. "Old Wang, I am a composer," Lu Wang smiled. The previously jovial expression of academician Wang suddenly changed, and he turned to Gu Tianxin, exclaiming, "Gu Tianxin, I know you are anxious, but are you out of your mind? I didn't expect this young man to really be a star. I thought he was at least a researcher from some peer company." Gu Tianxin wore a wronged expression. He had long anticipated this outcome. "Old Wang, please calm down. Get out of here. Take your broken chips and go back where you came from." Academician Wang waved his hand and shouted without waiting for Gu Tianxin to finish. He felt that Gu Tianxin had gone mad. Although he understood his feelings, after all, over a decade of hard work was about to be wasted. So this was a desperate act, but even so. If you want to find chips, at least find someone reputable in the chip field. What does it mean to find a composer? Alas. Gu Tianxin sighed deeply, helplessly waving his hand to signal Lu Wang and Suhai to follow him. He didn't even want to keep the chips sent for testing, as even the current leaders in China's chip field did not have faith in them. Therefore, there was no need to see the test results. Academician Wang watched Gu Tianxin and the others leave, angrily walking into his office to brew a cup of tea. But after the anger subsided, he couldn't help but feel sadness and indignation. This chip is simply maddening. When will our Huaxia ever have a truly independent chip industry? Just then a sudden commotion arose in the research room. Heavens, this is a 3-nanometer high-end chip. Oldie, are you seeing things? Absolutely not. I tested it 3 times and the performance of these chips is even better than that of Gaoxing. Are you crazy? Gaoxing's chips are the top-level chips in the world right now. I haven't heard of any company's chips outperforming Gaoxing's. Hearing the noise, academician Wang walked out of the office and shouted, "What are you all arguing about? Teacher, come and take a look. Quick. Old, he rushed over to grab his arm and dragged him towards the testing table. Old, he slowed down. Don't knock the teacher. What's going on? I suspect you're out of your mind. Didn't you hear the teacher talking? That young man is just a composer. If he could produce a 3-nanometer chip, then we might as well go to hell." Academician Wang couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his students and was dragged to the testing table, then pressed into a chair. "Teacher, please take a look." Old, he eagerly urged. All right, let me see." Academician Wang shook his head helplessly and began to operate the machine. The entire process was too familiar to him. He quickly repeated the testing process once, then blinked at the data displayed on the screen. After that, he rubbed his face vigorously with both hands and looked at the screen again. After a few moments of silence, "Quick, call them back. This is truly a 3-nanometer chip." In the underground parking lot of Huaxia, the 3 of Gu Tianxin sat in silence, opening the car doors without a word. Suhai's face was filled with disappointment. He had initially thought he saw hope when he saw the chips. But now even the towering figure in the chip field, academician Wang, had dismissed them, so he probably had misjudged. Gu Tianxin said with a sense of melancholy, and then started the car. Just as the car reached the underground parking lot's exit, he suddenly saw a large group of people rushing towards them in the rearview mirror. The group consisted of those from the earlier research room, and among them one person was being carried by 4 or 5 others. Upon closer inspection, that person was none other than academician Wang. Upon seeing the commotion, Gu Tianxin quickly slammed the brakes and came to a stop. Suhai also noticed the situation behind him and was immediately frightened, nervously saying, "What happened? Did we anger academician Wang? Is he chasing us down to hit us?" Gu Tianxian did not respond. Academician Wang would certainly not do such a thing. There must be some urgent situation. He opened the car door and got out immediately as these people were carrying old Wang, and it would be troublesome if they dropped him. If something happened to this big shot in the chip field, the Chinese government would definitely seek him out for trouble. Slow down, quickly put old Wang down. What exactly happened? Gu Tianxian urgently shouted as he got out of the car. A group of researchers carefully placed old Wang on the ground, and he, gasping for breath, approached Gu Tianxian and grabbed his arm, asking, "Where did those chips come from?" Gu Tianxian was startled and thought to himself that it was not good. Old Wang really seemed to be angry. At this moment, he could not let Luong take the blame anymore. After all, it was his decision to bring them to see old Wang. I got them from a company abroad. Gu Tianxian fabricated a reason. Impossible. Old Wang shouted loudly. 3-nanometer chips can only be produced by Kaohsiung, but the chips you brought are definitely not from Kaohsiung. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianxian was taken aback, then reacted. Old Wang, are you saying those chips are really high-end 3-nanometer chips? He suppressed his emotions and asked, his heart racing. Yes, I just tested them personally, and they are high-end chips with even better performance than Kaohsiung's. Hearing old Wang's answer, Gu Tianxian's face instantly broke into a smile. In disbelief, he turned to Luong. You actually managed to make high-end chips. Uncle Gu, I told you a month ago, but you just wouldn't believe me, Luong said with a helpless smile. What? Old Wang released Gu Tianxian and walked up to Luong. Did you really make those chips? Luong, this doesn't make sense. Aren't you a composer? You're still so young. How could you make chips that are better than Kaohsiung's? Old Wang's tone was filled with doubt, but his face bore a smile. He continued, quickly come back to the research lab with me. There are many questions about these chips that I haven't figured out yet. Gu Tianxian was ecstatic and pulled Luong, saying, let's go back upstairs. Everyone returned to the research lab, and Luong was pushed to the testing platform by old Wang. Old Wang, what questions do you have about these chips? Luong asked. Well, during my testing just now I found that this chip is indeed 3-nanometer level, and its performance far exceeds Gao. But I discovered that the etching process of this chip is not quite right. Hearing old Wang's words, his group of students suddenly looked puzzled. They had all watched the testing process and did not notice anything suspicious. Because this chip was not etched using traditional techniques, Luong replied. Everyone present were experts in the chip field, but at this moment they did not understand what Luong was saying. What is traditional technology? Isn't there only one process for etching chips worldwide? That is using a lithography machine to imprint the circuit using light projection. Is there a second method besides this? However, old Wang trembled slightly at these words, his eyes filled with anticipation as he asked tremblingly, have you discovered a new method aside from lithography? Yes. Luong firmly nodded, then under the puzzled gazes of everyone walked to a certain workstation. Earlier, while passing by, the 3 words ice etching machine in the title of a drawing had caught his attention. He brought the drawing back to old Wang and handed it to him. Old Wang, you should know best, aren't you currently researching this tech? Old Wang trembled as he took the drawing, which contained his theoretical research on the ice etching machine, but it was only in the theoretical stage. You mean this chip was etched using ice etching technology? Old Wang's voice trembled even more violently. His hands tightly grasped Luong's arm, his aged face turning red with excitement. Luong was somewhat worried about old Wang's physical condition and quickly reassured him, Old Wang, please don't be anxious, let's sit down and talk slowly, okay? Finally, old Wang also realized he had been overly excited. A group of students looked at him in disbelief. This person was their teacher. A leading figure in China's chip field at this moment seemed like an eager student in front of a young man. Among them, some had just mocked Luong, saying, how could a composer possibly produce chips? Now they just wanted to find a hold. After helping old Wang sit down in the office, Luong first said, Old Wang, I told you not to rush. Please don't get too excited, alright? Old Wang sighed deeply. Go ahead, I can handle it. Alright, then I'll speak. Luong nodded and said, I have indeed developed an ice etching machine, and these chips are etched using the ice etching machine. After saying this, Luong took out his phone and found a few photos taken in the basement, then handed the phone to old Wang. Old Wang restrained his emotions as he took the phone and began to look through it. As he flipped through, old Wang suddenly froze. The entire room was instantly alarmed. Teacher, old Wang. Everyone rushed over to check on old Wang, but just then he suddenly raised his hand and let out a low sob. Soon the sobbing turned into loud cries mixed with laughter. Huh, whoa, ice etching machine. It really exists. There is hope. The Chinese chip industry is saved. Seeing that old Wang was just crying out of excitement, everyone finally felt relieved, and someone quickly pulled out some tissues and handed them over. After old Wang wiped away his tears, he suddenly stood up and bent down towards Luong. Luong quickly went up to support old Wang. This isn't necessary, old Wang, you are bowing to me. You deserve this bow. I am thanking you on behalf of the Chinese government and countless Chinese citizens. Thank you for creating the ice etching machine. Thank you for allowing China to break free from Western constraints in the chip field. However sincere old Wang's words were, Luong insisted on not letting him bow. Oh no. At that moment, Gu Tianxian suddenly exclaimed, did I just announce in the meeting to stop the Xingqian mobile phone business? Gu Tianxian was agitated, causing his memory to become confused. Seeing Su Hai nodding affirmatively at him, he shouted, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly notify the public relations department not to issue that announcement. The Public Relations Department of Tianjin Technology. During an earlier meeting, Gu Tianjin personally announced the termination of Tianjin Technology's mobile phone business. Naturally, the task of releasing this announcement fell to the Public Relations Department. Tianjin Technology's official accounts on all platforms are operated by them. The Public Relations Minister Li, he was sitting blankly in front of her computer, the screen displaying the editing pages of various platforms. The announcement content she had edited long ago was on the screen. However, several hours had passed since the meeting ended, and she had been sitting there for several hours. The announcement content had been in the account's publishing box for several hours. Yet she had not clicked the publish button. To proceed with this would be tantamount to formally declaring the end of the Xingqian mobile phone. She had accompanied the Xingqian mobile phone from its humble beginnings with the first generation, which went unnoticed, to the current global sensation of the ninth generation. She was acutely aware of how much effort this team had put in over the past decade. But what could she do if she didn't publish? She glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of her computer. Today was the first, and there were only 2 weeks left until the scheduled global launch of the Xingqian 10. However, this launch event was destined not to occur as planned. This announcement was an explanation to the users of Xingqian and to the citizens who regarded Tianjin as the light of Chinese technology. Regardless of the outcome, an explanation must be given. The last announcement related to the Xingqian mobile phone would be made by her, the Public Relations Minister. She positioned the cursor over the publish button on the Langbo platform side and slowly closed her eyes. Just as her finger was about to press down, the phone's ringtone suddenly rang. She opened her eyes and saw that it was a call from Gu, prompting her to answer quickly. Has the announcement been published? If it has, hurry and delete it. There's still hope for the Xingqian mobile phone. Gu Tianjin's excited voice came through the phone, and he hung up after saying this. Li stood there in shock for a moment, tears streaming down her face. She didn't bother to wipe her tears and quickly deleted all the announcement content she had edited on every platform. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Gu Tianjin joyfully said to academician Wang, "Old Wang, I'll take them back now. There are still a lot of matters to attend to at the company." Academician Wang nodded. Gu Tianjin hurriedly pulled Luong and turned to leave, only to hear academician Wang's voice behind him. "You can leave, but Luong cannot." He turned around in confusion and found academician Wang's expression more serious than he had ever seen. "Old Wang, listen to me. You should know how significant the emergence of the ice engraving machine is." Hearing this, Gu Tianjin suddenly realized he had been so happy that he had momentarily forgotten such an important matter. "I will follow Old Wang's instructions." Though he was eager to return to the company, he understood the profound implications behind the emergence of the ice, and everyone present immediately signed the highest level of confidentiality agreement. No one is allowed to disclose any information about the ice engraving machine. Academician Wang surveyed the crowd and spoke solemnly, then produced the confidentiality agreements for everyone to sign. He then smiled at Luong and said, "Don't worry, child. I do this to protect you." Luong, of course, understood and replied, "Thank you, Old Wang. I will follow your arrangements." Academician Wang nodded repeatedly, first ushering all the students out, then closing the door, leaving only a few with Luong in the room. Next, Academician Wang took out his phone and dialed a number. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the new Energy Research Department, over a dozen academicians were discussing their research direction. The director, Qin Qingshan, was among them, leading this project. At that moment, his phone rang, and everyone paused their discussion. They then noticed the director's expression suddenly becoming exceptionally excited as he repeatedly muttered a few phrases. "Are you saying it's real? Old Wang, you're not kidding me, are you? This is fantastic." Finally, he ended the call with 3 emphatic exclamations of "fantastic," just as everyone was curious about what could have made the old director so excited. Academician, he however showed no intention of explaining to them. He gestured for them to be quiet, and then dialed another. In Beijing, at the highest power center of China, a security guard answered the phone. After listening for a few moments, his expression turned extremely serious. He gently knocked on the door twice before pushing it open. "Xiaolong, what's the matter?" An elderly man who was busy writing raised his head to ask. "Chief, it's a call from the director," Xiaolong said, his voice trembling slightly. The chief's expression changed slightly. Xiaolong had been selected from the most elite unit in China, the Dragon Court, and both his military and psychological qualities were tested and proven. He had been by the chief's side for 3 years and had never shown such emotions when facing him. Realizing that something was amiss, the chief hurriedly took the call. After listening to the call, the usually composed chief unexpectedly slammed his palm on the table. "I knew it." The chief's face was flushed with excitement as he immediately ordered, "Xiaolong, immediately select members of the Dragon Court, with you as the captain. Rush to Waxia's core immediately. From this moment on, you must guard him closely." Xiaolong, receiving the order, saluted sharply and said, "Yes, chief. I guarantee to complete the mission." At Waxia's core, the door to Academician Wang's office was knocked on, and an elderly man with similarly gray hair pushed the door open. "Where is the ice engraving machine? Why didn't I see it when I came in?" Academician Chen asked as he entered, just then noticing Gu Tianjin and the others. However, he chose to ignore them and rushed to Academician Wang's desk, urgently asking, "You old man, hurry up and tell me I'm dying of anxiety." Academician Wang smiled at him for a long moment before slowly saying, "First, take a look at this." As he spoke, Academician Wang handed over several chips and continued, These are 3-nanometer chips made using the ice engraving machine with performance far exceeding that of Gaoxing. Academician Chun took the chip, glanced at it, and continued to ask, "Where is the ice engraving machine?" "You'll need to ask him for that." Academician Wang cheerfully pointed at Luong. Academician Chun turned to look, discovering a remarkably handsome young man. "The ice engraving machine is your achievement. Can you take me to see it now?" Academician Chun asked directly, his mind only filled with thoughts of the ice engraving machine. "Director, don't rush, the ice engraving machine isn't here, it's..." Luong was about to finish his sentence when a group of people suddenly burst in, all wearing Chinese military uniforms with an imposing presence. Just standing there seemed to emanate an invisible aura that made it hard for people to breathe. The leading individual stepped forward a few paces and bowed to the two elderly men, saying, "Hello, esteemed elders." As two elders who had interacted with the higher-ups of the state, they immediately recognized who this person was. It was none other than the personal guard of the current chief of Huaxia, Tang Long. "It's you. That person actually sent you here." Dean Chun was taken aback. Just now he had called directly to Tang Long, but he didn't expect that person would actually send Tang Long over. "Dean, you might be underestimating how much that person values the chip." Tang Long smiled. "That's good. With you here we can be completely assured of the safety of the ice engraving machine." The dean nodded. "Yes, that person ordered us to provide 24-hour close protection for Old Wang." Tang Long glanced at Old Wang again, his eyes filled with admiration. "Protect me?" Old Wang was surprised, then laughed. "Haha, this old man is not worth your protection." Then he pointed at Luong and said, "This one is called Luong, he is the one you need to protect." Tang Long turned to look, having noticed Gu Tianxin and the others when he entered. He knew Gu Tianxin and Su Hai, as Tianxin Technology was indeed a company under the watchful eyes of the nation's higher-ups. However, he had not paid much attention to this young man and did not inquire further, knowing that anyone appearing in Old Wang's office could not be an outsider. At this moment, he was also filled with astonishment. "Old Wang, do you mean to say that the ice engraving machine was developed by this young man?" Seeing Old Wang nod, Tang Long immediately turned to Luong and saluted standardly. "Mr. Lu, I, Tang Long from the Longting Army, have been ordered to provide 24-hour close protection for your safety." Luong had actually anticipated this. When the ice engraving machine was presented, it would inevitably attract the attention of the nation's higher-ups. However, he still underestimated the degree of importance the state placed on chips. They actually sent soldiers to provide close protection. But what kind of unit is the Longting Army? He had some understanding of the designations of the Chinese military and could confirm that there was no Longting among them. "Can I ask who sent you?" Luong couldn't help but ask curiously. Tang Long, upon hearing this, revealed a proud smile. He did not answer, but simply gave Luong a thumbs up. Seeing this, Luong was greatly shocked. He still underestimated it. He didn't expect to attract the direct attention of that person. No wonder he had never heard of the designation Longting. How could a unit personally designated by that person be something an ordinary person would know about? But this display was a bit too grand, it felt somewhat overwhelming. "By the way, where is the ice engraving machine? It also needs someone to protect it, right?" Dean Chun said at this moment. Everyone looked at Luong. "It's in Jiangdu, but you don't need to worry, the ice engraving machine is very safe." Luong smiled. Tang Long immediately said, "Although the ice engraving machine is very important, our primary task is to protect Mr. Lu." Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Luong was the one with the highest priority for protection. However, what others did not know was that the ice engraving machine was actually not in Jiangdu, but in his system backpack. As long as he wanted, he could make the ice engraving machine appear in the office right now. However, Luong clearly did not intend to do so. Doing technology was one thing, but playing with magic was excessive. "Can we go back now?" Gu Tianxin finally found a chance to speak. He understood that Old Wang did not let Luong leave earlier because he was worried about Luong's safety. He was well aware of Luong's importance to China. The facts also proved that his thoughts were not wrong. The nation's higher-ups had placed the utmost importance on chips. "Go ahead, but remember to keep the source of the chips confidential," Old Wang instructed. Then Luong left Huaxia Xian under Gu Tianxin's lead, but Tang Long did not allow Luong to get into Gu Tianxin's car. Instead, he had him sit in the car they had come in, which looked like an ordinary domestic vehicle, but Luong knew this car was definitely. Upon returning to the entrance of Tianxin Technology, Tang Long took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Begin alert, monitor the important entrances and exits of the building. More people follow me upstairs." Then Luong saw 6 team members get out of the 2 cars behind him, quickly approaching Tianxin building and disappearing into various corners. After they got out of the car, Tang Long and another team member did not closely follow Luong. Instead, they kept a certain distance from him, vigilantly watching all movements around. Luong suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Would there be a group of people secretly protecting him wherever he went in the future? That would be too inconvenient and would trouble them too much. However, he did not raise this idea now. It was better to resolve the matter with Xinchen first. After returning to the office with Gu Tianxin, the first thing Gu Tianxin and Su Hai did was to find a professional container. Then they carefully stored the box of chips that Luong brought. "Sai, how can I say this to you? You actually brought such delicate chips in a broken box." After packing up, Luong was speechless. "Why didn't you say that at the beginning and let me bring it back?" "Uncle Gu, I was in a hurry and didn't think that," Luong could only say. But in fact, he didn't care at all because these things were not valuable to him. This time, he only brought 500 pieces over, and in the past month, he had also saved up 300 Mingbao points, which could be exchanged for another 300 chips at any time. By the way, I can't take your chips for free. Let's go with the previous high-star pricing, Gu Tianqian suddenly said. Luong was a bit caught off guard. He hadn't thought about charging money. Furthermore, in a certain sense, he and Gu Tianqian were family. He wouldn't take this money even for the sake of Gu Xiling. Seeing Luong's expression, Gu Tianqian knew what he was thinking. Without waiting for Luong to speak, he continued, "You don't think this little bit of chips is enough, do you? The global shipment of Xingqian mobile phones is at least over 100 million units per year, which means 100 million chips. You can give me this one time, but are you going to give me 100 million pieces every year?" Upon hearing Gu Tianqian's explanation, Luong suddenly didn't know how to respond. 100 million pieces would require a full 10 million Mingbao points to exchange, and his current daily limit for earning Mingbao points was only about 1000 points. In a year, he would only earn a little over 300 points. It was completely impossible for him to supply Xingqian alone, unless he could make the ice engraving machine produce and organize the entire production line. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Tianqian said, "You should register a technology company. It'll help you with the equipment and such, and all the shares will be under your name." Luong shook his head immediately, saying, "Uncle Gu, that won't work. Establishing a chip company requires quite a bit of money." Gu Tianqian's eyes revealed a look of appreciation, inwardly praising his daughter's insight. After pondering for a moment, he proposed, "How about this? I'll fully fund the new company, and we can cross-hold shares. I'll exchange 20 of Tianqian Technologies shares for 5 of your new company." Luong immediately showed a puzzled expression. Why was his father-in-law eager to give him money? Not only was he funding the company, but he was also willing to exchange 20 of Tianqian's shares for 5 of a company that hadn't even been established yet. Haha, do you think I'm losing out? Gu Tianqian laughed, seeing through Luong's thoughts. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back and sighed, "You're still too young. It may seem like I'm at a loss, but in fact I'm gaining. You may not understand, when your new company appears before the world, it will create a tremendous shock in the global technology circle." At this point, Luong decided not to be overly sentimental and agreed to Gu Tianqian's proposal. Upon returning to Jiangdu, he would proceed to establish a new company. "By the way, how many chips can you produce in a month now, eh?" Gu Tianqian asked, turning his head. 300 is the limit, Luong replied. After pondering for a moment, Gu Tianqian said, "That's just barely enough. Once the new company is established and the production line is set up, it should suffice. Then I'll convene a meeting now to announce the restart of the Star 10 generation. You should come with me." Luong heard, but he refused with a look of disapproval, saying, "Uncle Gu, I'd rather not draw attention to myself." Fortunately, Gu Tianqian did not insist further. He instructed, "You stay here for now, I'll go attend a meeting first." Gu Tianqian was eager to announce the good news. Luong casually nodded, but just as Gu Tianqian was about to leave, he seemed to recall something. He took out a document bag from an already emptied compartment of his suitcase. "Wait a moment, Uncle Gu." Gu Tianqian turned back in confusion and saw Luong handing him a document bag. "What is this?" he asked as he opened the bag. Upon seeing the drawings inside the document, his eyes narrowed sharply. "Is this underscreen camera technology?" "Yes, and it can be implemented without changing the screens you're currently using," Luong said calmly. He had stumbled upon this while browsing the system and exchanged it casually, as it was cheaper than a cap. Though not from the tech industry, he was aware that smartphones worldwide were currently facing the same technological challenge, achieving a true underscreen camera. All smartphones on the market, including Star and Fruit, place significant emphasis on camera design. It could even be said that it is one of the main factors determining a smartphone's sales. In recent years, the rear cameras of smartphones have been innovated in various ways, while the Fruit brand has maintained the same design for 5 consecutive years, mimicking the Star brand's bathhouse-style camera. Other smartphone manufacturers have been striving to innovate in camera design. However, while rear cameras are easy to work with, the challenge lies in the front cameras. Due to the presence of the screen, no matter where the front camera is placed, it affects the aesthetic. The so-called full-screen designs currently available are not genuinely full-screen. The unsightly notch of the Fruit series camera, the water drop style from the domestic Blue brand, and the pop-up camera from the Green brand. The punch-hole design from the exploding Star. Despite the emergence of various front camera designs, none have truly achieved a full-screen effect. The key to solving this dilemma lies in underscreen camera technology. Yet this technical challenge has yet to be overcome by any manufacturer. Gu Tianqian's hands trembled slightly as he held the document, his gaze towards Luong filled with indescribable emotions. He had been in despair, having announced the halt of Star's production. Unexpectedly, the chip brought by Luong reignited his hope, and now he had presented a technological solution that stumped the entire world. This is fantastic. The launch event for the new model on the 16th will undoubtedly astonish the world once again. By the way, have you applied for a patent for this technology? Not yet, Luong replied, not paying much attention to these matters. This technology was among the least valuable in the system, and he had even more black tech related to smartphones yet to reveal. "No worries, I'll arrange for someone to help you apply for a patent immediately," Gu Tianqian said seriously. "Thank you, Uncle Gu," Luong replied. Gu Tianqian nodded and quickly left the office, heading to the meeting room. Not long after, Luong heard thunderous cheers from outside the office. The entire Tianqian technology erupted with renewed vitality at the moment Gu Tianqian announced the restart of the Star smartphone. Much like academician Wang's Operation Gu Tianqian also had all employees sign confidentiality agreements. At least until Luong's new company was established and publicly announced the source of the chips was not to be disclosed to the outside world. With that, Luong had already fulfilled his role in this endeavor. It was time to return to Jiangdu. Gu Tianqian dispatched an engineering team led by Su Hai along with the experienced management team from Tianqian Technology to accompany Luong back to Jiangdu. Establishing a new company was no simple task, and relying solely on Luong would be too challenging. With the team personally brought by Gu Tianqian, assisting the progress of the new company would at least increase tenfold. At the airport, Luong along with the team was prepared to board the plane when he was gently pulled back by Tang Long. "What's wrong, Brother Tang?" Luong asked in confusion. "Mr. Lu, please follow me this way," Tang Long said seriously. Luong followed Tang Long in confusion to a secluded runway at the airport. Upon seeing the 3 aircraft on the runway, Luong nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. "No, this isn't necessary, this is too extravagant." On the runway stood 3 aircraft with a striking sci-fi design. Luong, who usually had an interest in military matters, recognized at a glance that the one in the middle was the latest domestically produced military transport aircraft in China. The other 2 were the escorting J-20 fighters. This scene made Luong feel intimidated. Oh, were they really sending fighter jets to escort him back to Jiangdu? This was the J-20, which made the air forces of other countries tremble with fear, and now it was being used to escort him. What man wouldn't yearn for the feeling of soaring through the skies? "Brother Tang, can I sit in that one?" Luong attempted to ask, pointing to the 2 strikingly futuristic J-20s. Tang Long smiled helplessly, saying, "Mr. Lu, if you just want to experience it, that's fine, but to fly back to Jiangdu, I fear your body wouldn't be able to handle its immense overload." Luong sighed slightly. Tang Long was right. Fighter pilots were selected through rigorous criteria and professional training. Ordinary people could potentially perish under the powerful forces of a fighter jet. However, Luong still climbed aboard the J-20 for a brief experience before joining Tang Long and the team on the transport aircraft. Through the window, Luong watched as the J-20s with their powerful thrust glided and took off, feeling a twinge of envy. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and immediately opened the system to search. Upon seeing an even more sci-fi aircraft in the system, a smile appeared on his lips. "Once I get this guy out, I can experience it whenever I want," he thought with some anticipation. A few hours later, Luong arrived in Jiangdu ahead of schedule under the pre-arranged deployment. The airport had also arranged a dedicated runway for the transport aircraft to land, while the 2 escorting J-20s attracted countless gazes. The entire Jiangdu was abuzz with speculation about which big shot had arrived requiring J-20s for an escort. After disembarking from the plane, Luong left the airport through a special passage under the escort of Tang Long and the others. Many eager passengers ultimately failed to catch a glimpse of the rumored big figure. As for the team sent by Gu Tianqian, they immediately began their work after getting off the plane. Luong didn't have to worry about the company's office location or registration. He only needed to appear to sign when necessary. Luong returned home alone while Tang Long and the others stayed in the neighborhood to protect him. Moreover, Luong learned that even his father at home had sent someone to provide protection. I must say it was incredibly considerate. After returning to Jiangdu, Luong spent every day either accompanying his baby or taking Gu Xinian to the recording studio to sing. The original plan was for Gu Xinian to debut, but she had been worried about Tianqian's press conference and wanted to wait until that was over to discuss it. 2 weeks later, Luong's newly registered company was taking shape with a series of production lines for chip manufacturing already in place. Huaxia Zhixin also sent a research team led by academician Wang to study the ice engraving machine in Luong's basement. They planned to replicate several ice engraving machines. One machine alone clearly could not meet the chip demand. China almost possesses the most complete industrial production lines in the world, and with Luong's full guidance, it was estimated that success would come in just 2 days. This was the final step. When the ice engraving machine was successfully replicated, it would mark the official opening of the new company. Today happened to be the 16th, a special day for Tianqian. It was also the originally scheduled date for the launch of Xingqian 10 is set for 8 p.m. with a global live broadcast. Meanwhile, it was 4 p.m. and a global synchronized launch event was being held by the fruit company on the other side of the world. Every year, the launch of new products by the fruit company attracts countless attention, and this year was no exception. The press conference had yet to formally begin, yet over 1 million viewers were already online in Huaxia's live broadcast room. I'm so looking forward to it. Oh, I wonder what new features the Fruit 13 will have. I'm more concerned about the price. Now that the fruit company no longer has its biggest competitor, Tianqian sales are bound to surge, so the new device should be cheaper, right? I guess so too. The fruit company is incredibly considerate of its fans. Haha, it seems today was also the original launch date for Xingqian. Oh, what a pity it can't be held. A garbage domestic brand like Xingqian doesn't deserve to compete with the fruit company. Fanatics, there's no need to disparage our own products just because you adore your fruit brand. What do you mean our products? Oh, you're talking about Xingqian, right? It even uses chips from Kaohsiung, the most crucial component. Is that really your own product? Your fruit products also use Kaohsiung's chips. So what? Whether it's Gauching or fruit, aren't they all from light? In the barrage, the domestic supporters and fruit supporters engaged in their usual skirmish. However, this time those supporting domestic brands seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Everyone was already aware of Gauching's suspension of chip supply to Tianjin, as so much time had passed. Although Tianjin had not made an official statement, they still held a glimmer of hope. After all, Tianjin did not officially notify Xinjiang of the production halt, did it? In truth, the fruit supporters had touched on their sore spot, the chips. Because previously, no matter how excellent other aspects of the Xinjiang phone were, there would always be fruit fans bringing up the chips. Unfortunately, it was the truth, and they couldn't refute it. Now they had even lost the opportunity to refute. Amid the debate, the launch event for the new fruit product finally announced its formal start. Fruit Technologies CEO Patrick stepped onto the stage, raising both hands high to greet the audience below and those watching the live broadcast. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Welcome everyone to the launch event of Fruit 13. Today, Fruit Technology will once again present a technological feast for everyone. Patrick proclaimed loudly, igniting another wave of applause, and the barrage in the live broadcast room began to fill up. He then pulled a phone from his pocket and started to introduce its features and appearance. Simultaneously, the large screen behind him displayed detailed images of the phone. The current display was of the phone's back. At first glance, the design of the back seemed to have little difference from that of Fruit 12. This sparked a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Is this what they call a technological feast? The camera is just a repositioned version of Fruit 12's. What do you know? Just because it was moved to a different position, it appears much more upscale now. And did you not hear the CEO say? This year's camera has also been enhanced with explosive pixel quality. I am particularly looking forward to the front of the phone. Oh, could it be a full screen display, eh? It should be a full screen. If anyone in the world can develop a full screen phone first, it must be Fruit Technology. However, at this moment, after Patrick finished introducing the back of the phone, he began to introduce the front. When the image on the large screen flipped, the live broadcast room suddenly went blank. They actually still use the old notch that has been around for years. Fruit has stuck to its innovations for 5 years, and only you Fruit fans are willing to pay for it. What do you know? Look closely at this notch. It is at least 1/3 narrower than that of Fruit 12. Yeah, it's so much narrower. Do you even understand how significant a technological breakthrough this is? Don't bother explaining high-end technology to them. They only see domestic products as garbage and have no appreciation for what art is. This explanation left non-Fruit fans speechless, even too lazy to continue the argument. After finishing the overall introduction of the phone, Patrick began to introduce the accessories. He took out a charger and proudly said, "This is the latest research achievement of Fruit's super fast charging." Previously, it took several hours to fully charge a Fruit phone. However, with this charger, it only takes 1 hour to fully charge. Wow! A wave of intense applause erupted on the scene, and the live broadcast room also became lively. Patrick revealed a satisfied smile and took out a pair of earphones to introduce them. Next, he also introduced a SIM card ejector and a screen cleaning cloth. Finally, Patrick said loudly, "Now it's time for the segment everyone is most concerned about. We invested a huge amount of research funding into Fruit 13, including how much we would price it along with its accessories. Please look at the big screen. Fruit 13, 9,888 Huaxia coins. Super fast charging, 598 Huaxia coins. Bluetooth earphones, 1388 Huaxia coins. The most outrageous was yet to come. SIM card ejector, 60 Huaxia coins. Screen cleaning cloth, 148 Huaxia coins." The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and the barrage in the live broadcast room went blank. All the Fruit fans seemed completely unprepared for the fact that Fruit Technology would sell the charger previously sold as a bundled accessory separately and at such a high price. Even more unexpected was that a SIM card ejector and a cleaning cloth could be sold at such high prices. At that moment, a barrage floated across the screen. "Hey, race a joke, I just checked the overseas prices of Fruit. All products are at least 20 cheaper than in Huaxia, and the charger, SIM card ejector, and cleaning cloth are all free." At this moment, everyone was shocked by the price of the Fruit, and the barrage was almost blank. Therefore, many people know it can't be possible. A Fruit Tech can't be so brazenly discriminatory. You Star fans can't even hold a press conference and are here to spread rumors about the Fruit. Brothers, what he said seems to be true. I just checked the foreign websites, and indeed their pricing is much lower than ours. I just came back too. Not only is the price much lower, but aside from the headphones, all other accessories are given for free. More and more Fruit fans rushed to check the prices online, and they found it to be true. Meanwhile, more people in the live stream began to denounce Fruit Tech. What does this mean? Selling a SIM card ejector for 60? That's more expensive than gold. It's just a cloth for wiping screens. No matter how you glorify it, it's just a piece of cloth selling for 148. They even sell the chargers separately. They must be crazy out of greed. This is what happens when we lose the stars. Without rivals, Fruit can do whatever it wants. At the Fruit Tech branch in Huaxia, several executives were watching the live stream of the Chinese channel, frowning as they saw the barrage overwhelmingly against them. Is the CEO being a bit too radical this time? It seems these Huaxia consumers are not as easily fooled as before. Let's wait and see. Why trust the CEO's judgment? Many Huaxia people admire Fruit Tech greatly. As expected, some comments defending Fruit Tech began to appear in the barrage. You don't understand anything. Selling the SIM card ejector for 60 is because it's specifically designed for the Fruit 13. Using other ejectors risks damaging the motherboard. This is a real comment that made me nauseous. As for the charger not being sold separately, it shows a lack of perspective. Do you know what environmental protection means? Huaxia people's awareness of environmental protection is still too poor. Also, the screen cleaning cloth is specially designed. Using ordinary cloth can scratch the screen. I'm throwing up. Can this even be justified? Clearly, it's a scam, yet they have to relate it to environmental protection. Selling them separately and packaging them individually doesn't that increase resource consumption? You people using domestically produced low-end products are the real chives. What's wrong with us being willing to pay for art? The argument continued in the live stream until it ended. It was now 6 in the evening. All major e-commerce platforms in Huaxia had launched the pre-sale event for the Fruit 13. Today was just the press conference, and the official release date was a week later. Yet, just minutes into the pre-sale, the number of pre-orders on Dog East e-commerce had already surpassed 3,000 units. Other large e-commerce platforms were not far behind. Countless people felt a sense of indignation upon seeing this number. Why are they so willingly being taken advantage of? Ultimately, there is no truly high-end smartphone brand in domestic production. How high-end does it need to be? High-end enough to change the views of those who inherently feel inferior, believing that the moon abroad is always rounder than that of Huaxia. They need to develop a perception that holding a domestic brand is not inferior to holding a foreign brand. Once the stars managed to achieve this to some extent, igniting a passion among countless citizens for domestic products. But now the stars have fallen. They fell under the sanctions of the lighthouse. At the headquarters of Fruit Tech, Patrick received enthusiastic praise from the entire company after the press conference. The CEO is brilliant. Huaxia people say they don't want it, but the pre-sale data is even higher than that of the Fruit 12. Their stars are gone, and what else can they buy besides fruit? Strange. Tianxin Tech actually issued an announcement. What announcement? Everyone pulled out their phones to check. As the only former threat to them, almost all employees of Fruit Tech had channels to follow Tianxin Tech. The announcement from Tianxin Tech was merely a simple phrase: at 8 o'clock tonight, dreams set sail. Shortly after the announcement was made, both domestically and internationally, the news erupted. OMG. Is the Stars phone really going to hold a press conference on schedule? I actually quite like using the Stars phone. I heard they were sanctioned by the lighthouse and felt quite regretful. Yes, the performance of the Stars high-end models is not much worse than that of Fruit, but the price is much cheaper and its design is also better looking than Fruit's. I just can't understand they have no chips left. Is the Stars 10 planning to use low-end chips produced in Huaxia? Not only overseas Stars users expressed confusion, but so did those domestically. Since the announcement to stop supplying Tianxin after the launch of the high Stars, this matter had attracted a lot of attention, yet Tianxin had remained silent. However, it was surprising that right after the Fruit press conference ended, Tianxin chose this moment to speak up. At 8 o'clock tonight, dreams set sail. At 8, many could understand that this was originally the scheduled time for the Stars press conference. So they were preparing to hold the press conference as originally planned. However, the phrase dreams set sail left everyone puzzled as to its meaning, and they regarded it merely as a standard promotional statement. Waiting for the release of the new low-end Stars phone, you say Fruit is scamming us, chives, but aren't you the real chives? Exactly. Even if the Stars release a new phone, it can only use low-end chips. I ask you, would you buy it? Don't be so smug. The press conference hasn't even started yet. Just a question: where would the high-end chips come from? This question left all the Star fans speechless. Where would the high-end chips come from? Indeed, besides high Stars, where could Tianxin get high-end chips? It can't be that a genius suddenly appears and creates domestically produced high-end chips. Could it really be, as those Fruit fans said, that the Stars plan to use low-end chips? That wouldn't make sense. Doing so would ruin their own reputation, and Tianxin wouldn't do that. With feelings of both tension and anticipation, the time finally arrived at 8 o'clock. Just like in the Fruit livestream, even before the time, millions were already waiting here. Finally, the livestream screen appeared. There was no one on stage, and a CG animation played on the large screen. A small boat named Set Sail moved forward in the wind, but it wasn't sailing towards the sea. Instead, it was flying towards the sky. It broke through the clouds, through the atmosphere, into outer space, leaving a streak of light as it sailed towards the brilliant sea of stars. In the living room, Luong and Gu Xining were sitting on the sofa watching the animated livestream on TV. Gu Xining gently held a beautifully crafted phone from the coffee table and said, "So this is what the Set Sail means on your phone." This was the first phone of the Stars 10 generation and the only customized version in the world. On the back of the phone, the inscription Set Sail No. 001 was carved. This was sent over by Gu Tianxin right away. This phone held special significance for the Stars and was perfectly suited. At that moment, a photo also appeared on the large screen, which was the back image of this phone. When the audience in the live stream saw this background image, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! The design on the back of the phone feels so futuristic, with the camera arranged in a circular pattern. It looks quite high quality. The appearance of the Xingqian has always been excellent. Cut. Isn't it just a circular arrangement for the cameras? Can this really be praised? Hehe, it's definitely better than your certain Fruit brand that hasn't changed its design in 5 years. By the way, this still imitates the design of Xingqian. No matter how much you all praise it, the most important thing about a phone is still its configuration, and the core of that is the chip. Do you have it? At that moment, a person stepped onto the stage, and the audience erupted in gasps of surprise. Because this person turned out to be Gu Tianxin, the chairman of the Tianxin Group. The last time he personally hosted a press conference was 5 years ago when the Xingqian phone first entered the overseas market. And today, in this special period, it was unexpected for him to appear and host again. It's the richest man I have bet. Me too. 5 years ago, he personally opened the overseas era for domestic phones. Does this mean he will end it today? Don't say it like that. Are you implying that today's press conference is actually a farewell event for the Xingqian series? Most likely, because I really can't think of any way Tianxin can solve the chip problem. After Gu Tianxin appeared, the fans in the comments began to worry. But when the lights shone on Gu Tianxin, it was evident that he wore an incredibly confident smile, just like during that press conference 5 years ago. Welcome to all the audience present and those watching online. The Xingqian press conference is now officially starting. He turned around and pointed at the big screen saying, "As you can see, this is our latest flagship device codenamed Xingqian. Set sail. This phone is the only customized version in the world and will not appear on the market, but rest assured its performance is no different." I believe everyone is puzzled. Since Xingqian has already reached the 9th generation, why is the 10th generation suddenly named Set Sail? Let me keep you in suspense about that. I will explain it later. This statement has piqued the interest of countless people. Just moments ago, everyone was guessing that this press conference was actually a farewell for the Xingqian series. However, now it seems that Gu Tianxin's words are quite the opposite. Is this preparing for a new journey? Could it be that Tianxin has achieved a significant technological breakthrough enough to disregard the chip issue? Gu Tianxin has now begun to introduce various concepts regarding the design. Yet the audience in the live stream had already lost interest in continuing to listen. Richest man, I want to see the front of the phone. Me too. Just looking at the back of the phone only shows the camera's excellence. Could the significance of Set Sail lie in its front design? It's very possible. Could it be that they have broken through with an under-display camera? Oh my god, it can't be true. If it is, I'd buy it even with a low-end chip. Of course I must buy it. This would be the world's first truly full-screen phone. Haha, crazy. If the Fruit brand can't do it, Tianxin certainly can't either. The true first full-screen phone will only be from the Fruit series. Amidst the anticipation of countless audience members, Gu Tianxin finally finished introducing the back of the phone. Now let me introduce the design of the front of the phone. Gu Tianxin smiled as he looked down at the audience and continued, "I would like to conduct a survey on site. What type of front design do you all prefer for a phone?" The audience responded eagerly, and so did those watching online. The front design should definitely be as aesthetically pleasing as possible. I think the current water drop screens, notch screens, and hole punch screens are all ugly. The only elevating screen can barely be considered a full screen, but it's not durable and a hassle. WOC. Why is the richest man asking this question? Could they really have developed a full screen? No way, no way. What other expectations do we have for the front of the phone besides a full screen? The responses from the on-site audience and those in the live stream were almost identical. Gu Tianxin smiled slightly and said, "It seems everyone's opinions are quite unified. Everyone is eagerly anticipating a full screen. Then let me reveal the final answer to you all." As he spoke, Gu Tianxin pointed to the tablet in his hand that was synchronized with the big screen. He pressed down on the photo of the back of the phone and began to rotate it. The venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop with only the sound of the audience's breathing. All viewers in the live stream stopped typing, eyes glued to the slowly rotating photo. Only a few trolls were still posting sarcastic comments, but no one paid attention to them. Finally, the photo was turned to. However, the venue remained silent because the front of the phone appeared pure black with only a slight reflection, allowing one to discern that this side had a screen. So whether it is a full screen or not, we'll have to wait until it is powered on. Don't mess around, richest man. Hurry up and do a live demonstration. My heart is pounding nonstop. What a coincidence, so is mine. Gu Tianxin naturally knew what everyone wanted to see the most. He finally smiled and took out a pure black phone from his pocket. He faced the camera and the audience saying, "So, is this phone really a full screen?" As he finished speaking, he pressed the side power button and the screen lit up. The phone interface was as simple as always, with a sky blue wallpaper allowing everyone to see the screen clearly. Countless pairs of eyes searched this small screen simultaneously. Their gaze focused on the very top of the screen. Not a water drop screen, not a notch screen, and certainly not a hole punch screen. This screen had no visible camera. The audience on site and in the live stream began to breathe rapidly. No camera on the front. Could it really be a full screen? Look at how you all have been fooled. Did you forget about the elevating front camera? Haha, they were so excited, but the next second a camera rose from the phone. Just then Gu Tianxin suddenly snapped his fingers and the lights in the venue went out. The live stream also plunged as everyone wondered. Gu Tianxin's voice echoed in the darkness. "Now let everyone witness the moment when Xingqian truly set sail with me." As he finished speaking, a blue light point suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was like a guiding star shining in the endless dark universe. After flickering a few times, the venue lights came back on. Everyone held their breath. The moment they regained light, their gaze was once again focused on the very top of the phone screen. In the center position, right where the traditional water drop camera would be, a camera had appeared. But just now, everyone has looked closely, and there was simply no camera present on the screen. Moreover, the position where the camera appeared was functioning normally when the screen lit up earlier. Dammy Lei Jun, I never expected Tianqian to have broken through the underscreen camera technology. Congratulations. The CEO of the Green Company, I thought about a pop-up camera and even wondered if they would simply remove the front camera, but I never expected it to be underscreen camera technology. The CEO of the Blue Company, no wonder the theme of today's press conference is set sail. This technology can truly proclaim that the era of full-screen displays has finally arrived. Oh my, it's actually Dammy Lei Jun. He's also watching the live broadcast. The big guy explained that it's underscreen camera technology. Oh my, I'm so excited, a true full-screen display. I'm almost crying from excitement. Tianqian has really given us a big surprise today. Who says domestic products lack innovation? Who says domestic products lack technology? Step up and take a hit. The world's first full-screen smartphone, even if it doesn't use high-end chips. So what? I'll pre-order 5-1 for each. Is it still possible for me to cancel my order for the fruit phone? Haha, are you silly? Would you give up the user experience for a full-screen display? If the chip is not good, who knows how laggy it'll be. The cheers at the scene continued. Don't underestimate the enthusiasm of a digital enthusiast witnessing breakthrough technology. The last time these people cheered like this was over a decade ago. That was when the Fruit Phone 3 was just released. That phone was also called an epic-making digital product. Today, countless digital fans once again witnessed the arrival of a new era with a domestic brand. How could they not be excited? It took a full 3 minutes for the scene to calm down at Gu Tianqian's signal. It seems everyone is satisfied with the appearance of this phone. Now it's time to showcase its performance. Last time I saw Dammy Lei Jun showcase the phone's performance, he said, if you're not convinced, try running Genshin Impact. It seems that Genshin Impact has become the standard for all competitors to test phone performance. So today you'll use this game to test our new phone. Laughter erupted at the scene. Oh indeed, both domestic and some foreign brands like to use Genshin Impact to test phones. This game is considered the first domestic cross-platform game, allowing data sharing between computers, handhelds, and phones. However, the only drawback is that phones with low configurations can't run it at all. This is also a pain point for countless students, as most student phones rarely exceed 3,000 yuan. A phone with such a configuration might not even be able to launch Genshin Impact. Even if it could run, it would overheat and blister your hand, let alone the gaming experience. Even fruit phones known for their performance cannot maintain the highest graphics settings while running Genshin Impact. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Tianqian clicked the Genshin Impact icon on the screen. Double happiness, but I'm not holding out too much hope. Players who joined at launch said that even high-end chips struggle to run Genshin Impact. Ordinary chips probably stand. Come on, don't joke around with Genshin Impact. Phones are not just for gaming, just for the full-screen display it's worth getting one. I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. Even if I can't play Genshin Impact, I still want to buy it. At this moment, the phone screen was projected onto a large screen. As Gu Tianqian clicked the icon, the phone immediately responded and entered the Genshin Impact login interface. Players who have played Genshin Impact know that there is usually a loading time at this point. For computers, it generally takes about 10 seconds. For phones, it might take around 30 seconds before the game options appear. But to their astonishment, almost simultaneously as the login interface appeared, the option to enter the game popped up. What the hell am I seeing things? Instant loading. I must be mistaken. How can this speed be faster than a computer? At this moment, Gu Tianqian clicked the option to enter the game, and the screen went black and then white. The iconic 7-element icons of Genshin Impact appeared on the screen. In fact, this is another loading process. The game will officially start once the 7 icons are completely filled with gold. Genshin Impact players are very familiar with this scene. Some mobile players might even get stuck at the last icon for over 10 minutes before entering. But another unbelievable scene unfolded before them. With a series of login sound effects, the 7-element icons were filled almost in the blink of an eye. Then the game screen was presented. Gu Tianqian operated the game and switched to 4 new characters. Upon seeing the game characters, Genshin Impact players in the comments could not help but exclaim, Raiden Shogun Kitahara Kazuha, Zhongli Dialect. Oh my, having these 4 characters on a phone would definitely lag. I don't understand. Can a Genshin Impact player explain? These 4 characters have skills that are fully effect-loaded, and when combined, the entire screen is filled with effects. Got it? So ordinary phones can't handle this kind of effect display, right? Not just can't handle it, they would crash outright. Gu Tianqian's choice to switch to these 4 characters certainly shows his confidence in this phone, and they had already tested it. He directly controlled the characters to fight, and the 4 characters took turns to unleash their skills. Instantly, the entire phone screen was filled with dazzling skill effects. At this moment, the game remained incredibly smooth, even smoother than running on a computer. Gu Tianqian then opened the settings panel, and when everyone saw that the game frame rate was maxed out at 60, they were left speechless. Meanwhile, far away at the headquarters of Fruit Technology in the lighthouse, Patrick suddenly stood up from his chair, but his gaze was fixed on the live broadcast on the computer. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even the Fruit Phone 13 cannot run Genshin Impact so smoothly at 60 frames. This can't possibly be a low-end chip. It must be Gaoxing. They must have secretly sold chips to Tianqian, betraying the light. He immediately called Gaoxing's headquarters, but the astonishment of the Gaoxing president was no less than his own. Moreover, he repeatedly assured that Tianqian currently didn't even have a single Gaoxing chip. After hanging up the phone, Patrick was stunned, falling back into his chair. If it wasn't Gaoxing, then where exactly was the problem? Previously, they had concluded that Xingqian was dead, so they temporarily raised the price of the Fruit Phone 13 and sold. This was to force users to buy, as without Xingqian their only options for high-end phones were Fruit, and at most a Bomb Star. When he saw the underscreen camera appear, although he was shaken inside, he still didn't think Xingqian could threaten Fruit again. But when he saw the phone's performance was so outstanding, he now had only one thought in his mind: Fruit is finished. It seemed to confirm Patrick's concerns. Numerous users on major e-commerce platforms in Huaxia have opted to cancel their orders. For instance, Dog East had initially exceeded 5,000 pre-orders. However, after the release of the under-display camera and high performance by Xingqian, within just a few minutes 1,000 users canceled their orders. Patrick's face turned pale as he furiously swept everything off the table, shouting, "How is Tianxin like an indestructible cockroach? Where on earth did they get their chips?" At the press conference, the front row was filled with invited media representatives. At this moment, a reporter from Huaxia Television's finance channel raised their hand to indicate they had a question. Gu Tianxin smiled and gestured for her to ask her question. "Excuse me, mister?" Gu, with Gaoxing cutting off the chip supply to Tianxin, how can the Xingqian 10, the Qihong phone, still achieve better performance than its competitors? After listening to the reporter's question, Gu Tianxin chuckled. Actually, I mentioned this point at the beginning of the press conference. That's why the Xingqian 10 was suddenly renamed Qihong. The reporter revealed a look of confusion, which was mirrored by the audience in the live stream and at the venue. Isn't it already quite obvious? Although Gu Tianxin did not explain, everyone believed that Tianxin had broken through the under-display camera technology, marking a new starting point for the Xingqian series, thus making the name change to Qihong reasonable. Isn't it because of the breakthrough in under-display camera technology? A reporter voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Of course not. Gu Tianxin shook his head with a light smile. Under-display camera technology is not considered a revolutionary technology. Is it the technology that enhances phone performance? This is something everyone is quite concerned about. How exactly does Qihong achieve such performance? The reporter eagerly continued to ask. Gu Tianxin, upon hearing this, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small plastic-sealed bag. In an instant, all the camera lenses in the venue focused and zoomed in. The small square inside the plastic bag was suddenly displayed clearly on the big screen. It really is a chip. But here comes the problem. Didn't Gaoxing cut off the supply? Could it be that Tianxin and Gaoxing are still secretly trading? You think too much. The official stance of the lighthouse will not allow such things to happen. But looking at Qihong's performance, who else could produce a chip of this caliber apart from Gaoxing? Gu Tianxin did not keep everyone waiting too long and explained, as you can see, Qihong's excellent performance relies entirely on this small chip. Mr. Gu, may I ask what level of chip this is? It is of course the highest-end 3nm chip available today. But, the reporter began, I know what you want to ask, including all the viewers. Do you think this chip is produced by Gu Tianxin looked around and declared loudly. Everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Gu Tianxin, seeing this, chuckled. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but to speak frankly, Gaoxing's chips cannot achieve such excellent performance. The crowd gasped. If it's not Gaoxing, then who could it be? Currently, the world's most advanced lithography technology is in Gaoxing's hands. There have been no reports of breakthroughs from any other chip companies recently. Have you ever considered that this chip might be domestically produced? To speak frankly, although I hope domestic chips can rise, it's evidently impossible. Seeing the audience's expectations and their actual views on domestic chips, Gu Tianxin felt incredibly fortunate. Thank goodness for Luong. Everyone listen to me. Gu Tianxin pressed his palm down, and the venue immediately fell silent. Gu Tianxin held the chip high and shouted, I now tell everyone this chip is named Linghang's and is a 100 pure domestic chip. Silence. The venue suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop aside from the increasingly rapid breaths of the audience. Boom. After a brief silence, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. No one expected Gu Tianxin to release such a world-shaking news before the end of the press conference. Huaxia actually had domestic high-end chips. Moreover, the performance far exceeded that of the industry leader Gaoxing technology. The cheers and applause lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. The reporters quickly seized the opportunity to ask, Excuse me, Mr. Gu, which domestic company produces the Linghang's chip? This question piqued everyone's curiosity. Prior to this, there had been no information at all. This question, for certain reasons I cannot disclose right now, but it won't be long before this company presents itself to the world as the new king. Upon hearing Gu Tianxin say this, the reporter did not press further. Everyone knew that the emergence of a high-end domestic chip in Huaxia would undoubtedly attract the attention of high-level officials. Since it was not being disclosed now, it meant the time for it to be revealed had not yet arrived. At Luong's home, Gu Xinian was using a tissue to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes as she had watched the entire press conference with Luong. This was not the first time she had cried during this period. Thank you, Luong, you saved Xingqian, she sobbed. Silly girl, you are my wife. Oh, doesn't Xingqian also have your shares? Who else can I protect if not you? Luong affectionately ruffled her hair. We haven't even gotten our marriage certificate yet. Gu Xinian pouted and huffed. Luong was stunned. It had been too busy, and the planned preparation for the engagement ceremony and getting the certificate had yet to be realized. However, the urgency of the new company's matters was pressing. The first batch of shipments for the Xingqian Qihong series was tentatively set at 10 million units. Yet the progress of the ice etching machine was still not completed, and more busy days lay ahead. By the way, can you take me to see the basement? I'm really curious how you managed to develop the ice etching machine in just 1 month, Gu Xinian asked curiously. She had visited chintzy music several times, but had no idea that Luong had accomplished such a groundbreaking feat in the basement. It wasn't until Luong returned from Kyoto that she learned about this. Let's go. Coincidentally, academician Wang and the others are there, Luong said as he stood up. Then he took Gu Xinian out. At the moment they left the house, the 8 members of the Longting team also dispersed, immediately vigilantly hiding around them. Just then a voice from Tang Long's earpiece came through. Captain, we've spotted someone following Mr. Lu. Don't alarm the snake. If this person is related to the chip, there must be a larger conspiracy behind it. Not long after Luong and the others left, a figure appeared behind a tree at the entrance of the community. It was Han Yuhan, who had lingered in Jiangdu for a month and finally found out that Gu Xinian lived here. He finally caught you. Han Yuhan sneered, quietly following the two behind. Little did he know that all his actions were being closely monitored by the Longting team. The two arrived at Tianshan Square by taxi, and soon after Han Yuhan got out of a car behind them. Meanwhile, 8 members of the Longting team had already arrived ahead of time, blending into the crowd. Captain, should we let him in? The voice of a team member came through the earpiece again. In fact, protecting Luong was not just their responsibility. They had coordinated with local authorities after arriving in Jiangdu. They immediately contacted the local security bureau, deploying a group of elite personnel to guard the vicinity of the Morning Light music venue around the clock. With their 8 members protecting Luong, it was sufficient, but the assembly of the ice engraving machine in the basement also required key protection. Now that Han Yuhan was tracking Luong, if they did not leave any gaps, he would not be able to approach Morning Light music. Has this person's identity been checked? Tang Long asked. He is Han Wei, the son of the president of Gaoxing in the Huaxia region. It's indeed related to the chip. Tang Long did not make an immediate decision, but directly called back to Kyoto. After receiving the highest directive, he finally spoke. Let him in if that person wants to use this opportunity to create hype for the navigator chip. Yes. The protection personnel on the Jiangdu side received the order the next moment, and no one came forward to stop Han Yuhan. Meanwhile, Luong and Gu Xinian were oblivious to it all, walking into the basement entrance as usual. Under the deliberate facilitation of Longting, Han Yuhan followed them in. Inside the basement, Gu Xinian looked at the various advanced devices filling the space, astonished, covering her mouth. When did you get all these things? Of course, when you weren't paying attention, Luong teased, then led her inside. As academician Wang raised his head from his work and greeted them, his gaze fell on Gu Xinian's face. Xinian? Academician Wang asked in surprise. Huaxia Jixin had been in contact with Tianshan for over a decade, and Gu Xinian had often visited him as a child. He had watched her grow up. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Hello, uncles. Gu Xinian greeted cutely. Academician Wang's entire team were familiar faces. Old Wang, didn't Uncle Gu tell you? Luong asked. Tell me what? I and Xinian. Oh, Old Wang elongated his tone in sudden realization. So it was true what they said online about Xinian having a child, and it's with you. Gu Xinian felt a bit shy in front of so many elders and directly hid behind Luong. At that moment, a look of regret suddenly appeared on Old Wang's face. Sai, I was still planning to introduce my granddaughter to you. I didn't expect you and this girl to already be together. Hearing Old Wang say this, Luong suddenly felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the topic. Old Wang, how is the ice engraving machine replication going? It's going well. We have assembled 2 units so far, and in a few days they can be moved to your new company for the grand opening. As they continued discussing work-related matters, no one noticed that someone outside the basement's ventilation window was watching their every move. Han Yuhan looked at the familiar equipment in the basement, completely stunned. He recognized the chip production line at a glance. I can't believe it. I've stumbled upon a shocking secret. No wonder Tianshan can produce 3-nanometer chips. It turns out they've stolen our Gaoxing's lithography technology. Now not only Starry Phone, but even Tianshan will have to face the consequences. Stealing commercial secrets is a serious crime, and Han Yuhan felt an overwhelming joy inside. He hurriedly took out his phone, silencing it, and filmed a video of the equipment in the basement. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Lighthouse, Gaoxing President Chris was trembling with fear while on the phone. The call was from the White House, and on the other end was the highest authority of Lighthouse. Mr. President, the chips from Tianshan are indeed not from us. We halted all chip supplies to Tianshan on the same day we received your order. Fuck. Then how do you explain the events at Tianshan's product launch? I really don't know. Damn it. Tianshan's influence in the international community is growing. Nowadays, when many Westerners mention the world's #1, they no longer think of us at Lighthouse first. Huaxia is threatening our dominant position, do you understand? I won't allow any country to surpass Lighthouse in the field of technology. Faced with the president's roar, Chris felt utterly helpless. He truly didn't know where Tianshan's chips were coming from. After barely hanging up, he immediately dialed the Huaxia branch. Since the issue was not at headquarters, it must be related to the branch, and it was possible that the president of the Huaxia region was making private deals. Han, explain to me where Tianshan's chips are coming from. As soon as he answered the phone, Han Wei felt a tremor. This was his boss, the master of Gaoxing. He had just watched the entire launch event, and was still in shock after seeing Gu Tianshan unveil the chip. BOSS, please let me explain if this matter really has nothing to do with me. I absolutely did not provide Tianqian with even a single chip. Then let me ask you, besides us Gaoxing, where else in the world can produce 3-nanometer chips? Gu Tianqian said it's domestically produced in Huaxia. You're talking nonsense. Do you believe it? Do you believe Huaxia can suddenly produce high-end chips? No, I don't believe it. Find out. There must be an informant in your Huaxia branch. You have 24 hours to figure it out. That person from Lighthouse is already furious. After hanging up, Han Weiss' legs trembled. This incident had attracted direct inquiry from that person at Lighthouse. Things had escalated. But he knew very well that everything at the Huaxia branch was under his control and all shipments were recorded. He could guarantee that the company had no informants secretly supplying Tianqian. As for the domestically produced chips mentioned by Gu Tianqian, he didn't believe it at all. So where exactly was the problem? He anxiously paced around his office, constantly contemplating all possibilities. At that moment his phone rang. He initially thought it was another message from headquarters, but upon checking it was a call from his son. He sighed heavily. This good for nothing is still lingering in Jiangdu at this time, all just for a woman. Though complaining, he still opened the video sent by his son. After opening the video, he took only a glance. The scene in the video was very familiar to him. After just one look, he replied, "You're back. Why didn't you tell me what you were doing in the company's production workshop? Dad, take a closer look and see if this is our Gaoxing's production workshop." Upon seeing the response, Han Wei opened the video again and looked carefully. Seconds later, his expression changed dramatically, nearly dropping his phone. Just now, when watching the video, he only took a glance as the scene resembled the production line of Gaoxing too closely. Now, upon closer inspection, the difference was substantial. This is not Gaoxing's production workshop at all, and the person in the video is someone he recognizes, such as academician Wang from Huaxia Jixin. He couldn't wait to type and directly asked via voice, "Son, is this Huaxia Zixin's workshop? How did you end up there?" His first reaction was actually one of shock. If his son really sneaked into their workshop to take undercover footage, then getting caught would be disastrous. Stealing trade secrets is a serious crime. Even though there is a huge gap between Huaxia Jixin and Gaoxing, sneaking into their workshop would be hard to explain. I'm still in Jiangdu. This is a hidden basement, and Gu Xining is here too. After seeing his son's reply, academician Wang's entire team is present and Gu Tianqian's daughter is also there. A flash of insight crossed his mind, but he couldn't grasp the key point. "Son, what are you trying to tell me?" "Dad, can't you figure it out? Think again about the chip Gu Tianqian showcased at the Star Conference today." Han Weiss' mind was suddenly struck like a thunderbolt. He understood. He realized where the problem lay. No wonder the company faced no issues, yet Xingqian could still produce high-end chips. They had stolen Gaoxing's lithography technology and secretly established a new production line in Jiangdu. Otherwise, how could one explain why Huaxia Zixin's operations were in a basement? And why did they run so far to Jiangdu when they clearly had a ready production line in Kyoto? Great. Finally, he could provide an explanation to the head office and president of the Lighthouse. "Son, leave there quickly without being discovered, and send me the exact address of that place." After reading the message, Han Yuhan revealed a cold smile, staring coldly at Gu Xining in the workshop, whispering, "Let's see how you escape my grasp this time." He then surveyed his surroundings, realized no one was watching, and quietly left. In a hidden spot, a member of the Longting team captured all of Han Yuhan's actions with high-definition equipment. He pressed the intercom and asked, "Captain, should we let him go?" "Let him go, but keep a close watch on him." Following the captain's order, the team member quickly trailed after the departing Han Yuhan. Meanwhile, far away at the lighthouse, Chris received a video along with relevant explanations from Han Wei. After watching it, Chris suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him as he figured out where the problem lay. He could guarantee with his integrity that Huaxia could not have developed high-end chips in such a short time. Coupled with this video, the truth of the matter surfaced. Ha, as they say in Huaxia, you don't take the path to heaven, yet you force your way into hell. This time Tianqian is completely finished. He was overjoyed. A tech company bearing the label of stealing technology would be equivalent to its demise. Moreover, that president would not spare Tianqian, as they could only suppress it through technical means before. But now they could use legitimate diplomatic means to completely strangle Tianqian. He immediately sent this video to the White. Shortly after, a loud laughter echoed from the office, symbolizing the highest power of the lighthouse. At the same time, in the power center of Kyoto, an old man slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. He murmured to himself, what form of publicity could surpass the lighthouse president personally endorsing it? It was already close to midnight. However, a summons from the White House stirred the media from various countries stationed at the lighthouse into a frenzy. The Lighthouse Foreign Affairs Department suddenly called for a press conference at this moment. In just half an hour, media from over 100 countries gathered outside the White House. In an instant, the dazzling flashes of cameras brightened the night sky. At this point, they still did not know what the contents of the press conference would be, but they were excited. The more sudden the situation, the bigger the matter at hand. The situation needed to be significant for them to create a more explosive hot news. Finally, President Bayarden stepped onto the podium. He wore a pleasant smile, walked casually, and even waved to the media with a smile as he took the stage. The press conference officially began. "First of all, I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I believe it will be worth your while." Upon hearing the president's opening remarks, the media became even more excited, realizing that something significant was about to unfold. After signaling for silence, Bayarden began. I believe everyone is aware that a major event has occurred in the tech industry. That is Great Xia's Tianxin Technology publicly declared at the conference that they have developed their own domestic 3-nanometer chip, named Navigator. As soon as the statement was made, the media instantly buzzed with discussions. Bayarden pointed to a reporter who was frantically raising his hand. The reporter stood up and immediately asked, Mr. President, Great Xia's tech sector has made tremendous progress. What are your thoughts on this? Oh dear reporter, I think I should first ask you how you feel about Huaxia producing high-end chips. Bayarden responded. The reporter chuckled in agreement, saying, I believe Huaxia lacks the capability to manufacture high-end chips. Snap. Bayarden suddenly snapped his fingers, a broad smile on his face. Perfect answer. I believe everyone here shares the same sentiment. All of us are filled with curiosity regarding Great Xia's so-called Navigator chip that has suddenly appeared. Therefore, we unexpectedly discovered this. As he spoke, he pressed a button and a video was projected onto the large screen behind the podium. It appeared to be a production workshop with 3 people conversing in the distance, but their faces were not visible in the video. A knowledgeable reporter immediately raised his hand and asked, Mr. President, is this a chip production workshop? You are correct. This is indeed a chip production line hidden in a filthy basement in Jiangdu, Huaxia. Among those 3 in the video, one is a researcher from Huaxia Jixin, and one you may guess is the daughter of the chairman of Tianxin Group. The media present were seasoned professionals, and they quickly picked up on 2 key words from the president's speech: filthy. Generally, when these 2 words are linked together, they are associated with some kind of shady, mysterious event. A reporter's eyes sparkled and he loudly asked, President, do you mean that Tianxin Technology colluded with Huaxia Jixin to steal Gaoxing's lithography technology? Upon hearing this, Bayarden immediately scolded with a serious face, My dear reporter friend, please do not slander me. Oh, I never said such a thing. While saying this, he was secretly overjoyed, thinking that this reporter was quite insightful. The attendees were all seasoned professionals who had reported numerous news stories about Huaxia over the years in cooperation with the lighthouse's higher-ups. Now they all knew how this report should be written. The next morning, Luong was awakened by Gu Xining shaking him directly. Get up, something big has happened. Hearing Gu Xining's anxious voice in a daze, Luong instantly became alert. What happened? He flipped over and stood up directly. You can see for yourself. Gu Xining set her brows slightly furrowed as she handed him her phone. On the phone was a report that had been translated from foreign news. The headline read, Shocking the world, Tianxin actually shamelessly steals Gaoxing's lithography machine technology. The report also contained a video. The content of the video was exactly the scene from yesterday when he and Gu Xining went to the basement. We were secretly filmed. Luong frowned. He had always been reluctant to appear in public. Aren't you missing the point? I'm going to debut sooner or later. It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. But they are slandering Tianxin for stealing Gaoxing's technology, Gu Xining said, looking aggrieved. Unexpectedly, Luong stretched lazily and yawned, saying, Stealing lithography machine technology has nothing to do with our ice engraving machine. As a Chinese, he was already accustomed to the fact that Western media fabricated stories and concocted news. Even the official lighthouse had once claimed without any evidence that Xing Qin's phones would steal user data and eavesdrop. Now to say that Tianxin stole Gaoxing's technology based solely on a video was utterly childish. However, this time they were destined to fail because Tianxin's chips had nothing to do with lithography machines. Hearing Luong's nonchalant response, Gu Xining knelt on the bed, tilted her head in thought, and then realized, oh right, what does it have to do with our ice engraving machine? Luong looked at Gu Xining, who appeared confused, and smiled slightly. A saying suddenly flashed in his mind: a pregnant woman becomes foolish for 3 years. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. More than this report, Luong was more concerned that he also appeared in the video. Although only from behind, if someone investigated deeply, they would definitely uncover his identity. After thinking for a moment, he got dressed and went out. He went directly to the next door, and just as he was about to knock, the door opened by itself. Tang Long opened the door and saluted, saying, Mr. Lu, what instructions do you have? Brother Tang, you are too polite. It's not an instruction, I just want to ask if you have any way to prevent people from discovering my identity. Luong asked. Seeking Tang Long was the only solution he could think of, since he was the person beside the higher-ups. Is Mr. Lu worried about the video reported by the foreign media? Yes, I was careless and didn't notice someone was filming secretly. It was the person who instructed me to let the photographer in. Luong was taken aback, but after just 2 seconds he reacted and gave a thumbs up, saying, clever. With this, the whole world would know about the Navigator chip overnight. This was the best advertisement in the world, and the spokesperson was none other than the untouchable president of Lighthouse. As for the identity issue that Mr. Lu is concerned about, we have already made preparations. Now the whole internet will not be able to trace your true identity. After hearing Tang Long's reassurance, Luong was completely at ease. The video had not captured their fronts, and now with the government intervening, it was even less likely for anyone to uncover it. As for the report stating that the woman in the video was Gu Tianxin's daughter, it was no problem, just as Gu Xining herself said. She would eventually debut, and being exposed early was just a way to gain some popularity. After finishing breakfast at home, Luong hurried to the basement. He needed to assist Wang Yuan in getting the ice engraving machine ready as soon as possible. Now, taking advantage of the heat generated by the extensive foreign media coverage, it was time for the Navigator chip to officially debut in the world. Luong was not worried at all, but the uninformed citizens were currently in an uproar online. Currently, the trending topics on Langbo had 9 entries related to this report. The top trending topic had terrifyingly reached 10 million likes with over 4 million comments below. It can't be true, can it? Did Tianqin really steal Gaoxing's lithography technology? Impossible. Tianqin style would never allow for such a thing. Moreover, is Gaoxing Technology's technology something that can just be stolen? If anyone would steal, it would be Gao Bang next door first. Hehe, a bunch of little pinks here getting high on themselves. I was wondering how Tianqin suddenly managed to produce high-end chips. It turns out they were stolen. Upstairs you might be a walking 500, right? Is there any evidence that Tianqin stole it? Is that video not evidence? Besides, who else but Gaoxing has the capability to produce high-end chips? Western media's news always relies on imagination to fabricate stories. You believe what they say. Hehe, then let Tianqin come out and speak. If it is their own technology, what is there to be afraid of? While the online uproar continued, an uneasy atmosphere also filled the Tianqin technology offices. Only the senior executives who attended the meeting knew the source of the chips. In the RD department, a researcher could no longer hold back and asked their supervisor, that report can't be true, right? As a member of the RD department, he had never heard of Tianqin starting to research chips. Previously, their high-end chips had all been purchased from Gaoxing, while the low-end series came from Great Xia. Shut up. This is not something you should discuss. The supervisor sternly reprimanded. He then left the RD department and went to the minister's office. Is there something, Supervisor Zhang? The RD minister asked. Supervisor Zhang showed a hesitant and struggling expression and finally asked, is the media report true? The minister laughed upon hearing this, took a sip of tea, and continued. You also think like the employees below, don't you know, Mr. Gus character? Supervisor Zhang's face revealed a look of joy. So you mean the chips we use really have nothing to do with Gaoxing? As a participant in the meeting, the minister said, with absolute certainty, this matter will be revealed in a few days. Go back and stabilize the employee's mental state. Supervisor Zhang nodded vigorously. Although the minister did not say it outright, the implication was already very clear. The navigator chip had absolutely nothing to do with Gaoxing. Since that was the case, let them report however they liked. However, at this time, the lighthouse official held another press conference. Bai Deng demanded an explanation from the Huaxiao official in front of global media. In the power center of Kyoto. Chief, should we respond to Bai Deng? The secretary asked softly. The chief exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the ash, and asked, how is the ice engraving machine preparation going? I just asked. It will take at most 2 more days to officially start production. Then let's hold them off for 2 days. 2 days later. Hey, be careful, don't bump it. In the basement, academician Wang was personally directing the workers in moving the ice engraving machine. At this moment, there were 5 ice engraving machines in the basement, all securely sealed in large wooden crates, making it impossible to tell what was inside from the outside. Meanwhile, Luong was quietly conversing with Suhai beside them. Mr. Lu, are you really not going to make an appearance later? Suhai asked. Once the items here are moved to the new company, it will be officially announced to the public. As the largest shareholder of the company, it is customary for Lu Ong to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I think I will pass. I'm not suited for that kind of scene. Besides, with Uncle Gua overseeing everything, my presence isn't necessary, Luong replied. Suhai's eyes revealed admiration upon hearing this. He understood too well that when this company steps onto the global technology stage, Luong, as the founder and inventor of the ice engraving machine and the under-display camera technology, would capture the world's attention. He would undoubtedly reap unimaginable fame and wealth, heights that ordinary people could not fathom. Just look at Gaoxing. This company has almost monopolized the global chip market. It could sell chips to whomever it pleased, and the price was entirely at its discretion. It could even cease supply if it was displeased, as seen in the recent case with Tianqin. Tianqin's rapid development had made Lighthouse feel threatened, prompting a light command. This command could turn over a decade of hard work on the Star series into a mere illusion. As for the other domestic manufacturers, they could all be said to rely on Gaoxing for their livelihood. Moreover, chip industries in other countries were similarly constrained, all under the control of Gaoxing. Ultimately, this reflected Lighthouse's dominance in the high-tech sector. It could decide who lives and who dies. If it wanted someone gone, they wouldn't see the next day. Yet Luong appeared with the ice engraving machine, also bringing the far superior navigator chip. Suhai now felt the future was bright. He could already envision what was to come. The domestic chip industry would no longer need to bow and scrape before Gaoxing. The scene from a few years ago still frequently appeared in his mind. That year, Gaoxing suddenly restricted the chip supply to Huaxia, causing panic in all industries that relied on chips. On that day, at the home of Gaoxing's Huaxia district president, entrepreneurs lined up from Han Weiss Villa all the way to the community entrance to negotiate chip supply. Whenever he recalled that scene, an endless sense of frustration surged within Suhai. He often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Huaxia could develop its own high-end chips one day. Now that day had finally arrived. All because of this extraordinarily young man in front of him. Yet he was willing to forego the supreme honor within reach, preferring to remain behind the scenes. Such a humble young person, indifferent to fame and fortune, was truly rare. All right, we can set off now. At that moment, Academician Wang's excited voice, trembling with anticipation, interrupted Su Hai's thoughts. All 5 ice engraving machines had been loaded onto the trailer outside, tightly covered with military green cloth. In front of the trailer was a military vehicle with a white license plate. Behind it were 3 fully armored vehicles, each carrying soldiers armed to the teeth. For a product as revolutionary as the ice engraving machine, any form of protection was justified. Luong was also in a special vehicle led by Tang Long, slowly following the convoy ahead. The route taken by the convoy had already been sealed off in advance. Countless citizens gathered along the roadside, speculating about what was being transported that required a special forces escort. Among the crowd, a person sneakily took out his phone and started recording the convoy. Then he clicked send. Just after sending the video, Han Yuantan felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned to see 2 burly men. "What do you want?" he asked warily. "Your work has been outstanding, and now you can come with us." One of the men flashed a white-toothed smile. "What work? Who are you?" Han Yuantan felt a bit flustered and wanted to run, but the crowd around him made it impossible to escape. "Of course, the work of acting as a spy for Lighthouse, stealing our country's important secrets," one of the men said as they forcibly escorted Han Yuantan into a military vehicle. Originally 2 days ago, Bayarden had demanded that the Huaxiao authorities come forth for a dialogue. However, 2 days had passed, and not only did Huaxia's officials not respond, but even Tianjin Technology refused all interviews. In these 2 days, the situation online had also changed dramatically. Initially, countless citizens of Huaxiao chose to stand by Tianjin. However, in the face of Lighthouse's pressing inquiries, both Huaxia's authorities and Tianjin remained silent. This had begun to worry countless citizens of Huaxia. Could it really be as the Western media claimed that Tianjin had stolen Gaoxing's technology? Otherwise, why wouldn't they respond for a full 2 days? Just as Huaxia's netizens were worried, another damning video was released by Western media and quickly circulated back home. The video showed the convoy transporting the mysterious goods. The headline of the report was, "Under the watchful eyes of Huaxia's military, transferring technology products stolen from Gaoxing." Countless people overseas were also paying attention to this matter, and its popularity had reached the top of Twitter's trending topics. Shameless Huaxia people stealing from our Han-Ming Kingdom's culture is one thing, but they even dared to steal Lighthouse's technology. Huaxia needs 50 more years to catch up with us in India. Stealing technology could shorten that by 20 years. This incident has made the whole world aware of Huaxia's true nature. They remain as despicable as ever. "I used to really like the Star series of phones. I was ready to pre-order the Qihong series, but I never expected it to be stolen tech." "Me too, I'm so disappointed. Ooh, I won't buy any Huaxia products in the future." Some people shared these comments back on various domestic platforms. Countless Huaxia netizens fell silent after reading, was the hard-won reputation Huaxia had built over decades in the international community about to be ruined just like that? Please, official authorities, come out and respond. What is really going on? What about Tianjin Technology? Don't play dead, or just explain clearly to resolve this issue. I believe in Huaxia, and I believe in Tianjin Technology. At this moment outside Jiangdu, in a newly renovated industrial park, a crowd of anxious reporters from various countries was waiting. These reporters were summoned overnight from Kyoto by the authorities representing various countries based in Huaxia. When they arrived at this place and saw the shining words Navigator Technology Company on the rooftop, all the reporters understood. Huaxia's authorities were preparing to officially respond to this incident. Hundreds of journalists from various countries eagerly awaited, and after 2 hours they finally saw a convoy appear at the end of the wide road outside the park. The reporters became excited, adjusting their cameras and lenses in various styles. "Hello everyone, I am Iris, a reporter from Lighthouse. The convoy you see now is transporting the high-tech products from Gaoxing Technology that were reported earlier." "Hello everyone, I am Mark, a reporter from BCC Television. Just a moment. Let me adjust a filter first. I am reporter Park Danke, and I will expose their shameless culture of theft." The other journalists from different countries were also present, as were various domestic media outlets. They were furious to hear the foreign reporters reporting without evidence during the live broadcast. However, in front of the live cameras they could do nothing but hope for the upcoming press conference. As the convoy slowly approached, the foreign cameramen immediately adjusted their lenses, carefully filming the items being towed behind the semi-trailer. Unfortunately, they were covered too thoroughly, and no matter how they adjusted their angles, they could not capture what was inside. Now you can see that the semi-trailer is hauling a lot of large machines. Shall we guess what exactly is inside? Iris, the Lighthouse reporter, immediately guided the Western audience to speculate. Journalists from other countries followed suit. In no time, countless Western viewers expressed their opinions in the live chat on various broadcasting platforms. As someone in the chip industry, although those items are covered, the size looks very similar to a lithography machine. It seems to be a solid lead. If it turns out to be a lithography machine, I wonder how the official side will explain this to Lighthouse. But even if it is a lithography machine, it doesn't mean that Xingqian stole Gaoxing's technology. Are you foolish? Did you not see the company's name? Navigator Technology is clearly the company that produced the Navigator chip. Think about it. Aside from Gaoxing's lithography machines, is there any other company in the world that can manufacture high-end lithography machines? Upon this analysis, that does seem to be the case. I can't wait to see how they will argue their way out of it. Finally, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the park, and a military vehicle opened its door. A familiar figure emerged, the official representative Zhao Yi. True to his name, he had a resolute demeanor and a steady gait, smiling as he waved to the media from various countries. He then walked into the park accompanied by the crowd and took the podium. Meanwhile, Luong had already taken a detour to the back door when he arrived near the park and was now standing in front of the window on the third floor of the company watching below. Some reporters could not contain their curiosity and, led by Iris from Lighthouse, rushed towards the semi-trailer eager to uncover what was inside. However, before they could reach the truck, a group of fully armed special forces suddenly rushed out from 3 armored vehicles behind. Step back. Anyone attempting to approach will be shot on the spot. A member of the Longting team spoke in a deep voice with the dark muzzles of guns aimed at the approaching reporters. Iris, however, wore a sneer and then turned to the camera saying, "As you can see, the officials intend to use force to prevent us from revealing the truth. I hope Mr. Zhao can provide us with a reasonable explanation." Zhao Yi, still smiling from the podium, calmly replied, "Miss Iris, no one is allowed to approach our confidential equipment without permission. That concludes my answer. Next question." Although Zhao Yi answered with a smile, his tone was filled with firmness, undoubtedly warning everyone present. If anyone gets too close, they will indeed be shot. The reporters finally obediently returned to the podium, officially entering the press conference process. "Mr. Zhao, can you make an official response to the accusations from Lighthouse?" Mark, a reporter from BCC, raised his hand to ask. Zhao Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "First, I must correct Mr. Mark's misstatement. The accusations from Lighthouse against us are slander." Next question. "Mr. Zhao, you said Lighthouse is slandering you, but I must ask, are there lithography machines in those? Not lithography machines." Next question. "If they are not lithography machines, then how did Navigator Technology produce chips that rival Gaoxing's performance?" "Again, I must correct your erroneous statement. Navigator does not rival Gaoxing, its performance far exceeds Gaoxing's." Next question. "Mr. Zhao, why are you unwilling to answer questions directly?" "This reporter friend, I have been answering all your questions directly. I do not know how you came to that conclusion. I just want you to answer directly how Navigator Technology's chips are manufactured." Facing the reporter's relentless questioning, Zhao Yi was truly helpless, but he had long dealt with these foreign media. Thus he understood their nature. They could always twist your words into completely different meanings. As the official spokesperson, he only needed to respond to the issues raised by Lighthouse. It was obviously not appropriate for him to answer questions about Navigator Technology. If he did so now, in 10 minutes, Western media would report that all of Navigator Technology's actions were controlled by the officials behind the scenes. Professional questions should naturally be answered by professionals. Now I would like to invite Mr. Gu Tianxian, chairman of Tianxian Technology, to provide answers. After saying this, Zhao Yi stepped down and Gu Tianxian, who had been waiting on the side, walked up to the podium. "Mr. Gu, please give us Lighthouse an explanation of why you stole Gaoxing's technology." As soon as he took the stage, Iris directly asked, without regard for etiquette, and her language was several times sharper compared to when she questioned the officials. She directly accused Tianxian of theft. However, Gu Tianxian did not represent the officials, and he did not need to be as cautious about the country's image as Zhao. He shouted sternly on the spot, "If the word theft appears again in your subsequent speech, I will not hesitate to let Tianxian's legal team communicate with you personally." Iris' expression changed. Although she did not believe that Tianxian's technology belonged to them, the momentum and confidence of Gu Tianxian made her retreat. At that moment, she dared not jump out to press or accuse anymore. "First of all, thank you all for your concern for Tianxian Technology. Since you are so eager to know the origin of the Navigator chip, I will no longer hide it from you," Gu Tianxian said while scanning the audience, finally locking eyes on a bearded foreigner. "I have noticed that today there are not only journalist friends present. Some industry peers are also here. This gentleman is Mr. Daniel, the chief engineer of Gaoxing in the Great Xia region, right?" The bearded man nodded and smiled in acknowledgement, while countless cameras shifted their focus to him. Just as he was about to sit down, Gu Tianxian added, "How about this? Regarding the Navigator chip, let Mr. Daniel clarify for everyone, shall we?" When the crowd turned around, they found that Gu Tianxian was already holding a small chip between his fingers. Upon hearing that Gu Tianxian had invited an engineer from Gaoxing to personally inspect the chip, a group of foreign journalists and countless viewers in the live stream were instantly excited. "Great. I didn't expect Mr. Daniel to be present. He is a top chip researcher at Lighthouse." Gu Tianxian is digging his own grave by daring to invite Gaoxing's experts to the stage. Daniel will surely see that the technology of the chip comes from Gaoxing. "Mr. Daniel, go for it. Unveil the true face of Daxia. In 3 minutes, I hope to hear an apology from the Daxia officials and Tianxian Technology to the entire West. Yes, they have hurt our feelings attempting to steal Western technological achievements." The journalists eagerly handed the mic. "Mr. Daniel, you must be able to identify the technical issues with the chip," Mark asked. "Of course, I have studied chips for 40 years. I can guarantee that I can identify the origin of any chip with just a glance." Daniel's response was filled with confidence. "Then please come on stage, Mr. Daniel, and see if the so-called Navigator chip's technology comes from Gaoxing." Daniel confidently adjusted his collar and walked towards the stage. "Please." Gu Tianxian was equally confident, directly handing the chip to Daniel. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for giving me this opportunity to defend the honor of the Western scientific community." The sarcasm in Daniel's words was already quite evident. But Gu Tianxian merely shook his head slightly and said, "I hope Mr. Daniel will take a look first." Daniel's lips curled into a mocking smile as he held the chip up to his eyes. Meanwhile, hundreds of high-definition cameras in the audience focused on the chip, zooming in and in. At the previous press conference, Gu Tianxin had also presented the chip, but had not given anyone a chance for a detailed inspection. In the live streams around the world, countless people saw the details of the chip through the cameras. However, since it was magnified through cameras, even professionals in the live streams could not draw accurate conclusions. So they could only wait for Daniel to answer in person. At that moment, a hesitant voice from Daniel suddenly echoed in the live stream, but the camera was focused on the chip, making it impossible to see his expression. What's going on? Did Mr. Daniel discover an issue? Quick, say it. Did you find that the technology of this chip belongs? Zoom out the camera. We can't understand the chip. Oh, we want to see Mr. Daniel. After receiving feedback, the journalists quickly zoomed out the camera so everyone could see Daniel. At this moment, Daniel held the chip, showing a puzzled expression on his face. He flipped the chip over several times, his brow furrowing tighter. He then waved to the engineers from Gaoxing who had come with him, and they immediately brought a case to the stage. Please wait a moment, I brought professional testing equipment. The results will be available shortly. Daniel hurriedly said as he crouched down to open the case and took out the testing device. As an expert who had studied chips for 40 years, he was filled with confusion at this moment. He had confidently stated that he could recognize the origin of any chip with just a glance, as he was familiar with the processes of all chips, whether high-end or low-end. However, this navigator chip was somewhat beyond his expectations. After just a glance, he discovered that its process was actually quite different from Gaoxing's. More importantly, it featured an etching process he had never seen before. He wondered, apart from lithography technology, where else could there be a second etching process? It must be that Tianxin tampered with the chip. Once the instrument tests it, the truth will be revealed. He thought to himself as he assembled the testing equipment. The journalists and countless viewers in the live stream held their breath, waiting for Daniel to announce the results they eagerly anticipated. Shortly after the chip was placed on the testing device, a beeping sound suddenly rang out. How is this possible? Daniel exclaimed involuntarily upon glancing at the data produced by the instrument. What's wrong, Mr. Daniel? Did you verify that the technology belongs to Gaoxing? A lighthouse journalist asked impatiently. But Daniel raised his palm to signal her to be quiet, then continued testing. The chip performance data displayed on the instrument far exceeded the data of Gaoxing's chips. Daniel couldn't comprehend. He had repeated the test several times, and the result was always the same. At the previous press conference, he had seen the Qihong phone running games smoother than fruit. At that time, he thought that Tianxin had used Gaoxing's chip and had somehow enhanced the phone's operating speed in a short time, maximizing the optimization of the games to achieve that level. But now he realized that it was not the case at all. The chip's performance was inherently excellent. More importantly, after testing with the instrument, he discovered a fact that made his heart tremble. That is, the etching process used in this navigator chip was something he had never encountered before. Mr. Daniel, how do you find the performance of our navigator chip? I wonder if it can catch your attention. Gu Tianxin smiled as he asked, hands behind his back. Upon hearing this, Daniel froze for a moment, the shock in his eyes still not fading. However, he didn't know how to answer this question, especially when he saw the eager expressions of the journalists below. Perhaps there were countless Western viewers in the live stream as well. This truthful answer was completely at odds with their previous guesses. As a lighthouse person, he was unwilling and did not want to admit this fact. But as a scientist, he could not touch the bottom line of scientific spirit in his heart. This unprecedented new technology was a new direction for every researcher in the chip field. He swallowed hard, unsure how to begin, a fine layer of sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Daniel, have the results? Mark could no longer wait and urged again. After a long moment, Daniel sighed deeply. His expression was both joyful and melancholic. He was delighted that a new technology capable of changing the trend had emerged in the chip field, but was melancholic that this technology actually came from Xia. He had recalled countless times the dream he had when he first entered the scientific community. He had made a decision in his heart. He did not want to desecrate the sacred profession of a scientist. The results are out. This chip's performance is exceptionally excellent. Daniel finally spoke. I knew it. I knew that such an outstanding chip could not possibly be manufactured by Xia. Xia officials apologize. Tianxin apologizes. Compensation. Xia must compensate Lighthouse for the losses. See you in the international court. Gaoxing will definitely sue Tianxin to bankruptcy. Hearing the excited shouts from the journalists below, Daniel shook his head with a bitter smile, raising his hand to signal them to be quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. This navigator chip's performance is very excellent. In fact, it far exceeds Gaoxing's chip in performance. However, in terms of technology, it has no relation to Gaoxing's chips at all. The entire venue fell silent. No, countless people watching the live stream around the world simultaneously fell silent. What did Daniel say? He claimed that the navigator chip's performance far exceeds that of Gaoxing. Moreover, he asserted that there is no technical relation whatsoever with Gaoxing. How is that possible? Did they mishear him? Or perhaps Daniel, being older, made a mistake in his judgment. It must be that. Mr. Daniel, could you please repeat that? I didn't catch it. Iris nervously asked, again staring at the stage. Daniel still wore a bitter smile, and this time he raised his voice, saying, although I am a lighthouse person, I am also a scientist. I cannot betray the high regard I hold for science. I declare, the navigator chip did not steal any technology from Gaoxing. This time his voice was loud enough and the message was clear. Everyone understood. All the foreign media stood stunned. Countless Western viewers felt the same way, and seconds later the barrage of comments erupted. Impossible. I don't believe it. There must be a hidden agenda. How could Daxiao possibly develop a chip that surpasses the lighthouse? It's Daniel. He must have been bribed by Daxiao speaking words that betray his conscience. It has to be that way, mister. Daniel, please answer us. I cannot believe this is true. A single chip proves nothing. I propose we inspect their lithography machine. Agreed, let's all push for the inspection of the lithography machine. Inspect the lithography machine. After receiving the barrage feedback, reporters from various countries exchanged glances, and finally Iris spoke up, Mr. Gui, the Western representatives cannot accept this explanation. Huh? Gu Tianxian sneered coldly. Then what do you want? We demand to inspect the lithography machine. Inspect the lithography machine. How do we know you didn't tamper with the chip? Only by inspecting the lithography machine can the truth be revealed. Gu Tianxian looked at the group of so-called media personnel before him, a cold smile forming in his heart. Since you insist on putting your face out there for me to hit, let's make it a thorough blow. Let me smash your face in one go. Bring the vehicle in. Gu Tianxian shouted loudly towards the outer area. Boom. The semi-trailer started up, turned, and slowly drove into the gate of the park. Members of the Longting team and dozens of special forces closely followed on either side, their imposing presence causing these people to instinctively step back. Once the semi-trailer came to a halt, Gu Tianxian stepped down from the podium and climbed onto the semi-trailer. Behind him was the ice etching machine that had been covered with a cloth. Previously, he had discussed the current situation with Lu Ong and academician Wang. That is, under necessary circumstances, could the ice etching machine be revealed? Lu Ong's response was affirmative, because the similarities between the ice etching machine and the lithography machine were merely superficial. Its core technology cannot be comprehended at a glance, so showing it to them would be meaningless. Unless they could disassemble the ice etching machine for a year and a half for research, which was obviously impossible. Since the day of the press conference, Western media led by the Lighthouse, even the officials have repeatedly claimed that we stole Gaoxing's technology. However, the character of Daxiao people has always been humble and kind. We do not wish to embarrass you. But you have been unreasonable, relentlessly smearing Daxiao and Tianxian, severely hurting the feelings of us Daxiao people. Gu Tianxian was genuinely angry this time, his forehead veins bulging as he roared out these words. Hearing this, the Daxiao audience's eyes instantly reddened. They had truly been smeared by the West far too much, from people to various industries to technology fields, and the entirety of Daxia. Western media always found various tricky angles to smear. They didn't need evidence or logic, only their feeling. It seemed they couldn't write a news article without smearing Daxia. Yet Gu Tianxian's words stirred the Daxiao people to tears. They believed in Daxia and believed in Tianxian. From the very beginning, even when the West repeatedly released so-called evidence videos, deep down, they still firmly believed that Tianxian would not engage in such shameless acts. And now the truth was about to be revealed. Foreign media on-site, hearing Gu Tianxian's passionate words, some even rolled their eyes in mockery. What does it matter how well you speak? We are merely pursuing justice and truth. Iris shouted loudly. Mr. Gu, we are only adhering to the ethics of journalists. Please unveil the curtain. Unveil. 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 Hearing the collective shouts of the reporters below, Gu Tianxian laughed in anger. How shameless indeed. Then let it be as you wish. With that, Gu Tianxian and several Longting team members began to untie the fixed ropes. Once fully untied, Gu Tianxian grabbed a corner of the curtain and pulled it forcefully outward. A pure white sci-fi-like machine suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Click, click. At this moment, a blinding white light flashed on site, and all the reporters with cameras in hand began to furiously snap photos. Some even started writing news articles on the spot. Daxia Tianxian's theft of Gaoxing's lithography machine has finally been revealed. Open your eyes and see, is this not your Gaoxing's lithography machine? Gu Tianxian shouted loudly. What else could this be if not a lithography machine? I have interviewed in Gaoxing's workshop. It looks exactly the same. Although we are not professionals, we can still recognize a lithography machine. Gu Tianxian smiled coldly, turned, and grasped the machine's loading door, slowly pulling it open. At that moment, the internal structure was finally exposed to the public, revealed in the live broadcasts of various countries. No, this is not a lithography machine. The internal structure is completely different from a lithography machine. OMG, what kind of machine is this? It looks like a lithography machine on the outside, but the internal structure is entirely different. Are you serious? Is this not a lithography machine? With 30 years of experience in the chip industry, I guarantee this machine is definitely not a lithography machine. There's no reason for this. Could it be a ruse? Are these machines just set up to deal with us? Gu Tianxian surveyed the surroundings, fully understanding these people's nature. He had previously mentioned that since he was going to slap their faces, he would do it completely. Bring it over. He gestured. Someone quickly handed him a small box, and upon receiving it, Gu Tianxian opened the box, aiming it at the reporter's cameras. This is a semi-finished chip. Is this prepared for etching on site? A Gaoxing engineer who accompanied Daniel recognized it at a glance. Many Western viewers in the live broadcast also recognized this as a semi-finished chip. According to the process, these chips would next enter the lithography machine for the etching process. After the demonstration, Gu Tianxian called for someone to assist academician Wang to the machine, while someone from the company connected the power supply to the machine. Academician Wang took a deep breath and slowly pressed the machine's start button. A gentle hum of the motor sounded. This sound officially announced the advent of a new era for Daxia technology. After pressing the start button, Academician Wang skillfully performed a series of operations. However, the machine was on a semi-trailer, and the reporters below could not capture the internal scenes, causing them to panic. "We can't observe the specific situation at all, so we can't judge the real circumstances," Mark suggested. "Do you want to come up?" Gu Tianqian said coldly. The reporters below nodded repeatedly and rushed toward the semi-trailer. "Huh." Taking advantage of the situation, Gu Tianqian sneered as the special forces stepped forward in unison, their weapons raised and aimed at them. The advancing reporters froze in their tracks, not daring to move an inch. "My public demonstration of the chip is already the greatest sincerity, and the outcome will be clear to those who have their eyes. You still lack the qualifications to approach the crucial technology of our Great Xia." Although the reporters couldn't capture all the internal operations from below, they could still see a part of it. The next scene left the knowledgeable viewers in the live stream with their mouths agape. They saw what appeared to be a tube dripping water inside the machine. "I can now confirm that this thing has nothing to do with a lithography machine. Oh my god, how could water be used in a lithography machine? This is worlds apart from the principle of a lithography machine. Well, could it be that we really misjudged Great Xia? As an outsider, I know this thing is definitely not a lithography machine. Even if this is not a lithography machine, I still don't believe this thing can process chips. It's just a sleight of hand. A Huaxiao must have hidden the lithography machine." Most of the viewers who had previously slandered Great Xia fell silent, with only a few professionals stepping forward to explain. Only a few stubborn ones continued to hold their views. Soon Academician Wang took out an etched chip with professional tool. At this moment, the chip was still a semi-finished product, and various subsequent processes were needed to deem it successful. However, they did not need to do so much now. They only needed to prove that the chip etching process had nothing to do with a lithography. Gu Tianqian took the chip and raised it, saying, "This chip has been etched using our own technology. Do you need to check it?" The reporters below began to stir, as they had not seen the complete internal operations. But those who could see the partial view had already provided answers. At this point, they had roughly understood. This machine truly had no connection to a lithography machine, let alone the notion that Tianqian had stolen Gaoxing's technology. At this moment, Daniel walked over and asked, "May I take a look?" Gu Tianqian smiled and nodded, handing the chip to him. After examining it carefully, he sighed deeply. "It's so amazing. I was quite puzzled when I checked the chip for the first time. The etching process of the navigator's chip is completely different from Gaoxing's, and even from traditional chips. I am ashamed to say that I thought you had done something to it at that time. But when I tested it with instruments, I found it couldn't possibly be Gaoxing's chip, neither in performance nor in process. May I ask what your etching process is?" Since seeing the chip, Daniel felt like there were thousands of ants crawling in his heart. He was eager to know what this new process was. Gu Tianqian pondered for a moment. He had been holding back for so long just to promote the name of the ice etching machine to the world today. So sharing the basic concept was no harm. "It's ice." Gu Tianqian simply said 2 words. Upon hearing this, Daniel felt a thunderclap in his mind, leaving him frozen in place for a moment. After a moment, he came back to his senses, his eyes filled with excitement. "So that's how it works? No wonder water is used. Which genius came up with this idea? Using ice instead of the complex optical etching. What a genius." He is definitely a genius. As a seasoned expert, Mark understood just from a single reminder. But he only guessed the role of ice. He could not possibly know how it operated. Even if he knew this theory now, he had no confidence in successfully developing this technology in his lifetime. "Mr. Gu, can you tell me the name of this machine?" At this moment, Gu Tianqian finally revealed a smile on his face as he looked around. The previously boisterous reporters from various countries now dared not meet his gaze. This series of operations had clearly verified everything. The technology used in the navigator's chip had no relation to Gaoxing's technology. Moreover, these machines are definitely not what they call lithography machines. "Of course you can. Listen carefully." Gu Tianqian raised his voice and said, "This machine is called ice etching machine." In that instant, the new term ice etching machine was broadcasted through hundreds of live streaming devices to all parts of the world. This included the lighthouse White House, where Baird clenched his fists tightly and slammed them on the table. "What the hell? What is this ice etching machine? I've never heard of it." He glared at the aides in his office furiously. But no one at the scene could answer him because they hadn't heard of it either. "I don't believe it. I can't believe that Great Xia has developed such leading technology. This kind of invention must appear in our lighthouse. Do you understand? Do you understand what this means?" These aides might not understand, but there was one person who definitely could, and that was Chris, the president of Gaoxing, who was now pale and weak, slumped in his chair. At the moment he saw the ice etching machine complete the etching, he felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the back. His worry did not arise from the exposure of the slander against Great Xia, but from the fact that this groundbreaking technology was born in Great Xia. Just like Baird's unwilling roar, "Do you know what this means?" It means Gaoxing will lose its dominance in the global chip market, and the lighthouse will also lose its ability to control other countries in this field. What's even more terrifying is that Gaoxing can no longer arbitrarily set prices as before. Their chip sales will shrink to an unimaginable and terrifying extent. This is no joke. There are precedents for this. Once a technology called the shield tunneling machine was in the hands of Germany and Italy, they were equivalent to Gaoxing in the chip field. Back then when Great Xia purchased shield tunneling machines from them, they had to look at their faces, the price was entirely up to them. And once bought, the horror did not end there. When the machine broke down and needed repairs, experts had to be sent from Germany and Italy, and the repair costs were not included. The personal fee for an expert was 4,000 per hour, and the timing started from the moment they left their home until the machine was repaired and they returned home. Later, Great Xia could not swallow this anger and developed a shield tunneling machine that was even more advanced than theirs and at a price that was shockingly low. As a result, they instantly lost their say, and even discounted machines could not be sold. Now that company has long since gone bankrupt, and 90 of the shield tunneling machines used around the world are imported from Huaxia. The more he thought about it, the colder Chris' heart became. He seemed to have already seen the future of Gaoxing, but he did not know that the real trouble was just beginning. At the bottom of the Navigator technology building, reporters from various countries were dejectedly preparing to pack up and leave when Zhao Yi, who had already left the venue, appeared again. "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment," he shouted loudly. The crowd, puzzled, stopped and turned around, discovering two special forces from Great Xia escorting a person to the podium. "I would like to introduce this person, Han Yuanan, a Great Xia citizen of Lighthouse nationality. You may not recognize him, but you must know his father Han Wei, who is the president of Gaoxing in the Great Xia region." The underground video you spread earlier was secretly filmed by this person. At this point, the audience from the lighthouse began to sense something ominous. That underground space is an important base for Great Xia to manufacture the ice etching machine. May I ask why a lighthouse citizen went there to film a video? Was it an attempt to steal our national secrets? Here, I would like to ask the lighthouse authorities for a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, a group of foreign media reporters and Western viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Now the pressure of public opinion has shifted to their side. "We have already investigated the entire matter based on Han Yuan's testimony. Can I interpret this as you instigating him to spy on our important secrets?" It was precisely Han Yuan being captured by the Dragon Court team outside. In the video, Han Yuan was sneaking by the basement ventilation, holding a phone and filming inside. He was also tapping the screen to send messages from time to time. Faced with Zhao Yi's inquiries and the solid evidence from the video, the Western reporters present fell silent. Meanwhile, the hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast in Daxia erupted in excitement. From Gaoxing's helplessness and sadness in announcing the cutoff of supplies to Xinqian to the surprises at the Xinqian press conference. Then there was the frustration of being falsely accused of stealing Gaoxing's technology. And the fact that the official in Tianjin were slow to stand up made them feel anxious. Until today's press conference, Tianjin directly struck back, proving to the world that they had not stolen any technology. While shattering the rumors, they also announced to the world an epic-making technological product from Daxia, the ice ink. They had been suppressing their emotions for too long, and at this moment they finally erupted. It turns out that the lighthouse is the thief shouting to catch the thief, and thankfully our ice engraving machine technology was not stolen by you. And don't let that Han Wei from the lighthouse off. He must be severely punished. The lighthouse is truly disgusting. Ew, I've never seen such a shameless person. Yes, I'm talking about that old fellow by Erden. Please, lighthouse official, give us a reasonable explanation. By Erden, come out and apologize. By Erden CNM. The viewers in Daxia's major live streaming rooms were all reciting three-character slogans, clearly very upset. As the spokesperson for Daxia, Zhao Yi naturally would not make things difficult for the reporters. He was merely relaying a message to Bai Erden through them. In the end, Gu Tianxin announced a significant news: the Xinqian Qihong 1 full-screen phone will be globally released on the same day as the Fruit 13. The Western reporters left dejectedly, completely lacking the aggressive momentum they had when they arrived. But interestingly, just a couple of days ago when the lighthouse officials took the lead in slandering Daxia, their reports were flying, and now Daxia has proven its innocence through strength. It was as if this incident had never happened. They chose to forget it entirely, with no mention of today's events in their reports. As for getting the lighthouse officials to apologize, that was even more impossible. Daxia's netizens were just venting their frustrations, as everyone knew. The lighthouse officials have thicker skins than city walls. They would never apologize and could only choose to select. The follow-up matters can be left to the official to handle. The foreign media reporters left while the domestic reporters still remained on site, with Daxia TV reporters approaching Gu Tianxin expectantly. "Mr. Gu, the entire nation is very concerned about one matter. Can you satisfy everyone's curiosity? Then you tell me what it is." Gu Tianxin replied with a smile. "Is it about who the true owner of Linghang Technology is, and whether he is the developer of the ice engraving machine?" the reporter asked, filled with curiosity. At this moment, the audience was also intrigued. Yes, he developed such epic-making technology as the ice engraving machine. Oh, why has he not shown up until now? Our hero of Daxia, come out and let everyone worship you. Scientists are the stars we should pursue. A look during national crisis. The ones standing up are either soldiers or scientists. Do you remember the photo displayed at the press conference? Of course, it was that uniquely customized version globally, with Linghang 001 carved on its back. So this phone has a different significance. It was customized for that scientist. Let's get the reporters to extract more from Mr. Gu. In an instant, the screen was filled with comments asking about the identity of the scientist who developed the ice engraving machine and the significance of the phone. Upon hearing the reporter's question, Gu Tianxin answered without hesitation. Yes, the ice engraving machine was developed by him, and our underscreen technology is also his masterpiece. Wow, that's amazing. Can Mr. Gu reveal his identity? That's beyond my ability. He is currently a key talent of the state, and it's inconvenient for him to show up. The news of the official opening of Lingheng Technology has now spread throughout the entire chip industry. Luong, as the actual controlling person, does not participate in management, but is responsible for research and development. In the vast industrial park, a separate research and development room was reserved for Luong at the request of Luong since the renovation began. As for management and operations, they are all handled by professionals transferred from the group headquarters by Gu Tianxin. Even the employees on the production line were selected through layer after layer of screening. At this moment, 5 ice carving machines are already in place, and the chip production chain of Lingheng Technology has successfully assembled, beginning the production of the first batch of chips. The production workshop has begun to get busy, but the busiest place is not here. It is the customer service department. It hasn't been long since the customer service phone number of Lingheng Technology was announced, and the phone lines are already overwhelmed. The 5 customer service representatives arranged beforehand are simply too busy. The calls are not only from within the country, but also many from overseas, all inquiring about the Lingheng chip orders. Westerners have this nature. They do not want the Daxia to become strong. However, when Daxia makes breakthroughs in certain fields, they will come in swarms like sharks smelling blood, because they know that Daxia will lower the prices of the current market leaders, and the prices will be even cheaper. Everything behind this is driven by profit, something Gu Tianxin has long since become accustomed to. Luong himself has given the first instruction as chairman to Customer Service Unified Response Priority Supply to Tianxin Technology, followed by domestic manufacturers from Daxia. As a result, those overseas clients wanting to obtain chips must at least wait until the first batch of the Xingchen Qihang series of mobile phones is officially on sale. Moreover, the assembly of the ice carving machines is still ongoing to prepare for future market expansion. As for the price of the chips, Gu Tianxin and Luong are currently discussing it in the office. What do you think of this price? Gu Tianxin dipped his finger in tea water and wrote a number on the tea table. It's lower than Gaoxing's, but I don't think it's lethal enough. Luong's tone turned somewhat grim. Then he also dipped his finger in the water and wrote a new number on the tea table. This, Gu Tianxin's eyes revealed a look of shock. This is too ruthless. One, it provoke a strong backlash from the lighthouse authorities. Firstly, our chips do not require traditional photoresist, so the cost is already significantly lower. Secondly, I've despised Gaoxing for many years. I still vividly remember how they mocked our Daxia chip industry back. Furthermore, a strong backlash from the lighthouse authorities. What means do they have to restrain us? Let them bring it on. I can write the word fear backward. Luong's voice was not loud, but Gu Tianxin felt a tremendous confidence and assurance from it. Indeed, being able to independently develop the ice carving machine, there was nothing in technology that could intimidate him. Okay, then let's go with your pricing. Gu Tianxin straightforwardly said, adding this price to the development plan. After speaking, he sighed slightly in his heart. Goodbye, Gaoxing Technology. Now there is still about a week until the official launch of Xingchen Qihang. The company also has professionals to manage things for him, and Luong finally felt truly relaxed. As he opened the door and walked in, he heard Gu Siling's teasing voice. Oh, our great scientist grandpa is back. What? Luong, who was changing his shoes, looked bewildered. Scientist grandpa. Is she referring to him? Hee, that's your new title. Now the whole internet is speculating about what the mysterious scientist grandpa looks like. Gu Siling giggled. Luong then understood the situation and couldn't help but recall his other 2 identities composed. The boss who supports Gu Siling. Netizens love to gossip, so let them guess freely. After all, he doesn't have to show up. Take a look. Does this drawing look like you? Gu Siling handed over her phone, which displayed the comic drawn by netizens. How does this look like me? Do I look this old? I'm clearly so handsome. Luong glanced at it, and then said discontented. They drew what you would look like when you're old. How do you know that you wouldn't look like this when you're old? Gu Siling teased. Luong was left speechless and decided to change the subject. Are the babies awake? Not yet, Mom is watching them. Hearing that term, Luong raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems he has been busy outside during this time. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law at home is quite good, as Gu Siling has even started calling her mom. With good news coming one after another, Luong couldn't help but feel increasingly relaxed. However, at that moment, his mother rushed out of the room with a look of panic and exclaimed, quick, go check on Guoguo. She seems to have a fever. What? Gu Siling's face turned pale with fear. The baby has never been sick since birth, and now hearing that Guoguo has a fever made her extremely anxious. Luong, encountering a baby being sick for the first time, hurriedly followed Gu Siling back to the room. On the crib, the 3 little ones were awake, babbling in baby talk. From the outside, nothing seemed wrong. Adults sometimes don't even notice when they have a fever, let alone these little ones who are just... Gu Siling, looking flustered, picked up Guoguo, but she completely lacked experience and didn't know what to do. Press your forehead against hers, her mother reminded her. Gu Siling hurriedly followed suit, pressing Guoguo's forehead against her own. Suddenly her face changed dramatically, and with a quivering voice, she said, so hot. What should we do, Luong? Boo-hoo. Gu Siling, the new mom, was on the verge of tears. Take her to the children's hospital. What else can we do? Her mother said as she began to gather things to go to the hospital. But Luong frowned and said, if the baby's fever is not above 39 degrees, the hospital won't give fever-reducing injections. Let's first see how high the baby's temperature is. Luong took out a thermometer from the home medical kit he had prepared earlier and began to measure Guoguo's temperature. A few minutes later the result came out 38.5 degrees. Fortunately, we can reduce the fever with physical methods. Without saying much, Luong went out to buy a cold compress. How is it? Will it work? Gu Xiling, feeling flustered, anxiously asked. Relax, it's normal for babies to have fevers. As long as it can come down, there won't be any major issues. Luong reassured her. His father is an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he has learned some medical knowledge since childhood. Especially in the case of a baby, having a fever starting with injections and medications will only weaken their immunity. For fevers, physical methods are mostly used to reduce them unless it is a prolonged high fever that won't go down, then it becomes serious. However, despite this, Luong began to feel a bit worried. Luong cradled Guoguo gently, while murmuring soothing words, all the while browsing the medical classification system. Having been immersed in traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, he naturally turned first to its classical texts. After careful deliberation, he finally settled on a medical treatise titled The Supreme Mysterious Canon of Medicine. According to the system, it originated from another parallel realm, and its description left Luong utterly astounded. Traditional Chinese medicine existed in this world as well. His family had practiced it for 3 generations. From an early age, he had been steeped in its theoretical foundations, many of which sounded like mythic fables to ordinary ears. They seemed feats reserved only for immortals, thus remaining mere abstractions never realized in practice. To date, no practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine had ever brought these extraordinary theories to life. Yet within this very treatise, those legendary theories had been refined into fully operational medical techniques. Acquiring it, however, required a staggering 50,000 Mingbao points. Previously, Luong had exchanged only a modest quantity of chips for shipment to Beijing. He had conserved the rest of his Mingbao points. Now that the chip production line was fully operational, his monthly output of 30 million units rendered his personal contribution negligible. His current balance stood just above 60,000 points. With a decisive resolve, he initiated the exchange, and instantly a torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. The 9 supreme acupuncture techniques, comprehensive pharmacology, standard exegesis of human meridians, analysis of latent submeridians. All were marvels of traditional Chinese medical wisdom. Within moments, these profound doctrines fused seamlessly into his being, as if they had always resided there, innate and inseparable. In that instant, glancing instinctively at Guoguo, he unconsciously applied the diagnostic technique of observation from the canon. Miraculously, this method bore no resemblance to conventional observation. It revealed a soft, hazy crimson aura shimmering around the infant. According to the canon, this radiance was termed essence chi manifestation. The deeper the red, the more robust the vitality. Guoguo's aura burned with translucent vermilion, a clear sign of perfect health. It confirmed that her recent fever had left no trace upon her constitution. Half an hour later, Luong removed the fever patch and found her temperature fully restored to normal. Yet, Gu Xining still clutched Guoguo tightly to her chest, trembling with lingering anxiety. Any new parent confronting their child's first illness would likely succumb to such overwhelming helplessness. Seeing Guoguo perfectly well, mother finally exhaled in relief. Over the years, she had witnessed countless unwell infants. When Luang's father was overwhelmed, she could even diagnose minor ailments herself. But this time, maternal concern clouded her judgment. Her composure shattered entirely. "Oh, your father misses Guoguo terribly, but the clinic is too busy for him to close. He asked me to check." "Of course, we'll bring her back soon. I've got free time these days," Luong interjected before she'd finished speaking, already anticipating her intent. Clinics in small towns operated this way, especially venerable ones. For minor ailments, locals preferred them over hospitals, trusting tradition over sterile modernity. Luang's family clinic had served the town for generations. Its reputation was woven into the community's very fabric. Its steady stream of patients therefore came as no surprise. "Xining, may we?" Luong turned to ask. Gu Xining pressed her cheek tenderly against Guoguo's tiny face and replied, "Absolutely. We should go. The babies must miss Grandpa dearly, and I'd love to see the place where you grew up." Then it settled. Yet Luong suddenly recalled returning home meant taking a high-speed train to the county seat, then transferring to a bus bound for the town. Traveling with 3 infants would be impossibly cumbersome. Owning a vehicle was essential. But purchasing one now would be futile. Even acquiring an in-stock model and arranging temporary plates would take too long. He went next door to ask Tang Long if he might borrow a car. Within half an hour, a seemingly ordinary domestically manufactured SUV, priced around 100,000 yuan, pulled up downstairs. Its exterior suggested modesty, but Luong, inspecting it closely, sensed extraordinary craftsmanship. When he inquired about its cost, Tang Long smiled and raised a single finger. 10 million yuan. Luong exclaimed, then tapped the door panel, its dull, dense resonance confirming his suspicion. "It's bulletproof, even withstands small hand grenades." Tang Long explained. "That seems excessive. No one would dare act against me on domestic soil." After all, Luang's status was classified at the national level. Even if exposed, orchestrating an assault within Daxiao would be extraordinarily perilous. Moreover, the system offered martial arts categories, though prohibitively expensive, and he saw no immediate need for them, so he had refrained from acquisition. Better safe than sorry. The Director General himself instructed, under no circumstances may you suffer the slightest harm. Tang Long replied, his tone unwaveringly grave. Very well, I'll thank him personally. Luong acquiesced, ascending the stairs with a quiet warmth blooming in his chest, the rare profound comfort of being safeguarded by the state. Scarcely had he reached the landing when Mother called them to dinner. As the family gathered around the table, the doorbell chimed. Opening it revealed Gu Wanhua. Auntie, you've arrived just in time for dinner. Please join us, Luong said warmly. No thank you. I've already eaten. I came mainly to see the babies. I won't be able to visit them for quite some time. Gu Wanhua smiled gently. Why is that, Auntie? You work in Jiangdu. You could drop by any time, or we could visit you instead. Gu Xining asked, puzzled. Even a relocation wouldn't necessitate such prolonged separation. Stellar Launch is going global in just 1 week. I must depart for Canada ahead of schedule, and unless unforeseen circumstances intervene, I'll remain there for an extended period. Hearing this, Gu Xining's expression dimmed. She had lived in Jiangdu since university. Estranged from her father, she'd relied entirely on her aunt's steadfast companionship. The prospect of such a long absence struck her deeply. Tong tong, guogua tian tian. Auntie grandmother is heading overseas. Will you miss me, my little darlings? In the nursery, Gu Wanhua cooed playfully, but her voice trembled with unshed tears. Gu Xining had held herself together until that fragile, quivering voice broke her resolve. 2 women, one grown, and one still young at heart, wept openly before the 3 oblivious infants. An hour later, Gu Wanhua stood at the threshold, eyes reddened from tears, whispering to Luong, take good care of the babies, and Xining. If you fail, I'll hold you accountable when I return. Rest assured, Auntie, I'll fulfill my duty flawlessly. Travel safely, and guard your health abroad. Luong responded with resonant sincerity. Together, he and Gu Xining escorted her downstairs until her car vanished beyond sight. How wonderful it would be if families could stay whole forever, unbroken by parting. Gu Xining leaned against Luang's shoulder, her voice thick with melancholy. It cannot be helped. Don't dwell too heavily. Once the new phone launch stabilizes, Annie may return sooner than expected. Luong offered what solace he could. Yet who among mortals can truly foretell what tomorrow holds? Early the next morning, a family pushed a wider baby stroller out of the elevator. Goodbye, little darlings. Sister is off to work now, said one. Grandma is going for a walk. I hope to see you 3 adorable ones again tomorrow. Oh, isn't that Tang Tang? It looks like she's waving at me. As they stepped out, the baby stroller was surrounded by neighbors from the city. Since Luong and the others rarely took the babies out, these neighbors often ran into them in the elevator. However, very few people actually knew that they had triplets, and in today's society, even when neighbors met, there was hardly any interaction. But today was different. It was the first time they were out during the morning rush hour. There were at least 10 neighbors in the elevator, and normally they would behave like strangers, ignoring each other once they stepped out. However, today, upon seeing the trio of Tang Tang, the neighbors were all astonished. Triplets were already rare, but ones as cute as these were even more uncommon. Not to mention that the parents were practically idol level in terms of looks. So even until they exited the elevator, the neighbors felt a bit reluctant to part ways. Once the neighbors dispersed, Luong and Gu Xining exchanged smiles, as parents being praised for their children was undoubtedly more gratifying than being complimented themselves. They pushed the babies to the car, first taking them out before folding the stroller into the trunk. Mom and Gu Xining would hold the babies at the back, but with 2 of them and 3 babies, they could only carry 2 at a time. Unfortunately, Luong couldn't help them switch as he needed to drive, but thankfully their hometown wasn't too far from Jiangdu. It would take less than 2 hours via the highway. Once the car started, not even the sound of the engine could be heard from outside. The sound insulation was excellent. Furthermore, inside the cabin there was no sense of bumpiness at all, proving that this was indeed a specially customized vehicle costing 10 million. Speaking of which, Luong hadn't driven in a long time. He obtained his driver's license in his freshman year. The family had a small van used by his father for consultations, and sometimes he would take it out for a joyride during breaks. It was his first time driving a small car. Feeling slightly rusty at the wheel, Luong didn't dare to be careless considering the whole family was in the car. He immediately activated a system that exchanged for supreme driving skills. Suddenly, Luong transformed into a driving god, feeling as if he could control the vehicle as effortlessly as his own arm. As the car exited the community, 2 vehicles from the Longting team followed discreetly. After more than an hour, Luong finally left the highway. The sign at the intersection read, "Welcome to Wuxian Town." Why is it called Wuxian Town? Gu Xining asked curiously, turning to look out the window. It's because that mountain is called Wuxian Mountain, Luong said, freeing one hand to point to the left front of the car. There stood a towering, cloud-piercing green peak. Wow, it looks like there's a person sitting on top of that mountain. Gu Xining exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Mom interjected. That's actually the origin of the mountain's name. That figure is just a large rock more than 10 meters high. From a distance, it does look like a person sitting cross-legged. Legend has it that someone attained enlightenment and ascended there in ancient times, and this rock resembling a person is his mortal remains. Gu Xining nodded while looking at the humanoid rock in the distance. What a fascinating legend. People from small places tend to imagine some rather bizarre stories. It's quite normal, Luong chuckled. He hadn't returned in over half a year, and the familiar scenery of his hometown felt very endearing. Along the way, both he and Mom occasionally pointed out things around them for her introduction. Passing by a middle school, Luong couldn't help but stop the car and lower the window to take a better look. The school has been renovated this year. Has it lost its old charm? Mom laughed. It really has. That looks much prettier now, but it's completely different from how I remember it. Luong said with some nostalgia. This was the town's junior high school, where he spent 3 years of his youthful days. Luong. Just then a woman passing by outside the car exclaimed in surprise, holding a 4 or 5-year-old child. It's me, but you are. Luong looked at the woman outside, feeling a sense of familiarity, but unable to recall her name. Lu Fun, how could you forget me? I even wrote you a love letter in the 3rd year. Shoo. Luong felt awkward and hurriedly put his finger to his lips, signaling Lu Fun to stop. However, Lu Fun, excited to see Luong, completely misunderstood his gesture. It's a pity you didn't reply to my letter. After graduation, I waited by your door for several days for you. Later, I heard you went to the county to attend high school. I wanted to go too, but my mom wouldn't let me. After working for 2 years, she arranged a marriage for me. Oh my goodness. Luong cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror above and found Gu Si-ning smiling at him. This was awkward. He suddenly thought of a way to resolve it and directly lowered the back window. This car's windows were specially designed, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Only after lowering the window did Lu Fun realize. Wow, so beautiful. Lu Fun exclaimed after just one glance. It was unclear whether she was complimenting Gu Si-ning or the babies. Realizing she had misspoken earlier, she stammered. I was just saying it casually. Gu Si-ning smiled warmly and gently said, it's alright, it's quite interesting to hear about his youth stories. Luong quickly made some casual remarks and started the car, not forgetting to observe Gu Si-ning's expression. Thankfully, she wasn't angry. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from the back. Who would have thought that young Master Lu was quite popular back in the day? The road ahead is bumpy, so don't talk to me. I need to focus on driving, Luong said, not intending to discuss the topic further. Instead, Mom cheerfully took over the conversation. This kid often got beaten up for this back in the day. Upon hearing this, Gu Si-ning's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with gossip. I remember he received a love letter in the 2nd semester of the 1st year of junior high. That day when he got home, his dad found 3 love letters in his backpack and gave him a good beating right there. He cried and argued, I didn't fall in love early, those girls slipped them into my backpack secretly. Later on, such things happened frequently, and we got used to it. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chatted animatedly in the back, making Luong feel quite anxious while driving. Fortunately, it was clear that Gu Si-ning genuinely didn't mind. Instead, she was listening with great interest. Finally, after a turn, they arrived home. Jimin Clinic. Gu Si-ning whispered, knowing that was her father-in-law's name. Just as they got out of the car, a sudden wailing sound echoed from a distance. Dr. Lu, please help save my child. Turning to look, they saw a woman rushing toward the clinic, cradling a baby. Hearing a noise, Lu Jiming, who was inside examining a patient, immediately got up and rushed out. Upon exiting, he saw his son and daughter-in-law just getting out of the car, but there was now an emergency. He directly bypassed Luong and the others, running towards the woman holding the baby. I will go take a look, Luong said, handing the baby he had just taken from the car to his mother before following. Lu Jiming took the baby from the woman's hands and after a glance said, it's jaundice, but why has it become so severe? This baby appeared to have been born only a few days ago, and under normal circumstances, even with jaundice, a few days of blue light treatment in the hospital would suffice. Now, unlike the past when there was no technology, this baby was already on the verge of death, and Lu Jiming could not understand how it had become so serious. Wah! The woman, tears streaming down her face, sobbed. I had him treated with blue light right after he was born, but my mother-in-law wouldn't allow it, saying it was too expensive. She said if we stayed in the hospital for 3 days we could go home, and she claimed she understood folk remedies, and then, wah! She bathed the baby with saffron-infused water and fed him pearl powder and some unknown Chinese medicine. This morning the child became like this. I beg you, Dr. Lu, please save my child. The woman cried heart-wrenchingly, immediately kneeling on the ground. Just then Luong rushed over and grabbed her, glancing at the baby. Activating his insight technique, he saw the infant's aura was extremely dim. If this continued, there would be no hope. This is sheer ignorance. Lu Jiming gritted his teeth in anger. Luong, hurry and drive to Jiangdu. Even the county hospital might not be able to save him. Dad, there's no time, Luong firmly stated. Without immediate rescue, the child would not survive in less than half an hour. However, he had just returned from Jiangdu, which took 1 hour and 57 minutes. No time. Lu Jiming, holding the baby, was momentarily stunned. After years of practice, he could certainly see that. He only said that out of the last glimmer of hope. What now? Would he just watch this little life who had only come into the world a few days ago leave? As a doctor, Lu Jiming had faced many such scenes and despised encountering this one. But life is indeed very fragile. He was now powerless. No, this can't be happening. He was just born 4 days ago. He hasn't even called me mom yet. Dr. Lu, I beg you, I will serve you for the rest of my life if you save my child. The child's mother, under Luong's pulse, suddenly fell heavily to her knees, her forehead slamming directly against the ground. Luong quickly extended his foot to cushion her fall, speaking in a deep voice, let me try. Saying this before Lu Jiming could react, he grabbed the baby and rushed into the clinic, locking the door to a small room behind him. Lu Jiming, realizing what was happening, turned pale. Although his son had learned some pharmacology from him since childhood, he did not have a medical license. If something went wrong, it would be a huge problem. He hurried over just as he was about to knock on the door when Luong suddenly opened it, the two locking eyes. Dad, trust me, I know what I'm doing. You, calm the family down, give me 20 minutes. Hearing his son's calm voice, Lu Jiming was momentarily. He knew his son well, he would never act recklessly. Since he dared to do this, he must have great confidence. Sigh. Lu Jiming sighed heavily and decided to comfort the family as his son suggested. Meanwhile, Gu Xining, who had been left aside, had her eyes reddening, instinctively holding the baby tightly. Having just become a mother, she could deeply empathize with the family's feelings right now. Yesterday, when Guogua had a fever, she was anxious. If she were in today's situation, she didn't know how she would feel. Mom, that baby will be okay, right? She asked with tearful eyes. Her mother, unsure how to respond, could only comfort her, saying, trust Luong. In the room, Luong carefully placed the baby on the bed and opened the system to access the medical techniques section. He had learned the Tai Xian 9 needles from the medical canon yesterday, but did not have the matching silver needles. Quickly finding the matching silver needles, he exchanged for a set without regard for the cost. Luong pinched the silver needle between his thumb, index, and middle fingers, and a tiny silver needle appeared at his fingertips. He had kept his insight technique activated, and at this moment the child's meridians were clearly visible to him. These meridians differed from the existing ones, and included the hidden meridians mentioned in the medical canon, which have not yet been discovered in the human body. Identifying the acupoints, Luong acted quickly and accurately, inserting the silver needle precisely. Then came the second needle, the third. His hands moved so quickly that they appeared to blur, yet each needle was placed perfectly. According to conventional treatment methods, the child could only be saved by urgently exchanging blood to lower bilirubin levels. However, blood transfusions required a hospital, and Luong dared to take over because the Tai Xian medical canon originated from the system. He trusted the system and the enhanced traditional Chinese medicine. After a total of 34 needles, the child's breathing suddenly grew stronger. In Luong's eyes, the color of the aura surrounding the child was gradually recovering. But it was not enough, yet Luong pinched a silver needle located on the child's head, twisting and holding it. Buzz. The silver needle vibrated at a high frequency. Luong then targeted a few other acupoints and applied the same technique. Outside the clinic, a mother and child walked over, gasping for breath. Where is he? You insisted on arguing with me. I told you the folk remedy could cure him, but you wouldn't listen. An elderly woman in her 60s shouted while looking around. Her words instantly drew disapproving looks from the patients in the clinic. Do you know you almost killed your grandson? Not believing the doctor and insisting on trusting folk remedies. A woman, also a mother, couldn't help but reprimand her. The elderly woman turned to her immediately, putting her hands on her hips and angrily retorting, who are you to lecture me? My grandson was fine. How could he almost be killed by me? If you keep talking nonsense, I will cut out your tongue. This fierce woman, seeing the situation, made others unwilling to express their anger. At this moment, she saw her daughter-in-law cowering in the corner, trembling and crying, and immediately strode over. Where have you hidden my grandson? Is it free to come to the clinic? Can you even manage your life? Right off the bat, she bombarded her with complaints. Hearing her mother-in-law's voice, the young mother looked up, her red eyes filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, if anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you. Smack. The elderly woman raised her hand and slapped the young mother, causing her hair to fall messily over her face. How dare you speak to me like that? She raised her hand, ready to hit again. Lu Jiming grabbed her wrist and sternly scolded. Your grandson is now on the verge of death, and it's all due to your so-called folk remedy. Don't you feel any remorse? Seeing that it was Lu Jiming, a highly respected figure in town, the elderly woman's arrogant attitude slightly softened. Dr. Lu, my folk remedy is ancestral. It has cured countless children. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Rather than saying the folk remedy had healed, it was more accurate to say they survived by chance under its effects. Lu Jiming could only helplessly shake his head. It was genuinely impossible to communicate with such people. Where's my grandson? Inside, being rescued. The elderly woman's expression changed, and disregarding Lu Jiming's prestige, she shouted, hands on her hips. My grandson was fine. If he develops any problems because of you, I will not let you off. The protagonist's medical skills are purely a beautiful fantasy. If the baby is sick, remember to go to the hospital as soon as possible, but do not blindly believe in folk remedies. The shrew's domineering attitude once again drew the attention of the crowd. However, those present were all local residents who were well aware of her nature. They wanted to defend Lu Jiming, but feared retribution. At that moment, the shrew's son frowned as he approached Lu Jiming apologetically, saying, I'm sorry, Dr. Lu, please don't. As soon as he finished speaking, the shrew glared at her son and gritted her teeth, saying, useless thing, you can't even control your own wife. Don't meddle here, and instead of apologizing, I want him to pay. Faced with such ferocity, the man dared not retort and quietly moved to the corner to console his wife. He was unclear about the specifics of the situation. That morning he was still asleep when his wife woke up and rushed out of the house with the baby, saying she was going to save the child. He hadn't seen what was wrong with the child, but he instinctively chose to trust Dr. Lu's judgment. In the room, Luong let out a long breath. Looking at the baby now, the vitality around him had visibly improved. This life was saved. Luong then exchanged a small pill from the system, dissolved it in water, and fed it to the baby. The baby finally woke up, crying loudly. Luong felt a sense of relief. It was good that the baby could cry. Outside, upon hearing the child's cries, everyone smiled. They had all seen Luong carrying the baby as he passed by. The baby had been pale and barely breathing before, but now the crying indicated that he had been saved. However, the shrew shouted towards the room. What's going on? You've made my grandson cry, come out. While speaking, she kicked the door hard. Before she could kick it again, the door opened from the inside, and her kick missed, causing her. Luong didn't even glance at her, stepping over her while holding the baby. He handed the baby to the corner where the mother was, saying, "The baby is fine." Hearing Luong's voice, the mother quickly embraced the child tightly in her arms, and then slid down from the chair to kneel on. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you, Dr. Lu." The man saw this, and quickly knelt down as well, thanking along with his wife. Luong and his father hurriedly reached out to help them up, when suddenly the shrew rushed over and kicked her son to the ground. "Useless thing, the child has been made to cry, and you're bowing to others." After saying this, she reached out to grab the child from the mother's arms, saying, "Let me see if my grandson is all right. If he's been made to cry, he must pay." At that moment, a family member accompanying them to the clinic could no longer hold back and shouted, "Open your eyes and see what your grandson looked like when he was brought in." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, found the video he had just recorded, and projected it onto the clinic's TV. The video began to play, showing the scene from when Luong entered holding the baby. Luong had just passed by him, so this segment was particularly clear. Everyone could see that the baby in Luang's hands had his eyes tightly closed, and his lips were blue. It looked like he had already stopped breathing. "I've never seen someone like you. Do you have any sense of reason? Scolding your son, hitting your daughter-in-law, and nearly killing your own grandson. Being your family is truly the worst luck. Young man, if I were you, I would take my wife and child far away from her, or one day she will surely ruin you. I've seen domineering mothers-in-law, but someone like you who isn't even human is a first for me." The shrew also looked at the TV, and when she saw her grandson stayed upon entering, her heart sank. However, admitting she was wrong was out of the question. So what could she do? She had to throw a tantrum. "What are you all to comment on my family? My son is mine, and I can scold him if I want. Is it wrong for me to hit my daughter-in-law whom my son paid to bring home? What right do you have to meddle in my family's affairs? I'll hit her again if I want to." As she scolded, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked at her daughter-in-law, who was still holding the baby that had just been resuscitated. Just as she was about to kick her shoulder, her son grabbed her ankle and forcefully flipped her backward, causing her to crash to the ground. "Ouch! You ungrateful child, you dare to hit me." The man stood up, pointing at the TV and gritting his teeth. "That's my son. Look at what you've done to him. I've listened to you for everything, being your puppet for 30 years. Now that I have my own family, you almost broke us apart. I will transfer the house in town to you. From today on, I will take my wife and child to live elsewhere. I will send you living expenses every month. Please let us go." The shrew was stunned, completely unprepared for her obedient son to say such things, and she became anxious. "Son, how can you say that? I'm your mother. You would abandon your mother for a woman. She's just an outsider. Didn't you pay so much to bring her home just to have a son?" The man closed his eyes in pain, ultimately choosing not to respond to her. He held his wife's hand and walked over to Lu Jiming softly, saying, "Dr. Lu, thank you for your great kindness. Once I settle them down, I will come to thank you in person. It's no trouble at all." Lu Jiming waved his hand. He then walked out of the clinic with his wife and child, while the shrew got up and chased after them, but was shoved down to the ground. She began to wail loudly, but her son's family walked away without looking back. Seeing this scene, everyone in the clinic couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Luong and his father exchanged a glance and sighed silently. Every family has its own difficulties. The variety of life truly encompasses all kinds of people, especially in the medical profession, which is closely tied to life. They have indeed seen the warmth and coldness of the world, as well as the good and evil in human nature. Fortunately, their family has always been harmonious. "By the way, where are my granddaughter and daughter-in-law?" Lu Jiming finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked. Luong waved his hand, and his mother and Gu Xining, who had been standing outside, finally walked in holding the baby. With the situation being so urgent earlier, no one had the heart to notice anything else. Seeing Gu Xining come in now, the entire clinic erupted in exclamations. "Wow, which big star has come to our small place? God, she's so beautiful, and the baby she's holding is so cute. Wait, Sister Lu is holding too. Am I seeing things? Why do they look exactly the same? Dr. Lu just mentioned his granddaughter, could it be?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Lu Jiming's face instantly lit up with joy as he quickly walked over to his mother to take the baby from her arms. He affectionately asked, "Guogua, have you missed your grandpa?" "Old man, that's Tang Tang," his mother reminded him. Lu Jiming revealed a hint of embarrassment, reaching out to pinch the little face of the baby in his mother's arms, saying, "Guogua, have you missed your grandpa?" "Dad, Guogua is with me." Cough. "You guys are really something if 3 babies look the same and wear the same clothes. How can you tell them apart?" Lu Jiming declared with righteous indignation. "Huh." The clinic was filled with laughter, filled with kindness, while everyone cast envious glances. The arrival of the 3 babies instantly dispersed the previously tense atmosphere in the clinic. Everyone gathered around the babies, and the astonishment never ceased. It wasn't until the babies became hungry that Lu Jiming's mother and Gu Xineng were able to take the babies and retreat to the inner room. "Oh, Xiaowang is back. Not bad, you even bought a car. How much is this car?" "Hello, Auntie." Luong greeted. "How much is this car? Is it imported or domestic?" Auntie repeated her question. Luong helplessly glanced at his father and had to reply, "It's domestic over." "Not bad, not bad. After graduating and working for a few years, you finally made something of yourself. With a bit more effort, you might be able to buy a $400,000 imported car like your cousin," Auntie said with a smile as she walked in. Luong's family knew this aunt too well, She wasn't a bad person, but she had a penchant for comparison, always wanting to match everything big or small with her own family. For instance, if the car wasn't as expensive as her son's, she would be pleased. If Luong wasn't doing as well as her son, she would also feel satisfied. There's a saying about such relatives. She might hope that you are doing well, but she definitely does not want you to do better than her. This aunt was just that kind of person. Luong, with his naturally low-key demeanor, went along with her wishes, simply stating that it was an ordinary domestic car. Sure enough, she walked in with a bright smile. Sister-in-law is here, just in time for Luong to return. Let's eat here. Lu Jimin, seeing someone enter politely, said, Sure, just in time for Lu Xing to buy some groceries at the supermarket. Let's have him bring the food here. The aunt did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It was close to lunchtime and there weren't any urgent cases at the clinic, so seeing a family gathering preparing to eat, the patients began to leave one by one. Before long, a black Benma X3 pulled up in front of the clinic, but the space was too narrow to accommodate 2 cars. The aunt hurriedly said to Luong, Quickly move your car to give your brother a parking space. I don't feel comfortable with his imported car parked elsewhere. All right. Luong replied, grabbing the car keys and heading out to start the car. Xiaoang, what are you doing? I can just park across the street. His cousin Lu Xing called out from outside the window. Lu Xing, listen to me. That's a luxury car. It needs to be parked nearby to be safe. Let your brother move it. It won't take long. The aunt interjected. Seeing that Luong had already moved the car, Lu Xing had no choice but to park in front of the clinic. After parking, Lu Xing took out a bunch of groceries from the trunk. Second uncle, here are the groceries. Lu Xing handed over various bags. All right, you guys watch some TV while I go cook. Lu Jimin took the groceries and went into the kitchen. At this moment, Luong returned after parking the car. Xiaoang, why didn't you say anything when you came back? Just in time for us to be together. Lu Xing hadn't seen Luong for a long time. They had grown up together and their relationship was quite good. I came back on a whim this time and didn't know you would be back too. Luong explained. By the way, brother, it's not a holiday. How do you have time to come back? Luong suddenly continued to ask. Before Lu Xing could respond, the aunt proudly interjected. Xiaoang, you don't know your brother has become successful. He resigned from his previous job. Wasn't he doing well? Why did he suddenly resign? Luong was puzzled. His cousin's major in college was communications. After graduation, he joined a decent telecommunications company, and in just 3 years had already bought a Benma worth over 4,000. Ha. The aunt suddenly laughed heartily a few times. So, I said your brother has become successful. He jumped to an even better company. You'll be shocked to hear this. It's the company of the richest man in Dachau. What's it called again? Tianxin Technology. Luong interjected, slightly surprised, not expecting his cousin to get hired by Tianxin. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Recently, Gu Tianxin had transferred many people from there to his flagship company. So they needed to replenish their workforce, and it was a perfect opportunity for Lu Xing to make the move. Tianxin's hiring standards were quite strict, so Lu Xing passing the selection indicated his professional abilities were commendable. Impressive, brother. Getting into Tianxin isn't easy. Luong sincerely gave his cousin a thumbs up. Oh, Xiaoang, don't listen to my mom's bragging, but it's just that Tianxin is short-staffed, and I was lucky to be selected. Hearing her son's humble response, the aunt shot him an unhappy glare. What richest man? That's the first thing I hear as soon as I come in. At that moment, Lu Ang's mother walked out from the inner room. Oh, sister-in-law, I just happen to have good news to tell you. The aunt. Lu Xing got hired at Tianxin Technology. You know, the richest man, the one who needs 10 trucks to carry his money. Lu Ang's mother initially didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the mention of the 10 trucks, her eyes lit up. If you're talking about 10 trucks, I won't be sleepy anymore. Luong covered his forehead, thinking this is a total disaster. Last time Gu Tianxin came to dinner, he had discussed this topic directly with Luang's mother and patiently explained just how much money he needed to move with those trucks. Since that day, Luang's mother even started learning how to use her phone to look up information. She checked the capacity of the trucks and the thickness of the banknotes. Although she had only completed junior high school, she still managed to understand volume calculations and such. After verifying the calculations, she finally grasped the knowledge Gu Tianxin had shared with her. During this time in Jiangdu, she had reinforced this knowledge, waiting for the day she would return home. Little did she expect that just upon returning, someone would bring up this topic. This is just like someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Nonsense. Luang's mother stepped over. The richest man's money cannot fit in 10 trucks. That's what everyone in town says. How do you know it can't fit? The aunt retorted, unconvinced. Do you even know how much the richest man actually has? As if you know. Hey, I actually do know. He has 700 billion. 700 billion is a lot. And just because you say it's 700 billion doesn't make it true. Oh, did the richest man tell you that? Hey, that's quite true. At this point, Luang's mother glanced at Lu Ong, knowing her son disliked being ostentatious. She noticed that her son had pulled his cousin aside, and after thinking it over, changed what she wanted to say. Anyway, I just know whether you believe it or not is up to you. Then how many trucks would it take to carry his money? Luang's mother became even more interested and pulled the aunt over to the counter, grabbing a calculator to start explaining. Let me tell you, the thickness of the bills is. The capacity of the trucks is. The richest man's money is 700 billion, doing the math. 683 trucks, it would take a full 683 trucks to carry it all. Luang's mother calculated while pressing the buttons on the calculator, leaving the aunt utterly confused. She simply didn't understand. At this moment Lu Jimin poked his head out from the inner room and shouted, "Whoever can go to the supermarket and buy some ginger and garlic, and also tidy up the table to prepare for dinner." "All right," the two brothers replied in unison. Then they simultaneously took out their car keys, preparing to head out while the aunt was bored, as if she was listening to an ancient text. Seizing the opportunity to change the topic, she said to her son, "Don't let your brother go by it, you go, but drive your brother's car. Your car has a 3-cylinder engine and the fuel consumption is high. What if something happens to it? Mom, listen to me." "All right, brother, you go then." Luong handed the keys to his cousin and began to tidy up. Lu Xing reluctantly took Luong's keys and walked to the other side of the road. He unlocked the door, got in the car, and started it. Virum. A roar of the engine sounded and Lu Xing paused for a moment. "Xiaoang, this car sounds a bit off," he said, puzzled, thinking that a domestic car worth over 100,000 shouldn't make such a sound. He was relatively familiar with cars and began to suspect whether his cousin had bought a lemon. So he revved the engine again, and the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He got out of the car, went to the front, and opened the hood. Upon seeing it, he froze in shock. With a loud thud, he slammed the hood shut, standing there with a puzzled expression. A few seconds later, he opened the hood again, rubbed his eyes, and slowly widened his mouth. What the heck? Why does a domestic car worth over 100,000 have a 12-cylinder engine? After standing in front of the car for a long time, Lu Xing still couldn't figure it out. This car model is IBEA with a landing price of around 150,000. Before he bought the car, he always took a colleague's car to work, and that colleague owned this model. He had been in the car for more than 2 years, so he was very familiar with it. Suddenly recalling something, he closed the lid and got back into the car. Turning on the lights, he carefully examined the car's interior, and his expression grew increasingly strange. The interior of this car was simply top-of-the-line both in terms of materials and craftsmanship. Looking at the dashboard, this was far from the dashboard that should belong to an IBEA, and the central control with its quality and class was also beyond what an IBEA should have. After starting the car again, the display screen lit up, and after taking a glance, Lu Xing began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. He had seen colleagues driving luxury cars worth millions, and now he felt that those cars with a few 100,000 in configurations paled in comparison to this IBEA. Especially when driving forward, the overall stability and comfort of the handling were remarkable. No matter how one looked at it, this couldn't possibly be a domestically produced car that sold for just 150,000. Except for its appearance. With a mind full of questions, Lu Xing went to the supermarket to buy a kilogram of potatoes before returning to the clinic. "What's this, kid? I wanted ginger and garlic. Why did you buy potatoes?" Lu Jimin said with both annoyance and amusement. There was no choice but to borrow some from the neighbor for cooking. "Son, why do you seem a bit out of it after going out? Are you feeling unwell?" Auntie noticed Lu Xing's unusual state and quickly asked. "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." Lu Xing finally came to his senses and turned to hand the keys to Luong Xiao on your car. "I asked, it's just a domestically produced car worth over 100,000, far inferior to your imported car," Annie interjected. What Annie said is true, it's just a domestic IBEA. Luong nodded hurriedly. He knew his cousin might have figured something out, but as long as he didn't admit it, it was fine. He could just call anyone over to take a look. Even if the King of Heaven came, it was still an IBEA. Lu Xing moved his lips, but ultimately did not continue to ask. After watching TV for a while, Lu Jimin came out with 2 fragrant dishes. "Second uncle, you rest Xiaoong, and I will manage." Upon seeing this, Lu Xing immediately said. Then he went to the kitchen with Luong to serve the dishes and get bowls and chopsticks. After Luong set the bowls and chopsticks on the table, Auntie glanced at him and said, "What's wrong with you, kid? Learning music has made you stupid. We are 5 people. Why did you bring 6 pairs of bowls and chopsticks?" "There's still one more person at home," Luong replied with a smile. "They'll go get her down. You all eat first," Mom said at this time, and went upstairs to bring Gu Xining down for dinner. "There are guests at home." Annie finally realized. Not really guests, just family. Lu Jimin poured himself a glass of wine and continued. This time Xiaoang returned. He brought his wife along. "Oh, what?" Both mother and son exclaimed in surprise. "Xiaoang, when did you get married? How come we didn't know at all?" "Xiaoang, you're kidding, you got married, but didn't inform me." Luong smiled apologetically and explained, "Not married yet, we just had the child first, planning to have a wedding later." "I see. If you don't have money for a wedding, just tell your brother. His salary is quite high now," Auntie said generously. "Mom, please don't say that. Xiaoang, who is in music, is not any worse than me." Lu Xing felt a bit displeased upon hearing this. Although he understood his mother's temperament, he couldn't stand her repeatedly putting down his cousin. "Si, I meant to say you can help your brother more in the future," Auntie explained reluctantly before starting to pick food and eat. At that moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, and an exquisitely beautiful figure walked out. Auntie, who was just about to take a bite, looked up and froze, even forgetting to chew her food. Lu Xing's eyes also burst with extreme amazement. Annie, brother, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Gu. This is Annie. This is my cousin, Lu Xing." Luong introduced them in both directions. "Hello, Annie. Hello, cousin." Gu Xining greeted elegantly, a sweet smile on her face. Auntie had never seen such an outstanding beauty in terms of temperament and appearance, and for a moment, she forgot to respond. Lu Xing, who had seen the world in a big city, felt it was too impolite to stare after just 2 seconds. He hurriedly averted his gaze and replied, "Sister-in-law, hello." Then he gave Luong a frantic look, and Luong instantly understood what his cousin was trying to convey. It was a silent communication between men. It was nothing more than, "Wow. How did you end up with such a beautiful wife?" She's simply goddess level. Quickly spill the beans. Luong merely raised his eyebrows at his cousin and led Gu Xining to sit down and start eating. However, Auntie suddenly felt that the fragrant dishes were no longer as tasty, like chewing wax, flavorless. From time to time, she glanced at Gu Xining, and a sour feeling began to rise in her heart. Aren't you too short on money for a wedding? If so, don't hesitate. We're family. Just speak up. Auntie repeated her old words with a somewhat unnatural smile on her face. Gu Xining looked at Luong obediently, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Lu Xing suddenly stared at Gu Xining for a few moments, then pulled out his phone and opened the department chat group he recently joined at Tianjin Technology. He quickly scrolled up as if searching for a chat record, and when there were too many messages, he directly used the search bar. After typing in Gu Xining's name, the relevant chat records popped up. New members, please note, do not disclose to the outside world about the group's little princess, Gu Xining. At that moment, Mom appeared with a cute toddler in each hand. Oh, you've had kids, are they twins? Auntie exclaimed. No, triplets. There's still one upstairs, please help me down with them. Hearing about triplets, a piece of information flashed in Lu Xing's mind. He opened Langbo and searched for Gu Xining's name. The first thing that came up was a photo Gu Xining posted over a month ago. A large hand held 3 small hands. This? Son, what's wrong? Lu Xing looked at Luong in a daze, unable to believe as he said, sister-in-law is the little princess of Tianjin. Luong glanced at his cousin's phone screen and instantly understood. When some clues and information came together, even a fool could guess her identity. Since they were family, there was nothing to hide, so he nodded. Just then, Annie chimed in, 3 kids are not easy to raise. Xiaowang is not like our Lu Xing with his salary. Mom, I beg you, please don't embarrass me. Lu Xing turned around and directly covered his mom's mouth to stop her from. Auntie was puzzled, prying her son's hand open and looking at him in confusion. I'm not joking. You're starting with a monthly salary of 30,000. How much can Xiaowang earn from writing a song? Hearing his mother still talking, Lu Xing simply lowered his head and stared at the ground, wishing he could find a crack to burrow into. He could just tell his mother the true identity of Gu Xining. That would surely stop her from continuing to show off. However, the first rule for newcomers in the company is to not reveal the little princess identity, even though he had guessed it himself. But he knew he absolutely couldn't tell his mother, otherwise everyone in the neighboring town would know about it before midnight tonight. He looked up at his cousin with a pleading gaze, seeking a solution. Luong could only helplessly raise an eyebrow, indicating that he was also at a loss. It was unlikely for him to step forward and speak out, as it did not align with his character. Sigh. At that moment, Gu Xining suddenly put down her utensils, a graceful smile gracing her lips, as she sweetly said, Auntie, actually Luong's songs are quite good. She knew Luong disliked flamboyance, but now he had several alter egos. Moreover, the family was aware of his identity as a composer, so it was only natural to publicly acknowledge his achievements in the music industry. I know, dear, look at you, so beautiful, there must be many people pursuing you. But you chose Luong from so many excellent candidates. Besides his looks, it must be his talent that attracted you, right? But you're still too young. Writing beautiful songs won't fill your stomach. Gu Xining suddenly stood up and placed a piece of rib into Auntie's bowl, interrupting. Auntie, writing songs can definitely be a way to earn a living. Hee, thank you, dear. Auntie laughed, her appreciation for this niece-in-law increasing while feeling more envious. What a wonderful girl, oh, why isn't she my daughter-in-law? That being said, I've never heard anyone sing the songs that Luong wrote. Auntie chuckled awkwardly. With a child in each arm, seeing Gu Xining take the initiative to mention Luong's composer identity made her eager to speak. Old man, pass one over. Her voice boomed, sounding almost like a declaration of war. Second, Aunt, let me hold one. Lu Xing hurriedly stood up to take one baby, carefully cradling it in his arms, while teasing, little cutie, quickly call for uncle, and I'll give you a red envelope. Finally, his mother freed one hand, pulled out her phone, placed it on the table, and opened the music player. A beautiful melody began to fill the air. March walks past willow fluff, scatters lovers, hurry by my love, remain still, flipping through yesterday, still warm. Annie didn't understand why she suddenly played a song, but upon hearing it she immediately exclaimed, I've heard this song before. It's the one that so-and-so just sang, but so beautiful. I've been watching that peak competition every day. If only Luong could write such beautiful songs. Mother remained silent and clicked on the next song. Having passed an entire summer, the sadness hasn't lessened, driving on an endless highway, feeling like I've left myself behind, unable to finish a song. After hearing these lines, Auntie suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, this song Dusk, I love this one the most. Just a few days ago, this song won the championship in the peak competition. She was still confused, completely unaware of Luong's mother's intentions, but Lu Xing was not. He exclaimed, these songs were all written by young Master Lu, right? Then he turned his gaze to Luong, muttering, young Luong. Xiaowang, you can't be the young Master Lu that everyone is searching for online, can you? Mother saw that someone finally recognized his worth and immediately wore a victorious smile, saying, you guessed it right. Your brother is the now popular young Master Lu in the music industry. No way. Xiaowang, you didn't tell me this. My idol is your diehard fan. Oh, quickly give me an autographed photo. Lu Xing looked at his younger brother with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. Bro, don't look at me like that, oh, I'm scared. Luong teased. Stop talking nonsense. This is about your brother's lifelong happiness. Are you going to give me a photo or not? Fine, fine, fine. Auntie finally understood after hearing the brothers' conversation and stared wide-eyed, asking, Xiaowang, are all these songs written by you? Luong nodded directly. This But there's even more. Mother finally found her stage to shine and continued to play Lu Ang's other works. Auntie discovered that she had heard each of them at least a little, though it turned out that Lu Ang's songs were so popular. But she looked at her son with a glimmer of hope and asked, Lu Xing, how much can these songs earn? How much can they make? Lu Xing had long wanted to stop his mother from showing off, and this was just the opportunity. But he didn't know the composer's share, so he asked Luong, how much do you get from Xiao Gang's songs? 9. Luong simply replied with one word. Lu Xing gasped in surprise, taking out his phone to check the popularity chart of the peak competition's works. He knew that the platform took half, which meant the total sales were calculated by multiplying the download volume by 2. The platform took half, and Lu Ong took 90% of the remainder. Currently, the song Dusk ranked first with a download volume of 21 million. 21 million times 2 equals 42 million, half of which is 21 million. Well, that's a rough estimate. 21 million times 90%. 1,890,000. After calculating the result, Lu Xing couldn't help but gulp. This was just one song. All 10 songs sung by Xiao Gang in the peak competition were written by Lu Ong. Next, he looked down the list, noticing that each song had a download volume of no less than 10 million. He didn't calculate in detail, but made a rough estimate of the total amount. Close to 60 million. So son, have you figured it out yet? Auntie asked nervously. Lu Xing's heart felt like a stormy sea, and it took a while to calm down. He initially wanted to tell his mother the result directly. But since she didn't understand big numbers, he glanced outside at his car and thought of a way she could understand. Let's put it this way, Mom, do you know how much money Xiaoong earned from these 10 songs? How many cars like the one I drive could that buy? How many? 133. What? She moved her hands too vigorously, almost knocking the bowl to the floor. For the rest of the time, she didn't say a word. No matter what dish was in front of her, it lost all flavor. Even on the way home in her son's car, she was completely devoid of excitement, while earlier in the morning, she had been overjoyed to be in this car. Now she felt nothing. That little rascal Luong has earned enough for 133 luxury cars, but still drives a domestic car. Sigh in front of her mother, I will never have the confidence to speak loudly again. Hearing his mother's lamenting mutter, Lu Xing sighed, secretly thinking that he still hadn't told her that Luong's domestic car had an engine worth several million. But thinking of the photos he had forcibly taken with Luong and the autographed ones, he felt an immense anticipation. Goddess, wait for me. After lunch, patients kept arriving at the clinic. Luong offered to help his father, so he would not be overwhelmed, but his offer was politely declined. As long as your mother is here, everything is fine. She came back only for a short while. Take Xining and the baby out for a walk. His father promptly sent Luong away. Luong had no choice but to take Gu Xining in the stroller and wander through the town. It was small, a full circuit would not take an hour. Because the town was so small, people crossed paths constantly, and everyone more or less knew one another. Dr. Lu is back. Your wife is truly beautiful. TSK tisk, Dr. Lu is something. He even married a city heiress. Wow, triplets. So adorable. They already recognized him, and the story of how he'd saved a child had spread. Wherever Luong went, someone called out, Gu Xining, and the babies also enjoyed a steady stream of compliments as they walked. Before long, the two of them had half-circled the town. Luong had assumed Gu Xining might be bored, but he was surprised she seemed to relish the town's calm, easy rhythm of life. Luong, let's come back often, okay? She said suddenly. Do you like it here? He asked. She nodded vigorously. People here are so warm. I've never encountered anything like this before. Everyone you pass knows you and greets you. It feels so intimate. In the city, it's different. Neighbors might pass one another. Luong agreed. Small-town life was like that, generations of neighbors, familiar faces everywhere, and a friendly greeting no matter where you went. Oh, Dr. Lu, is this a trip to the market with your wife and child? An elderly woman at a roadside stall laughed. Yes, Aunt Zhang, are you closing up? I was hoping to try one of your meat pies. Luong returned her smile. Aunt Zhang had stood in that spot selling pies for more than 20 years. Many of his school breakfasts had been bought there. He remembered that in primary school a pie cost 50 cents, in middle school it rose to 1 yuan, and now it seemed to be 2. Here, hot one for you. Aunt Zhang was generous. She opened a packed box and handed him a steaming pie. Luong wrapped it in a piece of paper and took a small bite. Aunt Zhang, it tastes just like before. Delicious. Let me try. Gu Xining peered forward, bit into it, and her eyes curved into a smile. Crispy, I like it. Aunt Zhang smiled with satisfaction and a trace of nostalgia. You haven't bought from me in years. Yes. I left for the county in high school, then went to Jiangdu for university, and rarely came back. Gu Xining. How wonderful. Look at you, grown up, married to a fairy-like wife, and with such adorable babies. You're blessed. Aunt Zhang exclaimed. Luong reached for his phone to pay, but Aunt Zhang tucked away the little payment sign. You're my child. Consider this a gift. Oh, Aunt, that's too much. Luong began. Don't be formal with me, she interrupted. I sometimes go to your father's clinic for a small ailment. He rarely charges me. Thank you, Aunt. Both of them replied. Gu Xining's sweet thanks made Aunt Zhang chuckle softly. Suddenly, there was an argument coming from the supermarket. Luong looked over and saw a small stage set up at the entrance. Staff members were quarreling. Let's go see. Gu Xining, curious about everything in the town, pushed the stroller toward the commotion. Up close, it was a promotional event. Luong had seen such scenes many times. Merchants often staged promotions at supermarket doors. They were usually predictable, some singing, some dancing, maybe a simple magic trick. Weren't they supposed to arrive at 2? They're late. Her car broke down on the way as she can't make it. Then what do we do? We'll find a singer now. Why don't you sing? Get lost. If I sing and scare everyone off, you'll... The two organizers bickering set the crowd laughing. No one really cared who performed. They were there for the spectacle. Luong and Gu Si-ning understood the scheduled performer had canceled, and the event seemed destined for cancellation. Let's go into the supermarket, Luong said, and began to walk toward the entrance. He glanced back and found Gu Si-ning still standing staring at the little stage. He realized she wanted to sing. Although she had recorded many times in a studio that was not the same as standing on a live stage, she must be longing for that feeling. Luong approached the organizer and whispered a few words. The man looked at Gu Si-ning, and in an instant his eyes lit with admiration. All right. Whether she sings well or not with that bearing and looks, I'll pay for it, the organizer declared on the spot. Luong drew the stroller closer, placing it by his side. I've arranged it. Go up and sing. Sing whatever you like. Really? Gu Si-ning's eyes shone. Go, he encouraged with a nod. I told them already. She tossed back her long hair, bent over, and murmured to the baby's mama's going on stage. Be good, okay? Then she circled to the side and ascended the steps. The crowd gasped. Isn't that the singer from before? Where did they find her? She's 100 times more beautiful than the... She's stunning. There's no one around here as lovely as her, someone murmured. Gu Si-ning accepted the microphone with a smile and said, Hello, I'm Gu Si-ning. I will sing for you today. Cheers rose, and many people raised their phones to record. Others shared word, and those at home hurried out when they realized a singer of such grace had appeared. In moments the place was packed, the street itself was crowded. Staff asked which track to play, and she replied that she would sing unaccompanied. The organizers were baffled as they stepped down, and the stage filled with her clear, otherworldly voice. Silent waves swallowed the dusk hole, washing over the corners where the sky ends. A great fish swims through cracks in dreamland, gazing upon the silhouette of your slumber. Behold the sea and sky as one to hear the wind rise and rain fall. Luong had written many songs for her. This piece, Big Fish, was her favorite. The audience stood with mouths agape, utterly absorbed by the music, not only for the melody, but for Gu Si-ning's ethereal, elegant voice. When she reached the passage that floated into a sustained breathy, the delicate phrasing pierced the still air. People felt gooseflesh rise on their arms. Luong watched entranced. On that stage, she was like a sprite descended from some celestial realm. A rendition of Big Fish for you all. Thank you. When the song ended, she bowed. For a few stunned seconds the crowd was speechless, then applause crashed down like thunder. Encore. Another song. The audience cried. Gu Si-ning smiled gently and began another unaccompanied. Some younger viewers uploaded the clip to a short video platform. It unexpectedly gained momentum. The clip was then shared on microblogs and spread rapidly. Within a short time it became a trending topic online. Headlines sprang up shock. The campus beauty who had gone missing was actually performing small-town gigs, and former rising champion reduced to singing at local commercial events. It has been a long time since I last stood on stage. Gu Si-ning rarely encounters such opportunities as she sang 5 songs in a row, all written for her by Luong. These songs she had only sung in the recording studio before and had never been publicly released on any platform. Therefore, the promotional stage set up at the entrance of the supermarket in this small town is the premier location for these new songs. The townspeople below the stage are still unaware, or rather neither Gu Si-ning nor Luong expected that years later countless fans would come here to check in and take photos. Because this place would be firmly believed by a group of fans to be the debut ground of the world-class diva. Finally, after finishing the second song, Gu Si-ning stopped. With beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and delicate neck, she looked down at the audience and found that Luong had already taken the babies to the outermost circle. Otherwise, it would be difficult for so many people to exit now. Thank you, everyone. Today's performance is coming to an end, she said into the microphone, then bowed to take her leave. Although the audience below was still shouting for her to sing another song, and she wanted to continue, it had been a while since she left she now just wanted to return to the side of the babies and Luong. At this moment, a staff member, seeing her insist on ending, walked up to the stage and handed her a red envelope. Thank you, Miss Gu, for your wonderful performance. This is your performance fee for today. Gu Si-ning was slightly surprised as she did not expect to receive money, so this could be considered her first official commercial performance. Thank you. She smiled brightly, causing the audience below to be utterly captivated. Then she opened the red envelope and counted. It was exactly 500 yuan. The smile on her charming face instantly blossomed like a flower. She happily waved the money toward Luong in the distance. And this is for you too. Today, we're promoting green agricultural products. Hearing the staff member's words, Gu Si-ning looked down and saw that he was holding a basket of light green free-range eggs. Wow, there's a gift too. Why are these eggs so small? They're so cute. She picked up one egg and found it to be nearly half the size of a regular egg, still light green. Everyone remembered to buy the nutritious and healthy Wuxian free-range eggs. She waved the egg toward the audience below. Buy? The goddess said the cute free-range eggs must be bought. What honor does this free-range egg have to be endorsed by such a goddess? Yet she had no idea that this scene was captured and uploaded online, quickly trending in a new hot search. The goddess falls to endorse free-range eggs. Amidst the cheers, Gu Si-ning descended the stage, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for her. As she approached Luong, still about 10 meters away, one hand holding the basket and the other waving the red envelope, she hurriedly exclaimed, Look, I received my performance fee, 500 yuan. She presented the red envelope before Lu Ong, her small expression, one of pride much like a child waiting for praise. Lu Ong affectionately rubbed her perky nose. My wife is truly impressive. Congratulations on your successful first commercial performance. And this look free-range eggs. After receiving praise, Gu Sining eagerly lifted the basket of eggs to Lu Ong's eyes. Lu Ong extended his hand to take the basket, saying, these are our town's local specialties, a green agricultural product farming industry guided by the town's government. Those chickens have been free-range since they were young at the foot of Wuxian Mountain, and they have never eaten any artificial feed. Hearing this, Gu Sining suddenly realized and turned to look in the direction of Wuxian Mountain, but buildings obstructed her view, and she could only see the head of the immortal statue. It's a pity that it's inconvenient to go with the babies. I really want to go up the mountain to see that immortal stone, Gu Sining said with slight disappointment. No rush, when the babies grow a bit more we can take them to hike together. This outing made Gu Sining very satisfied. In the evening, after coaxing the babies to sleep, Lu Ong. This building is a 3-story standalone house. The first floor is used as a clinic, which would be a large villa if it were. But in the town, almost all houses are like this. Their room is on the 2nd floor, and the elderly couple started renovating it long before Lu Ong graduated from university. But the decoration style. Lu Ong looked at the gaudy cabinet doors beside the bed and felt a bit speechless. Even more outrageous was the chandelier in the living room on the 2nd floor. It was the kind with a remote control. Gu Sining had just curiously pressed a few buttons. As a result, the living room instantly transformed into a disco scene, with colorful lights nearly blinding both of them. While Gu Sining was still showering, Lu Ong, feeling bored, casually picked up his phone to browse. When he opened the social media app, his expression froze. What's with that expression? Gu Sining asked, entering the room with a mask on. You're trending. Several posts. Lu Ong grinned, unable to hold back his laughter, and handed her the phone. Gu Sining took the phone with confusion and sat on the bed muttering, why did I suddenly trend? When she saw the hot search topic at the top of the list, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fallen Goddess endorses free-range eggs. How can this trend? Then she clicked on the comments section, and the comments made her laugh so hard she clutched her stomach. Didn't they say she was being supported by a mysterious big shot? How did she end up endorsing free-range eggs? Looking at the scene in the video, it looks like a simple supermarket event from my hometown. So what if it's simple? Why do I feel a bit sad seeing her so happy with a few hundred yuan in performance fees and a basket? Me too, I feel a little heartbroken for her. She must have been abandoned by that mysterious big shot. Damn, those rich people are really heartless. If she were my wife, I would cherish her in my hands. Seeing this, Gu Sining suddenly pouted playfully, making a pitiful face. Big shot, why did you abandon me? You're so cruel. Whoa. Lu Ong was taken aback. Is she acting? All right, then I'll play along with you. Lu Ong instantly adopted a cold expression, his voice devoid of emotion as he said, who do you think you are? You're just a pretty face. I have no shortage of women around me. No woman in the world can keep my heart forever. After he finished speaking, he noticed Gu Sining's face suddenly pale. What's wrong? Lu Ong hurriedly asked softly. Woo. The tone you just used was so scary, how it felt like you really didn't want me anymore. It's over, she is really crying this time. Silly. Lu Ong immediately pulled her into his arms, gently comforting her. I was just teasing you, I will never leave you and the babies. Ah hiss. Just after he finished speaking, Lu Ong felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw 2 neat rows of teeth marks on his not-so-large chest. I let you scare me home. Looking at her triumphant little expression, Lu Ong finally understood that when it came to acting, he had completely lost to Gu Sining. At that moment, the phone rang, and Gu Sining handed it to Lu Ong without looking. Upon seeing it was a call from Gu Tianxian, Lu Ong hurriedly answered. Lu Ong, I have something to trouble you with. Dad, what's there to be polite about between us? The voice on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds after hearing Lu Ong's sudden change in tone, and even chuckled a few times. Hey, race the thing in a few days. Xingqian Qihong will be globally released, and I want to ask if you could write a theme song in the next. Don't worry, Dad, not a problem at all. Okay, then I'll go ahead and finalize the performer. No need for that, Dad, I already have someone suitable by my side. After receiving a call from Gu Tianxian, Lu Ong knew that his brief life in the small town must come to an early end. The next morning, Lu Ong informed his father about his early return. So you are leaving already? Lu Jiming felt extremely reluctant. However, he understood that his child's work was more important and did not try to keep him, only letting out a sigh. It's not easy for you to come back. Go pay respects to your grandfather. I will take the little ones with me, Lu Ong replied. The family then headed to the Lu family's ancestral tomb to perform the traditional rites for their ancestors. At the moment the rites concluded, Lu Ong heard the system notification sound. The little one recognizes their roots, reward of 100 Mengtai points. Lu Ong was slightly taken aback, not expecting an additional reward, and it was a one-time grant of 100 points. After exchanging for medical scriptures last time, he only had 100 points left, and there wasn't much saved up over the past few days. This 100 Mengtai points would be a lifesaver, as the global launch of the Xingqian phone was imminent, and it seemed the chip issue had been resolved. But Lu Ong knew that the lighthouse would not easily let go. After all, they were notoriously shameless and would definitely pull some so this 100 Mengtai points would be extremely useful. After the rites, they left Wuxian town under his father's reluctant gaze. Upon returning to Jiangdu, they entrusted the little ones to his mother's care, and the two of them went to Chintzy Music. With only 3 days until the launch, recording the song was completely feasible. In fact, the previous series of the Xingqian phone already had a theme song, but now it was a complete overhaul, which was why Gu Tianxin wanted Luong to write a new theme song. At the time, he was only asking out of hope as 3 days was too short, but to his surprise, Luong agreed immediately. As for which song to use, Luong had already selected it the night before while sleeping. This song was also a theme song for a mobile phone in the equal world of Earth. Its Chinese name is My Dream, and its English title is Dream It Possible. Yes, this is a bilingual version, and both versions sound great. Gu Xiling's voice is ethereal and elegant, capable of hitting high notes, making her a perfect match for this song. What about the English version? Is it too late to find someone now? Gu Xiling asked as she entered the recording studio. What are you looking for? Can't you speak English? Luong laughed. Huh, I have to sing the English version too. Gu Xiling exclaimed in surprise. Otherwise, you sing well enough. Since you want to debut, this is a grand opportunity, a world-class debut stage. Are you ready? Hearing Luong's words, Gu Xiling's expression turned serious as she nodded vigorously and walked into the recording studio. Meanwhile, the PR departments of several entertainment companies in Daxia visited Tianxin Technology. Inside Gu Tianxin's office sat the PR directors from 5 entertainment companies. Mr. Gu, are you really not considering our Su Yan? She is currently very popular in the country, and singing the Xingqian theme song would help with phone sales. Mr. Gu, our Xinran is also a newly emerging first-tier artist, especially well-known among the youth. Mr. Gu, our teacher Xiao Gang is an established artist, and he recently won the championship in the peak competition, rising to super first-tier status. Now is the best time for his fame. Gu Tianxin took a sip of tea and said helplessly, I already informed you yesterday that I have decided on the performer for the theme song, yet you all still insist on coming here. After receiving Gu Tianxin's response, the 5 fell silent for a moment. Finally, one attempted to ask, what about the English version? Since Xingqian is launching globally, there has to be an English version, and our Su Yan can sing that too. Gu Tianxin waved his hand and replied, the English version is also taken care of. Sorry, everyone. With that, disappointment was evident on the faces of the 5. This is the launch of Xingqian, as the rhythm set by the lighthouse has become a hot topic worldwide. When they learned that Tianxin was preparing to change the theme song, these entertainment companies erupted in excitement. This is a rare opportunity. If their artists could sing this theme song, it wouldn't just be about fame. More importantly, it would elevate their status, to put it bluntly, raising their profile instantly. Xingqian is set to sell globally, which means the artist's name would spread worldwide. Unfortunately, they only received the news yesterday and rushed to Kyoto only to find that everything was already decided. After leaving the office, they debated which company secured the singing rights, but they couldn't come up with any relevant clues. They were extremely curious about which lucky person had obtained this opportunity. Based on past experiences, theme songs are usually released in advance to build hype, so they would know the result in no more than 2 days. However, they didn't expect that the next morning the theme song for the Xingqian phone would be released. Moreover, it simultaneously topped trending charts, both domestically and internationally. My Dream, lyrics by Lu Gongzi, composed by Lu Gongzi, performed by Gu Xiling. Wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. Wasn't Gu Xiling selling free-range eggs 2 days ago? Same here, selling eggs 2 days ago, singing the Xingqian theme song today. Please forgive me, sisterly. From a small-town stage to a world-class theme song, what secrets lie behind this? Could it be that the big boss we criticized had a change of heart and decided to support her again? It seems so, and they even managed to get the now hottest Lu Gongzi to handle it. Lu Gongzi is amazing. Oh my, she even sings the English version. How powerful is the mysterious big boss? According to rumors, all domestic entertainment companies that approached have been declined. Wow, really? Did so many famous singers lose out to Gu Xiling? Oh, why isn't there a big boss to support me? In contrast, overseas, since people didn't know, Gu Xiling discussions focused entirely on the music. Oh, such beautiful music. Is the performer from Daxia? She looks like a fairy. Hearing this theme song, I'm getting more and more excited about the Xingqian phone. I hurry up and launch it. At this moment, there were still 2 days until the official launch of the Xingqian phone. In the office of the president of Lighthouse Tiange Technology, Mr. Charles, I don't understand why you haven't taken action before their launch, especially since the president himself ordered it. The president of Fruit Technology asked in confusion. Ha ha ha. Charles chuckled as he took a puff of his cigar. Perry, you're still too anxious, causing you to lose the keen foresight you once had. Think about it, if we intervene now, it will only cause them to lose the first batch of phones. But if we wait until they sell all the phones and then act, the users will find that the phones they bought have suddenly turned into bricks with no operating system available. What kind of scene do you think will unfold then? Perry suddenly enlightened, his face lighting up with excitement. 2 days later, the global launch of the Starship commenced as scheduled. It even coincided with the release time of the Fruit. This was previously inconceivable considering they are the 2 largest competitors in the world. In fact, Starship has always been slightly weaker, hence it usually avoids releasing at the same time as the Fruit. However, this time Starship came equipped with cutting-edge technology, and their confidence in this smartphone was unprecedented. The market's response confirmed they were right, even underestimating the anticipation this smartphone generated among users. The launch time was 8 in the morning in the Great Xia at Jiangdu Tianxin Square. In front of a minimally decorated flagship fruit store, a long queue formed even in the early morning. These were the most loyal fruit fans who always lined up like this during the annual fruit product launches, even taking leave just to let their entire social circle know they own the latest fruit smartphone. Starship is making such a big fuss, yet the fruit smartphone's popularity remains so high the line stretches to the roadside. Key domestic products will always be domestic products. What if they have underscreen cameras and high-end chips? They still lag after a year of use. The Starship store seems to be directly behind this building, so the queue there probably isn't as long as ours. Who wants to check? Why don't you go? I was here lining up since 1 in the morning. Hey, have you noticed something strange? What do you mean? Nothing seems off. The fruit release is as popular as ever. I mean, today's launch seems to be missing some familiar faces. You're right, where are those scalpers? Not one of them showed up today. Have they stopped wanting to make money? The fruit smartphones are always in high demand during releases. Scalpers can easily make thousands by flipping one. No way, that's impossible. At this moment, a fruit fan in line suddenly exclaimed loudly. When others asked, he said, "You just need to open Douyin." So the others quickly opened Douyin. They usually followed digital trends, and as soon as they opened it, they were met with numerous tech-related videos. At that moment, they all stumbled upon a viral video. The video showed a crowded commercial plaza, filled to the brim. The end of that queue, astonishingly, was right behind the building where they currently stood, and the Starship store was located at the plaza. Just moments ago, someone had said that the queue at the Starship store wouldn't be longer than theirs, but this video was a direct slap in the face. Not only was it longer, it was practically bursting the plaza. At that moment, the door of the fruit store finally opened, and the sale officially began. Simultaneously, the Starship store also opened its doors. Please step back and do not crowd. A maximum of 10 people can enter the store at a time. Please cooperate and maintain order. The property security loudly repeated through a loudspeaker. Fortunately, most of the customers were quite civilized and entered the store in batches as directed by the staff. At the front of the line stood a young man who arrived at 9 o'clock the previous night, guarding his spot at the door without leaving. He even draped a blanket over himself and took a nap at the door. Once the doors opened, he tossed the blanket aside and quickly. "I want to charge my card," he shouted loudly. "I'm sorry, sir, our initial stock is limited, so we can only allow 1 device per person." The sales assistant explained apologetically. In fact, the limited stock was just one reason. The main reason was to prevent scalpers. Among the 10 people entering the store too were scalpers who suddenly looked disappointed upon hearing this. After waiting an entire night, they could only buy 1 device. As seasoned scalpers, their instincts for digital products were far sharper than average. Thus, they were absolutely certain that this time the Starship phone would be in high demand, leading them to abandon flipping fruits for Star. But the outcome was utterly disappointing. "Why didn't you say this earlier? I wanted to get one for my goddess too." "I'm sorry, sir, in that case your goddess will need to come and queue herself. Sigh, she's so frail, how can she endure this? I'll give her my device and I can just queue again." After paying without hesitation, he was the first to obtain the new Starship smartphone. Looking at the exquisite packaging, he was about to open it, but thought about it being a gift for his goddess, so he forcefully resisted. The others, however, had no such concerns and unboxed their phones right outside the store, recording the entire process with their old devices. Those in line could only gaze at them with envy. When the phone was taken out of the packaging, those in line synchronously exclaimed, "Bro, check out the front camera. I can't wait to see what a true full screen looks like." "No problem, let me power it on first," he said, pressing the side power button. The screen displayed the CG animation shown during the launch event. After the animation, he initially thought he would have to wait a while to enter the operating interface. To his surprise, he transitioned in almost immediately after the animation ended. Wow, what an incredibly fast boot speed. This smooth boot time is no exaggeration. It leaves the fruit behind by a mile. "Camera, quick, check the camera." Hearing their urging, he first showed the front of the phone to others. At that moment, the phone screen was entirely a display. The camera's position blended perfectly with the background, making it invisible. "Indeed, there is no visible camera. Quickly open the camera app and try it out," he replied, and without turning the phone, he opened the camera in front of everyone. The moment he opened the camera, a faint blue light suddenly flashed in the center of the phone's screen. After the blue light vanished, a black camera mysteriously appeared. "Wow, that's amazing. This is cutting-edge technology, truly cutting-edge technology. Hurry up, those in front, I feel like ants are crawling all over me right now." At that moment, a scalper who had just exited the store sneered, "Hell, 1 device per person. No profit this time." What does 1 device per person mean?" someone asked in confusion. "It means limited release, so 1 person can only buy 1 unit, the scalper explained. "That's it. I was planning to get 1 for my girlfriend too. I was also planning to buy 1 for each family member." They were among the earlier arrivals, though they could only buy 1 unit, at least they would secure 1. But when this news reached those further back in line, they panicked. It was clear that there was insufficient stock, and it was very likely that by the time it was their turn, there would be none left. One girl, after hesitating several times, suddenly left the line and rushed toward the store entrance to grab the scalper. "I know you've been flipping fruit smartphones every year. Are you selling this Starship?" The scalper instantly smiled, having revealed the 1 device per person news for this reason. "Sure, of course I'm selling it. I bought this phone for 5,888. How much will you offer?" The girl frowned and considered for a moment before giving a price. "I'll offer 600. I'll offer 6500. At that moment, another person in line shouted out. Hearing that someone was trying to snatch her phone, the girl immediately felt displeased. How can you do this? I was here first. Miss, you must be mistaken. If it were in the store, the first to arrive would surely be the first to buy, but this guy is a scalper. You? I'll offer 6,500. I'll go with 6,600. This is unfair. I'll bid 7,000. Let my boyfriend transfer the money right now. Clearly the price the guy offered had exceeded the girl's payment capability, so she began calling for reinforcements. She opened her phone's messaging app, wondering which backup to choose from 126. Just as she was still deliberating which ATM to pick, someone from the back rushed out. This time it was a group. 8,000. I'll take it. 8,500. 9,000. Get lost, I'll bid 15,000. The price hikes became increasingly outrageous until one person shouted out the astronomical price of 15,000, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The original price was around 6,000, and here he was marking it up by 900. Even the scalpers were shocked at this moment. Even during the peak of fruit sales back in the day, he had never seen such a high mark. Looking at the crowd's reaction, this price seemed to be their psychological limit. Deal, he said, joyfully handing over the phone, while simultaneously receiving the 15,000 transfer. In just a few minutes, the scalper made a profit of 9,000. He immediately decided to queue up again, just in case luck smiled upon him, and there were more goods. This scene was not only happening in Jiangdu. Similar spectacles were occurring in specialty stores across major cities nationwide. This was the first batch of phones with only 10 million units released, and 4 million allocated to overseas markets. Domestically, only 6 million units remained, which when distributed among various specialty stores across the country was not really that many. However, Gu Tianxin had miscalculated. He thought that with only 4 million units sent abroad, they would be able to last until the second batch of phones was launched. As a result, Mr. Gu, we just received news from the Canada branch that all units were sold out within an hour. Please urgently arrange for more stock. Germany just sold out as well, requesting a restock. Comic Island is requesting a restock. Eagle Power is requesting a restock. Hearing his subordinates report, Gu Tianxin helplessly scratched his head. Almost every major market globally sold out within an hour except for the Lighthouse. Because the Lighthouse had no restrictions on fruit sales, while the Lighthouse itself had long banned the Star series from entering its market. Yet this very circumstance was leading to discontent among the digital enthusiasts in the Lighthouse. At this moment, the leading tech unboxing streamer on Twitter, Hisson, was conducting a live unboxing of the Star series launch. He was German and had queued early to snag a unit. He rushed back home to start the live stream, boasting a total of 6 million followers. In the West, this would certainly classify him as a super streamer. Therefore, within just a minute of starting his live stream, nearly 1 million viewers had gathered in the room. Among these million viewers, more than half were from the Lighthouse, as digital enthusiasts from other countries were busy queuing to grab phones. They could only resort to watching the live stream to indulge their cravings. Hello everyone, I am Hisson, your tech unboxing expert. Today we will be unboxing the hottest phone in the world right now, the Star series launch. First, let me report the price of this phone, which is 910 euros. This price is quite standard, about 96 euros more expensive than in Daxiao, which I'm sure everyone is used to by now. The Star series has always been sold at a relatively lower price in Daxiao, just as fruit would be cheaper in the Lighthouse. He began his usual opening remarks, starting with the phone's price. However, the audience in today's live stream seemed to be quite irritable, and the comments were not very friendly. FCK, you fat ass. I didn't come here to hear you talk about prices, I want to see the phone. Same here, we in the Lighthouse have nothing to sell. Let me see the world's first full-screen phone. I swear I won't vote for that guy Biden in the next election. He banned my beloved Star series. Oh brother, I'm just like you, I have to rely on friends to help me buy from Europe every year. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up with the unboxing, or I'll unsubscribe. Seeing that most of the comments were from Lighthouse viewers, Hisson revealed an understanding smile and casually joked, "Don't blame me, go blame your president." Then he formally began the unboxing. When the phone was fully revealed in the live stream, it sparked a wave of admiration. Oh my god, this is the perfect phone, I won't have to endure the front camera anymore. Haha, me too. I feel uncomfortable just seeing that camera, as someone with OCD. Quick, turn it on, oh I want to see the underscreen camera. Hisson knew they were anxious, so he didn't delay and pressed the power button directly. The audience reacted similarly to users in Daxia, all marveling at the lightning fast boot speed, but their focus was still on the camera. Hey guys, you see the screen is running normally, right? Good, don't blink. I'm about to open the camera function. Hisson pointed the phone directly at the camera and then opened the camera app. A faint blue light flashed, and a miraculous camera appeared, capturing the image displayed on the screen. Oh my god, it's perfect. This phone is simply a work of art, FCK. Why can't the Lighthouse get it? I'm a fruit fan, is it too late to switch to Star series now? Hey upstairs, check the news on the international version of Douyin. It seems many countries have already sold out. You're probably too late to switch as you simply can't buy it anymore. Huh. My brother is studying in Canada, he promised to give me one he grabbed. Oh, brother, are you selling it? Sell it to me, I guarantee, I'll give you a satisfactory price. This scene felt familiar. Meanwhile, in the office of the CEO of Tiange Technology, Charles was also conducting an unboxing, and his viewer was none other than the Fruit CEO Patrick. To get his hands on the phone, he had sent someone to Canada yesterday and bought it at a hefty price from a scalper, then immediately flew. Oh Patrick, look at this phone, it's truly a work of art. Hearing Charles' words of praise, Patrick, despite feeling 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, had to admit one fact. That is, this phone is indeed the most perfect phone in the world right now, far surpassing his own Fruit phone. Charles, the sales data for Fruit just came out showing a drop of 40 compared to the same period last year. Patrick's hands rubbed his face in frustration. But the supply of Star series this time is obviously insufficient. So many people simply couldn't buy the first batch of phones, meaning that 40 of Fruit fans would rather wait than buy Fruit. It seems so. Can I ask you to help me out, or else Fruit is really going to be finished? You still can't be patient. They just sold out 10 million units. With sales this hot, how much do you think Tianjin will increase? 50 million. 100 million. Think carefully. The more they ship, the worse they will die in the end. After seeing the sales boom of the Star series, Patrick had been restless all morning and came here. Now, after some comfort, he finally felt a bit at ease. As long as Tianjin intervened, there wouldn't be a phone they couldn't crush. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Patrick received the news that the first batch of 10 million units of the Star launch series had sold out completely. In contrast, his Fruit phones were stacked with a full 50 million units in the warehouse, and production was still ongoing. Originally, he thought that since Gao Xing had taken action, Star would definitely be doomed. So he raised the prices and split the sales, hoping to make a hefty profit in this opportunity. However, he never expected that Xia had developed an ice engraving machine. Not only did Star survive, but Gao Xing ended up perishing first. What kind of situation is this? Now the scene of selling out in just a few hours should have happened at the global flagship store for Fruit phones. But now it's completely reversed, leaving Patrick feeling sour inside. But there was nothing he could do. The eyes of the users were sharp, and more Fruit fans were turning to Star. Even if there was no stock, they were willing to wait and would not buy the readily available Fruit phones. Although he was anxious, he understood that, as Charles said, acting now could indeed put a stop to Star, but it shouldn't harm their. Just wait a little longer, endure a bit more. Once they have sold out all their stock, that will be their doom. Patrick continually reassured himself in his heart. In the office of President Gu Tianxin, he put down the report with a headache and asked, "How long until the next batch of goods?" Secretary Xiaohan replied, "President Gu, we had prepared sufficient stock here, but the progress on the navigator's side, I just inquired, and they can supply 50 million chips within the next 2 weeks. Then use as many as we have, and the chips produced each day should be immediately shipped to the phone factory for installation. Additionally, you should carefully study the distribution between domestic and international markets." Gu Tianxin sighed softly after speaking. This was the only way out. After all, the navigator had just been established, and the quantity of ice engraving machines was severely insufficient. The urgency was pressing, and he felt a lot of pressure. To save costs, it would be best to wait until the chips arrived in 2 weeks, and then ship everything at once. Continuing daily shipments like this would definitely increase costs, but compared to the product's reputation, this loss was negligible. The popularity of Star phones could be seen across major social platforms. Today, 6 million units were shipped domestically, which when distributed was not much, with only a small portion of people actually getting the phones. So now videos showcasing the Star launch phone could trend, even slightly filling the comment section with envy. Tianxin, I apologize everyone, but due to insufficient stock, today's phones have all sold out. However, the good news is that tomorrow the headquarters will urgently allocate some stock. Hearing the official announcement from the store, the entire square suddenly became noisy. What the hell? I got up in the middle of the night to line up, and now you're telling me there's no stock. If I had known, I would have lined up last night. Didn't you say there would still be stock tomorrow? I'm not leaving today. Oh, I'll keep queuing, and if I get hungry, I'll just order takeout. This is too popular. Even scalpers have no stock left. Even if there were, would you be willing to buy? That scalper just sold the ones in hand for 15000. It's terrifying. Those who didn't get a spot were immensely disappointed. Lu Xing was one of them. After returning to work from his hometown, he had originally planned to invite his goddess out for dinner right away, and then give her a signed photo from Lu Gongzi. However, a couple of days ago, he saw the goddess post on social media that she really wanted a Star launch phone. So he planned to buy one when the phone was released, and give it to her along with the signed photo. He never expected that this phone would be so popular that even employees of Tianjin couldn't get their hands on it. Due to the tight supply, the company had long stated that internal personnel were strictly forbidden from using their positions to obtain phones. Lu Xing worked in the communications department, which was not even in the same division as the phones, making it even harder for him to obtain one. So he had gotten in line early, but now the situation left him in a dilemma. He had already arranged to meet the goddess for lunch in the afternoon, saying he had a surprise for her. But now there were no phones for sale. After thinking it over, he could only call his cousin Luong. After explaining the situation, Luong simply replied, "We're just about to go out and introduce the future sister-in-law. Alright, just don't forget to bring a phone with you." Lu Xing reminded. "Don't worry, there are a dozen phones at Xining's place. It's just for relatives and friends." After hearing Luong's words, he finally felt relieved. He hadn't intended to trouble Luong, but now he had no choice. After sending the location of the meeting point, he left Tianjin Square directly. At a relatively upscale Western restaurant, Lu Xing arrived to find that the goddess had actually arrived early. "Sorry, Zhuoran, I'm late," Lu Xing said apologetically. "It's okay, I actually just arrived a little while ago," Zhuoran replied with a smile. Zhuoran stood up and smiled. She wasn't particularly stunning, but had a charming girl-next-door aura. She was a graduate student at Jiangdu University of Science and Technology, majoring in communications. They met at an industry exchange event, and Lu Xing fell in love with her at first sight. After they sat down, Lu Xing nervously rubbed his hands, suddenly forgetting the opening line he had prepared. This led to an awkward silence. Seeing this, Ran covered her mouth and chuckled, pulling out her phone to play a song. Have you heard this song? Of course I have. It's the theme song of Star Launch, and it's globally trending right now. Lu Xing replied immediately after hearing, yes, it's a great song, and I really like the singer Gu Xining. She's simply beautiful. She makes even a girl like me feel fluttery. And do you know? The lyrics and music for this song were actually done by Lu Gongzi. You know I really like Lu Gongzi. Lu Xing slightly opened his mouth at this, recalling that earlier Luong seemed to have said he would take his sister-in-law out for shopping and conveniently deliver the phone to him. Congratulations, this must be a double delight for you having your favorite composer and singer collaborating together. Lu Xing smiled, keeping a small secret without explaining in advance. Once his cousin and Gu Xining arrived, it would also be a big surprise for her. So now should he give her a small surprise first? With this thought, Lu Xing took out the signed photo he had sealed in a bag and handed. This is a signed photo of Lu Gongzi for you, Lu Xing said, looking at Ran with high expectations, hoping to see a surprised expression on her face. However, Ran picked it up, glanced at it, and then smiled, saying, Lu Xing, I appreciate your intention, but you don't need to bring me a fake photo to cheer me up, right? Fake photo. Lu Xing, being a science student and not good with words, suddenly turned red with anxiety. This isn't a fake photo, it's really a signed photo of Lu Gongzi. Uffed. Ran burst into laughter. You silly fool, be honest, were you deceived? How much did you pay for this photo? Pay. I didn't pay anything. I personally took the photo of Lu Gongzi and watched him sign it. Lu Xing explained. Sigh. Ran supported her forehead with her hand. Lu Gongzi is definitely a very weathered uncle. After all, he can write songs like Xiao Chou. The person in this photo is simply the visual representative of an idol group. Are you telling me he is Lu Gongzi? But it's okay, I know you just want to cheer me up, but don't be so easily fooled next time. Let's order. To thank you for being so sincere, I'll treat you today. Without waiting for Lu Xing to speak, Ran directly started ordering, while Lu Xing said to the waiter, please add 2 sets of chopsticks. Is there a friend coming too? Ran's face became a bit unnatural since Lu Xing hadn't informed her in advance that someone else would be coming. This should be the place, right? Luong and Gu Xining exited the elevator, then compared it with the location received on their phones. They were in a shopping mall on the 4th floor of a Western restaurant. However, Gu Xining was not paying attention to that as she was excitedly looking at the dazzling array of shops. It had been a long time since she last went shopping. Today they didn't bring the baby out, they just wanted to enjoy shopping. Hey, is that the one? Gu Xining asked, pointing to a shop. Luong glanced over and checked his phone. You Island Western Restaurant, that's it, let's go. Confirming the location, the two made their way across the walkway. At that moment, the mall speaker switched songs, and a familiar melody began to play. You're really popular now, this theme song is playing everywhere, Luong remarked. They had heard this song at least 7 or 8 times while walking through the shops. The song is popular, but I'm not even wearing a mask, and no one has come up to ask for my autograph. Gu Xining muttered. That's because you released the song directly, and you didn't appear in person. One day I'll make you a music video to make up for it. Wait a moment, I need to go to the restroom. Okay, I'll wait for you. Just as Gu Xining entered the restroom, Luong's phone received a message from his cousin. Xiaoang, hurry up, help. After listening to the voice message, Lu Ang's expression turned anxious, thinking something had happened to his cousin. He glanced toward the restroom. It was only 20 meters away from the restaurant, so he hurried over alone. Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere had already dropped to freezing point. The ordering had stopped halfway. Ran was silently looking down, feeling that she might have said too much earlier, but was too embarrassed to speak. Lu Xing, needless to say, was even more anxious. His introverted nature made him glance toward the door every second. Finally, Luong's figure appeared at the entrance. Xiaoang, over here. He quickly stood up and waved, but didn't dare to shout too loudly for fear of disturbing others. Luong sighed in relief upon seeing that his cousin was fine and turned back to check the restroom, noticing Gu Xining was still inside. He sent a message saying he had entered the restaurant and told her to come over when she was done. Upon reaching the table, Luong immediately sensed that something was off with the atmosphere. Brother, what's going on? Luong asked softly. Let me introduce you. This is Ran. Hearing Lu Xing's voice, Ran finally looked up and saw a tall, incredibly handsome young man standing by the table, her eyes filled with astonishment. At a glance, she recognized him as the one from the earlier photo whom she referred to as the visual representative of the boy band. Hello, I'm Ran, a friend of Lu Xing. Hello, I'm Luong, Lu Xing's cousin. Luong extended his hand for a brief shake. Ran, I'm not lying to you, my cousin is indeed Lu Gongzi, Lu Xing said with newfound confidence now that the main person had arrived. However, Ran looked at Luong and helplessly shrugged, saying, Look at your brother insisting on calling you Lu Gongzi just to make me happy. Only then did Luong understand what had happened. He turned to Ran and said, Actually, my brother is not lying to you. Huh? Ran exclaimed in shock. Are you guys serious? Never mind, never mind. She waved her hands repeatedly and then said to Lu Xing, I actually know your intentions, and I'm very grateful for how attentive you are to me, but today. As she spoke halfway, she suddenly froze. Her gaze was directed towards the entrance of the restaurant, where she spotted a woman with an utterly perfect figure walking and looking around, as if searching for someone. What was more important than her figure was her appearance. What's wrong, Ran? Lu Xing asked worriedly. But Ran ignored him, took out her phone, and opened the album containing a few photos. These were photos she found after searching for the singer's information upon hearing the song, My Dream, 2 days ago. The photos included posters from last year's rookie competition and screenshots from the event. After carefully comparing the photos, she excitedly jumped up her face, flushed, pointing toward the entrance. She is Gu Xining. It seemed she heard someone calling her name. Gu Xining glanced over, and then smiled brightly as she walked toward them. She's coming, she's coming. Zhuo Ran covered her heart, trembling with excitement. No way is she really coming to our table. Oh no, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Moments later, Gu Xining really walked up to their table and stopped. At that moment, Zhuo Ran was no longer excited. She felt completely dazed, as if she were dreaming, overwhelmed by the surreal experience. Technically, she had only become a fan of Gu Xining 2 days ago, but that didn't hinder her admiration. In her heart, Gu Xining was the most perfect woman in the world. But now this perfect idol was actually standing right at Sister-in-law, you're here. Lu Xing shyly greeted. Cousin, is this our future sister-in-law? Oh, you're teasing me. Gu Xining joked. Lu Xing scratched the back of his head, his face turning red. At this moment, Zhuo Ran looked confused and asked Lu Xing, what did you just call her? Oh, Lu Xing replied foolishly. I called her sister-in-law. She is my brother's wife. Zhuo Ran's mouth fell open in shock, glancing between Gu Xining, Lu Ong, and Lu Xing. Then she covered her face with both hands, muttering, if this is a dream, then let me not wake up. Gu Xining, confused about the situation, smiled and said, brother, aren't you going to introduce us? Oh right, Lu Ong has already introduced himself. Zhuo Ran, this is Gu Xining. This is Zhuo Ran. I'm a friend of Lu Xing formally introduced her, and Zhuo Ran lowered her hands, her face now completely flushed. The moment she shook hands with Gu Xining, she realized this was truly not a dream. Miss Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been listening to your songs on repeat these past few days. Zhuo Ran finally regained some composure and was able to speak normally. Really? Gu Xining's voice was filled with surprise, thrilled to meet a fan. Thank you for liking my songs. They are simply amazing. By the way, I'm absolutely obsessed with that song Big Fish. Unfortunately, that song only has a live version and no instrumental yet. This was Gu Xining's first time encountering a fan offline, and it was clear that Zhuo Ran was a dedicated fan, making her very happy. What a coincidence. I also love Big Fish. Can I ask who wrote this song? It was also written by Lu Gongzi. No wonder it's so good. But why did you point at him when you mentioned Lu Gongzi? Zhuo Ran asked in confusion. When Gu Xining said this, she pointed at Lu Ong beside her. Because he is Lu Gongzi. All my songs are written by him. Gu Xining smiled sweetly. Zhuo Ran was once again frozen in place. If Lu Xing's words could not be trusted, then, when Gu Xining personally told her that Lu Ong was indeed young Master Lu, she unhesitatingly chose to believe. Moreover, she also caught hold of even more important information. Gu Xining was her current favorite singer. Young Master Lu was her current favorite composer. And then, they were actually a pair. So the triplet photos shared by Gu Xining were with young Master Lu. Young Master Lu was the mysterious big shot who supported Gu Xining. Zhuo Ran's eyes sparkled. This was too good to be true. Her two favorite musicians turned out to be a couple in real life. Zhuo Ran exclaimed, are you okay, Zhuo Ran? Seeing her suddenly dazed, Lu Xing asked with concern. I'm fine. Zhuo Ran smiled as she replied, everyone please take a seat. What do you want to eat? Today it's my treat. That won't do today, I invited you out. Shut up. I said it's my treat, do you dare to pay today? Lu Xing was rendered speechless by the retort and could only sit quietly. By the way, this is the phone you wanted. After Gu Xining sat down, she took out 2 well-packaged boxes from her bag. Thank you, sister-in-law, I'll transfer the money to you right away, Lu Xing said, taking out his phone to make the transfer. No, cousin, these phones were originally meant to be gifts for family and friends. If you pay, it makes me feel like an outsider. Lu Xing froze for a moment and glanced at Lu Ong for help. Just take them, bro. Just give the kids a big red envelope, Lu Ong said with a smile. That's a must. Only then did Lu Xing accept the 2 phones. He had just looked up when he found Zhuo Ran staring intently at his hand. Here, a surprise for you, Lu Xing said, foolishly handing her one of the phones. Is this the Starship? Zhuo Ran took the box and examined it closely. Wow, it really is. Where did you get it? Didn't they sell out everywhere? Seeing her so happy, Lu Xing felt overjoyed. But he didn't know whether he could reveal Gu Xining's true identity to Zhuo Ran, so he said, my sister-in-law has special channel. Zhuo Ran looked at Gu Xining in surprise and said, Miss Gu, you are truly amazing. Lu Xing is an internal employee of Tianxin and can't even get one phone. My dad had the factory send it to me directly. Gu Xining said generously, as there was no need to hide her identity. Given the current situation, her fame was inevitable. It would be impossible to conceal it later, and she had never considered hiding. Your dad. Your last name is Gu. Zhuo Ran seemed to understand something and directly covered her mouth with her hand, her pupils slightly constricting. No wonder Gu Xining was criticized a while ago, and overnight, all her previous momentum vanished. No wonder that theme song coveted by many famous singers was snatched by Gu Xining. No wonder she could casually bring out 2 such hard-to-get Starship phones. All of this was because of that man. It's her dad. She is actually the legendary little princess of Tianxin Group. My goodness. Zhuo Ran's heart was screaming madly what on earth was happening today. One surprise after another kept coming, and she felt her mind was completely overwhelmed today. There were too many shocks for her to digest slowly. Although she was immensely shocked, she knew that showing it would be impolite, so she simply said, So that's how it is. Then she seemed to remember something and said to Lu Xing, by the way, isn't your dream to enter Tianqian's 5G development? Chill. Lu Xing hurriedly stopped her from continuing. Zhuoran also realized she had spoken too much and quickly covered her mouth. Although she had only said half of her sentence, Luong and Gu Sinning understood what she was trying to express. A few years ago, Tianqian established a new team called the 5G Communication Research Group. Currently, the world is using 4G communication. How important is 4G communication? In a nutshell, the advent of 4G communication has created a thriving market for smartphones. In other words, the operation of smartphones requires faster network support, and 4G just happens to meet this need. However, Tianqian has never focused solely on the present. From the 1G, 2G, and 3G eras to the current 4G era, the standard-setting power for network communications, or the power of discourse, has always been in the hands of the West. Despite the current popularity of Starship phones, they still have to pay a large number of various communication patent fees to the West every year. Therefore, Tianqian wants to seize the high ground as much as possible before the next 5G era arrives. If possible, securing the standard-setting rights for 5G would be fantastic. Cousin, do you want to join the 5G development team? Gu Sinning asked directly. Well, my dream during college was to join Tianqian's 5G team, but now I've already taken the first step. I am now a formal employee of Tianqian. I believe that if I work hard for a few more years, I will definitely be able to get in. Mentioning his major, Lu Xing's bashfulness instantly transformed into confidence with light shining in his eyes. Zhuoran quietly watched him, feeling that Lu Xing looked very handsome at this moment, even comparable to his brother Luong. Gu Sinning also understood her cousin wanted to advance through his own efforts, so she smiled and encouraged. Then cousin, you must work hard. Tianqian is full of talent, and the competition is extremely fierce. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I can do it. Lu Xing clenched his fist tightly. I will also work hard with you. The team led by my advisor is also collaborating with Tianqian's 5G team. Oh, is that so? Zhuoran spoke at this moment. Lu Xing's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Huh. So that means you are already considered part of Tianqian's 5G team. You could say that. Zhuoran teased. How could this happen? Lu Xing suddenly cried out in despair, causing the three to burst into laughter. They enjoyed the meal very much, and Zhuoran and Gu Sinning quickly became close friends who could talk about anything. She even sang her unreleased new song to Zhuoran, who had never felt so fulfilled as she did today. She also became much closer to Lu Xing. In the end, Zhuoran resolutely paid for the meal today, and then the four of them went shopping together. In the following days, whenever they had free time, they gathered for meals, sometimes bringing along the three babies. When she first met the three little cuties, Zhuoran felt her heart melting. Thus, as Starship continued to soar in popularity, Tianqian was fully engaged in the effort. They had almost completed their target, having shipped nearly 60 million phones so far. However, today a video from overseas suddenly sparked intense discussion. The person in the video was from Germany and was using a Starship to demonstrate how to download applications. But no matter how he tapped, he couldn't open the Tiange App Store. It should be noted that in the entire West except for Fruit phones, other phones need to use the Tiange Mall to download applications. Although one can directly visit the application official website to download, people in this era have become accustomed to convenient operations. Moreover, a single phone might need dozens of applications, so looking for each one on the official website would be cumbersome. The comment section revealed some dangerous signals. Mine too, suddenly I can't open the Tiange store. You're not alone, a mine also suddenly can't open it. I was just trying to download a game. Me too, I wanted to download an application, I still had to use Tiange to search for the official website to download it. What's going on? Is there a problem with Starship phones? In the Tiange Technology President's office, Charles looked at the video and sneered. Are they anxious? Don't panic, this is just... The next day, at the headquarters of Tianqian. Mr. Gu, we have received collective feedback from the overseas market that the Xingqian phone cannot access the Tiange Mall. Secretary Xiaohan furrowed her brows tightly. As the president's secretary, she rarely displayed such a demeanor. Is it just the overseas market? Yes, Mr. Gu. What about other phones using the Tiange system? They're all... I understand. Gu Tianqian sighed, clenching his jaw. He never expected that after Gao Xing's attempt to suppress Tianqian, failed Tiange technology would come into play. It was evident that Tiange technology was targeting the Xingqian phone as all other phones were unaffected. Yet the Xingqian was unable to access the Tiange Mall, including previous models of the Xingqian series. Moreover, he knew that banning the use of the Tiange Mall was just the first step. What if Tiange technology directly announced a ban on Tianqian's use of the Tiange operating system next? No need to think. That would be a catastrophic blow to any phone. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called the development department. What's the progress? He asked in a deep voice. Sorry, Mr. Gu, we still need at least 6 months. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Gu Tianqian hung up with a sigh. In fact, he had long anticipated this scenario, which is why he had already begun assembling a team to develop his own operating system. This task was not difficult, it just required time. The Tiange system is open source globally, they only needed to develop a new system based on this one. The real challenge lay in creating a software ecosystem once the system was developed. For example, all current software is programmed based on the Tiange system. If a new system emerges now, but there are no compatible software applications on the market, then this system would just be an empty shell. Originally, Gu Tianxin had planned to develop the system first, and then unify domestic software developers to establish a software ecosystem in the market of over 1 billion people in Daxia. The software ecosystem could be established quickly. However, Tiange chose to strike at this moment, while the new system still needed a full 6 months. This was no longer just a matter of whether a software ecosystem could be established. The Xingqian phone wouldn't last until... The only good news for now was that domestic users were not affected. They could still use various application malls available in the country. However, if Tiange delivered the final blow, the version of Xingqian Qihong would never receive updates. Yet all software would continuously update alongside the operating system. Who knows, after a few versions, the software on the market might not even be compatible with the old version of the system, rendering the phone useless. Gu Tianxin furrowed his brows, picking up his phone to call Luong, but paused just as he was about to dial. It seemed he had developed a habit of wanting to reach out to Luong first whenever he faced difficulties. However, despite Luong being brilliant and having developed the ice engraver, that was a completely different field from programming. Even if Luong could program, it would be too late now. A new system requires at least tens of thousands of lines of code. Unless Luong could perform shadow clone jutsu, he wouldn't be able to manage in time. But indeed, Luong could not perform such a technique. However, he possessed abilities far beyond that. At Navigator Technology, there was a research lab exclusively for Luong. Only he could enter without Luong's permission. The external security layers were increasingly stringent, and at that moment Luong was alone in the research lab. In front of him sat a topophthalene computer, but he was not operating it at all, as his consciousness was completely immersed in the tech classification Luong was rapidly flipping through. Where's the operating system? Let me see. This is the computer operating system, not urgent for now. Hiss. The battleship operating system, too far away. Wow. A primitive artificial intelligence, TSK TISC. Too expensive, can't afford it. Found it. The mobile operating system, let's open it and take a look. There are so many options. Let's see if there's one that suits the current level of the launching phone. Luong mumbled as he searched. The operating systems inside were indeed diverse. There was even an operating system for a battleship, a science fiction creation, but it was too far from Langsing's current technological level. They would need to build a battleship first before discussing it. As for artificial intelligence that matched Langsing's current level, after all, artificial intelligence was being developed globally. For example, Daxias, such as the Black Cat Spirit and Xiaodu. However, Luong felt those things couldn't even be considered artificial intelligence at best. They were just intelligent nuisances. And those robots that looked very intelligent were actually just customer service, playing a question and answer game with you in the background. Unfortunately, they were too expensive. Luong currently had only over 110 Mengbao points, not enough to trade for them. There were quite a few mobile system operating systems, but it also depended on whether they suited the current development level of mobile phones. For instance, Luong just spotted a virtual phone operating system. Exchanging it would be useless. The technology for virtual phones does exist, but after Luong reviewed it, he found that it couldn't be manufactured with Langsing's current technological capabilities. The primary issue was the lack of materials, and these materials weren't available on launching at all. After searching for a while, Luong's eyes lit up. He finally found a suitable operating system. This system was called Pangu. After carefully confirming, Luong felt that this Pangu system could perfectly match the current launching phone. Moreover, it only required 200 Mengbao points, which was quite affordable. Most importantly, this system had a very incredible feature. It could automatically convert any software into a compatible. As mentioned earlier, the biggest challenge for a new system is the software ecosystem. However, the Pangu system perfectly solved this problem. Once this system is installed, all software on the phone would automatically convert. Furthermore, even software developed based on the fruit system can be converted at will. TSK TISC fruit technology, good luck. Luong didn't hesitate and directly exchanged for this operating system, then imported it directly into his phone. A prompt appeared on the phone interface. Pangu system is being installed. Installation successful. Would you like to adjust the compatibility of existing software and overwrite the original system? Yes. No. Luong directly chose yes. Software is converting. Conversion successful. The original system has been overwritten. Curious, Luong operated his phone, now running the Pangu system, and casually opened a large software application. Instant access. It's worth noting that although the Xingqian Qihang's performance had already surpassed Apple's previously, now Luong was opening a large graphical software. Even the Xingqian Qihang needed a full 10 seconds to enter the operational interface. However, now instant access. Not only did this system have excellent performance, but it also optimizes the software during the conversion process. That's why such remarkable performance was achieved. Perfect. Luong couldn't help but exclaim, and then he exported the system's source code onto a CD. Holding the CD, Luong was about to notify Gu Tianxin when he seemed to remember something and opened the system again. Let's create a dedicated music platform for Xining as well, he muttered to himself. In Canada, the capital city of Wencheng. This is one of the key strategic locations for Tianxin in the overseas market. According to sales reports, Canada's sales account for 42% of the total overseas volume. Gu Wanhua has been here for a month, and everything was going smoothly until now. The most serious chip issue has been resolved by Luong, and Xingqian Qihang has successfully topped the global smartphone sales chart. However, before they could celebrate, problems started to arise with the phones. I truly apologize. I really like this phone, but it cannot access the Tienga store or Tienga maps. Even all the software under Tienga cannot be used. So, please allow me to return it. At the largest Xingqian store in Wenqing, a customer was earnestly explaining the reasons for his return. Gu Wanhua frowned slightly, took the customer's phone, and operated it for a few moments, confirming his claims. None of the software under Tienga could be used, with Tienga Mall and maps being the most critical. I apologize. I will arrange for your refund immediately. Gu Wanhua provided no further explanation and directly instructed the staff to proceed with the return process. It was only 9 a.m., and this was already the third customer wanting to return. Moreover, this customer was relatively polite. The previous two had stormed in, yelling and berating the sales staff to the point of tears as they processed their returns. Manager Gu, what should we do? 3 customers have returned their purchases already, the store manager asked with concern. Sigh. Prepare yourselves, if this is just the beginning. Gu Wanhua also wore a worried expression. In fact, it wasn't just Wenqing. All overseas specialty stores began to see returns today. By noon, as Gu Wanhua had predicted, a large number of customers rushed into the stores shouting for refunds, and even Gu Wanhua personally stepped in to assist them. At Tienga Technology. Cheers. I must thank you, Mr. Charles. Patrick's face was flushed, clearly having... He started drinking as soon as the wave of returns began at various Xingqian stores today. No, Patrick. Charles, reclining with his legs crossed, swirled his wine glass. His face also flushed. You should thank Mr. Bayarden. He is the one who instructed me to do this. Otherwise, to be honest, I would have been quite pleased to see fruit technology eliminated by Tianjin. Patrick paused, awkwardly laughing. What you say makes no sense. Although the fruit operating system is unique compared to the global user base, your Tienga system still sits firmly in first place. While saying this, Patrick secretly felt grateful that he had the fruit system and was not subjected to Charles' restrictions. Haha, of course no one can shake the status of the Tienga operating system in this world. However, speaking of which, although the Xingqian users in the Western market are returning in large numbers, the domestic market in Daxia has not yet been significantly affected. Hearing Charles' words, Patrick suddenly became excited. Mr. Charles, are you going to use the final move now? Since it was Mr. Bayarden's direct order, I have no choice but to comply. He will only be satisfied if Xingqian is completely crushed. Charles said as he picked up the phone and called the public relations department. After saying a few words, he hung up and raised his glass. Patrick, let us toast in advance to the death of Xingqian. Cheers. In the meeting room of Tianjin Technology, everyone, that's all for today. We can no longer hold our ground in the overseas market. Please shift your focus to the domestic market. At least for now, domestic users have not been affected. We just need to hold on for 6 months. Once our new system is developed, we still have a chance to fight back. Gu Tianjin slammed his hands on the table, shouting angrily. Just then, Secretary Xiaohan rushed in looking flustered and didn't even knock on the door. Gu Tianjin's heart sank. If Xiaohan was this flustered, something serious must have happened. Sure enough, Xiaohan rushed in and said, Manager Gu Tienga has issued an announcement. In an instant, the meeting room fell into silence. The official account of Tienga Technology surged to the top of the trending list in just 10 minutes due to this announcement. Due to uncontrollable reasons, our company has decided to prohibit Tianjin Technology from using our Tienga system effective immediately. What's going on? Didn't they say there was no issue in the domestic market? I was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, thinking Tienga wouldn't take action against our Daxia homeland, but unexpectedly their first move was the most ruthless. Can someone explain what impact Tianjin's actions will have on Xingqian? Not much impact, but soon your Xingqian Qihang phone will be unable to use any software. How could this happen? Didn't Tianjin and Tienga sign a contract? Can they just enforce a ban? A contract was definitely signed, but what appears to be a confrontation between two companies is in reality the lighthouse exerting pressure on our Daxia. How can a mere contract stop this? Shameless lighthouse. When they can't win in a fair fight, they resort to underhanded tactics. What can we do? After all, our lifeline is in their hands. What about Linghao Technology? They resolved the chip issue last time. Not much hope. Linghao specializes in chips, which is a completely different field from software development. What should I do? I've had my phone for less than a month, and I really like this model. What can I do? I can only choose to return it. After all, several thousand yuan is not a small amount for me. I won't return it. After all, this is a phone of significant representation for our Daxia. I'll keep it as a souvenir. Everyone listen to me. If the conditions are good, don't return. If the conditions are average, it's best to return it. Ha ha ha, keep bragging, Xingqian fans, keep bragging. Now even the phones are gone. Fruit is the true YYDS, an independent operating system that no one can sanction. At Linghao Technology, Luong finally stepped out of the RD room, holding a disc. Brother Tang, can you deliver this disc to Tianjin as fast as possible? Luong asked Tang Long, who had been waiting at the door. No problem, it won't take more than 2 hours. Tang Long took the disc and immediately set off. Not long after, a warplane 20 took off from a military airport in Jiangdu, flying towards Kyoto, 3,000 kilometers away at a cruising speed of 1.8 Mach. At this moment, Gu Tianjin's eyes were bloodshot as he paced back and forth in the development department. Manager Gu, you haven't slept for 2 days and nights, go get some rest. Xiaohan's eyes were filled with concern. How can I sleep? Huh? Qihong. It's only been a month since its launch, and it's already going to break down. I owe it to Daxiao and to the numerous users who have always supported Xingqian. Gu Tianxian appeared to have aged significantly in an instant with even a few strands of white hair at his temples. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Several soldiers marched in unison to the entrance of the development department. The leader saluted and said, "Longting Army on the orders of Mr. Linghao, I have brought a disc for Mr. Gu. Please accept it." Upon hearing the term navigator, Gu Tianxian was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was an official title for Luong. His heart surged with joy. Could it be? "Thank you, can I ask what is on the disc?" Gu Tianxian couldn't help but swallow hard, his expression turning tense. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, did not mention it himself, and we have no authority to inquire." "All right, please take a seat. Let me check the contents of the disc." When Gu Tianxian took the disc, several members of the Longting team saluted sharply before turning in unison to leave. Gu Tianxian, aware of the strict military discipline, did not attempt to detain them. He rushed to a computer, trembling hands tearing open the simple exterior of the disc. At that moment, members of the development department gathered around, noticing the words Pangu engraved on the front of the disc. Someone asked Mr. Gu, "Why are there still people using such an old-fashioned disc and such a domineering name?" "Yes, Mr. Gu, you seem quite excited about getting the disc. What exactly is inside?" Gu Tianxian glanced at them and candidly said, "I'm not sure what it is, but I'm excited because I have a rough idea of what might." With that, Gu Tianxian inserted the disc into the drive. As he listened to the long unheard sound of the disc being read, everyone's gaze curiously focused on the computer screen. Finally, rows of dense code appeared on the screen. "What kind of program is this?" "This is a programming style I've never seen before, with over 30,000 lines of code." "Indeed, how massive must this program be?" "Wait, this programming style is quite novel, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity with these code combinations?" "You have a point. Logically, it does resemble the mobile operating system we are developing." Bang! Suddenly, Gu Tianxian slammed his hands on the table and slowly stood up, his eyes tightly shut. They even noticed tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. "Mr. Gu, what's wrong? Did we disturb you?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I'll be quieter." However, Gu Tianxian remained silent, his body slightly trembling, and after a long moment, he finally opened his eyes again. "You all say this is an operating system, right?" he asked, as he wasn't very knowledgeable about programming. Initially filled with doubt, but upon hearing their words, he was instantly certain that the disc contained what he had been longing for. "Mr. Gu, it merely looks similar. After all, no operating system with this programming style has appeared on the market." "Haha, resemblance is expected. If it hasn't appeared, then even more so. When has what he created ever been seen by anyone?" Just as they were lost in confusion, Gu Tianxian said in a deep voice, "Immediately import this code into the phone for tests." "All right, Mr. Gu." They were all professional programmers and completed the import in just a few minutes. When they saw the prompt on the phone, everyone was momentarily stunned before erupting in exclamations. "It really is an operating system. Where did this operating system come from? The speed is so smooth. Quick look. It prompts whether to convert existing phone software. What does that mean?" Gu Tianxian directly selected yes, and then something astonishing happened. After a few seconds, "What's going on? All software in the phone has been converted to the compatible mode of this system. It's not just that, your running speed is at least 30% faster than before. My goodness, which great master developed this system that can even automatically convert software? Incredible. Truly amazing. With this system, we won't need to rebuild the software ecosystem. So as long as we update this system on Xingqian, the Xingqian phone will not only remain usable, but might even be more powerful." "That's right." After hearing their discussion, Gu Tianxian was even more convinced. He directly asked, "How long will it take to prepare for the system update?" "Mr. Gu, at most 1 day. Good, start immediately." The entire development department became busy again, but this time, they were not aimlessly busy as before. Before they were developing an unknown system, but now they were merely preparing to update a known mature system. Standing to the side, Xiao Han asked Mr. Gu, "There are still a lot of users returning products. Should we stabilize them?" "Of course, notify them that Tianxian will provide a satisfactory response to all users within a day." "Yes, Mr." Subsequently, this message from Tianxian headquarters was sent to major markets worldwide. Canada and City. "Everyone, please be quiet. Can you allow me to say something first?" After receiving the message, Gu Wanhua was overjoyed and immediately paused the returns, shouting loudly. "Regarding the current situation with the phones, our headquarters has a perfect solution and will provide a satisfactory response to you by tomorrow at this time." Upon hearing Gu Wanhua's words, the foreign users in the store who were returning products began to discuss softly. "If it can really be resolved, I don't mind waiting another day, or I really like this phone. But what if they just want to delay our return? They didn't say we can't return, they just ask us to wait another day. Even if the problem isn't solved by then, we can always come back to return it. I agree, I really like this phone, and I am willing to give them another day." What reassured Gu Wanhua was that over half of the customers here chose to wait another day, while the rest thought they might. Other users who hadn't yet returned also received Tianxian's official notice on their phones, and most chose to continue watching. Fruit Technology. Patrick received feedback from the market immediately. "What?" Many people chose to pause their returns. He immediately called Charles to inquire. "Patrick, why are you always so anxious? I've already issued a global announcement, but what are you worried about?" Tianxian says to give them another day, which is just to delay the return process. A day's time. Just 1 day? Do you think this little time can allow Tianxian to accomplish anything? Can they conjure an operating system out of thin air? Even if they have an operating system, what about the software? What software do they use on their phones? Charles almost shouted at Patrick in a reprimanding tone, to which Patrick awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, I should have chosen to firmly believe in you. Then I'll proceed according to the original plan." After hanging up, Patrick convened a meeting. Due to the previous surge in popularity of Xingqian, a large number of new fruit phones were stuck in warehouses. In a fit of anxiety, he announced a price drop for the phones, and even the charger's screen wipes and SIM ejector pins that were previously sold separately would now be given away with the purchase. However, now he changed his mind. The demise of Xingqian was already a foregone conclusion. The fruit phone would once again enter a world without competitors. So why should he lower the price? He wanted to tell everyone that the fruit phone was this domineering and that they were doing split sale. "I want to sell a screen wipe for 145, oh, and I dare to sell a SIM ejector pin for 68. Don't want to buy? Then you all have the ability to resurrect Xingqian. This is not made up, this is truly the selling price." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Gu Wanhua anxiously sat in the store, repeatedly refreshing the official website of Tianjin on her phone. Only 1 hour remained until the deadline mentioned yesterday. However, there was still no news from the headquarters, and customers began to appear at the storefront to return their purchases. The queue grew longer, eventually spilling out onto the street. "Now surely I can return it, quickly refund my money, I want to buy a fruit phone instead." Gu Wanhua sighed, softly processed the return for him, and refunded him the exact amount he had paid. After receiving the money, he hurried out the door, heading straight for the fruit store across the street. He was not alone in this thought, many others shared the same idea. Without the Xingqian phone, the majority of people would choose the fruit phone as their first option. In fact, many of them had originally been fans of fruit, attracted by the black technology of Xingqian. Now that the Xingqian phone had lost even its basic functionalities under the sanctions of Tiange, they could only return to the embrace of fruit. However, upon arriving at the fruit store, they found that the prices of the fruits which had already been lowered had returned to their original prices. Some hesitated on whether to buy, while others, unable to part with their phones, gritted their teeth and made the purchase. Gradually, a long line formed outside the fruit store. Most were those who had returned their purchases from across the street and directly queued up again. In the two stores, there was a stark contrast. Silence reigned in the Xingqian store while laughter and joy filled the fruit side. Patrick watched the live footage from the office, happily dancing with a glass of red wine. "Thank God, this is the scene that a fruit phone store should have. How could a mere Xingqian hope to snatch away our glory? Ha ha ha, go die Xingqian." In the Xingqian store, due to the overwhelming number of customers, Gu Wanhua personally attended to the returns. At that moment, it was the turn of a girl with blue eyes. She pursed her lips, holding her Xingqian phone as she approached the counter. "Hello miss, please hand me the phone, and after processing the receipt, I will issue you a full refund," Gu Wanhua said with a smile. However, the girl did not immediately hand over her phone, but instead let out a long breath, saying, "Could you give me a moment? I want to experience the underscreen camera one last time. You know, when this camera activates, it lights up in blue. I fell in love with it the first time I saw it because it is the same color as my eyes." Upon hearing the girl's words, Gu Wanhua couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, her eyes instantly reddening. The customers had invested genuine emotions into this product, let alone herself. Her strong professionalism prevented her from shedding tears. She only smiled and quietly waited for the girl. She sighed and raised the phone to a distance from her face. The signature blue light began to flicker on the phone's screen, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if bidding farewell. The camera emerged and instantly unlocked her face. She gently swiped the phone a few times, reluctantly handing it over. Gu Wanhua nodded slightly and reached out to take it. After checking that the phone was undamaged, she set it aside and began processing the receipt. At that moment, a notification sound she was all too familiar with rang out. It was the system notification sound of the Xingqian phone. She turned her head to look, only to see a notice appear on the phone screen. Suppressing her excitement, she hurriedly picked up the phone to take a look. "Dear esteemed users, we sincerely apologize for the issues with the Xingqian phone. We will now perform a comprehensive automatic update for the phone. Oh, please allow us 15 seconds of your time." Then the notice disappeared, and the phone entered automatic update mode. At this moment, those in line for returns also noticed the situation. "Could someone tell me what just happened? I didn't even get to see the notice before it vanished. It seemed like an update notice, I didn't catch it clearly either. Oh, what use is an update at this time? No matter how much it updates, it will still be using the Tiange system. Yet could it be that Tiange meant to give them a day yesterday for this update? I can't understand what this update will achieve. Can those in front hurry up a bit?" The sudden announcement on the phone only drew a few comments. No one present believed this update would change the existing outcome. They continued to wait in line for returns, not even bothering to check their phones. The girl processing her return noticed that Gu Wanhua had paused for more than 10 seconds without refunding her money. Thus she asked curiously, "Excuse me, is there a problem with the return process?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a notification sound from her phone. "Panga system has been updated, all software has transitioned successfully, and the original system has been overwritten." Gu Wanhua's smile initially revealed a hint of joy, but then that joy was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. Her smile instantly bloomed, her tone filled with uncontainable excitement. Turning the phone screen towards the girl, she said, "Miss, I think you no longer need to return it." "Why not? If you operate the phone again, you will get the answer yourself." The girl, puzzled, took her phone back and slightly furrowed her brow as she directly clicked on the Tiange Mall. The next second she suddenly covered her mouth, her big blue eyes filled with astonishment. OMG. The Tianga Mall opened, and it seems to be much faster than before. Try other apps too. Sure. The girl then clicked on other apps one by one, and everything worked perfectly without any issues. What was important was not only that they could open, but also that running a dozen apps simultaneously did not affect the smoothness at all. In fact, it was even faster than before. At that moment, those in the back also noticed something was off and began to take out their phones to try. God, what is happening? Did Tianga lift the ban on Tianxin? It shouldn't be. Didn't you see that Tianga didn't issue an announcement? It was an update just now. Oh God, quickly check the phone settings to see the system version description. Panga system, what kind of system is this? Isn't there a description above? It's a completely new system independently developed by Daxia Navigator technology. Oh my God, I can't believe it. This system can convert other system software freely. It seems so. No wonder Tianja's apps can be opened now. The girl with blue eyes was overjoyed as she held her phone, saying, I'm sorry, I won't return it. I want to continue using the Xingchen phone. Since the phone has no issues, I won't return it either. Ha, me too. The customers who had come to return their purchases turned around and walked out of the store. The staff at the fruit technology store were thrilled at this scene. Great. They've all returned their items. They must be coming to buy our fruit phones now. Of course. Look how